The House of the Golden Flame. Forgotten by gods. Reborn in one.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei was the supreme heir of the House of Lost Golden Flame movie. Before we start, please go support lucifer-ficks for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Chapter 1 Excalibur. Chapter 1 Excalibur. Underworld Unknown Zone. In one of the vast areas of the underworld that have not yet been fully explored, a discovery was made that could change everything known about demons. This is it. Exclaimed one of the demons exploring the vast areas in amazement. The castle. Exclaimed about 80 demons in unison. They were in charge of exploring this region and reporting any discoveries. The explorers came across an imposing castle, which, despite its age, appeared to be in acceptable condition. "Everyone wait," said one of the demons. "What's wrong?" his colleague asked. "I need a group of at least 6 volunteers, we're going into that castle," said the lead explorer. He was an older-looking demon, let's say between 45 and 50 years old, dressed in the clothes that archaeologists usually wear. "What are you saying, Professor? That castle must be riddled with traps," exclaimed a younger demon with black hair, around 20 years old. "That's most likely, but my instinct tells me that something very important is inside that castle," said the professor. The rest of the demons were somewhat worried. No one wanted to volunteer since the chance of returning was at least 40 to 50%. "Okay, I'll go alone," said the professor. Wait, Professor, I'll accompany you," the same black-haired demon stepped forward as a volunteer. "Me too," another brown-haired demon stepped forward. "We will need physical help, Professor," another demon stepped forward. He had a shaved head and greater muscle mass compared to the other demons. "I'll go too, Professor. If you find ancient hieroglyphics, you'll need my help," said a girl with long blonde hair, stepping forward. Apparently, no one else dared to take a step. Everyone else preferred to stay and set up camp. "Thank you for your help, Mark, Carlos, Douglas, and Jennifer," said the professor. "I'm not going to miss the historical discovery of the year," said Carlos, the brown-haired demon. "If he doesn't help the professor, he'll most likely get lost after taking one step in there," said the black-haired demon Mark. "Without me, we won't be able to remove any obstacle that appears in our path," said the strong Douglas. "And if I'm not there, they'll end up destroying something important," said Jennifer, the only woman. "It sounded like you were saying we break everything we touch," Mark said. "And it's not like that," Jennifer said sarcastically. "This girl makes me angry," said Mark. "Stop playing around and get moving," said the teacher. So the 5 of them marched towards the castle. Inside the unknown castle. As they suspected, the castle was full of traps, and the 5 had to go through many traps on their way. "Ah!" Mark shouted. "What the hell is this trap doing here? This is stupid. And cliché," Jennifer said. "Stop complaining and run," exclaimed the professor, riding on Douglas. The 5 were running for their lives, pursued by a round rock in true Indiana Jones style. "Turn this corner," Carlos exclaimed. The group spun around, narrowly escaping the stone that hit one of the castle walls and went right through it. The group entered a room that looked like the central hall of the castle. "Ha ha! What the hell is going on in this castle?" Mark exclaimed breathlessly. "I asked the same thing," Jennifer said. "There must be something extremely important in this castle for there to be so many traps," the professor deduced. "I hope there's something important, otherwise I'll be very angry," said Mark. "We've already explored much of the castle and found only rubble and documents damaged by the underworld's climate," Douglas said. "There's still more to check, boys, don't get discouraged," said the teacher. "Exactly where we are," said Carlos. "Let's see," referring to this old map of the castle. "We are in the central part of it," said Jennifer, locating herself on the map. "Can we be sure about that map?" Mark asked. "As I suspected, either we're in the right place or we're completely lost." "Calm down, guys," something caught the teacher's attention. "What's wrong, Professor? Did you find something?" Mark asked, watching as the professor examined an inscription on the wall. "Let's see what it says," Jennifer said, examining the hieroglyphs. "He who has the blood of the elemental flame in his veins will receive power, and I can't decipher the last part," Jennifer said. "Me neither, Jen, but the inscription says something else," said the professor. "He who masters the hot and cold flame, as well as the beast's fang, will be able to face the evil of the 3 signs," said the professor. "The hot flame and the cold flame?" Mark asked. "The beast's fang," said Carlos. "Did she wear the 3-sign dress?" Douglas asked. "What did this inscription refer to?" Jennifer asked. "There's a breeze here, there's something under this throne," said the professor. "Douglas, help me here." "Of course, Professor." Push. Douglas, Mark, and Carlos pushed the heavy throne. Beneath it was a spiral staircase. "Shall we go down?" Mark said hesitantly. "Where's your sense of adventure, boy?" said the professor as he went downstairs. "I think I'm stuck under the last stone that tried to crush us," said Mark, reluctantly following the professor. "Ladies first," said Carlos. Scared up, Jennifer said. The five of them went down the immense stairs that seemed to have no end, and after a long time they arrived in front of two large doors. "I have a bad feeling, I think we should leave," Mark said. "Don't be a coward, boy, now we have to open these doors," said the professor. Mark pushed on the right door and Carlos and Mark on the left. The three of them put all their strength into moving those heavy doors. The sound of those heavy doors creaking and moving echoed throughout the place. As the doors opened, a breeze passed between the explorers, leaving all five of them completely speechless. This is it," said Mark. "How is this possible?" Douglas said. "This has to be a joke," said Carlos incredulously. "No, because of the age of the place, it's obvious that it has never been opened until now," said Jennifer. "Quickly, we have to inform Surzich's-sama and the rest of the Yandere," exclaimed the professor. "The discovery inside that castle will change the course of all known history for demons." Human world. 2 months had passed since Rias lost the rating game against Riser. Even fighting with all his strength, Issei could not defeat Riser, and Rias was forced to marry him. At first Issei tried to annul the engagement, but his hopes were dashed when, 2 weeks after Riser and Rias got married, she showed that she was happy by his side. Seeing that Rias was happy, Issei gave up on the idea of interfering. If she was happy, he wouldn't get involved. What he didn't know was that a month after the engagement, Kaneko, and Asia herself decided to join Riser's harem. For 2 weeks Issei found himself in pieces, the person he fell in love with, and for whom he decided to give everything to save her, left him for a pedantic person like Riser. But after a while, Issei recovered. He would leave that love in the past and focus on his future. Rias and the rest of the girls from the Occult Research Club might not be in the human world, but that didn't stop him from making contracts to gain power and become a high-class devil. That brings us to this moment. In the forest behind the academy, Issei and Kiba were training to become stronger. "Your speed has improved a lot, Issei-kun," Kiba said, attacking Issei from the side. Plank. "Your strength has also increased, Kiba." Issei used the boosted gear to stop Kiba's sword. "Shall we move on to sword training?" Kiba asked. "Throw it," Issei said. Kiba created another sword and threw it at Issei. During these 2 weeks, Issei and Kiba greatly increased their skill. "Your speed is comparable to mine, Issei-kun," Kiba exclaimed, clashing swords with the brunette. "Your strength has increased a lot too, Kiba." Several sparks flew as a result of the clash of both swords. Issei learned swordsmanship from Kiba. He wasn't a master, but he wasn't someone who couldn't fight well armed either. "The OSST dragon shoot," Issei exclaimed, firing a red energy blast at Kiba. "Mirror sword," Kiba exclaimed, creating a new sword. Its edge was completely shiny, just like a mirror, and it absorbed and returned Issei's power. The reddish energy was directed straight at Issei, then Issei inhaled a large amount of air so much that his chest expanded. Peerage no HMKM from his mouth, a great burst of fire impacted against the reddish energy. Boom. The result of both attacks colliding was a large explosion that burned part of the forest. "Your fire attacks have improved a lot, Issei-kun," Kiba said. "Thanks to the steps Drake gave me, I can now control my fire power," said Issei. "By becoming my bear, you automatically become part dragon," said the dragon trapped in the boosted gear. "What kind of dragon could you be if you can't even create a measly flame? For someone who has only known this side of the world for 3 months, it's a great achievement that they can even do what you teach, Drake." "They all say the same thing at the beginning," said the Welsh dragon. "Shall we call today's training session over?" Kiba asked. "Yes, I'm tired, using my firepower and the boosted gear for so long depletes my reserves. Compared to when you first used the boosted gear, your energy has grown greatly. You have that gentleman to thank for that." "That's what I do," Issei replied. "What did he say?" Kiba asked, since he couldn't hear the brunette's conversation with the dragon. "He said that compared to the first time I used the boosted gear, my energy has increased a lot. He says it's due to our daily training, and that I should thank you for that." "You don't have to do it, we both do it so we can become stronger," Kiba said. "There you have it," Issei said to the gem on the gauntlet. He remained silent. "Well, it's getting dark, we'd better go," said Issei. "Yes, as always, we train tomorrow after school," Kiba said, gathering his things. "Okay," Issei said, remembering something. "Is something wrong?" Kiba asked. "Before training we have to do the club paperwork." "How did Butchu manage with so much paperwork?" the chestnut-haired man asked. Akeno-san was helping her. "Well, tomorrow we'll have to do the paperwork," Kiba said. "See you tomorrow, Issei-kun," Kiba said, leaving. "Tomorrow," Issei said, bidding farewell and leaving for home. On his way home, Issei passed through the park where he was killed by the fallen angel Renel and remembered how Rias revived him as a demon. "But you," Issei said in a soft whisper. "Do you miss her, partner?" asked the red dragon. "At first I felt pathetic for not being able to help her, and I also felt bad when the rest of the girls left with Riser, but from what Grafia-san told me, Butchu and the others are happy by Riser's side. That doesn't bother you?" "No, if they're happy, why should I be upset? At first, I thought that if I managed to save Butchu, maybe, just maybe, I could be with her. A rather silly dream, don't you think?" Issei said. "The Gremory girl may have left you, but that doesn't mean you'll be alone. That Kiba boy is going through the same thing. He was left behind too. I don't like the idea of spending my free time with a boy, especially if he's the school's Prince Charming. He wants to spend my time doing eki things with cute girls with big boobs. The fact that you're saying such nonsense indicates that you're okay. All this talk was because you were worried about how I was feeling." "No, of course not," said the dragon. "Thank you, Drake," the chestnut-haired man said sincerely. "I don't know what you're talking about," exclaimed the dragon. The rest of the journey was peaceful, without any impediments, only the calm night breeze. "Hi to residence." "I'm here," said Issei, opening the front door of his house and taking off his shoes. "Welcome, son," his mother greeted him. "How was your class today?" "The usual, and dad?" the chestnut-haired man asked. "He's taking a bath, he just got home from work." "Oh, I'll wait until he gets out so I can take a bath. By the way, son, was Asia-chan there today?" his mother asked. His mother had grown fond of the blonde nun. "No, like I told you, she went to visit some relatives she had just met," the brunette lied. "I don't know exactly when she'll be back." "Ah, and I got along so well with Asia-chan, she was like the daughter I never had." "What are you saying, mom? I'll be in my room. Call me when dad comes out of the bathroom," said the brunette, going up to his room. The chestnut-haired man was meditating. Since the girls had left, he had time to think. "Dragon. What's up, partner? Besides training, is there any way I can become stronger?" the brunette asked. "Training is necessary, partner. The more experience you gain, the closer you'll get to becoming a balance breaker." "Balance breaker?" "It is the evolved form of the sacred gear. Once you have more power and manage to manifest your desire, you can activate the balance breaker." "Desire?" "You'll understand in time, for now focus on increasing your stamina and fully mastering the power of your flames." "Understood." Issei was heading to school as usual and, as expected, at a certain point he ran into his two perverted friends. "Issei!" shouted his two friends, running towards Issei. "Partner, I recommend you take a step to the right." And as Drake said, Issei took a step to the right and both boys crashed into the lamppost. "What were you trying to do?" the chestnut-haired man asked. "Tell us you know something about Rias One Sama and the rest of the occult research club," they both exclaimed. "Again, I already told you that I don't know where they are. I think Butchu went to be with her family." "When will our beloved One Samas return?" the boys exclaimed. "Don't you think they're exaggerating?" "Shut up, gay." "What did they call me?" the chestnut-haired man exclaimed furiously. "Ever since the girls from the occult club, you've been seen all the time with Prince Charming Kibayudo. They're calling me gay for being near my friend," exclaimed the brunette. "Yes, besides the rumors that you two are a couple." Issei grabbed them both by the neck. "Who spread that rumor?" exclaimed the chestnut-haired man, his aura completely black. "We don't know." "Good," the chestnut-haired man said, letting go of both of them. "It's better if he doesn't find out it was you two, or you'll be in a very bad way," Issei said. "We swear it wasn't us," they both said, very frightened. "I hope so," the chestnut-haired boy said as he walked toward school. "If he finds out that we were the ones who spread the rumor, he'll surely kill us," Motohama said. "I don't think he'll find out." The cult club room. The rest of the day passed peacefully. Issei was in the occult hall filling out the papers he had to hand in to the student council. "What do I put in the budget expenses?" Issei asked. "Since we haven't bought anything these past few months, leave it blank," Kiba said, also helping with the paper. "Damn, this will take us hours, just like Butchu and Akeno-san used to do," said the brunette, already tired of so much paperwork. After an hour of work, they finished the reports they had to submit to the student council. "It's finally ready, by Satan I feel very tired," said the chestnut-haired man. "Me too, I'm not used to this kind of work," Kiba said. They were both heading to the student council room to hand in the report and then start training. "Talk talk." "Come in," said a voice from the other side of the door. "Excuse me," they both said. Inside were the members of the student council. "Good afternoon Kibayudo-kun Haidu Issei-san," said student council president Sonastiri. "Good afternoon, Kaicho," they both said respectfully. "Here we bring you the report from the Kaicho Occult Club," Kiba said, handing over the documents. "It seems that everything is in order. Before you leave I have a job for you." "A job?" Issei said. I know that without Rias and the rest, the Gremory group isn't at 100%, but we received a request to eliminate a stray demon, said the brunettes diary. I understand, Kiba and I will go and eliminate the street demon, Issei said. My pawn and rook will help you on this mission, Sona said. Two people stepped forward. We're playing together again, haha I do. Said a blonde-haired boy with a gang member look, the pawn of Sona Saji Genshiro. Your absorption line will be of great help to us, Saji, said Issei, bumping fists with the blonde. They both hated each other when they first met, but in a short time they became friends and rivals. Don't use that strange technique this time, Haidu, said the other person. She was a tall girl with blue hair down to her neck and eyes that matched her hair color, the tower of Sona Tsubasa Yura. What happened last time was a mistake, Yura-san, I didn't mean to use the dress breaker, the brunette apologized. That doesn't change the fact that you owe me a new uniform, said the blue-haired girl. I swear I'll pay you back, said the chestnut-haired man, clasping his hands together in supplication. Where is the demon? Kiba asked. These are the coordinates where he was last seen. Be careful, I understand this street demon is powerful, Sona said. We'll be careful, Kaicho. Kiba and I promise to bring your servants back safe and sound, said Issei. Don't talk like you're a big deal, Haidu, Saji said. We're leaving, Kaicho, Kiba said. The four of them went out to eliminate the street demon. It seems Kiba-san and Haidu-kun have recovered from Ria's Gremory's absence, said another well-endowed girl with long black hair and blue-framed glasses. She is Sona's Queen Tsubaki Shinra. I still find it hard to accept that Rias decided to be with Riser. It was a hard blow for Haidu-kun and Kiba-san, but I feel relieved to see that they managed to recover, Sona said with a slight smile. Forests on the outskirts of Kuo City. The group, consisting of Issei, Kiba, Saji, and Yura, were trying to locate the street demon who hid inside the forest. Why do all the street demons hide in places that look like something out of a horror movie? Issei asked. I won't argue with you about that, Haidu. Dark forest, fog, and about to get dark it looks like some crazy person with a chainsaw and a hockey mask is about to come out. Don't be a harbinger of doom. Exclaimed Issei. I don't think something like that is going to happen, Kiba said, being the calmest. Why yes it's ridiculous that something like that is going to happen, Yura said, trying to hide her fear. She's terrified, Issei and Saji thought in unison. Crack. Yura screamed like a little girl and clung to Issei. You Yura-san. Issei exclaimed, red-faced from the sudden contact and also able to feel the tower's apace on his chest. You lucky bastard Haidu. Saji said jealously. Realizing that it was just the sound of a branch being stepped on and that she was very close to Issei, Yura moved away with a very red face. I'm sorry about that, she said, avoiding eye contact with the brunette. Then no problem, Issei said, also blushing. Rias. Suddenly, the street demon appeared to kill the atmosphere. It was a reptilian-looking being covered in hair with very large and sharp fangs. There it is. Exclaimed Kiba, using his sacred gear sword birth to create a long sword. Boosted gear. Exclaimed Issei, materializing the red glove. Absorption line, Saji said, materializing what looked like a coiled dragon in his left hand. Kiba-san, I'll attack first. Yura said, leaping powerfully and kicking the large beast in the back. Rias, the beast roared and tried to attack Yura using its sharp claws. Oh no, you won't. Saji exclaimed, grabbing the beast's arm with a line of his sacred gear. Kiba-san Haidu, your turn. At incredible speed, Kiba cut off one of the beast's legs. It's Drake's turn. Issei exclaimed. Ready partner BOSST. Issei charged 2 boosts and created an orange fire that covered both his arms up to the elbows and launched himself at the beast. Peerage no Tekken, Fire Dragon Iron Fist, Issei connected a strong blow to the beast's abdomen, forcing it back and crashing to the ground. The dress screamed in pain from the blow. Brag, what's going on? Why are my flames this color? Also, I felt like my strength is even greater with those 2 boosts, the chestnut-haired man thought. I don't know, partner, something strange is happening, but I feel these flames are coming from your own power, the dragon explained. My own power? I don't understand what's happening, Issei launched himself at the demon again. The demon roared and unleashed a great icy blizzard against the 4. I'm freezing. Saji exclaimed as he saw a layer of ice slowly covering his legs. The rest also began to freeze. At that moment Issei stood in front of them. I'll cover them. Flame barrier, Issei exclaimed, creating a protective wall of fire. Are you alright? Yes, thanks to you, Issei-kun, Kiba said. Good job Haidu, your flames are much stronger, Saji said, praising him. There's no time to lose, we have to finish off that thing. Yura exclaimed, but deep down she wanted to thank Issei for saving her. Kiba, you and I will attack the legs, Saji used the line to keep his mouth shut, and Yura-san, you hit him with all your might in the stomach. Issei commanded. Who put you in charge? Even so, we'll do what you say. Saji exclaimed. I'll remove the barrier. Kiba, give me a sword. Issei exclaimed. Here, Issei-kun. Kiba exclaimed, creating a sword identical to the Zula and giving it to Issei. Now! Exclaimed Issei. When the barrier fell, Issei and Kiba moved at great speed, the demon opened its mouth and launched ice stakes at them. Kiba, go left. Issei exclaimed as he saw a stake about to hit the blonde boy. Understood, Issei-kun. Kiba destroyed the stakes that were aimed at him. Saji! Exclaimed Issei. I've got it. Saji ran and, using the line of his sacred gear, sealed the demon's mouth. It's our turn. Exclaimed Issei. Zas. Zas. Issei and Kiba cut off the demon's hind legs. Jets of blood came out of the demon's severed stumps. Brew the demon tried to roar in agony, but with his jaws closed he couldn't. Yura-san. Exclaimed Issei. I already. Yura exclaimed, punching the demon in the stomach with all his might, lifting it off the ground and raising it a few meters into the air. I'll finish him off. Issei began to gather a large amount of air in his chest. Carrick no HMKM. Issei fired a great burst of orange fire at the creature. This torrent of flames engulfed the demon, burning it until it was reduced to ashes. Aha! Issei was breathing with difficulty, he didn't want to, but that attack came out with more power than he thought. You did it, Haidu. Saji exclaimed, slapping Issei's back very hard. Ouch! Issei yelled. Do you want to break my back? Besides, can't you see I'm exhausted from using so much power? Issei exclaimed, wanting to hit Saji but falling asleep exhausted in the attempt. I am sorry, I didn't think you were so tired, Saji said, putting Issei's arm around his shoulder for support. Are you alright, Issei-kun? His companion asked. Yes, I just used more energy than I should have. With a little rest I'll be recovered. Thus the four returned to Kuo Academy after completing the task they had been assigned. Student council room. Aicho, we're back, said Yura Tower. It seems they completed the mission. Did anything happen to Haidu? Sona asked, seeing Kiba and Saji carrying a very tired brunette. I'm fine, Kaicho, I just used more energy than I should have. I'm very tired, said Issei. I see, good job, said Sona. After that, Issei and Kiba headed to the occult research club room. Occult club? I don't know why, but I'm exhausted, said Issei, collapsing onto the sofa. Rest a little, Issei-kun, we'll leave the training for later, Kiba said. Yes, you can go ahead while I'll rest for a while and close the room when I leave. Okay, tomorrow, since it's a day off, I'll go to your house to do the club activities, said Kiba, already at the door of the room. Understood, ZZZZ, the brunette replied, and within seconds he fell asleep. Where am I? The chestnut-haired man wondered. He found himself in a completely black world. There was no light or sign of life. What's going on? Didn't I fall asleep in the club room? The brunette stood up and started walking around a bit, looking for any clue that would tell him where he was. The chestnut tree walked and walked, the minutes turned into hours, the hours turned into days, and the chestnut tree found nothing. Where the hell am I? I think I've been walking for days. The chestnut tree continued walking, even when it seemed like giving up. What is that? Issei said, seeing a light on the horizon. The brunette quickly approached the light, but no matter how fast he ran, it didn't seem to be near. I have to get to that light. Exclaimed the chestnut-haired boy, starting to run. He ran and ran, slowly getting closer to his goal. When he arrived, he saw that the light was a strange, small golden flame. What is this? Why does this flame feel so warm and nostalgic? Issei said, bringing his hand closer to the small flame. When Issei's hand came into contact with the flame, it grew, filling that entire dark world with light. What's going on? Exclaimed the chestnut-haired boy, then he saw the golden flame climb up his arm, completely covering his body. Flames don't burn, said Issei. The flames continued to illuminate that entire dark world, more flames began to appear, each and every one of them had different colors, and they erased all darkness in that world. What are these flames? Why do I feel this nostalgia when I see them? All the flames positioned themselves around the chestnut tree, creating a circle, each one getting closer and closer to the chestnut tree. A dream. The brunette woke up in the club room, looking out the window he realized that it was already night. Damn, how long did I sleep? Issei said, looking at his watch. It was 9 p.m. Damn, my mom must be really worried. Issei said, grabbing his things and rushing out of the club. The next morning, as agreed, Kiba arrived at the Haidu residence. Ah, Yudo-san, come in. Issei said you would come. There was Issei's mother to greet him. Good morning, the blonde man greeted cordially. I'm Kiba, Issei said, greeting his partner. Good morning, Issei-kun. Both started the club's activities. Exactly what should we do for the club's activities? The chestnut-haired man asked. To keep up appearances, we have to give reports on mysterious or hidden topics. I see, so what do we do? I brought some books about Bigfoot and the Loch Ness Monster, we will read them and write a report that will later be published in the school newspaper. It sounds like a lot of work, it's best to start early and then go train. The hours passed and both had their reports ready and corrected. I think my brain melted, Issei said. What are those books, Issei-kun? Kiba asked, noticing some books on the living room table. I think they were some old photo albums from when I was little, replied the chestnut-haired man. The blonde man stood up and picked up one of the photo albums. Kiba, put that down. Issei exclaimed, trying to take the album from his partner. Kiba dodged him and continued looking at the photos. Just let me see some pictures, Kiba said, then stared intently at one particular photo. Kiba. Issei-kun, this photo, Kiba said, pointing to the specific photo where Issei appeared as a child, along with another boy with light brown hair. It's when I was just starting elementary school, I think it was a neighbor we used to play together. The sword that's behind us, he said, pointing to a sword sticking out behind the children. Who would have thought I'd find them so quickly? I'm sorry, Issei-kun, but I have to go. I'll see you at school. Wait, Kiba, what's wrong with him? Issei said, then looked intently at the sword in the photo. What is the sword? Issei asked. I think I have the answer, partner, exclaimed the dragon, emitting a faint green glow in the chestnut-haired man's left hand. You know it's Drag. I'm not 100% sure, but it's most likely that this sword is one of the 7 fragments of the sword Excalibur. One of the fragments of Excalibur. A sacred sword. It is said that a slight cut from that sword could disintegrate a demon, no matter how strong it was. In the previous Great War, it broke into 7 pieces which were later forged into 7 new sacred swords. That sounds very dangerous. How did one of those swords end up here? I don't know, partner, but since you're a demon, I recommend you stay as far away from those swords as possible. You don't even have to mention it, don't want to die without having achieved my dream of having a harem. Issei discovered that something very dangerous to demons was out there, but he wondered what the Excaliburns had to do with his friend's sudden interest. Academia Kuo. The sporting events between the clubs had begun, although only Kiba and Issei were the members currently present to participate in the event. Just the 2 of us, huh? Well, anyway, we'll win and get the victory for the club, Issei said cheerfully. Kiba? What were you saying, Issei-kun? Kiba said, coming out of his brief trance. But even though it's just the 2 of us, we will win this competition on behalf of the club. Yes, Kiba replied. Why the hell is everyone attacking me? Issei exclaimed, dodging 5 balls that were headed towards him. The meeting between the occult club and the manga club was underway. How on earth can they throw those balls so hard? Thought the chestnut-haired man. All the balls were aimed at Issei. He had to dodge most of the shots. I'm not the only one here. Issei exclaimed. He wasn't saying it to get his partner hurt, but it was getting annoying having to dodge every attack. Simply brilliant, everyone's against me, but it's understandable I think, if they hit Kiba, they'll have all the girls in the academy against them, the brunette thought. I don't care anymore, pretty boy. One of the boys threw the ball at Kiba. Kiba, dodge it. Issei exclaimed, but the blonde ignored him. Kiba. Issei pushed Kiba out of the way and took the full force of the ball to his side. Saji, as a member of the student council, was refereeing, so he stopped the game when he noticed something strange. This ball is made of painted metal. The manga club is disqualified. Saji exclaimed, annoyed by that dirty trick. Haidu, can you stand up? What does it mean when it hurts to breathe? Issei said with difficulty. I think you have some broken ribs, it would be best to take you to the infirmary, Saji said. With Kiba's help, they both took the badly injured brunette to the infirmary to treat his wounds, but without Asia's sacred gear, the recovery would take longer than expected. The cult club room. In the end, since Issei was not in a condition to continue, the occult club had to withdraw, and the final victory went to the student council. My ribs still hurt, complained the brunette, lying on the couch. Issei-kun, I feel a little tired, I'll take a few days off, the blonde boy informed. Kiba, is something wrong? Issei asked. No, Issei-kun, no me pasa nada. You can tell me, we're comrades, aren't we? Comrades, huh? These days I remembered something very important. What thing? Because I fight. Isn't it because of Butchu? No, I live to destroy the Excaliburns, and only for that, Kiba said, leaving the room. Kiba, what on earth could have happened to him to make him like this? However good friends you are, I think it would be best if you didn't get involved in their business, partner. But we're comrades. I can't just stand by and do nothing if my friend is in trouble. If he recognizes you as his friend, he'll tell you. Something big was happening without the chestnut-haired man being aware of it. Through the rain-soaked streets of Kuo City wandered Knight Gremory. Oi, but look what we have here, exclaimed a mocking voice. Kiba turned around and came face to face with the rogue exorcist Fried Selzen. If it's not night Kiba-kun, what's with that long face? Has your teacher stopped spanking you, or did your partner Issei-kun leave you for someone with breasts? The exorcist mocked. I'm not in the mood, so I'll finish you off quickly, Kiba replied, creating his light-absorbing sword. The little sword that steals light, too bad my new weapon is better, said Fried, pulling a sword from his coat. Behold the great Excalibur in Paparapan. Upon hearing that name, Kiba's gaze turned colder. His murderous instinct and thirst for destruction were palpable. Oh, how I like that aura of yours. Could it be that my sword caused that? Fried said, pointing the sacred sword at Kiba. I will kill you and destroy that sword. Kiba exclaimed, attacking the exorcist. We'll see about that. Clank. Clank. The sound of clanging metal echoed throughout the surrounding area. At that moment, two hooded figures entered the city. Is this the city? One of the hooded figures asked. Yes, it's been so long. I wonder how Issei-kun is doing, said the other hooded figure. One of the figures carried a strange object wrapped in cloth on its back. A few days had passed and Kiba hadn't shown up at the club, nor had he attended his classes. Where could Kiba have gone? Issei asked no one in particular. Partner! Exclaimed the dragon. What's wrong? The brunette exclaimed in surprise. I feel sacred power in your house. What? No mom. Issei exclaimed, running at top speed towards his house. Upon arriving home, Issei quickly went inside and checked on his mother to see if she was alright. Hello Issei, why are you so agitated? Replied his mother, safe and sound. Huh? He said, confused. It's like you can't guess who's visiting us. Do we have visitors? Following her mother into the living room, she saw two girls sitting on the sofa, covered by a strange cloak. One had short blue hair with a green streak and golden eyes, while the other had brown hair tied in two twin pigtails and purple eyes. Hello Issei-kun, do you remember me? Said the brunette. Who are you? Replied the chestnut-haired man. Come on Issei, it's Irina-chan, don't you remember? You and she used to play together a lot as children. The chestnut-haired boy tried to remember a little. It wasn't a boy. Issei exclaimed. At that time I acted very masculine, Irina replied, somewhat embarrassed. But look at you now, you're a proper lady, said Issei's mother. Issei felt like the blue-haired girl couldn't take her eyes off him. Be careful, partner, I detect sacred auras emanating from them. I realize, Drake. Irina, it's time we left, said the blue-haired girl. Yes, you're very desperate, Zenobia, said the brunette. We'll see each other later, Oba-san Issei-kun, said Irina. I'll accompany you to the entrance, Issei said. It was the minute Issei accompanied those two that he could feel it. They're strong and that sacred aura is terrifying. Issei-kun, you're a demon, aren't you? Just as I suspected, Irina said sadly. How did you know? A drop of cold sweat ran down the brunette's face. Your aura is the same as that of demons, replied the blue-haired woman, although I also notice another aura in you. Issei-kun, you're one of the demons who run this city, right? Yes, I am Rias Gremory's pawn, replied the chestnut-haired man. Tell your owner that we will go and speak with her in person at her base, said Zenobia. She's not here. I haven't seen her in months. I see, then we'll talk to the other person who runs the city, Irina said. They both left after those words. I thought I was going to die, said the brunette, relaxing a little. It's not time to relax, partner. If they're here and possess two fragments of Excalibur, it means something big is about to happen. They had two fragments of Excalibur. A thing wrapped in bandages, and the brunette girl had another one. What's about to happen? Be very careful, partner, don't kick the bucket so quickly. Nice way to cheer up Drake, Issei said sarcastically. Academia Kuo. The next day Issei went to school normally as he does every day, but in his mind, he was focused on the two exorcists who arrived in the village. Those two said they were going to talk to Kaicho. It's best to go too, the chestnut-haired man thought. That's not him. Hey Kiba. Issei-kun. Where have you been? Wait, what's wrong with those wounds? Said the brunette. Indeed, the blonde was not in his best condition. I ran into that street exorcist. Freed. Issei exclaimed. Things were getting worse and worse. Class hours ended and Issei and Kiba headed to the student council room. Hide, said Saji, who was outside the classroom along with the rest of the student council. Saji, are those two inside? Issei asked. Yes, you're arguing with Kaicho, she asked us to wait outside. Isn't it dangerous to leave her there alone with those two? Shinra-senpai is with her, but we're still ready to go in if necessary, Saji replied. I understand, you can count on our help. Thank you Haidu, against those two we need all the help we can get. Kiba was aware of the conversation, but even so, without Issei and Saji noticing, he maintained an icy gaze mixed with anger. The doors to the hall opened and both exorcists came out. Ah, hello Issei-kun, Irina greeted amicably. Irina, don't get too familiar with demons, Zenobia said sharply. Oh, sorry, I forgot. The Citri group quickly entered to make sure everything was alright. "Everything's okay," Saji replied, peeking through the door. "What did you come here for?" Issei asked. "I think we should tell you too. After all, your lady may not be here, but you can still inform her," Zenobia said. "Follow me, we'll talk at our club," said Issei. Since Rias hadn't appeared, Issei had to act as the temporary leader. "Gulp, I feel tense, but what worries me most is Kiba," the brunette thought, watching as the blonde glared at both of them with fury. His murderous instinct was visible. The cult club room. Once in the occult club's lounge, the two exorcists began their explanation. "We came to this city because the fragments of Excalibur have been stolen," said Irina. "Were the fragments stolen?" "As you know, after the great war between God, demons, and fallen angels, the sword Excalibur was broken into 7 pieces," said Zenobia. "Using alchemy, the 7 fragments were reforged into 7 sacred swords, each possessing part of the original power of Excalibur," Irina said. "The Catholic Church I come from has 2 fragments of Excalibur, but one was recently stolen," said Zenobia. "The Protestant Church also possessed 2 fragments, one I have and the other was stolen," said Irina. "Both fragments that the Eastern Orthodox Church possessed were also stolen, so with those, apart from the ones we have, they have almost all the fragments of Excalibur in their possession," said Zenobia. "What about the last fragment?" Issei asked. "The fragment of Excalibur ruler is missing. No one knows its exact location," Zenobia reported. "Excalibur ruler?" Issei said, confused. "Each fragment has its own name and ability. This one is Excalibur Mimic," said Irina, transforming her bracelet into a sword. "The one Zenobia has is Excalibur Destruction." "Irina, why are you telling the demons the details of Excalibur?" "Don't worry, Zenobia, it's not like they could attack us and take them away." "Who were the ones who stole the Excaliburs?" Issei asked. "Gregory. The fallen angels." Issei exclaimed in surprise. Rias told him that the fallen angels were led by that organization. "Indeed, all the witnesses said that the Excaliburs were stolen by one of their leaders," Kakabiel said. Zenobia. "He's not one of the angels who survived the great war between God and the original mass," Issei said. "He had a lot to learn." "Yes, that's why we'll tell you the same thing we told the younger sister of the Mao Leviathan. This is a matter for the church, you demons shouldn't interfere," said Zenobia. "What do they mean by that?" Issei asked. "The Vatican's top brass find it very likely that demons will join the fallen angels after all, both are evil beings." "We will never join those guys," Issei exclaimed furiously, remembering all the pain he went through because of them. "Even so, we cannot be sure, that's why I'm telling you, don't get in our way or we will eliminate you," said Zenobia, her words indicating that they would do so if necessary. "How many people did the church send?" Issei asked. "They sent several exorcists to recover the Excaliburs, but they were all killed, only the 2 of us were sent." "That's madness. You 2 against one of Gregory's leaders. Don't you see he's on a suicide march?" "Don't lecture us, demon. We are faithful to the laws of the church, and if we die fulfilling its word, we will die gladly," exclaimed Zenobia. "If it's to fulfill the Lord's faith, I'm willing to die," Irina said. "Me too, but I'd rather not die," said Zenobia. "You can't handle all this on your own," Issei said. "We know, our mission is to prevent the fragments of Excalibur from reuniting. In the worst case scenario, we will have to destroy our Excaliburs before they fall into enemy hands," said Irina. "We will do our duty, you demons have nothing to do with this," said Zenobia. "But..." "Issei, I'll try to answer. It's like they say, Haidu-kun," exclaimed Student Council President Sona Citri as she entered the room. "Aicho, what are you doing here?" "I came to prevent you from doing anything foolish. It seems I arrived just in time. As I informed you, we of the Citri clan will not interfere in your affairs, and in the name of Rias Gremory, I will ensure that her servants do not bother you," the demon informed. "That sounds good to me, we'll withdraw," said Zenobia, standing up and heading for the door, but she stopped. "The Gremory group had the Witch of Asia Argento, or am I mistaken?" "What do you mean?" Issei said, annoyed by the name they used for Asia. "Oh, you mean the holy maiden who could heal demons and angels alike and who was exiled for healing a demon," Irina said. "Asia is not a witch," Issei exclaimed furiously. "It is, for a holy maiden to be corrupted and become a demon, the title of witch is at least acceptable." "Take that back," Issei exclaimed angrily. "I refuse," Zenobia replied. Issei was about to start a fight with the exorcist when Kiba put his hand on his shoulder. "Let me join, Issei-kun," Kiba said. "And who are you?" Zenobia asked. "I'm your senpai, even though I was a failure." "I see, I heard that a survivor of Project Excalibur became a demon." "You two, stop," Sona exclaimed. "I'm sorry, Kaicho, but this is something Kiba and I have to resolve," Issei said decisively. "How is it that Rias puts up with them? It's okay," Sona agreed. The four of them were on the ground behind the old building. Issei and Kiba were ready to fight. The student council members were watching. I put up a barrier around it, Sona said. Thank you, Kaicho, said Issei, materializing the boosted gear. The boosted gear and the sword, let's see what you're made of, senpai, said Zenobia. My purpose is to destroy those swords you hold in your hand, for myself and my slain comrades. I swear I will destroy them all. Kiba exclaimed, creating a sword and launching himself at the blue-haired girl. Meanwhile, Issei was standing in front of Irina. Ah, cruel fate, after being separated for so long my dear childhood friend turned into a demon. This must be a test dictated by the Lord, Irina exclaimed dreamily. Okay, I think he's got a screw loose, plus what's with that leather suit? The brunette thought. One of my old carriers ran into a religious fanatic like her. I think all religious people are that weird. I won't contend with you, Issei-kun. Come here, Irina. Issei lunged at the brunette. Issei kicked the brunette, but she dodged it, jumping back, changing the shape of the bracelet into a long katana, and counterattacked. Dragon shoot. Issei counterattacked with his dragon shot. This one went directly towards Irina. How Irina managed to cut the shot in half, but she didn't notice how the brunette was approaching. You, the exorcist girl. Haidu has a technique where he destroys girls' clothes, don't let him touch you. Sonayura's tower reported. Huh? Irina dodged Issei's question. Yura-san, why are you saying that to the enemy? Issei exclaimed. In the name of the girls, you are the enemy. Yura replied, to which all the other female members nodded in agreement. What are you, Kaneko-chan? Issei said. The chestnut-haired man lunged at the exorcist, but she did everything possible to avoid contact with Issei. Come on, stop dodging, said Issei. No. I can't let a man see my naked body. I won't be able to get married, the brunette exclaimed, dodging Issei. Issei didn't realize that when Irina dodged his attack, she accidentally touched Yura. Break. Yura's clothes tore, leaving her completely naked. Her face turned bright red and then she punched Issei with all her might. Haidu, you'll pay for this. Yura said after hitting Issei and running back to school for her gym uniform. I feel like Kaneko-chan has returned, Issei thought as he landed hard on his head against the floor. You should stop using those dirty techniques, Issei-kun, Irina said, poking the chestnut-haired boy with a stick. I won't give up. Issei got up again and attacked the brunette. Let's finish this, Irina said, launching herself at Issei and attacking from her exposed side. Avoid it, partner. A simple touch could be very dangerous. Issei followed the dragon's advice and dodged. The katana slightly cut his shirt, leaving a small wound on his chest. Ugh, what's wrong? It barely touched me, Issei said, falling to his knees. The damage caused him to vomit a little blood. Excaliburns are lethal to demons. A mere touch is enough to disable a demon, Irina replied. I see those things are terrifying, Issei said before losing consciousness. Hiba, for his part, was not doing any better. All his swords were destroyed upon contact with the Excaliburn of destruction. Give up, your partner has already lost, said Zenobia. Never, as long as my hatred remains, I will never surrender. Kiba created a large sword and lunged at Zenobia. Fool, your strength is speed, you won't do anything with that. Clank. Crack. Both swords clashed, but Kiba's was the one that shattered into pieces. It's over. Zenobia hit Kiba in the stomach with the hilt of her sword. Kiba vomited blood and fell to the floor defeated. I'm done, this is your level, senpai, said Zenobia, approaching Irina. Quickly, give them both medical attention, Sona said, ready to leave. Wait. Issei stood up again, to everyone's astonishment. Can you still fight? Zenobia asked. Stop, Issei-kun, we don't want to kill you, Irina said. They chickened out, Issei said, his hair covering his eyes. Issei-kun stopped when Irina was about to stop him. Zenobia stopped her. Irina, I'll knock this demon unconscious, you step aside, said Zenobia, taking a step forward. They can do it. Suddenly a scarlet red fire covered Issei. What's happening? Said Irina, seeing the flames surrounding the chestnut tree. Suddenly the flames disappeared. What was that? Irina asked, approaching. Round 2 begins, Issei said, steam beginning to rise from his body and his skin appearing to be red hot. What? Exclaimed Irina. In the blink of an eye, Issei appeared in front of Irina, extended his left arm, and placed his right fist at waist level. Bam. Without anyone being able to see it, Issei punched Irina with his right fist, slamming her against the wall. How did Haidu do that? I didn't see his fist move in the slightest, Saji exclaimed in amazement. Irina. Damn you. When Zenobia lunged at Issei, he disappeared. By turn, Issei struck Zenobia with both palms. To cushion the blow, Zenobia covered herself with Excaliburn destruction. Be strong, even with Excaliburn as a defense. That blow hurt a lot. Where does this strength come from? Zenobia thought as she was forced to retreat. Zenobia, what's wrong with Issei-kun? He didn't have this strength before, Irina said, somewhat frightened of the brunette. This is no time to hesitate, we will attack both at the same time. Do. Both launched themselves at the chestnut tree, Irina attacking with her sword from the side and Zenobia from above. Why is everything moving so slowly? Issei thought, in a quick movement he dodged the chestnut-haired girl's attack and using destruction as a support jump. How? Said Zenobia as she watched both attacks being easily dodged. Up! Exclaimed Irina. Issei attacked with both fists. They were so fast it seemed as if Issei had many arms. The two had to dodge the blows, but some hit, causing a lot of physical damage. Damn it. When Zenobia was about to attack Issei, he moved, leaving Irina within range of the attack. Clank. Irina blocked the attack with her sword, but receiving the blow affected her. Zenobia behind. Exclaimed Irina. What? Turning around he saw the chestnut-haired man with his right arm fully extended. It began to emit more steam and caught fire. Take this. Issei exclaimed, striking the blue-haired girl. She shielded herself with her sword, but the impact was so strong that it sent both of them flying and crashing into a tree. Aha! Issei was breathing with difficulty, the steam stopped coming out and he fell to the ground unconscious. Those present watched in amazement as in a few minutes the whole battle took a turn. It was the total defeat of Kiba and Issei, but the latter managed to defeat both exorcists using a strange strength. We underestimated him, he's strong, Zenobia said, clutching her stomach in pain. Issei-kun is very strong, the brunette said, both pained and happy at the same time. We will leave, sister of the Mao Leviathan. I hope you keep your promise not to interfere, said Zenobia. We will, Sona replied. Also tell that boy that the white dragon has awakened and that it is much stronger than him, Zenobia said before leaving. Both had left. Somehow this encounter ended in a draw. Treat the wounds of those two, Sona said, looking at the two fallen combatants. Yes, Kaicho, replied the student council members. Kaicho, what did Haidu-kun do? Asked the queen of Sona. I don't know, Tsubaki, but that gave her great power momentarily. It seems my stupid pawn caused you trouble, Sona, said a separate voice. When they turned around they saw the rest of the occult club. Rias, Sona said. We're back and it seems these two deserve a lesson, said Doritide, looking harshly at the two fallen servants. Chapter 2 Freedom and Liberation. Chapter 2. Freedom and Redemption. Underworld Unknown Castle. That old castle lost in the plains unexplored by demons. That castle held a secret that was jealously guarded by demons. That castle would bring with it the beginning of a discovery and a legacy that could save the world. This way, Yandere Mau-samas, said the doctor, guiding the four mass through the room located beneath the throne of that old castle. What exactly did you find here, Professor? Asked Mau Beelzebub. Something we didn't know about our history, my lord, said the doctor. Something we didn't know? Said Mau Lucifer. My lords, what would you think if I told you that there weren't 72 pillars, but 73? Said the doctor with a completely serious expression. Minus 73. Said the Mau Leviathan in amazement. That could alter the entire history we know, said Mau Asmodeus, surprisingly awake. And I'm afraid that's not the most important thing, exclaimed the doctor, opening the doors to the hall located beneath the throne. This is it? Exclaimed the Mau Leviathan. The most surprised of all was Mau Lucifer. Sirzich, that's him, said Mau Beelzebub. Inside that room were a large number of manuscripts, several statues and 5 large paintings. These are the 4 original mass, said Mau Asmodeus, looking at the somewhat old paintings. But who is the one in the center? Asked the Mau Leviathan. Because it's so similar to, thought Mau Lucifer. My lords, the writings we have deciphered tell us that this person is actually, said the doctor. The mass opened their eyes in surprise. The revelation they had discovered would change the course of history, both known and yet to be known. The completely white place, a vast place kilometers and kilometers long, completely white with nothing on the horizon. Here again. What is this place? Issei thought. The last thing he remembered was fighting with Irina and the other exorcist and suffering the sacred damage of the Excalibur. Wait, when I was unconscious I felt a burning in my chest, not in my heart. After that I managed to stand up and fight again, but those flames engulfed me. Issei felt that at that moment that scarlet flame made his blood boil, he felt that all the blood running through his body was boiling, giving him a boost of more power. Besides, what is this place? Issei asked no one in particular. Once again I was locked in this completely white place. Well, before it was a completely black place, but that wasn't important for now. Well, the last time I woke up I found that golden flame, I'll have to look for it again, Issei said, beginning his search. As before, seconds turned into minutes, minutes into hours, hours into days, days into months, and I still hadn't found the flame. Is it just me or is this bigger than last time? For some reason, Issei didn't feel tired, hungry, or thirsty. After a while, Issei resigned himself and remained seated in that place. "If this is a dream, I want to wake up already," said Issei, already bored. "The flame is within you," said a voice echoing throughout the place. Issei stood up quickly and tried to locate the voice. The words were repeated over and over again, but Issei could not find the owner of it. "Where are you?" Issei exclaimed. But the voices kept saying the same thing over and over again. "The flames are within you." "What do you mean by the flame is in me?" Issei exclaimed. But the voices continued saying the same thing. "What the hell is going on?" Issei said. Suddenly an earthquake occurred in that place. "What's happening now?" Issei said, already tired of so many surprises. The ground opened up and 8 large structures emerged from the ground. This is it," Issei exclaimed, recognizing those structures. 8 pawns, 8 gigantic crimson pawns. "Are these the 8 pawns of Butchu that are inside me?" Issei asked no one in particular. 8 obstacles that hinder your growth and true power. 8 objects that are the chains that hold back all your potential. The bosses started repeating this over and over again. "What do you mean by holding back my potential?" Issei exclaimed. The 8 gigantic pawns began to change color, going from crimson to black little by little. Darkness began to take over the place. "What's wrong?" Issei exclaimed. He started running. Something inside him told him not to let those shadows touch him. "Greg." Issei tried to call his dragon partner, but there was no response. He wasn't even able to materialize the boosted gear. The shadows had already covered a large part of this white world, then it happened. "Ah!" Issei screamed in pain. The shadow had taken his right leg. As if it were a virus, the shadow began to cover Issei's body. It hurts a lot. "What the hell is this?" Issei thought in agony. The shadows almost completely covered his body. Only his right eye and left pectoral muscle remained intact. "Am I going to die like this?" Issei thought in agony. Shadows completely enveloped Issei. It seemed like the end was near for the chestnut-haired boy. "It's not time yet." If Issei could have seen, he would have seen a person in front of him, wearing a long black cloak. "You have a mission to accomplish. I'll give you a little help." The man placed his finger on Issei's chest, more specifically where his heart was. Woo. The great amount of golden light began to emanate from Issei, illuminating everything and destroying the darkness in its path. "Keep going and never give up." "Hi to Issei," said the person, their still hidden face showing a smile before the light engulfed them, illuminating everything in its path. "The cult club." "Haha, you a dream?" Issei wondered. Issei woke up in the occult club. The dream he had seemed so real. He could clearly feel the pain caused by those shadows. "That no longer seemed like a dream," Issei said. "Didn't it seem like a dream?" a voice asked from afar. When Issei turned his gaze towards the source of the voice, he saw her. "But you? When did you come back?" Issei asked happily. "Not long ago," replied the redeed. "Did the others come too?" Issei asked. "Yes, Asia is at your house now packing her things." "Huh? Why?" Issei asked, confused. "Now Asia will live here with me. I can't let Asia live with any other man but Razor," Rias said. "I see," Issei said, apparently not liking that answer. "Issei, can I ask you a question?" Rias said. "Which?" "Gah!" Issei exclaimed as he felt a sharp pain in his chest. "Who gave you and Kiba permission to do whatever you want?" Rias said with a cold expression. "What?" Issei managed to say, suffering so much pain. "Hiding with church envoys without taking me into account. I think I indulged them too much, and it's time to take a firm hand," Rias said, making a gesture with her hand, as if she were squeezing something. "Ai. Issei screamed in pain. The pain was indescribable. "Don't you see that you're tarnishing my name as a Gremory and future Phoenix with your actions?" Rias said. "That future Phoenix?" Issei asked, still feeling that enormous pain. "On a technicality, I haven't married Razor yet. I have to wait until I turn 18 for the ceremony to take place. But even so, I don't intend to let my slaves do whatever they please." Rias exclaimed, clenching her fist even tighter. Ai. Issei shouted. "For now you've already suffered your punishment. When I find Kiba he'll receive his. You'd better follow my orders from now on, Issei," Rias said, leaving the clubroom. Issei was lying in the clubroom. The pain was beginning to subside. "Are you alright, Ibu?" asked the red dragon. "Yes, it doesn't hurt like before," Issei said, trying to stand up. "The malignant pieces were what caused you that pain." "Was it them?" Issei asked. "I don't know exactly what happened, but they started to squeeze your heart." "By the way, Ibu, where were you a few moments ago?" asked a dragon. "Huh? I was here the whole time, wasn't I?" "Not when you were asleep. Did your consciousness disappear?" At that moment Issei remembered the dream. "The flames are in me," Issei said, repeating what the voices were telling him. "What?" asked the dragon. "It's nothing. I'd better go back home," Issei said. Issei left the club. On the way he was thinking about Ria's new behavior. She's not like the butchu she used to be, Issei said. Demons have always been two-faced. At first I also thought she would be different from the rest of the demons, but it seems I was wrong. She said she would punish Kiba too. Wasn't he with me when we fought the exorcists? Issei asked. Shortly after you fainted and before the Gremory appeared, the knight left. I see. Hey Drake, can I ask you something? What thing, Ibu? Is my power being suppressed? I don't understand what you mean. Before the fight with the Phoenix, the Gremory girl removed the seals that restricted you. I see, but still, are the pieces suppressing some power that was originally mine? You know, before I became a demon. When you were still human, I wasn't fully awake, but I don't think I detected any power in you. I see, maybe it was just a dream. Dream? It's nothing, Drake, said Issei. The chestnut-haired man continued walking back to his hunt, many things swirling in his head at this moment. Ria's change of attitude, the stolen Excaliburs, the leader of Gregory, those flames he used in the fight, and that mysterious dream. Haidu's house. I'm home, Issei said, entering his house and taking off his shoes. Issei, Asia-chan came to take his things, said his mother, both surprised and worried. Yes, but you told me that the two of them would be living together from now on, Issei said with a slight tone of sadness. Ah, Issei-san appearing in the Asia reception area with suitcases in hand. Asia, hello, said Issei. I'm glad to see you again. Would you help me with my suitcases? Sure, no problem, Issei said. But you-san will send a way to bring the rest of my things. A truck for so little, thought the chestnut tree. Issei helps Asia carry her things out of the house where the truck would be waiting for her. Tell me, Asia, are you okay? The brunette asked. Hi, why do you ask, Issei-san? Will you feel happy being with Razor? Issei said, clenching his fists. Yes, Butchu-san, and we are happy with Razor-sama and his group, Asia said with a smile. This reopened old wounds for the chestnut tree. I see, it seems the truck is already arriving, said Issei. With Issei's help, Asia loaded all her things into the truck and left. Has Asia-chan already left? Her parents asked. Yes, don't worry, Asia is fine and happy, Issei said, putting on a fake smile. I see, I hope Asia-chan takes care of herself and eats healthily, said her mother. I'll tell him, we're in the same club anyway, Issei said. After that, Issei went to his room and closed the door. Are you alright, Ibu? Asked the dragon, somewhat worried about his guest. I'd be lying if I said I was okay, Drake, Issei said, shedding a few tears. You know, I don't think I ever realized I had feelings for Asia and Butchu, but it's too late now. They both want to be with Razor. The fact that they went with another male indicates that they weren't for you. How's that? Issei asked. All those who have been my bearers change and transform into part dragon. You already told me that, Issei said, remembering that conversation. One of the effects of becoming part dragon is that it gives us the ability to attract our mates. What? Issei exclaimed. We are beings composed of pure energy. As a general rule, we attract everyone around us, but only those with great power and a very strong instinct are attracted as our partners. That means, Issei said, realizing what the dragon was trying to say. The nun and the Gremory girl were only attracted to you by your power as a dragon, but they were not potential partners, said the dragon. Issei didn't know what to say in the face of that logic. Don't worry, Ibu, you're a dragon, partly because your partner will arrive. Besides, isn't your dream to be the king of a harem? You'll have all the women you want, said the dragon. That's true, said Issei, feeling a little better. Braig is right, I won't get stuck on a past love, I'll move on and be the king of a harem, thought the chestnut-haired man, determined to rid himself of the sorrow he felt for Rias and that thorn that Renal left deep in his heart. The cult club. The next day Issei went to the club as usual. He was still a devil under Ria's command, so he still had duties to perform. Hello, Issei said, greeting normally. Good morning, Issei Konakeno greeted normally. Good morning, Senpai Kaneko, as expressive as ever. Good morning, Issei-san, Asia greeted. You're late, Issei, Ria said, sitting at her desk. Sorry, I got distracted with my friends before coming here, Issei apologized. It doesn't matter here, you have a contract, Ria said, giving Issei the contractor's place. Understood. Issei was leaving, but before he left, does Butchu still not know anything about Kiba? Issei asked without turning around. No, Rias replied. I see, well, I'm leaving, said Issei, leaving the club and heading towards the contractor's place. Guo City apartment complex. Issei had already arrived at his destination. The contractor lived in an apartment complex. Knock knock. I'm the demon Gremory. Is anyone there? Issei asked. Oh yes, I'm coming, wait, a bit of voice was heard from behind the door. The contractor was a man of about 30 years old at most, he had brown hair with a golden streak and a beard. You are the demon sent by the man was astonished to see Issei face to face. Is something wrong? Issei asked. No, it's nothing, it's just that you remind me of an old acquaintance, the man said. And that he needs a demon, Issei said. Nothing in itself, just that you spent some time with me, the man said. At that moment Issei sensed danger. I know what you're thinking, and no, I don't mean it that way. I'm saying it so we can talk and play some games for a while. I'm a man with a lot of free time, the man said, making his motives clear. I was scared for a moment, said Issei. Time passed quickly as they both spent it talking and playing the occasional game. Tell me, boy, how long have you been a demon? The man asked. Like 3 months I think, Issei replied. I see, 3 months, said the thoughtful man. Is something wrong? Issei asked, somewhat puzzled by the man's attitude. Nothing, well, I think we're done. Issei finished his work, and as payment for the contract he took one of the paintings of the man. This is very interesting, he's identical to him, and apparently he's been a demon for 3 months, the man said. Something was happening around Issei without him knowing it. I'm back, Issei said, appearing at the club. How did it go? Rias asked while checking some papers. Well, the contract was easy and as payment they gave me this painting, Issei said, showing the painting. I see, leave it there, Rias said disinterestedly. Issei felt strange about Ria's new attitude but said nothing. After reporting the mission, he left. On the way home, something was bothering him and that was his friend's situation. Where the hell did Kiba go? Issei thought. At night Ibu is focused on his revenge. Revenge? Issei asked. For you I could see it, that boy's eyes showed immense hatred for those swords, something from his past is connected to him. Does Kiba hate Excalibur? If he fails to fulfill his purpose, he will become what they call exiled demons. Issei arrived home and tried to think of how to help his friend. The next day Issei came up with a solution and asked 2 people for help. Issei and those people met after school at a restaurant nearby. No way, I won't help with this. Saji exclaimed. That's crazy and stupid, even for you, Yura said. Because we have to help you, we are from the Citri clan, we have nothing to do with this, said Saji. This is a matter that concerns all of us demons who live in the city, Issei said seriously. Haidu is right about that, Yura said. Come on, the plan is simple, the mission of those exorcists is to destroy the Excalibur, right? That's right, Yura replied. And Kiba's goal is to seek revenge on the Excaliburs, right? That's right, Saji replied this time. Therefore, the most sensible thing to do is to help those exorcists so Kiba can destroy an Excalibur, Issei said. If our mistresses catch us, it will be horrible. Gremory senpai is kind and strict, but Kaicho is rigorous and strict, Saji exclaimed. It sounds simple, but it will be very difficult, Yura said. I refuse, I won't do it. Saji ran off, but something stopped him. Kaneko-chan. Issei said, noticing the little platinum-haired girl next to his table behind a wall of bushes. I see, so that's his plan. Only something like that could occur to senpai, Kaneko said. Kaneko-chan, please don't tell Butchu. She wants to punish Kiba for disobeying, but this is something Kiba has to overcome as his friends, we have to help him, Issei pleaded. I understand, I'll help, I don't want Kiba-senpai to leave either, Kaneko said, her voice saying she felt sad. Let's suppose we help you with this, Haidu, exactly how will we find them? Yura said. Ah. Tell me you had thought about that, Saji said. Well. I knew it. You didn't think of anything. Saji exclaimed. Details are just details that need polishing, Issei said. Details my ass. Saji exclaimed angrily. The 4 of them got up to leave, but not before paying. The hardest thing right now would be finding those exorcists, Yura said. How will we find them? They could be anywhere in the city, Saji said. Ah, they're there, Issei said, pointing. There were 2 people on the street begging for alms, both wearing white robes. Please bless the loss of this lamb. Please give charity to us in the name of the Father in heaven. People passing by tried to ignore them, and those who didn't gave them strange looks. How can this be? Is this the reality of developed countries like Japan? That's why I don't like going to pagan places that don't share our beliefs, Zenobia said. Don't say that, Zenobia. We have no money at all and we need the alms of the heretics to buy food. You know, we don't even have enough to buy a piece of bread. All this happened because you bought that stupid painting of a so-called saint. Zenobia said, pointing at a poorly drawn painting. What are you saying? That painting shows the image of a saint. That's what the man at the gallery told me. Well, tell me which saint it is because I don't recognize him. Well, Saint Peter. Don't talk nonsense, Saint Peter wouldn't look like that. I'm not sure, that's how it must have been. Oh, why did they put me on this mission with you, God? Is this a test? Hey, don't get so down. Does this make you depressed? Shut up. That's why Protestants are called heretics. They have different beliefs than we Catholics. Show more respect to the saints. What? The thing is, Catholics still abide by their old laws. What did you say, heretic? What did you say, heretic? They both started arguing, but bumping heads. Brew. The sound of their stomachs was very loud and they both fell asleep. The two began arguing again about how to make some money with Excalibur, at which point the quintet of demons approached them. We were about to go eat, do you want to come? Issei asked. They must have been very hungry because their response was quick. Yeah. On the way to the restaurant they started saying things like, we sold our souls to the devil and it's for the good of the mission. Issei agreed to pay, which he later regretted. They ate enough for a buffet while poor Issei went to cry in a corner because his wallet was so empty. Yes, Kaneko consoled him a little. Japanese food is delicious. Zenobia exclaimed. Yes. This is the taste of the food from my homeland. Irina affirmed. After finishing their meal, they got down to business. Now I'm calm, it's the end of the world, being helped by a demon. Tell that to my wallet, Issei said, easing the atmosphere a little. Oh, thank you for the food. Irina clasped her hands in prayer. God bless these demons. Ouch! Exclaimed all the demons with a severe headache. Oh, I'm sorry, I did it without thinking, Irina apologized. Zenobia took a glass of water, took a deep breath, and said whatever she wanted to know. So, what do the demons want from us? The blue-haired girl asked. We want to help them destroy the Excaliburs, Issei said. Both were surprised by what the brunette said and looked at each other. Alright, we can leave one of the swords with you. If you can destroy it, fine, but you have to keep your identity hidden at all times. We can't let our superiors know that we work with demons, Zenobia said. Zenobia, are you sure? Irina asked. Even if it's Issei-kun, he's still a demon, you know. Besides, if he's not really evil deep down, our superiors will say something. Irina, I understand your point, but keep in mind how difficult it will be to recover the 3 stolen Excaliburs and face Kakebiel alone. I know, but the minimum objective is to recover the Excalibur swords. If our Excalibur swords are stolen, we must destroy them at all costs. Even if we use that scenario, our success rate is only 30%. Even so, the success rate was high enough for us to come to this country, putting our lives at risk. Yes, the higher command told us to continue on this mission. This is a self-sacrifice. And that's not what we, the followers, want, Irina said. I've changed my mind. My beliefs are flexible to adapt to the situation. I've been thinking about this for a while, but your faith is rather strange. I won't deny it, but our duty is to complete the mission and return safely. I will live and continue fighting for God. Irina had no way to refute that argument. We won't ask a demon for help, we'll ask a dragon, Zenobia said, staring intently at Issei. What? Said Issei and Irina. The higher-ups never told us not to ask a dragon for help. I understand that those who possess dragon-type sacred gear are partially transformed into one, or am I mistaken? You're right, Issei said. I never expected to encounter the Sekiryuutei in a country as remote as this. It is said that the boosted gear can double the power of its wielder to the level where it is possible to kill a god, which would be very useful to us, said Zenobia. Of course they didn't tell us to ask a dragon for help, but you're just talking nonsense. Your beliefs are certainly strange. Strange to me, that's fine. But Irina is your childhood friend, isn't she? Let's trust him. Let's trust in his dragon power. Irina said nothing, but indicated that she agreed with the plan. Then explain what we will do, said Zenobia. Wait, first I'll call one more person. After a call, Kiba came very quickly upon hearing the word Excalibur. I understand the situation. Although I'm dissatisfied with having the Excalibur users, they've given me permission to destroy them. That's an appropriate way to speak, but if you were an exiled demon, I'd slice you up without hesitation, Zenobia said. Kiba and Zenobia glared at each other with complete hostility. So you hold a grudge against Project Sacred Sword? Irina said, against the church and Excalibur. Obviously, Kiba replied coldly but calmly. But Kiba-kun, thanks to the project, users like Zenobia and I were able to synchronize with the swords. And does that excuse the fact that they ended the lives of the test users because they considered the project a failure? Everyone remained silent, even Irina didn't know what to say about what Zenobia said. Without a doubt, that project was a very dark stain on the members of the Vatican. The person in charge had questionable beliefs and was tried for heresy. We learned that he now works for the fallen angels. Is he with the fallen? What is his name? Kiba asked. Alba Galilei, the man who is called the genocidal archbishop. If I go after the fallen, I'll be able to reach him, Kiba said, determined to fulfill his vengeance. Then I also have to share information. Days ago, I faced someone who had an Excalibur sword. He killed a priest. The one who died was probably one of his own. Everyone was surprised that Kiba had been in this fight for a while. That's why he came back injured the other time, Issei thought. That person's name is Fried Zelzen. Does that sound familiar? That lunatic? Issei said. I see, Zenobia murmured. Fried Zelzen, the former Vatican exorcist. The genius who became an exorcist at 13 but was expelled after killing his own comrades. He showed no signs of believing in the Lord and only followed his impulses to fight and kill, Zenobia said, hatred in her voice. So this heretic is using Excalibur to kill our comrades. He has to pay for this. Zenobia took out a notepad and a pen and wrote her number. In any case, we need to move to a cooperation strategy. If anything happens, call this number. Thank you. Issei took it and gave them his. Then that's all. We'll pay you for the food another time, Sekiryuutei hi to Issei. They'd better. Exclaimed Issei, pointing at his empty wallet. We'll see each other later, Issei-kun. After that the nuns left. There were no injuries or problems. Ah, I feel like I aged a few years because of this, said Saji, already relaxing. Same here, Yura said. Everyone managed to relax a little. Issei-kun, why are you doing this? Kiba asked. Why? Because we're friends and comrades, of course, Issei said. Besides, it would cause problems for Butchu, right? Also she's angry and wants to punish you, and she'll be furious if she finds out what we're doing, but it's better than you becoming an exile. Kiba didn't seem satisfied, but Kaneko spoke up. I would be sad if Senpai disappeared, said Kaneko. She was usually very expressionless, but her sad face was noticeable. Ahaha, if Kaneko-chan puts it that way, there's no way I could be reckless, said the blonde, now more relaxed. Thanks, Issei-kun, guys. Now I know who my enemy is. That's why we're going to defeat Excalibur. That's the spirit, said Issei. This will cause us problems, but I won't back down, Saji said. I'll help too, Yura said. But can I ask, how are Kiba and Excalibur related? Saji said. Kiba looked melancholic after taking a sip of coffee and told his story. Everyone was saddened by Kiba's story. You went through a lot, Kiba-kun, Yura said, wiping away her tears. Senpai. Those bastards. Issei exclaimed, clenching his fists furiously. Humans have many facets. They can be weak and miserable, some can show the value of life, but others, as someone told me a long time ago, human malice is infinite. Kiba hated you for being a handsome boy, but now you're a great guy. Gremory senpai is the kindest person there. Saji said, crying. I think the nice thing is over, Issei thought, remembering how bad she was. After that, the five of them went their separate ways. The next day after school they met in the park dressed in priest's robes, nuns' robes and carrying fake crosses, so as not to receive the sacred harm. It seems we haven't found anything, Saji said. Is something wrong, Kaneko-san? Yura asked, noticing how the platinum-haired girl had fallen behind. Ah, it's nothing. No one saw how she sent a message with her phone to someone. Kiba, who was in front, stopped. Everyone felt a chill. It was clearly killer instinct. Up! Exclaimed Issei. A young man with white hair, dressed as a priest, fell upon them and attacked them with a sword. Yay, time to kill monks! Exclaimed the psychopathic priest Fried. Plank. The clash of Kiba and Fried's swords echoed throughout the surrounding area. Fried. Said Issei. Oh? That voice. Issei-kun, it's been so long, you have no idea how much I've missed you. The feeling is not mutual, Boss Gear, said Issei, materializing his glove. BOSST. The rest took off their priest robes and prepared for the fight. Let's finish this absorption line. Saji created a line that clung to Fried's leg. What is this? Fried tried to cut the line, but it had no scratches. Taking advantage of the distraction, Kiba attacked Fried, creating two demonic swords. Plank. Oh, how exciting. So you're the one with the sacred gear sword birth. Exclaimed Fried, stopping both swords. Kiba took a step back as both swords were easily destroyed. Your little swords are nothing compared to my Excalibur-chan. Everyone felt that sense of danger that sword emanated. It was like with Zenobia and Arena. BOSST. Kiba, let's both attack. Said Issei. No, this is something I have to do. Kiba said, creating more swords. Clank. The clash of swords was getting faster and faster. Kiba created a new sword every time the previous one broke. Die. Fried exclaimed. You won't do it, Saji said, pulling the line, causing Fried to lose his balance and fall. TCH, this damn thing, it's a dragon-type sacred gear, the most annoying kind. Kiba. Issei jumped up, positioning himself next to the blonde boy. Transfer. I already received it, so I will put it to use. Sword birth. A large number of swords emerged from the ground and went against Fried. How exciting. Fried moved his sword at great speed, destroying Kiba's. My Excalibur rapidly grants me a speed boost. Fried said, destroying the last of Kiba's swords. The two swordsmen began a high-speed encounter. Those present could not follow the fight with their eyes, they could only hear the sound of metal clashing. Plank. 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 Dibba now. Saji pulled the line again. Is this thing stealing my strength? Freed, how long will you keep playing around? Said a separate voice. Everyone looked in the direction from which the voice came. It was an older man dressed as a priest. Sword birth the sacred gear with the ability to create countless swords according to the user's imagination. It's you, old Balba. Everyone was surprised. That man was the one who started the sacred sword project and was the cause of Kiba's pain. Balba Galilei. Kiba exclaimed furiously. It is indeed me, Freed. How long will you continue playing this game? But old Balba, I can't get rid of this lizard tongue. Gather a little power in the blade and it will be easy to cut him. Hi. Freed gathered aura into his sword and it began to glow. With an easy slash he cut the line of Saji's sacred gear. Now we're leaving, see you next time. They were both about to escape when. You won't do it. Exclaimed two voices. Plank. At great speed, Issei and Zenovia stopped Freed. Zenovia's sword clashed with Freed's Excalibur and Issei landed a powerful blow to his chest, sending him crashing into the wall. There it is again. What are these flames? Issei thought, watching as orange flames covered both of his fists. Yaho Issei Kunarino also appeared. Freed Zelz and Balba Galilei, in the name of God I will execute you, Zenovia said, pointing at both of them. Don't say that damn bitch's name. Freed exclaimed, Issei's punch was strong as blood ran from his mouth. The Sekiryuutei sword birth and two exorcists. Freed, this is bad, we have to get out of here said Balba. I won't let them. Kiba exclaimed. See you Freed threw what looked like a small sphere and a flash of light blinded them. When they regained their vision, there was no one there. I won't let them escape, said Zenovia, following the two. Irina and Kiba also left in search of those two. Damn, they escaped, Issei said, frustrated. Can you tell me what you're doing? Said two voices behind them. When they turned around they saw Rias and Sona, both seemed annoyed, but Rias even more so. How? Issei asked. How did we know where they were? Well, very easy, Kaneko sent me a message with her plans, Rias said. Kaneko-chan, how could you? I was just following Butchu's orders, said the platinum-haired girl, standing next to the redeed. Forgive me, Kaicho. Exclaimed Saji as he was hit on the butt with a magic circle. Yura would also receive her punishment. Issei, I have to repeat myself. Don't do these things, Rias said, looking coldly at the brunette. But Butchu, I did it to help Kiba. That's no excuse, this is Kiba's problem. But if we don't help him, they'll kill him. And if he wants to die, let him. If the stupid fool is seeking his own death, that's his problem, said Rias. Issei couldn't believe what he was saying, how could he not care in the slightest, he was one of his servants, his knight and friend. How can you say that? Kiba isn't our partner. At that moment Rias kicked Issei in the face. Don't you dare raise your voice to me, Rias said in such an icy tone. The members of the Citri group watched the cruel treatment the chestnut-haired man was receiving. It seems you need a lesson, said Rias. I don't care, I'll help Kiba. Issei stood up and was preparing to leave when. Zaz. A lightning bolt struck him, knocking him to the ground. Issei-kun, you should listen, said Akeno, enjoying the chestnut-haired boy's pain. Akeno-san, Issei said, wincing from the impact of the lightning. Looks like you need a lesson, Issei, Rias said, raising her hand and squeezing it. Issei screamed and writhed in pain. Rias Kesta, Sona said, putting aside the lesson. Don't get involved, Sona. This is the punishment for insubordination, said Rias. Haidu. Saji and Yura exclaimed, worried about their friend. Aibu. The dragon sensed that his companion was in danger. Rias, stop it, you're going to kill him, said Sona. The rest of the Gremory members said nothing, nor did they move to help or try to stop the redeed. It hurts a lot, thought the chestnut-haired man. Rias. Sona exclaimed, trying to stop her, but. Zaz. The flash of lightning halted their advance. Aicho, this is our problem, so please don't interfere, Akeno said. The Citri members wanted to help. Aibu, there is still one chance, said the dragon. Cubicule. The pieces, you have to remove them. What are you saying, Drake? I understand, but look, she's not the girl you knew anymore. When Issei turned to look at the redeed, still suffering from that immense pain, he saw it. She's enjoying it, she's happy giving me pain, she's not at all worried about what happens to me or Kiba, so neither am I. At that moment Issei managed to slowly stand up. Are you ready to apologize and beg for mercy? Rias said. Rod in hell, Issei managed to say, to everyone's astonishment, you're not the Butchu he knew anymore, you don't care about your servants anymore, and I don't need to be one of them anymore. Issei was engulfed in flames. They all retreated from the heat of the flames. Damn it. Rias exclaimed furiously, raising the price. Issei vomited a little blood. These damn pieces won't bother me anymore. Issei covered the gauntlet of the busted gear in flames, and to everyone's amazement, it pierced his chest. What is he doing? They all said in amazement. Issei covered everyone in flames so much that the others had to cover themselves with a barrier. When the flames subsided, Issei was kneeling, breathing heavily and vomiting blood. Looks like you've stopped barking, you damn dog, Rias said, increasing the pressure. But nothing happened. Issei remained as if nothing was wrong. What's going on? Rias asked. What's happening, Issei managed to say, is that I will no longer follow your orders. When he opened the palm of the boosted gear, the 8 pawn pieces were found. Everyone was astonished. He removed the pieces himself, which would have been certain death. You damned exile. Rias exclaimed, about to disintegrate Issei with her power when. Tower of flames, Issei struck the ground with the boosted gear, creating a pillar of orange flames that completely covered him. When it disappeared he was no longer there. I'm escaping, Rias said furiously. It seems we'll have to kill Issei-kun, said Akeno. The Citri members had not yet processed the change in them. I do, said Saji. Far from there. Issei was breathing with difficulty, the blood loss and the pain were taking their toll. I'll use the potion, said the dragon. At that moment Issei remembered that before starting, Saji had given him a vial containing Phoenix's tears. You saved me. Drake had forgotten. Issei barely managed to take the vial out of his pocket and drink it. The wounds healed expertly, one on his chest, the place where he extracted the pieces was left with a large X-shaped scar. The wounds have healed, but you are still weak. I have to find Kiba. Issei fell unconscious to the ground. Ibao. Somewhere in the woods. 23 hours later. Where am I? Issei asked. Ibu, you had me worried, you suddenly fainted. Did I faint? Why is the sky red? The brunette asked, noticing the change in the sky. I don't know what happened, but this change just occurred. Apparently, a barrier was put up in the town. Issei stood up and began to walk a little, then he found a building inside the forest. Greg, do you feel that? Issei exclaimed. For some reason he sensed a great amount of power within that building. If there are many people inside and 3 who are even more powerful than the rest. Well, what do we have here? If it isn't a little lost demon, exclaimed a voice behind Issei. Issei quickly turned around to see who was responsible for the voice, but he couldn't find anyone. Look, this is the Longinus boosted gear, the owner of the voice said, holding Issei's left arm. Issei stepped back as a precaution and saw 3 people. The 3 people who owned that enormous energy were 3 fallen angels with 4 wings each. I didn't sense it. Who is she? Issei thought. Be careful, Ibu, these people are dangerous. The dragon felt his power too. The brat looks like he's about to shit himself, said a tall man with short gray hair, wearing strange black armor and with teeth that looked like fangs. If I kill him, I could keep it. Longinus, said a very beautiful woman with long black hair, wearing a suit similar to Zenobia's that accentuated her large breasts. It could be a good present for Kakabiel-sama, said the last of the 3. He had short spiky blonde hair and wore armor similar to the first ones. Did they say Kakabiel? Who are you? Issei exclaimed, preparing to fight. We are fallen soldiers in the service of Kakabiel-sama, replied the long-haired man. I am Aram. Do you want me to play with you, little one? The woman said lasciviously. Greg, the chestnut-haired man thought in a serious tone. What's up, partner? Why am I not excited by the woman's provocation? The chestnut-haired man thought, killing the mood. Why are you asking me? The dragon replied angrily. What nonsense are you spouting, Aram? Said the wild-looking one. But I want to have fun with Slash. This is no time to waste. Kakabiel-sama needs us to complete the seals of the spell, said the long-haired one. What spell? Issei asked. The spell to destroy this whole damn stupid city, Slash said. Kakabiel-sama plans to forge Excalibur anew and start a new war. Slash exclaimed. Slash, you let it slip again, said Aram. I won't let them do that. Issei exclaimed, ready to fight and stop their plans. We don't need to do anything, they'll take care of it. But the snap of their spiky hair, a large number of fallen angels appreciated. Finish it. The fallen ones launched themselves at Issei. Lightning Issei ignited his fists in flames and began to fight the fallen. But if Re-Elam is killed, we won't get the Longinus, Aram said. Right, just leave him half dead, Re-Elam said. The 3 fallen men re-entered the structure. Wait, I won't let them do it. Issei exclaimed. There were several fallen, so it would be difficult for Issei to fight them all. Out of my way, Kiryu no Hoko, fire dragon's roar. Issei shot a huge burst of fire at the fallen, eliminating several. It was different again, but this time I'm not so tired. What's wrong? Something inside you changed, Ibu, your magic core increased. What does that mean? said Issei, stopping a spear of light with his boosted gear to strike another fallen one who fell on top of 3 more. But you'll be able to perform more magic attacks without getting tired so quickly, plus those orange flames increase the power of physical magic attacks. Brag in Spanish. Issei said, kicking another fallen one and launching a fire attack, burning several. That fire-covered blows are more powerful and stronger. That helps a lot. Sekiryuutei no Kaun, brilliant flame of the fire dragon, Issei created a large sphere of flames and launched it at the fallen, eliminating a large number. Damn, there are still many. Partner, something inside you seems to want to surface. That. They appear to be the same flames as when you defeated the exorcists. Those scarlet flames. And how do I use them? Issei said, continuing his fight. I don't know, but try somehow. I'll try. Issei stopped using his orange flames and concentrated. Remember the feeling you had when you faced Irina and Zenobia, the brunette thought. At that moment, scarlet flames appeared and covered Issei. A few seconds later, they disappeared and Issei's skin turned reddish as steam came out of his body. I did it, but what is this change? Somehow your blood is boiling and pumping towards your heart and bloodstream, causing an increase in metabolism. I didn't understand a thing, but it's cool now. I know what to call this technique. Gear second. Issei moved at incredible speed and punched a fallen angel so fast and hard that his fist seemed to disappear. Wow, what a powerful punch. I know what to call these punches. Jet pistol, because they sound like a gunshot. Stop giving them weird names and get rid of them. Of course. Issei launched himself again at the fallen. Hours before Issei woke up, Rias and the rest of the Gremory group received a threat from Kakabel. What will you do, Rias? Sona asked. Damn, everything's piling up. I have to find Udo and punish him, as well as find Issei and eliminate him. The rest of the Citri group did not look favorably upon the Gremory family. They hurt Issei to the point of almost killing him, forcing him to become an exile just to save his friend. You've changed, Rias, Sona said. We'll have to call your Oni-sama, he'll come if he knows you're in trouble. That goes for you too, your one-sama would come running if she knew you were in danger, Rias said. My one-sama is? In any case, we have to stop Kakabel, that's the most important thing for now. I'll ask Razor for his help. The battle was about to begin. Inside the building, Aram was preparing everything for the spell that would destroy the city. Well, the seals are ready and linked. It's just a matter of time. I suppose the henchmen have already left that boy half dead. Crack. Cracks appeared in the ceiling. DCH, this old building is starting to fall apart. It's a good thing that when this is over I won't have to come back, Aram said, very relaxed. Crack boom. The burst of orange fire shot through the roof and headed towards Aram. It is. Exclaimed Aram. Sekiryuutei no Kaun, brilliant flame of the fire dragon, piercing through and attacking directly against Aram. Issei made his appearance. Well, it seems you managed to survive, but you look very battered, said Aram. Indeed, Issei had ripped pants, wearing only his red shirt with a hole at chest level and several cuts on his arms. It just seems that way to you, Issei said, hiding the truth. Aibu, your body can't take any more. Using those scarlet flames consumed a lot of your nutrients. Your body is at its limit. Even so, I don't intend to give up. I won't let them destroy the city and kill everyone, thought the chestnut-haired man, ready to fight until his body succumbed. Are you tenacious or just really stupid? A little of both. I won't let them carry out their plans. Issei said, igniting his fists. I see you're determined to get in our way, but it's useless, you won't be able to stop the spell. What are you talking about? This spell has a special function. It will not stop unless all 4 seals are destroyed. Where are those seals? Issei said. Those seals are on the 3 of us. To destroy them you will have to kill us, Aram said. And the 4th seal? It belongs to Kakabel-sama. Even if a miracle happened and you defeated the 3 of us, you still couldn't defeat Kakabel-sama. That remains to be seen. Exclaimed Issei, launching himself at Aram. It's useless, she suddenly disappeared and the room filled with fog. What is this? Why can't I move? Issei's flames died down and his body remained motionless, as if held back by some force. Don't bother, you've been caught by my sacred gear, there's nothing you can do, Aram's voice echoed through the room, even though he was out of sight. Sacred gear? What did you do? Issei said, trying to move. Now you're trapped in my world. Aram appeared in front of Issei and placed his hand on the chestnut-haired boy's chest. Even in times of crisis and danger, Issei's perverted instinct surfaced, but this time it was different. There she is again because I feel nothing at her touch, the chestnut-haired man thought. My sacred gear sweet dream paralyzes the target and traps them in a dream world, leaving their body inert and ready to receive attacks without being able to defend themselves. Sweet dreams, Aram said, activating the effects of his sacred gear. The purple sphere emerged from Issei's body, silencing him on his knees. That was easy, now we can extract the longinus from his body, let's see what's in his dream. Aram brought the sphere closer to see what was happening inside. Inside the sphere nothing could be seen, it was all a vast black world without the slightest trace of light. What happens in your dream? Aram asked, intrigued. The dream suddenly changed, a small silver light appeared, the light expanded creating a silver flame, the flame grew and grew. What? Exclaimed Aram. The flame shot out of the sphere, becoming a trail of light that rose into the sky and apparently cut Aram and Issei's dream sphere in half. Aram didn't understand what was happening. The flame came out of the dream and attacked her, but she felt no pain. Crack. The sound of something breaking filled Aram's ears as he raised his hand and saw it. What's happening to my body? Cracks began to form all over Aram's body. Now I see why I didn't feel anything from you, Issei said, standing up again. His gaze showed anger and determination. I'm a pervert and what I'll always be sure of is recognizing a woman. Issei exclaimed. His words were true. Before him, the image of that hexyfold disappeared and in front of him stood a tall, muscular man. You bastard, how dare you? Aram lunged at Issei to strike him. To Aram Issei's astonishment, he stopped his attack with the glove of the bastard gear. I should have known my instincts would never fail me. Issei exclaimed, feeling stupid. It was obvious that if his pervert instincts didn't kick in because of that hexyfall, it only meant one thing. You're a damn cross-dresser who uses illusions to look like a woman. Shut up, you damn piece of shit. Aram attacked again with his fist. Issei used the same maneuver to stop the blow with his glove. This time, Aram didn't waste any time and attacked quickly, but Issei dodged it and connected with a strong blow to the chest, sending him flying against the ceiling. Damn you, I'm going to kill you. Aram created a spear of light and launched himself at full speed towards Issei. Issei, on the other hand, stood still with his eyes closed. Aibu, what are you doing? Move it. Exclaimed the dragon. But inside, Issei was thinking about something else. Remember that feeling, that silver flame, that feeling of being able to cut through everything in that power. At that moment another gauntlet was created on Issei's right arm and it was covered in those silver flames. SAS. At that precise moment, Issei's arm seemed to have transformed into a sword. In the blink of an eye, Issei dodged Aram and passed his arm covered in silver flames through Aram's abdomen, cutting her in half. Ah damned. Aram exclaimed, vomiting blood before turning to dust. The first of the 4 broken seals, Issei said. Aibu, what was that? Exclaimed the dragon. There's no time to think about what happened there, we have to go after the rest, Issei said, running in search of the other 2 who were left. Meanwhile, Rias and Sona's group were preparing for the fight. The plan is simple, manage to hold Kakabiel off for an hour until your Oni-sama arrives, Rias, said Sona. She and her group would be in charge of preparing the barrier that would stop Kakabiel. We'll manage to hold him plus we have help, said Rias. Alongside the Gremory group were Razor's handmaidens. Why do we have to help with this? Said a little girl with blonde hair and spiral pigtails, wearing an expensive-looking dress. Because Razor agreed to lend them to Ravel, Rias said. Rias-sama, I don't think it's a good idea for Ravel-sama to be here, she is the 3rd daughter of the Phoenix clan, exclaimed a woman with light brown hair with red streaks and a mask that covered the right side of her face. I didn't ask for your opinion, Isabella, just focus on following orders. Hi. The Gremory and Phoenix groups would be in charge of keeping Kakabiel until backup arrived. Will they be able to do it? In the building 1 floor below, Issei would face his second opponent. Well, it seems you weren't so weak after all, kid. You managed to kill Aram, the stupid fool, he got overconfident, said the man with black fur and a wild appearance. I don't intend to let them destroy my city, Issei said, pointing at the man with his right glove covered in those silver flames. Oh, those flames look wild. Let's see what you can do, kid. Slash exclaimed, launching himself at Issei, his nails becoming razor-sharp claws. I will defeat you. Issei exclaimed, lunging at Slash, silver flames shooting out at him. You idiot. Exclaimed Slash. Before hitting what appeared to be a glass wall, it absorbed Issei's attack. What? Issei exclaimed in amazement, his attack was absorbed. At your feet, idiot. Flash. Flash. Issei's attack appeared beneath him, spreading like needles, cutting him in various parts of his body, from which a lot of blood came out. Damn. How did he do that? Come on, attack me, Slash provoked Issei into attacking again. Issei, annoyed, attacked again. Despite his injuries, he moved at great speed, facing Slash. You won't be able to dodge or absorb it this time. Issei exclaimed, attacking again. You're an idiot. Another crystalline wall appeared in front of Slash. What? Issei said as he saw his attack stopped again. Idiot, you're trapped in my sacred gear. There's no way you can attack me. said, as Issei's power was reflected back, damaging him. Issei was thrown backwards, the cuts were deeper this time, and much more blood came out of them. While you are trapped in my sacred gear room of the beast, you are at my mercy. Room of the beast. The sacred gear of the parallel space type, within it I can move at will and refract any attack against me at that moment, seemed to sink into the ground, as if it were quicksand. Where will he attack from? Thought the chestnut-haired man. I bow down. The dragon exclaimed. Issei looked down and saw what appeared to be the spectral figure of a wolf emerge. Surprise. Appeared from the wolf figure and with his claws cut Issei's right side. Ah. Issei vomited blood from the pain. There's still a long way to go. Entertain me. Disappeared again, sinking into the walls. Damn the fatigue, the injuries and the blood loss are affecting me, everything is blurry, the brunette thought. Boo, there's no time to think about the pain, we have to perceive where the next attack will come from. I know, Drake, where will he appear this time? Issei tried to sense the presence of his enemy, the slightest trace in search of a clue to defeat him. Here. Appeared behind Issei, attacking him with his claws and leaving deep cuts on his back. The pain was so intense that one of Issei's knees gave way. Ahaha, there's no way you can catch me. Here in my little room, you're nothing but my prey. Exclaimed from his hiding place. Damn it, how do I detect it? The pain caused Issei to close his eyes for a moment. Ahaha, you've already resigned yourself. Well, die then. Exclaimed about to decapitate Issei when. Issei managed to cut a not very deep cut that passed across his cheek. What? Exclaimed taking refuge once again inside the walls of his sacred gear. Issei said nothing and kept his eyes closed. It was just a stroke of luck, it won't happen again. Exclaimed, appearing above Issei ready to kill him. You fell into my trap. Issei said. What? Exclaimed. His ass. Didn't know what was happening. Did he cut it? What happened? These were Slash's thoughts at that moment. What did you do? Asked. I managed to find out where you would appear. I increased my body heat enough so that the blood that was coming out and surrounding me evaporated, creating a light curtain of smoke imperceptible enough for you to notice. I see when I got close enough I was within your attack range. With those last words, Slash's head detached from his body and turned into particles. Aha, there are two, one is missing, said Issei weakly. Boo, you're overexerting yourself. At this rate you'll kill yourself. It doesn't matter, I won't let them destroy this city and its inhabitants, Issei said resolutely. With only one more seal missing, and after finding Kakabiel, Issei was nearing the end of this fierce battle. On the other hand, the student council members were focused on maintaining the protective barrier that covered the school. The members put all their effort and energy into maintaining the barrier for a long hour. Icho, do you think Rias-senpai can handle this? Saji asked, the esteem he had for the red-haired heiress vanished upon seeing the cruel scene that a certain brunette suffered. I don't know, Saji, but the only thing you need to focus on is maintaining the barrier, Sona replied. I understand, Haidu, you'd better not die out there, thought the pawn Citri, trusting his friend and former partner pawn. Issei leaned against the wall to continue walking. His body was battered and wounded and he was losing a lot of blood per minute. The wall he leaned against showed a line of blood where he had passed. Boo, take a break, your wounds are very serious and there is no way to heal you, you no longer have the tears of the phoenix and you do not have the help of that nun's sacred gear, said the dragon, alarmed by his companion's condition. No, Drake, if I don't do something the city, my parents and everyone who lives in it will die. Issei gathered his strength to continue. Each step felt like carrying 2 tons on his back, he was so bad off that that's what it felt like. Upon reaching the top floor of the structure, this room appeared to be a storage room, as it had more space than the previous rooms and was full of wooden boxes. Sitting on one of these boxes was a man wearing black armor, waiting for him. It seems that Araram and fell before you. It's truly a surprise that a human, or rather a reincarnated demon, possesses so much power, exclaimed the man. Both were very strong, but the duty to protect the town where I live and the people important to me keeps me going, Issei exclaimed, filled with determination. You have a strong determination, but it will be useless. As if moving at an indescribable speed, so much so that it seemed to leave an afterimage, Realm appeared in front of Issei and hit Issei's chest so hard that it seemed as if his fist pierced through him. Issei vomited saliva and blood and was slammed against a wall, forming a crater in the shape of Issei's body. You have great power, Red Emperor Dragon, but you lack battle experience, Realm said, turning his back on Issei and preparing to leave. Wait, Issei tried to gather strength to stand up. Boo, you have no strength left, you no longer have enough magic to use that orange and silver flame, and your body is too damaged and fatigued to use those scarlet flames. I don't care, I'll still give it my all to win. Issei lunged at the fallen man and threw a punch. Realm dodged it and launched a kick at Issei, but he barely evaded it and counterattacked with his own kick. Realm stopped it with his forearm and threw a punch at Issei. He did the same, and both fists collided, causing a shockwave. Bomb. As a result of the impact, both were thrown to the opposite side, passing through boxes in between. Impressive, said Realm, emerging from among the boxes. Not yet. Issei exclaimed, launching himself at the fallen warrior, grabbing him by the armor and throwing him against the wall. Ha. Issei was breathing with more difficulty. He didn't know how he was still able to stand. Hired Realm appeared in front of Issei and kicked him in the face, sending him crashing into the boxes. Your determination allows you to move, but it's nothing more than an adrenaline rush. Realm was about to leave when a box was thrown by Issei and headed towards him. A pathetic strategy in my opinion. Crack. Realm saw cracks appear in the box. The box shattered into pieces, and Issei appeared behind it, unleashing a flurry of rapid punches against Realm. He dodged every blow and launched a kick at the brunette. Issei put his arms in an X position and stopped the kick with great effort. Since I avoid my blows, I hit him too fast for him to dodge so easily, the chestnut-haired man thought. Aibu looked as if his body was made of paper, exclaimed the dragon. You're probably wondering how I dodged your blows, aren't you? Said the fallen man. Did he read my mind? Thought the chestnut-haired man. No, I didn't read your mind, your expression says it all. I managed to dodge your blows using the kami paper sheet technique. I managed to dodge all your blows by moving my body as if it were a thin sheet of paper, Realm said very calmly. TCH, even so I won't give up. Issei launched himself at him again, unleashing another flurry of quick blows. Useless. Realm dodged all the blows again and threw one of his own which Issei stopped with his leg. Issei threw a punch, but it was stopped by Realm's arm. Realm then launched several quick kicks which Issei stopped by crossing both arms like a defensive barrier. Issei struck Realm again, but Realm caught his fist and delivered a powerful headbutt that sent Issei reeling backward. At that moment, Realm launched a kick at Issei, but Realm managed to stop it in time with his arm. Issei jumped and launched a spinning kick, but Realm ducked, dodging it, and standing on his head, kicked Issei with both legs, sending Issei flying through the air and crashing hard to the floor. I won't give up. Issei exclaimed, quickly standing up and running towards Realm. Useless. Realm said, throwing a kick. Issei struck Realm's leg with both palms, causing a shockwave that raised a lot of dust, but he was still thrown back against the boxes. Give up, you won't beat me, Realm said, wiping the dust off his armor with his hand. Never. Issei launched himself at Realm again with a flurry of blows that Realm dodged as he turned his fists, and they collided again. At that moment Realm kicked Issei in the chin, slamming him against the wall. Issei got up and attacked again. Issei's blows were stopped by Realm's hands, but one managed to produce a slight cut on his cheek. Then Realm kicked Issei, grabbed him by the shirt, and slammed him against the ground so hard that it formed a small crater. Not yet. Issei jumped and kicked several times, then gave another spinning kick. You repeat the same thing. Realm kicked Issei, throwing him to the left side, and they disappeared and reappeared under Issei, connecting a full kick to his chest. Issei fell to the ground vomiting blood. How do you move so fast? I'm surprised by your tenacity. Your body is at its limits, and you've lost a lot of blood without a doubt. The wielders of Longinus are impressive. Thanks, but I don't plan to lose. Issei threw several quick punches, so many that it seemed as if his arms were extending. You're just wasting your energy, Realm said, grabbing Issei's arms and throwing him against another wall. Issei emerged from the crater and attacked again. The blows were stronger and faster, but even so, Realm used her kami paper sheet to dodge them in an exchange of blows. Issei stopped Realm's kick with his left hand, and Realm stopped Issei's right fist. Without wasting any time, Issei used his legs and threw a kick. Realm dodged it and attacked with his leg, throwing Issei again. Issei was about to get up to continue when Rankyaku, Stormleg, as he moved his legs, a crescent-shaped wave shot out towards Issei. Damn it. Issei moved in time to avoid the damage. Wherever that energy passed, he was cut in two. Issei took a running start and attacked with a headbutt. Realm threw a punch, and both collided. Still hurting from the blow, Issei tackled Realm, pushing him away, and Realm grabbed Issei by the waist and with a wrestling move buried him headfirst into the ground. You're starting to tire me out, kid, Realm said, sounding a little tired. Tired? Well, I'm not. Issei threw a punch at Realm, but he dodged it. Shigen, finger gun, extending his finger. Realm struck Issei's chest at high speed, almost piercing him as if it were a bullet shot, throwing him against the wall. The room was destroyed and cracked. It's the end. Realm approached Issei to kill him when Jet pistol. A high-speed fist shot out at Realum, hitting him squarely in the face, throwing him against the wall and through it. Boo, if you use that flame anymore, you'll kill yourself. I don't care, I have to stop him no matter the risks. Issei exclaimed, steam rising from his body. I don't know what happened, but your power has increased. Now I can use my sacred gear, Realum exclaimed from behind the wall. What? You have a sacred gear too? Issei exclaimed in surprise. Beast Soul Lion version, Realum said, emerging from the wall. His body changed. Claws appeared on his hands, his feet became paws, a mane covered his neck, and his face resembled that of a lion. He was standing on his hind legs. Now you're uglier, Issei said. Boo, be careful, his power is no longer what it used to be, warned the dragon. Realum appeared above Issei, ready to strike him. Phew. Issei vanished and reappeared above Realum, kicking him so hard he was buried in the ground. Very good, now you're faster. Realum disappeared and reappeared in front of Issei Shigen, finger gun. Issei dodged it so quickly he almost disappeared and got behind Realum when he turned to attack Issei. Jet bazooka with both hands stretched back. Issei hit Realum's chest with such force that he was launched backwards. Realum vomited blood as a result of the blow. Impressive. Both launched themselves at great speed towards their opponent. In a moment they both disappeared and only faint smudges could be seen in the sky. Issei was the first to land. Jet pistol. The attack passed close to Realum's face, causing a cut on his cheek. Realum attacks Issei, but he dodges and gets on top of him. Jet stamp striking with the sole of his foot, Issei manages to hit him and knocks him to the ground. Haha, the steam stopped coming out of Issei. Boo, you're at your limit. Tell him that, Issei said, watching as Realum stood up and lunged at Issei again. Both launched high-speed flurries of punches, the blows being deflected and stopped by both. Issei dodged a high hook, but at that moment Realum gave him a knee strike that threw him backwards and, unfurling his fallen wings, got behind Issei to kick him. Crack. The sound of Issei's ribs cracking echoed throughout the room. The kick landed squarely on his left side. I've got you. Issei exclaimed. At that moment Issei grabbed Realum's leg and prepared to deliver a powerful blow to Realum's chest. Heck, Iron Man, said Realum. Issei screamed in pain, the blow was very hard as if Realum's chest was made of steel. Realum grabbed Issei by the neck with his tail and squeezed. Don't underestimate me. Issei spread his wings and grabbed Realum by the tail to spin him around and throw him into the air. You annoying little brat. Realum said, trying to regain his balance. Pistol. Issei threw another punch, but Realum dodged it and got down to ground level. Dobushigen Hibachi. Realum launched a fire dart that hit Issei squarely in the chest. Issei fell to the ground in pain. You're tougher than I thought. You haven't seen anything yet, Issei said, standing up again. His shirt was in tatters, and his wounds were serious, but he still showed determination on his face. Greg ready, thought the chestnut-haired man. Whatever you want, partner, is your funeral. BOSST. Issei was covered in orange flames. What are you planning? Realum asked. Let's see if you can stop this. Fire giant fist. A fist made of solid flames was aimed at Realum. Heck, Iron Man, Realum covered himself with his arm and defense. Beat this. Bomb. What the hell? Exclaimed Sona Citri. In the distance, a gigantic mass of fire appeared and destroyed a building that could be seen from afar. Aicho, something is approaching this way. Saji exclaimed. The figure was thrown and landed near where the Citri group had the active barrier. Upon closer inspection, they saw a wounded lion man in black armor that was falling to pieces. What the hell is that? Yura exclaimed. A damn brat. Realum exclaimed, standing up from the crater and looking at the Citri group. Get ready, that thing will attack us. Sona exclaimed. The group was in a predicament. They couldn't move from there or the barrier would fall, and they couldn't defend themselves either. Then the giant blaze dazzled them. That's him. Yura exclaimed. Haidu. Saji said. Giant foot fire. Issei covered his leg with flames and crushed the humanoid lion. Haidu-kun. Sona said. What are you doing here? Issei asked. We asked you that, and what about those wounds? There's no time to explain, I have to defeat this guy to destroy one of the seals that will activate the spell, Issei said, still stepping on the lion. What spell? Sona asked. The spell that will destroy this city, there are 4 of them, and I've already destroyed 2. This guy has one, and Kakabiel has the other, Issei explained. What's behind that barrier? Issei asked, holding on to the lion as best he could. Rias and the rest are inside stalling against Kakabiel until Surzich's-sama arrives. I won't let them ruin Kakabiel-sama's plans. Realum emerged from the sea of flames and, using his Soru, positioned himself over Issei, striking him and sending him crashing to the ground. Haidu! Exclaimed the Citri. I brat Rankyaku, storm leg, the energy shot out of his leg and almost decapitated Issei. Ha ha ha, Issei was breathing with difficulty, his vision was blurry, but he still couldn't fall. Haidu? Exclaimed the Citri. Stay there and hold the barrier, I can take him on. Issei exclaimed. Break is all or nothing, Issei thought, covering himself in scarlet flames. It was a pleasure being by your side, Ibu. Beer drying, said Issei, steam emanating from his body. The Citri were amazed and managed to recognize that change. It was the same thing I used against the exorcists, Saji said. Let's go. Jet pistol, Issei exclaimed, launching himself at Rielam and landing a powerful blow. He took the full force of the blow and endured the pain, he spread his wings and maneuvered from side to side to get behind Issei. Watch out, said the Citri spectators. Issei managed to dodge the blows, Rielam charged more power into his fist and struck, but Issei stopped it with his left palm. Hiya. Issei punched Rielam, but he stopped it with the muscles of his arm. Issei punched again with his other fist, causing Rielam to back away. Rielam vomited blood and saw Issei approaching him. Jet bazooka, Issei struck Rielam's chest with both palms, sending him flying backwards and knocking down several trees in his path. Haha, Issei was breathing with difficulty, but he knew that it wasn't over yet. Rielam emerged from the rubble and moved quickly to stand in front of Issei with his fists in his abdomen. Bakugan, final attack of the 6 powers, a strong shockwave hit Issei's abdomen, causing internal damage. Issei vomited a large amount of blood, falling to his knees and writhing in pain. Haidu. Saji wanted to get down and help his friend, but he couldn't. Don't worry about me, I haven't lost yet. Issei exclaimed, standing up again. Where on earth does he get so much energy from? How the hell do I kill him once and for all? Rielam thought. Issei couldn't lose. Behind him were the Citri members who were counting on him. He couldn't allow his city and the people important to him to die. Jet stamp, Issei struck Rielam with his heel, but he dodged it by rising up. Die once and for all, Rankyaku. Rielam launched hundreds and hundreds of attacks against Issei. I can't lose. Boast 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 boast. Jet Gatling launching punches at incredible speed, Issei countered Rielam's attacks. Come on, Ibu. Let's show them the power of the Sekiryuutei. Hey-iya. Hey-iya. Issei and Rielam's fists clashed at full speed. Neither would back down, both were wounded and on their last legs. Haidu, watch out. Yura exclaimed. Without Issei noticing, Rielam grabbed Issei by the waist with her tail, preventing him from escaping. Side Iron. Rakugan giant ring. 6 King's weapon, the impact was much greater than the other, a stream of power came out of Issei's back hitting the barrier. Issei vomited much more blood. What power? He almost destroyed the barrier. Sona said, but she knew if Issei could do that. Haidu Kun-san, said the Citri members, that blow was devastating. This is over. Rielam released Issei, who was staggering and about to fall on his back, dead. Now I will destroy that barrier and help Kakabiel-sama start this war, Rielam said, passing by Issei and heading towards the Citri. I lost, I couldn't protect anyone, I'm useless, Issei thought. Everything went black, his eyes grew heavy and his heart stopped beating. It's not time yet, Issei, a voice echoed in Issei's mind. Greg, no, who are you? Issei asked. It's not time for you to know who I am yet, just remember you have great power within you, the Red Dragon Emperor is your companion and friend, your future will be difficult and steep, but always remember you are not alone, your friends support you. At that moment, Issei's heart beat again. I can't lose yet. Issei exclaimed, gathering all his strength, his eyes turning golden. Impossible. Rielam exclaimed, turning around and looking at Issei, what the hell is he? Dead Gatling. Issei launched 1,000 blows again. Hecka curse. Rielam failed to activate his defense and received the first blows. Hey-iya. The blows hit hard, breaking their bones and destroying their flesh. The Citri group watched in amazement as Issei gained the strength to attack even while on the verge of death. Hey-iya. Rielam crashed into the barrier, he couldn't move and was being overwhelmed by the blows. Hey-iya. Then Issei's blows broke part of the barrier, eliminating Rielam in the process. Unable to do any more, Issei fell to the ground defeated, he had won. The barrier. Saji, you go check on Haidu. The rest of you use more energy to repair the barrier. Sona exclaimed. Partly angry because Issei broke the barrier, and partly happy that he survived and defeated that tough opponent. Issei managed to defeat Kakabiel's forces, but the toughest challenge still awaited him. Chapter 3, Awaken Your True Power. Chapter 3, Awaken Your True Power. All of the high command of the demon world. To the eyes of the masses, today was just another normal day in the underworld, but for the mass and the high command of the demon world, something had happened that took them by surprise. This is simply unimaginable, said one of the demons. How is it possible that after so many millennia we haven't found out about this? Exclaimed another demon. We gain nothing by worrying or making a fuss, said Mao Lucifer very calmly. As Urziches says, we have no reason to get upset, said Mao Beelzebub. What's more important is the context of this discovery, Urziches. Are you sure? Yes, without a doubt I was able to confirm their resemblance. If my hypothesis is correct, that boy must be his descendant. Even so, it's incredible to think that that person's descendants could be found in the human world. What should we do, Urziches-chan? Exclaimed the Mao Leviathan. Given the discoveries, I say that the most sensible thing would be to tell the boy everything and inform him of his new position, said the awakened Mao Asmodeus, to the surprise of those present. The mass and the demons continued arguing about the matter, but were interrupted when the Queen of Mao Lucifer entered the room. Urziches-sama, there is something I need to tell you, said the queen and wife of the Mao, approaching and whispering to him about what had happened. What? Exclaimed the Redeed in amazement. What's going on? I asked Kajuka Beelzebub. The Kabiel is attacking the city of Kuo. Sona-chan, the Mao Leviathan, hurried to go and save her little sister. This is starting to get complicated, said Urziches. Besides that, Gryphia told him something else. What did Issei-kun do? The battle was taking place in Kuo, where the younger sisters of the mass Lucifer and Leviathan would fight with everything they had against a threat much greater than themselves. But the resurgence of an old power would tip the balance of the fight in their favor. The abandoned church. Just moments ago, Issei, using his own power, managed to do something that was impossible for the structure of demons. He had successfully removed the evil pieces from himself and survived. Simply incredible. Exclaimed Sona Citri, still unable to believe what she had seen. But I don't sense Issei-senpai's presence around here, said the platinum-haired girl, though she was following Ria's orders and felt guilty about what had just happened. Ria said nothing and just approached the bloody pieces. Ugh, the next time I find him I'll end his pathetic life, Ria said coldly. Are you listening to what you're saying, Rias? Sona said. She had kept her thoughts about the Redeed's sudden change to herself, but now. That's none of your business, Sona. Issei was my servant and now he's nothing more than an exile. What he does isn't my problem, and what I'll do as soon as I find him is finish him off, Ria said without hesitation, walking past and ignoring what Sona was saying. You've changed, Rias, you no longer seem like the person I used to call my friend. I haven't changed, Sona, I've just opened my eyes and seen that the duty of the lower class is to serve as our slaves. Sona couldn't believe what Rias was saying. She no longer resembled the person she once was. If you don't need us anymore, we'll leave, said Rias, leaving with her entourage. Aicho, what will happen now with Haidu-kun? Asked Queen Citri Tsubaki Shinra. I don't know, Tsubaki. Haidu, said Saji, worried about his friend. Guo Academy old building. Rias had already returned to the old club building. Since his return he had planned to live there for a while, until he obtained permission to build a mansion with all the luxuries of a princess. Welcome Butchu-san, Asia said, greeting the Redeed. I'm back. Where had she gone? The blonde asked innocently. I have to take care of some business. Asia. Issei has become an exile, said the Redeed, leaving the blonde surprised. What? How did it happen? Issei disobeyed my orders and decided to remove the pieces himself, Ria said, taking a pawn piece out of her skirt pocket. So what will happen to Issei-san now? We'll eliminate it, the Redeed replied coldly. I see, said the blonde, lowering her head. Despite everything, she still saw the brunette as an older brother who looked after her, but now that he was a target, she would have to follow her master's orders. The rest of the night was normal for those two, or so they hoped. In the middle of the night, while Rias and Asia were sleeping, something unexpected happened. An evil presence appeared. Rias noticed this presence and with a snap of her fingers, changed her clothes into the academy uniform and headed towards the main entrance. Yahoo, you devilish Asia-tan. It's been so long. Where is Issei-kun? I'm dying to see him. Exclaimed the mad priest Freed in a strange tone of voice. If you're looking for Issei, he's in exile now, so what he does is none of my business. I see. Then it gives me a better chance to kill him the next time I see him. Then Rias noticed the enormous presence that stood above them. In the night sky with the moon as a background was a fallen angel with 10 black wings. He looked like a young man in black clothes with detailed accessories and an evil expression who smiled when he saw the Redeed. This is our first meeting, daughter of House Gremory. Your crimson hair is beautiful, it reminds me of your brother, it reminds me of a hatred so great it makes me want to vomit. Nice to meet you, one of the leaders of the fallen Kakabiel, my name is Rias Gremory. I'll also add one more thing. We and House Gremory are both the closest and the furthest from the Mao. If you're here to discuss politics with me, then it's pointless. I wouldn't do something as stupid as talk to a Mao. Well, if I grape and kill his little sister, then I'll be the target of Surzich's wrath. That wouldn't be so bad. Asia felt scared and hid behind Rias. Rias instead stared at the fallen man with disdainful eyes. So what's your reason for contacting me? I'm going to raise the city, starting with your base, Kuo Academy, Kakabiel replied gleefully to Ria's question, gesturing around the entire school complex. So Surziches will show up too, right? If you do something like that, the war between God, the fallen angels, and the demons will start again, you know. That's what I'm looking forward to. I thought Michael would start a war if I stole Excalibur, but he only sent pathetic exorcists and 2 holy sword wielders, he said with a sinister smile, reviewing his plans. It's boring. That's why I'm going to massacre his sister Surzich's base. What? Sounds fun, doesn't it? Battle maniac, Rias said hatefully, but Kakabiel just laughed with joy. Yes, that's it. I was bored after the 3-way war ended. Azazel and Shamsa aren't interested in another war, Kakabiel complained. They started collecting boring sacred gears and doing weird research. Useless stuff, how's that going to be of any use to us? You're just a sick battle-loving psychopath, Rias said coldly. My fault. But now that I think about it, you said that your pawn, the one who had the boosted gear, is now in exile, right? Kakabiel said, clearly revealing his intentions. I see what you're plotting, and if that's the case, I'll eliminate that idiot before you find him, Rias said. Haha, I think the Red Dragon will agree to join us willingly. Anyway, I'm going to start a battle involving the Holy Swords, Rias Gremory. To start the war. A school where the 2 little sisters of the mass Lucifer and Leviathan attend, he exclaimed, ecstatic in his madness once more, must be full of powerful demons. It will be perfect for me to revel in the chaos of the beginning and to unleash the true power of Excalibur. It's a good place for the battlefield. Ayahahaha. Isn't my boss the best? His madness is brilliant. Fried exclaimed, pulling out another Excalibur, 1 in each hand and 2 more on his hips. So I'm eager to use them too. He even gave me these beauties. The one on the right is Excalibur Rapidly, the one on the left is Excalibur Nightmare. The one on my hip is Excalibur Invisibility. I also received Excalibur Mimic from that exorcist. The deranged man exclaimed with an almost orgasmic expression of ecstasy. I wanted the other one's Excalibur Destruction, but she escaped. Hahaha, who cares, I'll get it later. Am I the first person in the world to have so many Excaliburs? I also received the element from Old Balba, which means I can use them all. Right now I'm invincible. The most powerful. I'm amazing. Hahaha. Fried laughed as if it were the funniest thing in the world. You are all psychopaths, Rias said angrily. Balba's investigation is the real business if it shows results. To be honest, I found it suspicious when he decided to join the plan. Balba and Kakabiel were working together. Surzich's little sister. Rias Gremory, let the war begin. They were gone in a flash of light. But you sent, said Asia worriedly. We need to get the rest together. The battle was about to begin. Meanwhile, after separating from Rias and at the request of her pawn and rook, Sona began a search for Issei. Did they find Haidu-kun? Sona asked. There is no trace of Haidu Kaicho, replied Sona's bishop, Hanasaki Momo. This is bad if we don't hurry to find it. If I may ask, why is it necessary to find Haidu quickly? The bishop inquired. It's because Haidu-kun had the evil pieces forcibly extracted, replied Sona's queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Any news, Tsubaki? Nothing, Saji-kun and Yura-san are still searching. What happens if someone extracts the evil pieces? Asked the bishop. It's impossible. When you turn a person into a demon using the pieces, a symbiotic relationship is created. The person is bound to the piece, and removing it would cause the person's death, Sona explained. But Kaicho, you said that Haidu managed to move and escape after removing the pieces, right? Yes, Haidu somehow managed to survive, but the damage to his body will kill him soon. That's why we're trying to find him quickly. With the right treatment, we can save his life. But Kaicho, Gen-chan told me that Haidu had a vial of phoenix tears with him. Wouldn't that be enough to cure him? Besides the physical damage, there's also the damage to one's own life and soul. The pieces have things that even those of the upper class like me don't know, so I'm not sure that the tears of the phoenix will be enough. Kaichu? Everyone turned to where that scream was coming from. It was Saji and Yur returning, but Saji was carrying a badly injured Arena on his back. What happened? Sona asked. We found her lying in the park. Apparently, she, along with Kiba and the other exorcist, entered Kakabiel's base. My Mick, the badly wounded Arena managed to say. What did he say? Tsubaki asked. Apparently his Excalibur was stolen. She's badly injured, Tsubaki. Kaicho. Tsubaki picked up the badly injured Arena and disappeared in a magic circle. Kaicho, where did Shinra-senpai take her? Saji asked. In Tsubaki's house there is a special room where she can heal her wounds and energy. At that moment a magic circle with the Gremory emblem appeared. "You made it difficult for me to locate you, Sona," said Rias, appearing from the magic circle. With her were Akeno, Kaneko, and Asia. "I'm not in the mood to listen to you right now, Rias. In case you didn't know, Haidu-kun must be on the verge of death from having his pieces forcibly removed. Sona, why are you wasting your time on an idiot like Issei? He chose his own fate, so let him die like a dog out there. Besides, if he dies, it'll be beneficial for us." The comment greatly upset Saji and Yura. Sona did not like what Rias said at all, but decided not to get angry and remain calm. "Sona, tell your slaves that unless they don't want trouble, they should stop looking at me with that obvious hatred." "Rias, what do you mean by saying it would be beneficial if Haidu-kun died? The Kabiel declared war on us. His goal from the beginning was to start a new war between the three sides, which is why he stole Excalibur. He also knows that Issei is no longer with the demons, so it's likely he has him to join the fallen angels' force." "Haidu would never do something like that," Saji exclaimed, defending his friend. "And? Saji, stay quiet. Hiro Kaicho." Saji said Sona in an authoritarian manner. Reluctantly Saji decided to remain silent. Although it would be pointless if Issei joined the fallen, given how weak he is he would easily be defeated. "That's why if I see him, I'll eliminate him myself." Sona was about to say something when a pillar of light rose into the sky. "He's coming from the academy," Saji said. "It seems Kakabiel has decided to make his move," Rias said. The battle was beginning. "Rias-senpai, we've covered the academy with a massive barrier. With this, unless something disastrous happens, there will be no damage to the exterior. The alarm should transport us to the recreated subspace used against Phoenix," Saji informed him. The student council would be in charge of maintaining the barrier so that the outside world would not be affected by the battle. This way we'll keep the damage and risks to a minimum. To tell you the truth, if Kakabiel were to fight seriously, not only would this academy, but the entire region would be reduced to dust, Sona confessed. Besides, he's already prepared for it. My servants have seen him unleash his energy on the school grounds. There's no doubt he's a fallen angel mentioned in the Bible for a reason, said Rias. Rias, without Kiba and Haidu, your strength has been greatly weakened. We're facing a monster with powers far superior to our own. It's not too late yet. We must summon your Oni-sama. Rias shook his head. You didn't call your Oni-sama either. My Oni-sama is your Oni-sama adores you. Surzucha's-sama will definitely move. So. I already informed Surzucha's-sama, Akeno said. Akeno. Rias, I know you don't want to cause Surzucha's-sama any trouble. It happened on your territory, at your base, and it happened after the group's troubles, Akeno said seriously. But it's a different story if the enemy leader appears. It's a problem that surpasses our power level. That's why we're going to borrow the strength of Amau. Rias seemed about to say something, but she took a deep breath and nodded. Then Akeno put on her ever-smiling face. Thank you for your understanding, but Sona-sama. Surzucha's-sama's forces will arrive within the hour. 1 hour I understand. At that time, the student council commits to maintaining the barrier on behalf of the Citri clan. But even so, I don't think you'll be enough to hold Kakabiel off for an hour. Don't worry, I asked for extra help for this situation, Rias said. At that moment a magic circle appeared. Phoenix. Sona said, recognizing the emblem. From the magic circle appeared 15 girls, the same ones that Rias and the previous Gremory group faced. I didn't expect to have to return to the human world, said a girl with blonde hair tied in 2 spiral pigtails dressed in a very expensive dress. It's a relief that Razor lent us his help, Rias said to the newcomer. Don't get confused, Rias, my Oni-sama expects compensation for this, Ravel said. Rias-sama, I noticed that some of your pieces are missing, the pawn possessing the busted gear and your knight, said a woman with brown hair with red streaks and a mask covering part of her face. Issei is no longer my pawn, now he is in exile, and Yudo is going down the same path, yet I still feel that Yudo is alive. Your peon's action was because you didn't have a firm strap, said Ravel. I hope your knight doesn't become an exile, I want to settle accounts with him for what happened last time, said another girl dressed in armor and carrying several swords. Now, our duty is to get Kakabiel's attention for 1 hour. I will not forgive you if you dare to die. The battle to decide the fate of Kuo City was beginning, but what Rias and the rest didn't count on was that a certain chestnut-haired boy was about to make his appearance and unleash the greatest power that the underworld had ever possessed. A few moments later outside the barrier. Aha, where am I? Issei wondered, regaining his senses. Haidu, you're awake. Saji exclaimed happily. Saji? Where's the fallen one? Issei exclaimed, jumping up. He then noticed that he was no longer hurt and his uniform was as good as new. Don't worry, after you caught the fallen man in that flurry of high-speed blows, he evaporated as if he were dust when he fell. I've won. 3 of the 4 seals are broken. Now only Kakabiel remains, Issei said. Kaicho, let me through the barrier. Haidu-kun Kakabiel wants you to join him. Now that you're no longer Ria's servant and you no longer serve demons, he'll try to tempt you, so. As if I could join a wretch who threatened my family and friends. I would never work alongside scum like him. Issei exclaimed. I knew it, Sona said softly, smiling slightly. I'll open the barrier. Once inside, help Rias as much as you can until Surzich's-sama arrives. Okay. Said Issei, entering the barrier through a small opening. Haidu, take this. Saji threw a small vial of phoenix tears to Issei. Thank you. By the way, Rias will try to kill you, so avoid her if you can. Sona said before closing the barrier. Wait, what? Issei said, thinking he had misheard, but when he turned around the barrier had already closed. It seems I'm screwed. Hardly, Aibu, we need to hurry, you were unconscious for 20 minutes. So much, wait, how am I healed? Issei asked, remembering how badly injured he was. The Citri boy gave you several vials of phoenix tears. It's lucky, since the damage you suffered would have killed you in no time. I barely escaped at that moment. Issei heard several explosions in the distance. It seems the battle has already begun, said Issei running at full speed. Aibu, I have something to tell you about those flames. It's about that orange flame. That flame increases magic attacks, but I recommend not using Dragon Slayer magic with that type of flame. Because? I still don't understand why, but using both at the same time destabilizes the system and causes you to waste more energy than necessary. So what do I do, fight the other llamas? That silver flame also consumes magic, so I recommend only using that one. As for the Sequendo gear, I recommend not using it again, at least not today, otherwise your heart will explode. Because right now, when they're needed most, so what do I do? Creates new technique, said the dragon. That's easy to say. Wait, you think we can use that one we used to finish off the group of fallen? It's possible, but the setback could leave us in bad shape. It's true, I almost ended up flying very far using it. How can I use it without the recoil affecting us? You could use Dragon Slayer magic as an anchoring method until you gather enough energy to fire it. Wouldn't that waste a lot of energy? It will cost you, but not much, since it will only be used to keep you in position when firing the power. Well, it's better than nothing, now we have to hurry, said Issei, but at that moment he noticed something, or rather someone, that passed close to him. That's. When Rias and her servants, along with Razor's group, entered the academy's main gate, they saw 4 swords in the center of the school field, glowing with strange lights as they floated. A strange magic circle extended across the entire field, and an old man stood at its center. Bulba Galilei. What is this? Rias asked. Fukuku, I'll fuse the 4 Excaliburns into one, said Bulba, as if he saw it as the funniest thing in the world. Bulba, how long will it take you to fuse the Excaliburns? Said a voice in the sky. In the sky, with the full moon in the background, sitting on a great throne, was Kakabiel looking at everyone as if they were ants. It won't take even 5 minutes, Bulba replied. Oh? Perfect, then Kakabiel's eyes shifted from Bulba to Rias. Is Surzich's arriving? Or is it Seraphil? Instead of Oni-sama and Leviathan-sama we. Swish boom. Rias could not continue because the sound of an explosion echoed. The place where the academy's gymnasium stood was reduced to ashes. Boring? Well, that's fine. It'll be fun. They all thought the same thing at once. This is the power of a fallen angel who confronted God in the original mass. Now you're going to have to fight my pets that I brought back from hell. Kakabiel snapped his fingers. At that moment, from the depths of the darkness came the sound of the earth cracking and of something approaching. 10 meters tall with a very large body, quadruped with sharp claws and gleaming fangs in its mouth, or rather mouths, due to the 3 heads that this being possessed. Ruoer. Its scream was so loud that it seemed to make the ground tremble, with all 3 heads howling at the same time. Cerberus. What's the hellhound doing here? Rias asked. Let's just say it was alone, Kakabiel said. Without wasting any time, Rias gathered a large amount of demonic power and threw it at Cerberus. Raya the dog screamed in agony as the power of destruction was completely eliminating him. Just when everyone thought they could relax, another Cerberus appeared, shooting a fireball from one of its mouths. HMPH, fire is useless against a member of the Phoenix clan. Ravel stepped forward and stopped the fireball. Kaneko quickly approached and kicked the gigantic dog away. In mid-air, Akeno launched a lightning bolt, incinerating the dog. I have to congratulate you, you managed to control Cerberus well, but this is only the beginning, said Kakabiel. And indeed, a large number of Cerberuses began to emerge from the earth. 10, 13, 15, the number kept increasing. The battle broke out. Ria's group and the Phoenix faced the Cerberus, but for every one they killed, 2 more took its place. "This way we'll never finish," said Razor Yubaluna's queen, causing a large number of Cerberus to explode. Tch ha, at that moment Rias felt a pang. "Rias, what's wrong?" Akeno asked worriedly, approaching her. "Udo has disappeared," Rias said. "That? Udo's horse piece has disappeared, that indicates that he has died." Tiba-san no Asia heard what Rias said and started to cry. "Raya." The roar of the Cerberus echoed everywhere. Even with their maximum effort, sooner or later they would fold due to numerical superiority. "Asia is behind you," Rias shouted worriedly. The Cerberus was about to eat Asia in one bite when. Slash. The Cerberus was cut into pieces. "I've come to support you," said Zenobia, the person who cut Cerberus into pieces. At that moment Rias gathered a large amount of demonic energy and disintegrated a large number of Cerberus, while Akeno launched a wave of electric attacks that carbonized several Cerberus. Some of them tried to escape when. Stop. A great number of swords emerged from the ground, impaling the Cerberuses and killing them. "That's it," Rias said, unable to believe it. "I'm not going to let you get away." It was Kiba. "Udo. Udo-kun. Udo-senpai. Kiba-san." Rias didn't understand what was happening. A few moments ago he felt as if the piece of horse that connects to Kiba had disappeared. Aya. Rias turned towards where the scream came from, wounded but slowly regenerating. Ravel was lying on the floor surrounded by several Cerberuses. Ravel. Ravel-sama. Running to help her, Razor Isabella's tower protected the blonde. Raya. Even so, there were many Cerberuses and they all attacked the two of them. Isabella hugged Ravel and tried to protect her, closing her eyes and expecting the worst, but. Slahh. What appeared to be a silver-colored energy line cut through the forest, slicing through the ground and everything in its path, splitting the tumult of Cerberus in half. When Isabella and Ravel opened their eyes, in front of them, protecting them with the right glove of the boosted gear, emanating a large amount of silver flames, it was Issei. "Are you okay?" Issei asked, turning to look at them. "Why yes," they both replied, somewhat distracted but strangely with a blush on their cheeks. At that moment Issei realized that something was approaching to attack him and in an instant he cut in half an attack of destructive energy. "Hey, the poodles are the enemy," exclaimed Issei. "How dare you appear before me after rebelling? I will eliminate you. Look, we'll sort this out later. Right now we have more important things to do. Bost. Tch, as soon as all this is over I'll eliminate you." Hi, now take this." Issei approached Rias and Akeno. "Transfer." The large amount of energy was transferred to Rias and Akeno. "What is this? I feel my power growing to immense amounts," Rias thought. "Now you take care of this, I'll go eliminate some dogs," and moving quickly, the chestnut-haired man began to cut the Cerberus with his silver flame. I am moving his right arm upwards, a large amount of silver energy shot out, cutting everything in its path. I repeat, I love this flame. "Wait, wasn't that Razor's younger sister and his girls?" said Issei, just realizing. "This? What is that power?" Rias asked. "Did he cut everything in his path?" she said, even more incredulous of what Akeno had seen. "Issei-sen is brilliant." Meanwhile, Kakabiel watched the fight intently. "Those flames, that face, is it possible?" The arrival of those three changed the course of the battle. The Cerberuses continued to appear, but just as two appeared after eliminating one, they were quickly eliminated. "Damn, this is never going to end," exclaimed Issei, falling next to Asia after decapitating another Cerberus. "Issei-san, are you alright?" the nun asked. "Yes, no problem. Go." Another Cerberus was defeated by the powerful blows of Rias Kaneko's lowly tower. "Well done, Kaneko-chan," Issei congratulated. "Senpai," the little platinum-haired girl tried to apologize to the brunette but. "Don't worry, you were just following Butchu's orders. I won't reproach you or get angry about it. It's not your fault I became an exile," Issei said. "That's right. Why did you become an exile, Issei-san?" "Long story, there's no time now." Issei continued onward, defeating Cerberus one after another. After defeating another Cerberus, Issei fell to the ground and was surrounded by a group of Cerberus that were going against him. "Issei-san," exclaimed the nun, worried. "Issei-senpai." There was no way to dodge that simultaneous attack. Everyone thought it was the end for Issei, that the dogs would massacre his body and tear him to pieces. Without anyone noticing, Rias smiled, awaiting the chestnut-haired man's death. But it never came. "Ready, Dreg?" exclaimed Issei. "Whenever you want, Ibu." Boost. Issei extended his right arm, making it completely straight. Silver flames covered his right arm completely up to his shoulder. Akiju Tatsumaki, by turning his body, Issei created a whirlwind of silver energy that trapped the Cerberus. "Incredible!" exclaimed those present. "Look. Inside the tornado," exclaimed the blonde phoenix. Heeding what the blonde said, everyone looked at the tornado. Upon closer inspection, they saw how the Cerberus figures were being cut down inside this tornado that did not seem to stop. "How far will he follow them?" asked the Knight of Razor. "To the depths of hell where they belong," Issei replied brilliantly. "When he got all that power," thought Rias. As the battle continued, Issei and Kiba collided back to back. "Hey Kiba, is your body okay?" Issei asked. "Yes, there doesn't appear to be any damage from the destruction of the piece." "I didn't think that would work," Issei said, recalling what had happened. Flashback. "That's Hey Kiba," Issei exclaimed. Passing at great speed through the trees, the knight Gremory was also heading to the battlefield when he was called by his companion. "Issei-kun." Kiba, noticing the brunette, decided to stop. "So you were here, old man, you left us stranded that time," Issei said. "I'm sorry about that. It was better if you had stayed. You would have received that horrible punishment from Butchu. You seem to be alright, where are Butchu and the others?" "Well, the thing is," Issei proceeded to explain to Kiba what had happened. "I see, so Butchu tried to kill you, and your only escape method was to remove your own body parts." "Yeah, now I'm a rogue demon or in exile, I can't remember, the point is Butchu will try to kill me when she sees me. And you'll probably have a bad time too. As long as I get my revenge, I don't care about the punishment," Kiba said with that cold, hateful look. "I understand you want your revenge, but if you show yourself in front of Butchu, she'll use that control over the pieces, and you won't be able to do anything to get revenge. That's why it's best if you don't go." "If that's the case, then I'll remove the evil piece too. Nothing will stop me from fulfilling my revenge," exclaimed the blonde, about to stab himself with his sword to remove the piece. Wait, don't do something crazy," Issei exclaimed, trying to stop him. "Don't stop me, Issei-kun." "Stop!" Drake exclaimed from the busted gear so that the two of them could hear him. "Dragon. You, the knight, are you willing to abandon the Gremory girl in order to fulfill your revenge?" asked a dragon. Yes, without hesitating for a moment Kiba accepted. Ibu destroys his piece. "Hey, how do you expect me to do that?" Issei exclaimed. "Furthermore, are you sure, Kiba, there won't be a return?" "I don't mind." "How do I do it?" Drake, Issei asked, resigning himself to not helping. "Concentrate a little of that silver flame on your index finger. The piece should be in the center of the chest. If you pierce their chest deeply enough, you can destroy the piece." "Hey, we're talking about something that sounds more like surgery." "Just do it, but be careful not to use too much power, you'll end up piercing through him and killing him instantly." "Say that first." Issei materialized the right gauntlet of the boosted gear and covered his index finger with silver flames. "Issei-kun, what is that?" Kiba asked, seeing those flames for the first time. "It's a long story, I'll tell it later, are you ready Kiba?" "And?" "Well, you'll feel a prick followed by a sharp pain, so just bear with it," Issei exclaimed, stabbing Kiba. "Aye," Kiba screamed in pain. The crimson energy began to surround Kiba as Issei pierced deeper. "Greg, what's up?" "I suppose it's a defensive method for the pieces. That didn't happen when I took them off." "I don't know what it is, just end it already." Issei continued, inside Kiba's body the piece of the horse was cut and turned to dust. Kiba writhed on the floor in pain. "Greg, what's wrong?" Ibu quickly give him the bottle with Phoenix's tears. Yes, Issei held Kiba and gave him the liquid to drink. After a few seconds, Kiba stopped writhing and his breathing calmed down. "Are you okay?" Issei asked. "Yes, just something strange, but I no longer feel the peace inside me." "Are you in condition to fight?" Issei asked. "Yes, in fact I feel better, I'll go ahead," exclaimed Kiba, standing up and dashing off towards the academy. "Wait, Kiba. Damn, is it too much to ask for a peaceful life with some Eki moments?" Issei also headed to the battlefield. End of flashback. "Take this. Kakabiel." Rias shouted, launching a huge ball of demonic power. It was 10 times larger than the Gremory's normal cannonball and gained speed as it approached the leader of the fallen angels. But he just raised his hand. Boing. She blocks Rias' shot with just one of her hands with ease. Kakabiel raised his palm to the sky and deflected the projectile, which shot upwards and vanished. A sinister smile spread across his face as he watched a trail of smoke rise from his hand. "I see. Rias Gremory's power grew so much because of the power of the Sekiryuutei. Interesting. This is really interesting, Kukuku." "Kakabiel." Issei exclaimed, drawing the fallen one's attention. "So you're the Sekiryuutei, I've heard you're no longer a Gremory demon, so why?" "No," Issei replied, not letting Kakabiel finish. "You didn't let me finish. You were planning to ask me to join you, and my answer is no. Even as an exiled demon, I will not join someone willing to take innocent lives to start a senseless war. I will stop the spell you used to destroy the city." "Oh? How do you know about the spell?" "I've already defeated the other 3, you're the only one left," Issei exclaimed, pointing at Kakabiel. So that's why the seals disappeared. I must admit, you're not as weak as I expected. Defeating those three is something a low-class demon couldn't do. Tell me, you really don't want to join me? No. I see, it's a shame. You want to be the king of a harem? If you join me, you'll have it. You'll have the most beautiful and lustful fallen angels at your disposal. No, don't try to tempt me, Issei said, wiping away his barely concealed drool. But you know, there's something about you that seems familiar. It's complete, said Bulba. Then the 4 Excaliburn swords began to emit an incredible glow. The 4 Excaliburns are going to become one. It began with a divine radiance that spread across the entire school grounds. Then the 4 Excaliburns began to stack one upon the other. When the lights faded, only a single sword remained, emitting a sacred white light. Freed, Kakabiel called. Yes, chief, said the priest, emerging from the darkness. Use Excaliburn in the circle. This will be the final entertainment. Fight with Excaliburn, which has become one of the most powerful Excaliburns. Hi. Wow, she's become super wonderful, my Excaliburn-chan. Haha. I'll just cut some devils now. Freed wore a psychopathic smile as he held Excaliburn. Then Zenobia spoke to Kiba. Sir Gremory, if cooperation is still possible, let's destroy that Excaliburn together. Alright, Kiba replied, but now I'm no longer Rias Gremory's knight, just another rogue demon. Instead of anger, Zenobia laughed at Kiba's words. At worst, it won't be a problem if I collect a fragment of Excaliburn, which acts as its core. Since Freed uses it, it's not entirely a holy sword. Besides, it's just like any other weapon. This changes depending on who uses it. More than a holy sword, it's a sword of heresy. Bulba was laughing at the conversation. Bulba Galilei. I am a survivor of Project Sacred Sword. No, I am the one you killed. I continue to live by being reincarnated as a demon, Kiba said calmly, but his eyes showed hatred. Oh, a survivor of the project, this is undoubtedly a misfortune. To think we'd meet in this eastern country like this. It must be fate, Fufufu. You see, I love holy swords. I love them so much they appear in my dreams. I've been fascinated by the story of Excaliburn since I was a child. That's why, when I found out I couldn't wield it, I nearly went mad, Bulba recounted. I maintained my admiration for those who can use them since I couldn't. That feeling became so strong that I began experimenting with a way for anyone to wield it, and after much research, I was able to complete it. It was thanks to you and your companions. What? Complete? Kiba said doubtfully. You got rid of us by labeling us failures. But Bulba shook his head. I realized an essential factor needed to wield holy swords. So I used the numerical value of the factors to investigate their capacity. Most subjects had the element, but they didn't have the necessary numerical value to wield Excaliburn. So I came to a conclusion. Is there a way to take the elements and combine them? I see. Now I understand. What is placed inside the bearers of holy swords when they receive their blessing, as Zenobia seemed to grasp the truth and clenched her teeth in hatred. That's right, saint of the church. We extract the elements from those who possess them and crystallize them like this. Bulba produced an orb that glowed with a sacred aura. With this, the research on the sacred weapons improved. Even so, those fools in the church banished me for heresy and took my research reports. I see the project was taken over by someone. That Michael. He made me look like a criminal, and this is the result. Well, we're talking about an angel. He wouldn't go so far as to eliminate the wielders of the Kukuku element. You killed my teammates just to get their items. Kiba exclaimed, his voice filled with hatred and murderous instinct. That's correct. This fear is from that era. I've used 3 and freed, so this is the last one. Ha. Other kids, except me, died because their bodies couldn't synchronize with the elements. Thinking about it. That makes me special. You guys. Issei, who had overheard the entire conversation, became furious. The silver flame on his right arm disappeared and an orange glow covered both his fists. I won't forgive you. Issei exclaimed, unleashing an incredible amount of power. Bulba Galilei, how many lives have you wasted because of your greed and experiments? HMPH, however, this is no longer useful, said Bulba, squeezing the item. My research has reached the point where I can create them en masse without much effort. First, I will destroy this city along with Kakabiel, and then create swords and wielders en masse to attack the Vatican and the angels, said Bulba, about to smash the item on the floor when. Let him go, you bastard. Issei exclaimed, grabbing Bulba's arm and hitting him so hard in the chest that he sent him flying backwards. Damn it. My Bryson. Bulba exclaimed, screaming in pain. The reason, the strong blow added to the fact that Issei was holding Bulba's arm tightly caused it to detach from his body, leaving a bleeding stump at the elbow. Ibatoma Issei took the item from Bulba's amputated hand and threw it at Kiba. Tears streamed down Kiba's cheeks. His expression filled with rage and sadness. Then it happened. The orb Kiba was holding began to emit a light that spread and eventually covered the entire field. Figures began to form. The figures took the shape of boys and girls who emitted bluish-white light, surrounding Kiba. The various powers on the battlefield are causing the spirits of the orb to appear, Akeno said. They looked at Kiba with a loving and sad expression. Everyone. I always thought about it. Was it right that I was the only one who survived? There were people with more dreams than me, with more desire to live than me. Is it right that I'm the only one who survived? Then the spirits of the boys smiled and it seemed as if they wanted to tell him something. Don't worry about us. At least you're alive, Issei interpreted. Without anyone except Rias noticing, Issei's pupils changed from brown to gold, but they were empty, as if he were in a trance. Tears were streaming down the faces of the children, including Kiba, as if his thoughts had finally caught up with them. Then the lips of the children began to move in rhythm, as if they were singing. The sacred song, Asia murmured. Their bodies began to glow blue and white. Those lights grew brighter and brighter with Kiba at the center. You are not alone. We didn't have enough elements to handle the swords, but it will be okay if we are together. Everyone could hear their voices. The sacred song was supposed to harm the demons, but no one felt any pain at all. Only heat and then tears streamed from everyone's eyes. You must accept the sacred sword. Do not fear. Even if God is watching. Our hearts will always be. Their spirits went up into the sky and became a great light that fell upon Kiba. Ibu Drake spoke. He has arrived at it. What do you mean, Drake? Issei asked, coming back from his momentary trance. Sacred gears change and evolve during use, utilizing the wielder's feelings as the key. But there's a different realm to it. When the wielder's feelings and desires undergo a dramatic shift that alters the course of this world, the sacred gear reaches them. If it's Drake said, laughing within the jewel balance breaker. The light cracked through the night and seemed to give its blessing to Kiba. These damn brats, well, you can always use a prosthesis, thought Balba, watching Kiba glow. And he remembered his past, his escape, his death and rebirth as a Gremory and his newfound independence. Don't worry about us. At least you live. But not everything is resolved yet. Balba Galilei. As long as I don't kill you, there will be those who will suffer as I suffered. It's been said for a long time that research always comes with sacrifices. Haven't you realized that already? Go to sleep. Issei exclaimed, kicking Balba in the head, burying him in the floor and killing the atmosphere. Then he turned to look at Kiba. Goodbye Aya. Slice through both Fried and Excalibur. You're my friend and comrade. Your comrades gave you a chance, now take advantage of it. Issei-kun, you helped me. Even if it wasn't in your best interest. Even though it made you an exile. Kiba. Do it. Finish this yourself. Defeat the Excaliburs. You're my friend. The one who will surpass any swordsman in the world. You won't lose to a mere Excalibur. Ryudo-kun. I believe in you. Akeno said. Ryudo-senpai. Kiba-san. Sir Gremory. Said Razor's handmaids. Ahaha, why are you crying? You were singing with joy with those ghosts. It's really annoying. It's absolutely the worst. You know I hate that song. It gets on my nerves. I'll just cut it out to calm down with my Excalibur-chan who's fused. Fried Zelzen, the souls of my comrades reside within you. I will no longer allow you to harm them. I will fight with a sword that will protect my future and the future of my friends. Please, answer my heart now. Sword reborn. The sacred gear and the souls of Kiba's comrades merged and formed a single figure. Demonic power and holy power mingled. Balance breaker. Sword of betrayer. You will receive the power of the sword, which has demonic and holy power, with your own body. Damn demon. Issei-kun, thank you, said Kiba, running at his night speed towards Fried. Fried tried to follow him with his eyes, but the speed was too much to keep up with, then Kiba appeared in front of him after making a few feints. Plonk. Even so, Fried managed to block Kiba's attack, demonstrating his expertise. But Excalibur's sacred aura was being erased by Kiba's sword. Does this sword surpass the holy swords? Fried asked in surprise. If that were the true Excalibur, I wouldn't have been able to defeat it. But that Excalibur won't be able to sever the feelings of my companions. Spend. Fried walked away, and Excalibur began to change shape. Kiba. Fried doesn't possess Arena's imagination, so he won't be able to use Mimic to its full potential. Issei said. Thank you, Issei-kun. Kiba easily dodged and blocked Fried's attacks. So what do you think of this? Fried said, turning invisible. Kiba closed his eyes and concentrated on his surroundings. It won't work, Kiba said, managing to push Fried back with a single slash. Some time ago, Issei-kun and I faced a monster that could turn invisible. We learned how to fight beings like that. Yes. Keep it there like that, Zenobia interjected, holding her Excalibur in her right hand and raising her left hand in the air. Saint Peter. Saint Basil the Great. Saint Denis. Holy Mother Mary. Please hear my voice. Then, the space in front of her distorted. Zenobia placed her hand in the center of the distorted space and pulled something out from just outside the dimensional rift. A sword covered in golden chains that emitted a great amount of holy energy. In the name of the saints who reside on this leaf, I will release it. Durandal. Durandal, a sword that could compete on par with the original Excalibur. Durandal. Wasn't she the wielder of Excalibur? Alba and even Cacabiel could not hide their astonishment. Error. Originally, I was the wielder of Durandal. I was only chosen to wield Excalibur as well. Zenobia struck a balanced pose with Durandal. Two-sword style, Notoriu, with Excalibur. Absurd. According to my research, we are not yet able to create Durandal wielders. Of course not. Even the Vatican hasn't managed to artificially create Durandal carriers. So how? Unlike those who wield sacred swords artificially. I am a natural-born wielder. Alba fell silent at Zenovia's words. Durandal is a sword that wreaks havoc beyond what people can imagine. It cuts through everything it touches. It almost never listens to me. That's why I must keep it in another dimension. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. Even I, its wielder, have had a difficult time with it, Zenobia said, flashing a fierce and battle-hardened smile, instantly unleashing a sacred aura more potent than Fried's Excalibur had been throughout the entire fight. Now, Fried Zelzen, thanks to you, we can have the ultimate battle between Excalibur and Durandal. I'm trembling with excitement right now. Don't die in one hit, okay? I want to test the full power of your Excalibur. Damn, I don't know why, but I'm really liking this girl, Issei thought, looking at Zenobia. Is that even allowed? It's turned into a situation like this. Fried complained, you're a bucking cheat. I don't need any of that for this moment. Fried moved and unleashed all his murderous instinct against Zenobia. I will. Plin. But the single sidebar, Fried's Excalibur shattered. Due to the pressure exerted by Durandal's rhythm, a large crater had formed in the field of the imitated school. So that's how you break a holy sword, huh? It can't even compete with my Durandal, Zenobia sighed, bored. Are you serious? Seriously? The sacred sword Excalibur shattered into pieces. This is awful. Absolutely awful. Was it a mistake to use something that was already broken? Fried stammered. Taking advantage of Fried's weakened killer instinct, Kiba went straight for him. Fried tried to stop the sacred demonic sword with what remained of Excalibur, but… Ian. The devastating sound of the Excalibur crumbling echoed across the field. Did you see it? Our power has surpassed Excalibur. Kiba announced, slashing Fried from shoulder to stomach. We surpassed Excalibur. Kiba gripped a sacred demon sword and gazed at the sky with an indescribable feeling. It felt as if the only reason he was living had vanished. A sacred demonic sword, impossible. The opposite poles of two things cannot be combined, Balba stammered incredulously. Alba Galilei, prepare yourself, Kiba exclaimed, pointing his sword. It won't be long now, guys, this will be over soon. I see. Now I understand. Holy and demonic. That would be one explanation. If opposing beings manage to combine, then not only the mass but God as well. Stab. A spear of light pierced Balba's chest, eliminating him. Balba, you were certainly remarkable. The reason you reached that conclusion proves it. But it doesn't matter anymore, I could have done this myself from the start. Cacabiel, who was in the air, mocked. He killed Balba. Ha 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 ha, well, let's entertain ourselves, increase the power of the Sekiryuutei and transfer it. Are you trying to give us a chance? Don't waste your time. I'm not asking that renegade for help. Rias exclaimed furiously. Not wasting time? Ha ha ha. You're the ones playing games. Do you think you can beat me? He mocked. Don't be ridiculous. I plan to crush you all and start this war. Rias, we need Issei-kun's help, Akeno said. No. Gremory, if we don't all work together, we won't be able to win, said Razor's queen. I refuse to work with him, she said, pointing at Issei. I won't work with you either, Issei said, astonishing those present. Stand aside, I'll take care of him. What are you saying? An inferior like you can't do it. Before Rias could finish speaking, Issei had disappeared. No one could see what happened. In a few moments, Issei flew at a speed greater than Kiba's and got behind Cacabiel, kicking him in the face. How? They exclaimed in disbelief. Issei propelled himself forward with the flames from his gloves and moved quickly, grabbing Cacabiel by the head and kneeing him in the face. Take this. Issei was going to throw another punch, but… I have to admit, those were good punches, Cacabiel said, stopping Issei's fist with just his index finger. Damn, I put so much force into those blows and they didn't even affect him. Emitting a great power from the tip of his finger, a torrent of energy impacted Issei's chest, burying him in the ground. Issei-san. Asia exclaimed worriedly. Issei-senpai. Issei-kun. Kiba and Akeno shouted. Issei emerged from the crater wounded and wearing only his red shirt and pants. Wow, is this the strength of someone who was recorded in the Bible? His power is certainly terrifying. Aibu, let's use that. Okay. Kakabiel. Try to survive this. Issei exclaimed. Bost 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 bost. Issei gathered a large amount of boost. VHSSSSSSSSS. Issei extended his hands to each side, pointing at Kakabiel with his left hand. What are you planning, Sekiryuutei? A great burst of fire shot out from his right hand. Emit this. X-burner. Issei yelled. The powerful burst of orange flame went straight towards Kakabiel. Sensing the danger, Kakabiel dodged the attack. The attack continued and hit the barrier hard, cracking it. Haha, damn it, I dodged it, I don't think I can use it again, Issei gasped. The energy consumption of that technique was excessive. At this moment he could only do it once with the boosted gear fully charged. Hahaha. You're definitely strong, Sekiryuutei. I won't lie, if you'd hit me with that, you most likely would have left me seriously injured. But it won't happen again. Damn it. I haven't lost yet. Taking off from the ground at great speed, Issei launched himself at Kakabiel, landing many powerful blows on the fallen man's chest without damaging him in the slightest. It's useless, Sekiryuutei. Kakabiel exclaimed, launching a large spear of light at Issei. Damn it. Fire layer. Issei created a layer of fire to cover himself from the spear attack. When he saw that cloak, images flashed into Kakabiel's mind, images of someone he would hate for the rest of his life. Archeress. Kakabiel exclaimed, blinded by rage, launching a huge spear of light at Issei. Dodge it, Aibu. Shouted the dragon inside. Issei was on the ground, but the arrest caused him to be delayed and unable to dodge that attack. Issei screamed, trying with all his might to stop the attack, but given its power and intensity, he was forced to retreat. I can't stop him, Issei thought, but at that moment the power that was pushing him gave way a little, the cause. Hiba. Zenovia. I'll help you, Issei-kun. Don't take all the fun, Sekiryuutei hi to Issei. They both crossed their swords in an X to stop Kakabiel's power. Yes. Let's finish him off. Hi. Using all their power they destroyed the spear of light and the three of them launched themselves at Kakabiel. Me first. Kiba exclaimed, attacking with his sacred demonic sword. But it was stopped by Kakabiel's right hand. Pathetic, this is the level of this holy and demonic sword. Don't forget about me. Zenovia attacked with her durandal. But she was stopped by Kakabiel's left hand. That's it. Don't make me laugh, Kakabiel said, but then, looking up a little, he saw it. Take this. Issei was enveloped in a great power, that power seemed to have taken the astral form of a dragon. Big bang axle, a ball of energy shot out from Issei's right arm. Issei, Kiba and Zenovia were knocked back by the explosion. They sustained some damage, but it's possible they managed to defeat Kakabiel. Without a doubt, this power. You are his descendant. Emerging from the smoke of the explosion, his clothes slightly burned, Kakabiel appeared. Impossible, I attacked him with all my power. Issei exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment a ball of demonic power went towards Kakabiel, but he only stopped it with his hand. So you're ready to fight, Rias Gremory. I don't intend to let this exile take the credit for defeating you, Rias said. Lightning. Akeno sent a beam at Kakabiel, who was distracted by Rias' attack. But he simply flapped his wings and erased the attack. Are you going to get in my way? The one who inherited Barakiel's powers. Don't lump me in with that person. Akeno said furiously. She continued to throw lightning bolts at Kakabiel, but he destroyed them with ease. So you could become a demon. Hahaha. You have, or rather, you had, interesting servants, Rias Gremory. The remaining member of the Sacred Sword Project who reached the balance breaker. Barakiel's daughter. Kakabiel exclaimed in ecstasy, revealing Akeno's secret. Akeno was the daughter of one of the leaders of the fallen angels, Barakiel, who is on the same level as Azazel, Shamsa, and Kakabiel. Even the current Sekiryuutei, descendant of Archeress, he said with contempt in his voice, has strange tastes, just like your brother. Some found the name Archeress strange. Issei himself wondered who he was and why Kakabiel said he was his descendant. I will not forgive you for insulting my brother Armau. Rias exclaimed. But at that moment several very powerful lightning bolts struck Kakabiel. How dare you? How dare you reveal my connection to that man's blood? Akeno exclaimed furiously. Oh? What hatred, said Kakabiel, brushing the dust and soot off what remained of his singed clothes. That's how you talk about your dear father. You put your comrades above him. Bad, very bad. He's not my father. Akeno exclaimed. I'm tired of this. Die, all of you. Kakabiel exclaimed, bombarding everyone with countless light spears. Oh no. The number was immense and there was no way to stop them all, but Issei jumped ahead of them all. Flame Shield Issei created a dome of orange flames that covered everyone but left him exposed. Ayang. Issei-kun. Issei-san. Issei-senpai. Hi to Issei. Those in the dome shouted in concern. When the dome fell, Issei stood before them with his arms outstretched, covered in wounds and marks where the spears had pierced him. "They're okay, I'm glad," Issei said, falling to the ground injured. Issei-kun. Asia-san, heal him. Asia used her sacred gear to begin healing Issei. Hiba and Zenovia were the first to launch an attack. "Damn you. You'll pay for hurting my friend," Kiba exclaimed. Annoying insect using his wings as a shield. Kakabiel stopped Kiba's sword and broke it, then kicked him in the chest, sending him flying backwards. OHHHHH. Zenovia attacked, but her sword was easily caught by Kakabiel's hands. "You're a good girl, but the previous wielder of Durandal had immeasurable defense and power," Kakabiel exclaimed, punching Zenovia in the stomach and sending her flying. "You'll pay for what you did to Senpai," Kaneko exclaimed. Kakabiel used his wings again to stop the blow, but this time they attacked Kaneko as if they were very sharp blades, cutting her. The rest attacked, but they could do nothing against the strength of the fallen one who was far superior to them. "It's the end, we can't do anything against him," Rias said, frightened. "No, not yet, we haven't lost," Issei said, slowly getting up. His wounds had not been completely healed. "Oh? You think you have a chance, descendant of Arcturus? How amusing. I don't know who the hell Arcturus is, but I will defeat you." Haha, but it's incredible to see that even after losing their masters, demons and servants of God can still fight, huh? "What do you mean?" Issei asked, puzzled. Kakabiel burst out laughing, as if it were the funniest thing ever. "Ahahahaha, that's it. I'd completely forgotten," he answered himself, still amused. "The truth wasn't revealed to you lowly ones. So I'll tell you. In the Great War of the Three Factions, not only the Yandere mass but also God died." Everyone was surprised by the revelation. It's normal that they don't know. Who could say God is dead? Human beings are an incomplete group. Without God, they can't control their hearts and follow his wise laws, Kakabiel continued. Even we aren't allowed to reveal this secret. Only those in higher positions know the truth. God doesn't exist anymore. No, it can't be. Then who did we believe in while we lived in that institute? Kiba muttered. After the war, only angels who had lost their god, demons who had lost their mass, and most of the high-class demons remained. And we, the fallen, descended in great numbers, leaving us as their leaders and a few others, Kakabiel continued. So we stooped to procreating with humans to survive. If an angel falls, they become a fallen one, but without a god, angels couldn't be created. And demons, it's very difficult for a pureblood to be born, isn't it? Lies. It's a lie, Zenovia muttered in shock, denying reality. Her strength was beginning to fade. She wore an expression of panic that was unbearable to behold. A devotee like her had lost her guide, had lived her entire life for God, and now that he was dead, what was left for her? The truth is, another war wouldn't happen unless someone deliberately started it. Everyone decided there was no point in continuing the war if God and the original mass who started it were dead. Even that bastard Azazel declared there wouldn't be a second war after losing so many of his men in the first one, Rabioso said, recalling the event. "No way. No way. No way. If we'd continued from there, we would have won. Even so, is there any value in fallen angels who can only live by inviting humans who possess sacred gear?" His face expressed anger. Asia covered her mouth with her hands and opened her eyes wide as she trembled. Even though he had become a demon, his spirit remained with her. Does God not exist? Is God dead? Then the love we gave for him is. That's correct. It's normal that there's no love from God if he's already dead. Michael has certainly fared well. Of course, if the system used by God is functioning, then prayer to God, God's blessing, and exorcisms work. But compared to the time when God was present, the number of believers has decreased significantly. That kid with the sacred demonic sword was able to unite the two powers because of that anomaly. Initially, the sacred and the demonic couldn't unite without those who govern them disappearing, in other words, God and the mass, then a lot of unique phenomena occur. Asia collapsed to the ground sobbing. "Asia, snap out of it," Rias said, trying to calm the nun. Kakabiel raised his fists in the air. "From now on, I will begin the war. I will take their heads as gifts, even if I am alone, I will resume the war where it left off. I will show Surziches and Michael that we fallen angels are the ultimate beings." Lucifer. Michael. Both were beings of enormous power described in the Bible, and he was on par with them. "There's no way we can win, he's in a very different league than us," Kiba thought, believing it was the end. "Shut the bucking mouth once and for all, you damn overdeveloped crow." "Did you call me a super-developed crow?" "Yes," Issei replied, "you've been talking a lot of nonsense." "So what if the mass died?" Now we have new ones and we continue to prosper in peace, right? Everyone nodded in agreement with what was said. Kakabiel wondered where she was going with this. And you say fewer angels are coming because they have to reproduce with humans, but they keep coming, just as new ones arrive and old ones fall away. God is dead, but we're still here and the world keeps turning and we all prosper, Issei said, now standing. You say God managed a system for everything he did and it's still working, right? That means someone is using it and making it work, isn't it? Kakabiel made an annoyed face when he understood where she was going with this. Archerous brat. I'll take that as a yes. That means God and the pure angels aren't different, it's just that he and the combined mass were equal and had a completely different power, right? Issei deduced. Which means there must be a new God watching over the world, he's just not yet on par with the old one. Asia and Zenovia's expressions lit up with hope. It also means that when a new God appears and the mass becomes stronger, the leaders of the fallen will learn to live in peace, and with that, your damned plans will be useless. You damn brat. I'll kill you. You have proven my beliefs, exclaimed a mysterious voice. Who? Where is that voice coming from? Issei asked. Everyone present looked around for the owner of that voice. Aibu, there's something here with us. What do you mean by something with us? Something is coming out. At that moment a golden glow emerged from the gem on the right arm of the Busted gear. The light blinded everyone for a few moments when they were able to open their eyes. Who are you? Issei asked. Beside Issei was a young man dressed in a black suit with a long fire cape. His face was identical to Issei's, except that his hair was blonde and a small golden flame flickered on his forehead. His body was also transparent, as if he were a ghost. Finally, we meet in person, my descendant. Archerous. Kakabiel exclaimed, exploding in rage. But the ghost paid no attention. Descendant. Archerous. Issei asked, very confused. The future will reveal this mystery, now I will remove the seal of your true power, said the specter, holding Issei's hand. Crack. The sound of chains breaking was heard and a large amount of fire that originated from Issei's right arm covered him, the fire changed color, from orange to gold, blinding everyone. When the flames returned to a normal level, the Busted gear gloves were covered in golden flames and Issei's hair also changed. It was spiky and golden in color and a flickering flame appeared on his forehead while his pupils changed from brown to gold. Is that it? Issei wondered, feeling a great power coursing through his veins. Now finish off that pest, Kakabiel, said the specter, patting Issei's right shoulder before disappearing. I have a lot of questions, but first let's sort this out. I didn't expect to see that damned Archerous again, but you still can't beat me, brat. You may look like him, but you're nothing more than. Sphoo. At godlike speed, Issei appeared behind Kakabiel and struck an X-burner head-on into his back, slamming him against the ceiling of the barrier. Everyone was amazed. No one could see when he moved or attacked, but the most amazed was Issei. This power. Ibu el frente. Damn you. Kakabiel launched himself at Issei, charging a large spear of light. Fire layer, Issei used the fire layer, except this time it seemed thicker and stronger. Clonk. The sound of the spear striking the cloak echoed around and created a great expansive ode. Archerous. Kakabiel exclaimed, blinded by rage. Issei raised his right fist and the glove changed. Blades appeared on the sides and a guard appeared over his knuckles. Big bang axle. A smaller fireball shot out at Kakabiel. He recoiled far back, hovering in the air and crushing the fireball between his hands. That's all, I only had to use 80% of my power. I only used number 50, Issei said, appearing behind Kakabiel. Big bang axle. The fireball struck Kakabiel squarely in the back, injuring him. Issei propelled himself at great speed, ending up behind the charred Kakabiel. He then grabbed two of his wings and with a low kick, sent him crashing to the ground, tearing off the wings he was holding. They're nothing but fly wings, Issei said, burning the wings. Bomb. Emerging from the crater where Kakabiel fell, he rose to the sky, completely enraged. You'll pay for this. Kakabiel exclaimed, lunging at Issei. Bomb. The sound of forearms colliding echoed. Issei shot a flame point blank from his mouth. Kakabiel ducked to avoid the blast of flames, but an elbow to the face sent him flying. Several spears of light appeared above Kakabiel and went against Issei. Issei maneuvered at high speed, passing between the spears, and launched a punch against Kakabiel. Kakabiel used his arm to stop the blow. Crack. Kakabiel's arm was broken by Issei's blow, but he didn't care and threw more spears at Issei. You're just wasting your energy, Issei said, cutting all the spears. Damn it. Die already. Holy lance. A gigantic lance twice the size of the academy. Take cover. Kiba exclaimed, creating a barrier of swords, but even so, it wouldn't be enough to protect themselves from that attack. Dragon. Ready, partner. A torrent of golden flames shot out of Issei's right hand and with his left he pointed at Kakabiel. Kakabiel. Vazakar. X-burner. Issei's attack collided directly with Kakabiel's spear. Both were fighting for dominance. Die. Hi. Bost. Issei's energy increased much more and erased Kakabiel's spear. Impossible. Kakabiel exclaimed as he was engulfed by Issei's attack. Ayang. The explosion from Issei's attack was so strong and the residual energy so powerful that the containment barrier began to fall to pieces. I did it. Issei-kun won. Kiba said. Issei had won the battle against Kakabiel. That transformation was what gave Issei more power. Issei landed next to the group of demons. Issei-san, that was incredible. Well done, senpai. You were amazing, Issei-kun. Issei-kun, what is that transformation and who was that person? Kiba asked. To be honest, I haven't the slightest idea what this transformation is, but thanks to it, I was able to defeat Kakabiel. To everyone's surprise, Kakabiel emerged from the crater left by the impact. You're kidding, he's still alive. Exclaimed the incredulous onlookers. Issei stepped forward to fight again, but he sensed a great and powerful presence, greater than Kakabiel's. Yufufu, interesting. Very promising. Crack. The barrier shattered into pieces, revealing the night sky, where a person dressed in wide armor with blue jewels in various places was flying in the air. Vanishing Dragon, one of the Longinus the Divide diving. If you're in armor mode, it must mean you're in balance breaker. It's really annoying, you were drawn to the red. Vanishing Dragon. If you get in my way. Before Kakabiel could finish speaking, the white dragon tore off another wing, leaving him with 7. It's like a raven's wing, said the person in the armor, speaking for the first time. It has an unpleasant color, not like Azazel's, which is much darker, like the color of eternal night, you know. Be strong, Kakabiel is very weakened and won't be able to do anything against him, Issei thought, analyzing what had happened. I'm going. It's a symbol that you've fallen. There's no need for wings for those who have bowed down, even below the earth, is there? Do you still think you can fly? Vanishing Dragon, are you opposing me? Said Kakabiel, rising to a powerful height and creating a large number of light spears. My name is Albion. Divide. The sacred gear's voice was heard, then Kakabiel's aura decreased greatly as his spears disappeared. One of the abilities of my divide diving is to steal the power of my opponents every 10 seconds. If you don't defeat me quickly, I will continue to take your power until you are weaker than a mere human. Kakabiel tried to catch the white dragon, but it moved so fast, it seemed to be moving at the speed of light. Divide. Damn. Kakabiel could do nothing, he was lost, his opponent was someone far superior to him. Damn it. Kakabiel exclaimed in frustration. The white dragon delivered a powerful blow to Kakabiel's stomach, knocking him unconscious. Azazel asked me to bring you back by force if necessary. You overreacted, said the Hikuryuku, hoisting Kakabiel onto his shoulder. I should take Freed too. Albion carried the badly wounded Freed and spread his wings of light, ready to leave. Are you ignoring me, huh, white guy? Said Dreg. So you were awake, Red said a jewel of armor. They are communicating, Issei said. We finally met, but in a situation like this. That's fine, our destiny is to fight someday. These kinds of things happen. White, I can't sense hostility in you like before. Red, your hostility is very low too. It seems we both have things that interest us more than fighting. That's what it is. We should be having fun for ourselves for a while. It's not so bad sometimes, is it? See you again, Dreg. That will be fun too, eh? Until then, Albion. The conversation between the two ended. What was all this about? Who are you and what are you doing? Issei asked this time. As I said, I came for him, he said, referring to Kakabiel. Get stronger, my rival Kun, I'm going to fight you one day, said the dragon, walking away. Somehow everything turned out alright, Kiba managed to get his revenge, and Issei awakened a strange new power. What the hell was that? Saji exclaimed as the Citri group entered the scene. Haidu, what is that? He asked, referring to the transformation. I wouldn't know how to tell you at that moment. Issei returned to normal, but due to overexertion and exhaustion, he almost fell to the ground but was caught by Kiba. It's okay, Issei-kun. Haha, just a little tired, but the credit is all yours, Sacred Demonic Sword. This is fantastic. Thank you. Things seem to be going well, but… Careful, Kiba cut a sphere of demonic power in half. Now that it's all over, I think it's time for a reprimand, don't you? Issei, Kiba. This is bad, Kiba. Do you think we can escape? Issei said, struggling to his feet but igniting his fists with dragon fire. Maybe, Kiba replied. Rias, stop, this isn't the time, Sona said. Bekeno, no one should interfere. Hi but you. The barrier of containment was created between Rias and Kiba and Issei. "It's time for the rogue demons to disappear," Rias said, about to disintegrate them when. "Wait, Rias," a voice called from a distance. Making his appearance alongside an army of demons, Surziches entered the scene. "Oh, now we're definitely not getting out of here alive," Issei said, sensing the enormous power. "Yes, it was likely we could escape from Butchu, but from Surziches-sama. Surziches-sama, before you do anything, allow me to explain," Sona said, trying to prevent them from eliminating those two. "Oni-sama, finish them off, they are exiled demons." Surziches walked towards the barrier that contained the two of them. They thought it was the end, but what Mao Lucifer said was something they didn't expect to hear. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Issei-kun. I wanted to inform you that you have been promoted to high-class devil." "Huh? Ria's group? Huh? The Phoenix? Huh?" Zenobia, who was eavesdropping, asked. "Huh? Kiba? Issei? Something big has just begun, what awaits Issei in his future?" World trigger opening Jirigiri sonar pocket. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. The black background can be seen, in the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sono with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. And Junagara Itsuda Tatakateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Dake Tsuyoku Narerio. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wo Mot. Sono Hibi Nai Sores or no Iro Mot. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Girigiri Nai Stay Shite Sakub. Sugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia, and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Girigiri Nai fly again. Ikuzo Tsukum smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kurenai wa Mamorumano Georgia Erukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sona's, and Issei's. Sono Tame Nai wa Nani wo Sudatimo Aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table with one seat left empty. The Gashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. Chapter 4 The Haidu Clan. Chapter 4. The Haidu Clan. Academia Kuo. Just moments ago the fierce and bloody battle against Kakabiel had ended. Issei and Kiba had to make sacrifices to get where they are now. And they knew very well that when all this was over, they would have to plan how to fix the small problem that they were now exiles. What Issei didn't count on was what one of the current Yandere said. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Issei-kun. I wanted to inform you that you've been promoted to high-class demon," said Mao Lucifer with his typical smile. Those words fried the brains of everyone present, especially Issei's. Once I managed to articulate words, the first thing I said was, Issei, as well as the rest, were in awe. What did Surziches-sama say? Sona asked, the first to recover from her astonishment. As I said, Issei-kun was promoted to high-class devil. But how? Issei asked, did he earn such a high position just to defeat Kakabiel? Sona Citri, I'll ask you a question. Counting the extinct clans, how many clans are there in the underworld? Asks Mao Lucifer. 72 in total, but what's all this about? We believed that too until recently, revealed Mao Lucifer. What do you mean, Oni-sama? Rias asked. Recently, a discovery was made in one of the unexplored areas of the underworld, Surziches reveals. The discovery? Issei-kun, what we discovered was that you come from an ancient demon clan that we knew nothing about, Surziches revealed. Everyone was shocked. Does Issei come from an ancient demon clan? That's impossible, there must be a mistake, Rias said. A low-class person like Issei can't come from an ancient clan. He was just a human when I reincarnated him. We still don't know the reason, but we believe that the founder of the clan decided to live in the human world and not in the demon world, which is why nothing was ever heard of him or his descendants. How are you sure that Haidu-kun is a descendant of that clan? Sona asked. An ancient painting, a painting that shows the face of the clan's first leader, Gryphia. Yes sir. Taking a step forward, Gryphia pulled out a small device that displayed a hologram of the painting. That's him. Issei said in amazement. The rest of those who fought with Kakabiel were equally amazed. The reason is that the man in the painting was not only identical to Issei, but he was also the same person who appeared alongside Issei in the fight and unleashed his true power. There's no doubt about it, it's the same person who appeared with Issei-kun, Kiba said. How? Surziches asked. Issei went on to explain what happened in the fight. I see, so this person's name is Archerus, right? Yes, that explains what Kakabiel screamed when he saw me, so it's true, I am a descendant of an ancient demon clan. Issei-kun, I'd like you to accompany me to the underworld. There are things we need to discuss very seriously. I understand, Issei replied. Looks like you got away with it, Issei, Rias said, trying to hide her anger, but her expression changed to a sinister smile. But you, Kiba, won't be so lucky. Kiba seemed ready to face the consequences of his actions, but… Wait, Issei said, intervening. What is it you want? Rias asked. Surziches-sama, if I become a high-class devil will I get my own evil pieces game? Issei asked. The question angered Rias, gave Sona a nod of approval, and made Surziches chuckle. Of course, Issei-kun, now as a high-class devil you can form your own retinue. Very well, Issei went to see Kiba. Kiba, do you want to be my knight? Huh? The blonde man said, confused. What will you answer? Do you want to remain an exile or join my group? Kiba was left with an expression of astonishment, but then smiled. I swear loyalty to my king Haidu, Issei said, Kiba kneeling in the typical position of a knight. You didn't need to do that, Issei said. If there's nothing more to discuss, Issei-kun, Yudo-kun, accompany me to the underworld. Hi, they both replied. Issei and Kiba followed Mao Lucifer, leaving an annoyed Rias behind. Things were taking an unexpected turn, but what the demons didn't know was that a certain person had secretly overheard the entire conversation. Another demon clan, and the Sekiryuutei Haidu Issei is its leader. I have to report this to the church. As well as explain to me about the death of God. Zenobia embarked on a journey to find answers. World trigger opening Jirigiri sonar pocket. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. The black background can be seen. In the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sona with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. Anjinagara Itsida Takateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Hizu no Kazu Date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wo Mot. Sono Hibi Nai Soras or no Ira Mot. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Girigiri Nai Stay Shite Sakab. Sugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Girigiri Nai fly again. Ikuzo Tsukam smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kurenai wa Mamorumano Georgia Erukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sonas and Issei's. Sono Tame Nai wa Nani wo Sudatimo Aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. Higashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Hayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. Underworld. Issei and Kiba were already in the underworld. This was the first time Issei had set foot in the underworld, so he was fascinated. In this fic, Issei didn't give his arm to drag, so he didn't go to the underworld to fight Razor. Don't worry, the fight will be coming soon. The sky was purple, and there was a sun. How can there be a sun in the underworld? Issei asked. For the comfort of the demons reincarnated as humans, the underworld sky was created long ago, as well as the sun and the moon, and weather patterns among other things, Gryphia explained. Where exactly are we going? Issei asked. Before speaking with the elders of the council and the mass, it is necessary to clean and bandage your wounds, as well as dress you in a presentable manner, Issei-sama, as the leader of your clan, said the maid. Now that Issei looked closer, he was right. Several parts of his body had dried bloodstains, some minor wounds were still open, and his clothes were also in a deplorable state. I think you're right. Wait, I'm the clan leader. What about my parents? An investigation will be conducted soon. If your parents show any signs of the power you possess, they will be asked if they will agree to become leaders, Gryphia said. If your parents show no signs of such power, the leadership of the clan will pass to you, Issei-sama. Issei wondered if his parents had the same power as him. Issei and Kiba followed Gryphia until they reached a room where many maids were waiting for them. "They'll help you," Gryphia said from the doorway. "I'll come for you in a few minutes." And with that, she closed the door, leaving Issei and Kiba inside with the maids. "What's going on, Kiba?" Issei asked, turning to look at his friend, who only showed his eyes closed and his arms outstretched. "The reason?" Without warning, the maids surrounded them both and began to undress them. "What's going on?" Issei exclaimed, trying to keep his pants in place. "They help us get dressed," Issei-kun. In the blink of an eye, Kiba was already clean, combed, and wearing a black tuxedo. "Wait, I can change myself," Issei exclaimed as a last resort. "Please don't move, Issei-sama," said one of the maids, applying alcohol to the wound. "Ouch. How do they know my name?" "As a former member of the Gremory group, we knew about you," another maid replied, taking off Issei's pants. "I can change myself." After Issei went through that strange and traumatizing experience called being forcibly undressed and dressed by a battalion of maids, he was already at the doors of the hall, where the mass and the members of the Underworld Council were waiting for him. "Kiba, how did you put up with that? I feel like I need to see a psychologist. I'll never look at a maid the same way again." "After a certain number of times, it doesn't bother you anymore," Kiba replied. "Exactly what is that number?" The doors to the hall opened and Gryphia came out. "Issei-sama, the mass and the council are waiting for you. I can feel the pressure they're sending me right from here. Shall we go in now?" Issei asked. "I'll stay out here, good luck Issei-kun." "Sure, leave me alone." "Very good, Kiba." Issei entered the room. Inside, a group of elderly-looking demons were waiting for him. "I suppose they're the old folks on the council." Alongside those demons were Surziches and two other people he didn't recognize. Although one of them seemed to be asleep. "Is it possible to sleep here?" Ibu alert. Besides Surziches, those two possess great power. "They're making me even more nervous." "Sit down, Issei-kun, you're in a safe place," said Surziches. "We're among demons. I don't know if trust is something they have." "You're a demon too, Ibu." "Oh right. So you're the brat descended from that supposed clan," said one of the oldest demons. Hi. "You don't seem to have the legacy of many demons." "To me, you're not very different from any other reincarnated human," said another demon. "Ah, this will be annoying," Issei thought. "Gentlemen, stop intimidating the young man. He only discovered the supernatural world a few months ago," Surziches said supportively. "Thanks to someone who supports me, although it's rare for them to help me because of my relationship with their sister." "Issei-kun, you know we called you here to promote you and talk about your future as a high-class devil, right? And? Well, there's something else we want to talk about," Surziches said, replacing his smiling face with a serious expression. "In the ruins of the old castle, where we found the secret of your clan, we found something else," said the man next to Surziches. "Issei-kun, the Azuka Beelzebub present Surziches. Nice to meet you. What we found in that old castle was that your ancestor, Arcturus, right? And?" The rest of those present felt intrigued by the name. "It turns out your ancestor was one of the first demons. Ancient texts revealed that he was on par with the first ones. Lucifer, Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus," Surziches said, surprising Issei. "The texts revealed that there were not 4 mass, but 5, said the other man next to Surziches, the one who was asleep, the Mau Falbium Asmodeus. "Issei-kun, your ancestor was the 5th Mau," Surziches revealed. Issei was shocked. His ancestor was someone so strong and important that he became one of the first mass. After half an hour the meeting ended, Issei was still trying to digest everything that had been revealed so far. From the beginning he was not a simple human, he was part demon, the last descendant of an ancient clan, a clan whose founder was the 5th Mau. "Issei-kun, are you alright? You look a little pale," Kiba asked. "Yes, except I found out a lot of things, plus I had to tell them about what happened today. The battle with Kakabiel. Young Haidu." When Issei turned around, he saw that the one calling him was Mau Beelzebub. "Beelzebub-sama," Kiba said, bowing. When Issei saw this, he also bowed. "Follow me, young Haidu," said the Mau. Follow him? Why?" Issei asked, confused. "Issei-kun, Ajuka Beelzebub-sama is the creator as well as the one in charge of giving the demonic pieces to the higher class demons," Kiba explained. "Wow, he's the person who created the evil pieces." Issei and Kiba followed Mau Beelzebub, the Haidu group was about to be created. Human world. Already in one of Ajuka Beelzebub's laboratories, which for some reason was located in Japan in the human world. "Damn it. Kiba, how long has it been since we ran into Fried in that abandoned chapel?" Issei asked worriedly. "A day and a half I think, why?" "That day I had my pieces removed, so I was unconscious afterward until everything that happened with Kakabiel. My parents must be worried. I still have my phone, here, call them." Kiba lent his cell phone to Issei, since his own was damaged from the continuous battles. Thank you. Issei asked for a moment to make the call. Young you do not. I ask Ajuka. Do you need anything, Ajuka-sama? Did young Haidu say that he extracted the evil pieces from himself? Yes, I can't really be sure, but Issei-kun said that he had to have the pieces removed because Gremory-san used his control over them. I see. I'm still wondering why I added that function. In any case, that's interesting. Tell me, you don't have Rias Heim's horse piece either, did you extract it yourself? No, Issei-kun used a strange ability to destroy the piece of my body. Sorry about that, I had to make some things up to explain the time I was gone, here Kiba. Alright, young Haidu, you could come and stand on this platform, Ajuka explained. In the middle of the laboratory was a platform with a strange pentagram. Issei accepted and headed to the place the Mayu indicated. When Issei stepped onto the platform, it lit up, releasing a strange energy around him. Now. I need you to release some of your power, don't use your sacred gear, Ajuka informed from behind a protective cloak. Understood. Issei tried to concentrate some of that new power he had gained. At that moment a small golden sphere appeared in front of Issei. Okay, now try to divide that power into 15 small fragments, Ajuka said. Issei followed the instructions, dividing the sphere into 15 smaller spheres. Now give them the shapes of chess pieces. Issei then began to mold the 15 spheres. It wasn't easy, but somehow he managed to do it. Now I'll take care of the rest. Several magic circles activated and surrounded Issei. These seemed to scan, analyze, and materialize the pieces. After a brief flash, 15 golden chess pieces floated in front of Issei. Oh? Interesting. Now focus some of your power on the king piece. Issei raised his hand to reach for the piece. With every centimeter that he got closer he could feel a throbbing as his power manifested. But this I am now a king, Issei said unconsciously. When I touch the king's piece, I enter the golden transformation, just as the boosted gear materialized. So that's the guy's power, said Ajuka, fascinated by Issei's show of power. The king's piece emitted a golden glow. Both powers converged and called to one another. The piece approached and entered Issei's body. As it entered his body, 2 pairs of demon wings emerged from Issei's back. It's ready and your level is impressive, said Ajuka, emerging from the protective layer. Why does he say so? Issei asked. The number of wings a demon manifests is a representation of its power. Demons reincarnated as humans generally only manifest 1 or 2 pairs of wings. That is, if their power is of a very high level, Ajuka explained. I see, it's actually interesting. Now, young Haidu, do you already have the members of your retinue? The Mayu asked. Only Kiba. Why? If it's not too much trouble, could you lend me your pawn pieces? I don't see a problem with that. But what does she want them for? Each evil piece contains a signature of the demon's power. I'd like to analyze your power if you don't mind. No problem, Issei replied. Alright, now I'll show you the method to reincarnate a person and turn them into a member of your entourage. Okay. Ajuka taught him how to reincarnate a person to turn them into a demon. After learning how it was done, he went on to turn Kiba back into his knight. A few moments after Issei and Kiba returned to Kuo. It's not very like you to investigate the demonic artifacts, Ajuka, said Surziches, as Gryphia appeared in the laboratory. I was curious about that boy Surziches, more specifically. About the pieces he created. Is something wrong with Issei-kun's pieces? Yes. Something very amazing, Ajuka said, showing Surziches one of Issei's pawn pieces. Tell me, Surziches, do you see any difference in this piece? No. In my opinion, it's like any other pawn piece. Well, you're very wrong, Surziches. I don't know how he did it, but this one, like the other pawn pieces, not like all the pieces he created, are mutant pieces. That boy has great power, and I assure you it will continue to grow more and more. That's good if Issei-kun ever wants to claim his position as the 5th Mayu. I think that's still a long way off. He's young and inexperienced. But I don't think it's impossible, Ajuka said. You seem very interested in the Ajuka. Let's just say that boy piqued my interest. The power he possesses, the Longinus boosted gear, and the fact that he'd be the first demon to self-extract his demonic parts and survive, that's certainly intriguing. The boy is young, perhaps he'd be interested in a political marriage with my niece. Now that news about him is circulating, he'll soon receive several marriage proposals, Surziches said. What will the future hold for Issei now as a high-class devil? Issei's house. It was already night when Issei returned home. He knew that as soon as he set foot in his house, he would receive the biggest scolding in history. Well, it's no wonder, I was gone for almost 2 days without contacting them. Issei slowly opened the door handle and entered his house. I'm back. Issei. Where have you been? His mother asked angrily. Well, as I told you on the phone, some club business came up unexpectedly and I had to go out with the others for a few days. I tried to call you, but there was no signal where we went. Issei somehow managed to convince his mother. By the way, we have visitors, said his mother. Visitors? Who? Issei walked towards the living room. Hello, Zenobia was there waiting for him. In surprise, Issei fell face first to the floor in shock. What are you doing here? Issei took advantage of his mother going out to shop to talk to Zenobia without hiding anything. Let me see if you understood. After the fight with Kakabiel, you informed your superiors about the clan they didn't know about, as well as the death of God, right? And after you spoke about the death of God, the church saw you as an obstacle and expelled you as a heretic, right? Correct. And now you come to my house and ask me to let you join my entourage, huh? That's correct, I heard you were promoted to high-class demon and that you would have your own servants. I don't know where to begin, Issei said, suffering from a minor migraine. For starters, you didn't try to kill me just a few days ago. Besides, are you sure about doing this? You'll never be able to pray or follow God's teachings again. I've considered it too. But even if I become a demon, I don't intend to lose my faith. I won't be able to pray, but I'll still maintain my beliefs. What will happen to Irina? She was lucky. Her faith is stronger than mine. If she had discovered the truth, she would very likely have broken down and lost her mind. Now that the church has branded me a heretic, they'll come after me too. Alright, from now on you'll be a member of my entourage, one of the first, not counting Kiba. What do I have to do? Follow me. There's plenty of space in the courtyard and there won't be any witnesses. Once in the courtyard, Issei asked Zenobia to stay in the center while he prepared the spell. You usually use swords, right? Do you have any other fighting methods? No, I have very little experience in hand-to-hand combat, and as for magic, I'm a failure. I can only use Durandal in fights, as well as other types of swords. I think the knight would be the best piece for you. But I'm worried there won't be enough pieces. In the middle of the courtyard, a large golden magic circle appeared. It had characters from the demon world, as well as what looked like a golden flame inside a crystal as a logo. So this is the clan's emblem, certainly one we've never seen before, Zenobia said, examining the emblem from the inside. Do you know the emblems of the different clans? Issei asked, preparing the piece. Yes, one of the teachings of exorcists is to learn the emblems of the 72 demonic pillars, so if a magic circle with that emblem appears, we will know who we are dealing with. It's ready, now I'll begin the ritual. The magic circle began to shine brightly, the piece of the horse that Issei placed on one of the characters of the circle began to rise and emit the same golden glow. Zenobia, at this moment I, hide you Issei, will give you a new life. Do you swear to follow me and live for me? That chant increased the radiance of the circle. I swear. From now on you are my knight. The horse piece entered Zenovia's body, covering her with a golden cloak. As it disappeared, 2 bat wings emerged from her back. Okay, it's done. From now on, you're a demon at my service. Zenobia took a moment to notice the changes in her body. The sensation, energy, and senses were heightened. It's a strange healing, isn't it? Issei said, moving a little closer to her. Yes, at first glance, there's no noticeable change, but it feels different. Besides, Zenobia looked around with her new eyes. The ability to see in the dark is an advantage. That and other things, being able to speak any language in the world is useful, although the only foreigner I spoke to was Asia. Asia Argento. I feel I should apologize to her. I said some very bad things about her, before Issei put his hand on Zenovia's shoulder and said. No problem. You may have said bad things about her before, but now you're both the same. I don't see why you can't get along. Yes, now we are both demons serving our masters. By the way, what should I call you now? Master. Master. Issei is fine, I don't feel comfortable being called that. Then this is in your care from now on Issei. At that moment Zenobia put on a sincere smile. At that moment, Issei's heart began to beat like crazy. Wow, she looks so cute when she makes that expression. Well, I think it's time for me to go, said Zenobia. Where are you staying? In the old abandoned church. I know you'll be able to have dinner, stupid, but do they have beds there? At least you have food, right? Oh my god, wait until my parents arrive, I'll tell them if you can stay here. But. No buts, now you are my servant. What kind of king would I be if I left my servants living in a pigsty? Issei said, entering the house. Thank you. After a few minutes, both Issei's father and mother returned. Issei explained to them that Zenobia was going to enter Kuo Academy as a transfer student, but due to certain incidents, she lost all her belongings and had nowhere to stay. You have nothing to worry about, Zenobia, from now on you can live here, said Issei's father. Follow me, I'll show you your room, said Issei's mother. I knew this would happen, sometimes my parents are so naive. Oh well, whatever, now I have some things to take care of, Issei thought. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to sleep for a while, said Issei, heading to his room. Dinner will be ready in an hour, said his mother. Okay. How long did I sleep? About 20 minutes, Ibu. A lot has happened in a very short time, Drake. You said it, you're the first partner I've had who's gone through so much in such a short time, but I can say one thing, in the future, you might become the strongest Sekiryuutei in history. Do you really think that, Drake? Your growth potential is somewhat unusual, but your level is gradually increasing. The only worrying thing is the target. Right? Who was that guy? I could feel an immense power emanating from him. That kind of power isn't normal. I'm not entirely sure who its host will be now, but the power that person possesses contains strong traces of demonic power. Is he a demon? But aren't humans the only ones born with sacred gear? It could be a reincarnated demon like you, or it could be an exception to the rule. An exception to the rule. There are cases where a supernatural being has human genes, in other words, a hybrid. If that boy is half demon, half human, it would explain how he has Davida diving. Issei scratched his head. We go from one problem to another, fate must hate me. What are you worried about, Ibu? You've achieved your goal of becoming a high-class demon, so your harem dream is now possible. In fact, you've already started by adding the girl from Durandal. I won't deny that Zenovia's physique is very attractive, but I won't be like the other demons who rule harshly and force their servants to do things they don't want to do. If I add Zenovia to the harem, I'll do it the normal way. As? I haven't the slightest idea. Very typical of you, Ibu. I'll think about that later, I'm going to take a bath now. Issei went to take a shower, entered the bathroom and undressed. I'll have to find a way to hide this, Issei said, after he removed the pawn pieces. A large X-shaped scar remained on his chest, and even with the phoenix's tears, it did not disappear. I remember an old magic trick to change one's appearance. I'll put it on you in case your parents or human friends see it. How do you know that magic? The former owner of mine used it, don't ask why. Noted Issei prepared to enter normally, what he didn't notice was that there were already some clothes in the basket, implying that it was occupied. Ah. Zenovia was already taking a bath. She was in the bathtub. Excuse me, I should have asked if you were busy. No problem, it's your house after all. Is there a problem if I take a quick bath? Issei asked, for some reason he didn't feel nervous. No, Zenovia replied, not seeming to care. Thanks, and by the way, thanks for the spectacular view, Issei said, giving a thumbs up. Zenovia didn't understand. Issei went to take a bath as usual, unlike the time Asia walked in while he was bathing. This time was different. He wasn't nervous about Zenovia seeing him, and it wasn't as if he wasn't delighted to see Zenovia's naked figure. That mark on your chest? Zenovia asked to start the conversation. Ah, this one. When I took off the pieces, I suppose the scar remained, even though I used a potion to heal my wounds, Issei said while washing his hair. Can you pass me the shampoo? Here, besides me, how many servants do you have? In total, it's just the three of us. You, me, and Kiba. How many servants can a demon have? They use the same number of pieces as in chess, 15, but there can be more, which would be servant demons. I see, said Zenovia, settling into the bathtub. Ah, a hot bath feels good. Can I ask you a question? Which? Before the Kakabiel incident, when you were already in Kuo, you lived in that old church, right? And? Besides not having a bed and food, at least they had water. There was one, but it wasn't hot. It was more like a large swimming pool, and we used it to clean ourselves. Oh, for the love of Satan. Had I known, I would have let them sleep in my house even if they were enemies. A woman shouldn't live in those kinds of environments. Is something wrong? I know I'm a demon under your command now, but is it okay that you treat me so well? Not long ago we were enemies, Zenovia said as she looked at her reflection in the water. That doesn't matter anymore, now it's my duty to watch over you and take care of you. Besides, there's no way I could hold a grudge against such a lovely girl as you. Do you think I'm pretty? And? You're the first person to say something like that to me. No one has ever said that to me before, well, except for Irina. I suppose you've been with a lot of blind people, your pretty face, your great figure, and those big eyes make you an irresistible woman. Zenovia didn't understand why her heart was beating so fast. Although now I will have a long road ahead of me as leader of my clan. I'd like to hear about that. Ah. Well, I don't think there's a problem if I tell you. Issei began to recount everything the mass had told him. It turns out that in a place that had not yet been explored by demons, an old castle was found. That castle contained information about my clan, as well as that of the fifth Mao. There was one more Mao. Exclaimed Zenovia in surprise. Isn't it incredible? Do you remember that person who looked a lot like me who appeared when we were facing Kakabiel? And? It turns out he's the founder of the clan. Apparently, he was one of the first demons to confront God alongside the original Lucifer, Leviathan, Beelzebub, and Asmodeus. He was never recorded before because he mysteriously disappeared, leaving the 4 original masks to witness the battle. That means that in addition to being the clan leader, you're also a descendant of one of the original masks, Zenobia said in amazement. Yes, apparently the highest-ranking demon said to reveal my clan and lineage to the public, and that when I am stronger and qualified, I can aspire to the title of Mao. That's surprising. Yes, but it only means more responsibilities and a lot of pressure. All I want is to be the king of a harem. Is your goal to be the king of a harem? Zenobia asked. Yes, my dream is to be with beautiful women whom I love and who love me for who I am, not for anything else. And will I be one of them? Consider it done, Issei replied, smiling. I still don't know how to do it since I won't force you to be a part of it, but remember, somehow I will win your heart, Issei said. I am curses. And a lot. Well, I've finished my bath, I'll see you at dinner, said Issei, adjusting his towel and leaving the bathroom. So, you're trying to win my heart, huh? Zenobia said, staring at the door through which the brunette had left. Well, you've started very well, Zenobia said, feeling her heart racing. The rest of the night was normal, a quiet dinner with the Haidu family. Tomorrow Issei would have to take care of many matters, as would Zenobia. Academia Kuo. Issei was heading to the student council hall. Now that Zenobia was a member of his entourage, he planned to enroll her in the academy. But there I noticed the first problem of being a high-class demon with his own retinue. He doesn't have the connections to pull strings and get Zenobia into the academy. That's why I was hoping you could help me, Kaicho, Issei said, already in the student council room. I certainly understand your problem, said Sona Citri. Behind her stood the members of her entourage. A very bold move on your part to include a former exorcist who wields Durandal in your group just hours after being promoted. Well, let's just say I couldn't refuse the offer. Sona sighed wearily. Okay, I'll see how I can enroll her in the academy. Seriously? I owe you one, Kaicho. Issei exclaimed happily. But look, it won't be long before your rise and your lineage come to light, Haidu-kun, said Sona's queen, Tsubaki Shinra. Well, I didn't expect it to be published in the newspaper, Issei said, picking up a newspaper from Sona's desk. To think that besides a clan about which nothing was ever known, there would also be a Mao about whom nothing was known, Sona said. It was a great surprise to me too, Surzicha-sama and the rest of the mass told me so. You met all the mass? Saji said in amazement. Sona, for her part, felt nervous, for a simple reason. Almost everyone, only Surzicha-sama, Ajuka-sama and Falbium-sama were present. The person who boasted the title of Leviathan was not in the meeting. Sona was able to sigh with relief. Seraphil Leviathan-sama, Kaicho's sister, said Saji. Kaicho, you were the sister of a Mao. Exclaimed Issei, astonished by the revelation. Saji Sona seemed to be angry with her pawn. I'm sorry, Kaicho. Saji seemed resigned to his punishment. What's your sister like? Issei asked. She's special, Sona said, feeling sad as she remembered her sister. Please, I beg you, don't ask any more questions. Okay, well, I'm leaving it in your hands, Kaicho, said Issei. I'll try to have everything ready by the beginning of next week, Haidu-kun, Sona replied. Thank you, Kaicho, and with that, Issei left the council room. Issei-kun, how did it go? Kiba asked, joining the brunette. Kaicho will take care of the paperwork to get Zenobia admitted. You don't have any problem with her, do you? Not at all. My hatred was for Excalibur, but I've gotten over it now and I'll move on. Besides, we're both Haidu Issei's knights now. A few months ago I wouldn't have imagined that I would become a high-class devil so quickly, Issei said as he walked with Kiba through the academy. It was only a matter of time. You have great skills, as well as the boosted gear. Kiba, there's something bothering me. What thing? Unlike other clans, mine is literally poor in comparison, Issei said, feeling discouraged. Apparently, my ancestor didn't leave any material possessions, so besides that old castle, I don't have much. I still have what I saved when I worked as a Gremory pawn, but it's a pittance. I suppose it will be a tough road from now on, Kiba said. Luckily for him, the apartment here is already paid for well in advance, so it won't affect Issei. Yes, since I can't afford to rent Zenobia an apartment, she'll be living at my house for a while. And where is Zenobia-san? Saying goodbye, said Issei. Irina is leaving today, taking with her the fragments of Excalibur and Zenobia's Excalibur. I suppose it will be difficult for them. They seem to be good friends. They are, even though Zenobia is now a demon, she will still be Irina's friend, Issei affirmed. You're right. They continued chatting until they reached Issei's classroom. Oh, I almost forgot, Kiba, wait a moment, said Issei, heading to his seat and searching for something in his backpack. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Here Issei handed Kiba 3 envelopes, their contracts. One is for today, and the other 2 are for the weekend. Contracts, so fast. I thought it would take a while to propagate our clan's contracts. Yes, I'm still making the brochures, but these are from regular customers from when we were Gremory. When they found out, they contacted me to request a contract. I see indeed, they are familiar names, Kiba said, reviewing the documents. By the way, are you busy tomorrow? No, why? Now with Zenobia on the team, I wanted to practice and see how we fight together. We managed to make a good team against Kakabiel, so in the future I'd like to plan a battle strategy. You're already thinking like a king, okay, where and what time are we meeting? Tomorrow at noon, we will use the forests near Kuo to practice. I spoke with Kaicho and he gave us permission. And but you? Kiba asked. Even though I didn't want to talk to her I couldn't find her, neither she nor Akeno-san are here. I asked Kaneko-chan and Asia and they told me they're both in the underworld. I see, then we'll see each other tomorrow. And? Kiba headed to his respective classroom. I hope things are going well for you Zenobia. Clap. Clap. Zaz. The very next day, the members of the Haidu clan began their training. Kiba and Zenobia were engaged in a fierce sword fight. So that's the power of Durandal, it's certainly terrifying, Kiba said, taking his distance. Your sacred demonic sword is not something to be taken lightly either. Holy power is harmful to demons, which gives you a great advantage against us, said Zenobia. Both swordsmen lunged at each other. Clank. The impact of Durandal colliding with a sacred demonic sword produced a flash of sparks. Kiba took advantage of that moment to move at great speed and attack Zenobia. It seems you learned from our last fight, Zenobia said, using Durandal to block the attacks. Despite being a knight, he still had to adapt to the increase in his speed, so he could only block or dodge Kiba's attacks. Yes, thanks to Issei-kun I realized that to fight against you, someone who is pure power, I need more technique, Kiba said, moving in a zigzag pattern at high speed, attacking Zenobia. Yes, if I had fought like that last time I would have had a hard time, but even so I don't intend to lose. Exclaimed Zenobia, gathering holy power in Durandal and charging into the ground. Banning. Kiba managed to separate himself in time to avoid being affected by Durandal's sacred aura. The impact raised a curtain of dust and dirt. An opening. Emerging from the dust cloud, Zenobia swung Durandal with great force to attack Kiba. At the last moment before being hit, Kiba swerved to the left to avoid some of the damage and put the edge of his sword to Zenobia's neck. It looks like a tie, Kiba said. At first glance, it seemed like he had won, but Zenobia moved her arms quickly to put Durandal's edge close to Kiba's chest. Yes, I must admit you're good, Kiba, said Zenobia, praising her fellow swordsman's skills. Facing Durandal is terrifying. I thought that last attack would be the end for me. By the way, Zenobia noticed something. What is Issei doing? Issei was near them, he was in the lotus position with his eyes closed. Issei-kun is talking to Drake, Kiba said. The Welsh dragon of the Bastard Gear. Yes, Issei-kun told me that this way he can have more conversations and learn from Drake-san. I see, Zenobia said, approaching Issei. Is he really talking? He seems asleep to me, Zenobia said, poking Issei's forehead. It's impossible. Issei opened his eyes. Being so focused on Drake, he was unaware of what was happening outside. What are you doing, Zenobia? To see if you were asleep. It wasn't. What's impossible, Issei-kun? Kiba asked, noticing that the brunette had become depressed. I can't use the golden flames. Both Kiba and Zenobia were perplexed. But you used them against Kakabiel and later in Ajuka-sama's laboratory, Kiba said. Did something happen and you can't use the golden flames? Zenobia asked. With Drake we discovered that there are steps to follow if I want to use them, those same steps make their use impossible. What are the steps? I need to have my energy at maximum, both physical and magical. And my boosts fully charged, but even with all that, I can only use the flames for 5 seconds. -5 seconds. But you used it longer against Kakabiel. Because his ancestor released the power that had been sealed for so long, it allowed my partner to use so much power for a longer period of time, spoke the voice of the dragon of the Bastard Gear. So that means Issei won't be able to use his full power? Zenobia asked. I wouldn't say that. At the moment, my partner doesn't have the ability to master the flames and use them for longer. But that can be fixed if my partner increases their current level. I have to become stronger, Issei said. Even so, my partner's mastery of other powers is promising. Other powers? Zenobia asked. Ah, that's right, you haven't seen all the skills I have yet, just like Kiba has seen some others. About the silver flames, do you have any more? Kiba asked. Yes, I believe I have several types of abilities depending on which flame I use. I'll explain it better with a demonstration. Both of Issei's palms ignited in a reddish-orange flame. This is Dragon Slayer magic that Drake taught me, Issei explained. Dragon Slayer? Zenobia asked curiously. Ancient magic used to fight against us dragons. Throughout history, many powerful dragon slayers emerged and died in glory. One of the greatest was the son of a friend of mine, Igniel, the Dragon King of Flames. His son, Natsu Dragniel, was a dragon slayer who could rival the current mass. That's incredible, Kiba said in amazement. This is magic fire. The flames changed to a completely orange hue. These increase the power of all the magic attacks or energy I use. They also work with physical attacks reinforced with magic. They're the same type you used before, Kiba said. Yes, but according to Drag, it's best not to mix my Dragon Slayer attacks with this magic, since both currently become unsynchronized and consume more magic than necessary, Issei explained. The attacks you used against Kakabiel, Zenovia said. The X-Burner and the Big Bang Axle are techniques I had to create through practice. The X-Burner concentrates a large amount of offensive magic and fires it at the designated point, but because it uses so much magic, it propels me backward. That's why I use my Dragon Slayer magic as an anchor to keep from being blown away. It's a great attack if it hits the target, Kiba said. The Big Bang Axle is like the X-Burner, but compressed into a small sphere that explodes on contact. It also burns and destroys everything in its path. That's why Kakabiel was seriously damaged when he crashed into him, Zenovia said. That one was increased since the golden flames gave it more power. The next one is this, the scarlet flamer gear drying Issei's skin turned red hot and smoke began to come out of his body. It's the same thing you used when you fought against me in arena, Zenovia said. These flames increase my physical ability and speed, Issei said, standing up and moving at great speed in a zigzag pattern. The problem with this technique is that I can't use any other kind of magic or energy techniques, only physical combat while it's active, and Issei stopped using the flames and breathed heavily. It consumes my body's nutrients and leaves me exhausted. Drake tells me not to use it more than twice a day, otherwise my heart will be under too much strain and explode. Using it too much is dangerous. We will fight alongside you and prevent you from needing to use it more than twice, Zenovia said. Thank you, and the last one is the silver flame I call Excalibur, if you don't mind. Issei asked, igniting his right arm in silver flames. No, Zenovia replied. Not at all, I no longer feel hatred for them, besides I think the name would suit them, since apparently those flames cut through everything. Like Kiba said, these flames let me cut things without a sword, though I'd like to try it out with one. But that'll have to wait, Issei said, extinguishing the flames. Are those all the skills you possess? Zenovia asked. Yes, I think I don't know, to tell the truth I'm still not sure if I don't have another trick up my sleeve, said Issei, wondering to himself if he had more flames with different powers. Issei Kun's flames, Zenovia sends Durandal, and my swords I think I have a formation for fighting in teams, Kiba said. By the way, Kiba. And? How long can you keep your balance breaker active? Like 10 minutes at most. 10 minutes, huh? Well, with time we'll improve and get stronger. Hi. They both replied. Well, it's getting late, shall we end today's session? Issei asked. That sounds good to me, besides, I have some contracts to fulfill, Kiba said. I'd like to train a little more, but oh well, we'll train again tomorrow, right? Said Zenovia. Of course, they both replied. Then we'll end today's session here, Issei said. Later that night, Issei and Zenovia walked together, now that Zenovia lived in the Heir residence. How did it go with Arena? Issei asked. It was difficult, I wasn't happy with my decision to become a demon, the blue-haired girl replied regretfully. It's a shame, if you hadn't discovered the secret behind God's death, you wouldn't have separated. It's better this way. Arena has much more faith than I do. If she had discovered the truth, it's likely her mind and soul would have broken. But being a demon isn't so bad. Now that I don't have to live as a believer, I can live a freer life. Don't you regret being a demon? Issei asked. I don't think so, although I still wonder if it was the right decision, she asked herself. Oh God, tell me what to do. Ouch. A sharp headache struck Zenovia. Now you're a demon, you can't pray, Issei said, starting to think he'd added a weirdo to his group. That's right, I forgot. I felt a deja vu, Issei said, all of this reminded him of when Asia was just a new demon. By the way, what's that folder you're carrying there? Ah, this, Issei said, a contract I have to complete now. Since the clan is short on money, I need to do as many contracts as I can to earn some income. I'm starting to think that the real evil in the world is money, said Zenovia. You said it, the world doesn't move without him. Well, I'll go to the contract location. I'll be there before dinner, Issei said. Be careful. I'll have it. Thus Issei left to fulfill his contract. Zenovia continued on her way to the Heir residence. Along the way, Zenovia had a thought running through her head. Because I told him to be careful, this feeling, what is it? Feelings she had never felt before invaded her heart. It's the same thing that happened when I heard about the dangers of using the drying gear more than twice. She was trying to understand what those feelings were. Apartment complex. Damn it, I lost again. Issei exclaimed. Well, I practiced a lot in order to fight against you, said the contractor. It was the same man as last time, the one who wore a yukata, with brown hair and a golden streak. I mean, we haven't really met in a long time, have we? Besides, in that time you became a high-class demon. Well, a lot of things happened, Issei apologized. But you've improved a lot at this, Issei said, referring to video games. I've been really hooked on this stuff ever since you took me to that arcade. And actually very hooked, you have consoles from prehistoric times, I think I see an SNES and an N64, not many fans get hold of those these days. Once I start collecting something, I can't stop. The contractor gave an odd smile. People often tell me I get really excited about collecting things. Huh? That sounds familiar. Issei lost the game again. Another round, you demon boy, or should I call you the red dragon, Sekiryuutei, descendant of Arcturus. Issei realized that he never told him anything about that. At that moment, black feathers fluttered around the apartment. Ah! Exclaimed Issei. I am Azazel, the great leader of the fallen angels. Hunter x Hunter ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Descendant immune no odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute mo kakonai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita piasu. The silhouette of 3 people in black, but they are not yet illuminated, leaving us intrigued as to who they are. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the 4 mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo dezu naim yukanju. Issei, Kiba, and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Sutanai Katoba. Amamamanites in Agaryo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Hello, isn't this Koduo? The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, he's gone, what should I do, the pieces I held have crumbled. Where do you belong, where should I aim, once you've lost sight of it, you let it fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one, and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Chapter 5 Union and Levite Tan. Chapter 5. Union and Levite Tan. Apartment complex. Ah! Exclaimed Issei. I am Azazel, the great leader of the fallen angels. Is this guy the leader of the fallen angels? This isn't good, I'm not in any condition to fight him, Issei thought, his options were limited. Why? Issei asks. I sensed Kakabiel was up to something, so I came to this city to be on the lookout for any trouble. Besides, I was interested in your boosted gear and your lineage, Azazel confessed. Issei stood up quickly and prepared to fight. Wait, I don't intend to start a fight with you. I like you, and you remind me a lot of Arcturus. Unlike Kakabiel, I saw Arcturus as a friend even though we were enemies, Azazel revealed. Issei wasn't overconfident and was still ready for anything. Anyway, it seems Albion did its job well. Albion. At that moment, Issei remembered the white armor that appeared at the end of the battle, the white dragon. I couldn't directly interfere with the situation, so I asked him to handle it instead of me. It didn't take much to convince him to listen to me this time. What are you planning, Azazel? Issei asked. I'm not planning anything, but I'll tell you, you were lucky Vali showed up. Huh? Even though you awakened Arcturus's powers, you're not in the same league as Kakabiel, no matter how strong you become. But I came close to beating him. Kakabiel was blinded by rage, he wasn't in his right mind fighting you, and if I'm not mistaken, your powers would have run out before you could continue fighting, right? Issei didn't want to accept it, but what Azazel was saying was the truth. If Albion hadn't appeared, who knows how things would have ended. In any case, it seems Albion did its job. Due to current events, the leaders of the fallen angels and demons, have decided to hold a summit meeting soon. The summit meeting. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. The black background can be seen, in the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sona are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sona with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no tame dat. And Junagara Itsida to Takateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wa mod. So no hibi nai sores or no ira mod. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Girigiri nai stay shite sakub. Sugi no mirai kitai shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Fly again. Ikuzo Tsukum smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kuranai wa Mamorumano Georgia Erukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sona's, and Issei's. Sono tame nai wa nani wo sudatimo aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. The Gashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. Student council room. You've got to be kidding me. Rias exclaimed. Given the importance of this, the current three high-class demons of Kuo City gathered in the student council hall. Did the leader of the fallen angels sneak into my yard and sabotage my plans? Rias said angrily, Akeno standing next to her. Azazel himself confirmed it to me, said Issei. Kiba was standing next to him. My sister confirmed it to me, she and Surzich's Sama will be the representatives of the demons, Sona confirmed. Tsubaki was standing next to her. What about Ajuka Beelzebub Sama and Asmadia Sama? Issei asks. Even if it's a peaceful meeting, it would be very risky for all the demon leaders to gather in one place, Sona explained. Are you so stupid that you don't understand that? Rias said contemptuously. Issei simply ignored the redeed. The leaders of the three factions will meet and discuss how to work on their relations going forward, Sona said. So the battle against Kakabiel affected the relationship between the demons, angels, and fallen angels. The three factions, huh? What a nuisance, said Issei. If the leaders of the angels, fallen angels, and demons suddenly find themselves in the city, things have become much more complicated, Rias said. What do we do now? Issei asked, leaning his head back against the sofa. We're talking about Azazel, Sona said. Perhaps if we sell Issei and Kiba we can get something out of it, Rias said. Your attitude is very annoying, Gremory, said Issei, already somewhat annoyed by the Redeed's comments. Rias bothers me too, Sona said. On another note, it seems there's been an increase in rogue demons in the area, Sona informed, handing a folder of documents to Issei and Rias. Wow, 12 cases of missing persons, this is serious, said Issei. That's why, to have everything ready for the meeting, I wanted to ask you to mobilize with your servants to comb and clear the area, Sona said. My men have divided into groups of 2 to search for and eliminate the renegades. I understand, Sona. But why are you giving one to Issei? Including that traitor Kiba, it's just the 2 of them. Bree, said a new voice entering the room. It was Zenobia, she was wearing the Kuo High School girl's uniform. Rias was surprised. The exorcist, Akeno said. What is she doing here? Rias asked. At that moment, demon wings emerged from Zenovia's back. She's my other knight, Issei said proudly. Now you're adding an exorcist to your group, which is what was expected of a low-class person like you, Rias said, looking down on Issei. As if I cared what you say, Issei said, picking his nose. Damn you. You owe everything to me. Who do you think revived you? Who showed you this world? Who told you what your powers were? Yes, I owe you a lot, but that was with the old Rias, the one you are now matters very little to me, Issei said. Even if you're a high-class person, leader of an ancient clan, that's no way to answer me. You damned low-class person. Don't forget that I'm the sister of Amau. Rias exclaimed, raising her voice. Yes, you're the sister of Amau, so what? Kaicho is one too, and he doesn't brag about it, Issei said. Even I can aspire to a future position like the 5th Mao. You. Amau. Don't make me laugh, a perverted idiot who's completely weak couldn't possibly get a position like that. Rias kept insulting Issei, but he wasn't bothered by the comments in the slightest. But to Zenobia. She was suppressing her anger. At that moment she was so angry at the Redeed that the golden sparkle in her eyes was lost for a few moments. She wouldn't hurt the Redeed much. That's enough. Sona exclaimed. Rias, shut up. Remember, if it weren't for Issei-kun fighting Kakabiel, you and everyone in this town would be dead. So now you're defending him, Sona. Fine, whatever. I'm leaving, Rias said, standing up and walking away, but not before pushing Issei. Wait, what's wrong with you? Exclaimed Zenobia, grabbing Rias by the arm. I do, tell your board to let me go. Zenobia, this is not the time to fight, we have things to take care of, Issei said, maintaining his composure. But Zenobia tried to refute. Listen to your master, Boar, unless Rias didn't finish the sentence as she felt a chill run through her entire body. It was murderous instinct. When I looked in the direction from where I felt the instinct, I saw Issei. His pupils were completely golden and emitted a terrifying glow. It's best if you don't finish that sentence, Gremory, Issei said calmly, but controlling his anger as best he could. He wouldn't allow anyone to touch or hurt his comrades. For a moment Rias could see it, the spectral silhouette of a great red dragon. That silhouette looked at her, as if she were nothing more than an insect. Rias didn't need any more to know that if she made a wrong step, she would have the edge of death scythe around her neck. Akeno, we're leaving, Rias said, leaving the room. Hi but you, we'll see each other later Sona-sama, Issei-sama Rias' queen spoke respectfully. After they both left, the atmosphere relaxed a little. Ah, that girl is starting to get on my nerves, Issei exclaimed, scratching his head intensely. I'm glad things didn't escalate, Sona said, relaxing a little. She and Tsubaki could feel Issei's intimidating presence. By the way, Kaicho, how will the city's security be maintained now? Gremory defended it at night and you and your group during the day. Now that we're here, what's the plan? I hadn't thought about it. What's more, with your promotion, things are likely to change, Sona said, analyzing the situation. What do you mean, Kaicho? We controlled the city because we were the high-class demons here, but now that you're high-class too, and someone who's lived here most of your life, it's likely the Archdukes will transfer control of the city to you. Hey. Come on, that's not funny. More responsibilities. About that, Issei, you received an envelope, it has demonic emblem said Zenobia, handing over an envelope she had kept in her bag. Issei took the envelope and opened it, breaking the protective seals. Let's see what it says, damn it. No. Exclaimed Issei, not pleased with the news at all. What does the document say? Tsubaki asked. Just like Kaicho said, now I have control of the city, why do they give me so many responsibilities? Issei exclaimed. The Citri were surprised. They were prepared for something like this to happen but not so soon. What will you do, Issei-kun? Sona asked. I suppose I'll keep things pretty much the same. You look after the city during the day, Kaicho, and I'll manage to look after it at night with Gremory-san. The document also mentions the control space over the area, Sona said, glancing through the documents. How was it divided up before? Issei asked. Bucho Gremory-san and Kaicho divided it in half, 50 and 50, Kiba explained. I see, well, I'll give you 50%, Kaicho. I'll take 40% and Gremory the remaining 10%, Issei said, amused. Understood. Well, we're leaving, see you later Kaicho, said Issei, waving goodbye from the doorway. Goodbye Issei-kun. The Haidu group were leaving for their respective classes, but at that moment Issei noticed something. Kaicho, my name is Issei-kun. Exclaimed Issei in amazement. Platuu? I was wondering when you'd realize, Kiba said. Me too, said Zenobia. Behind the old school building, a certain Redeed was unleashing her fury by disintegrating trees. Damn you. How dare that wretch? Rias exclaimed, disintegrating everything in her path. Akeno stood beside her without making a movement. She knew her friend's tendencies when she was angry. That bastard owes me everything. Everything. The miserable wretch looked at me like I was nothing. Nothing. Rias exclaimed, remembering that look Issei had given her. I swear that bastard will pay for this. I swear it. But how do I kill him? Rias wondered, though it pained her to admit it, her level no longer compared to Issei's. Even her most powerful attack would be easily eliminated with just a backhand from Issei. I think I have an idea, Rias, Akeno said. Why don't we use him? Akeno, you're not referring to. Yes, with his power he could kill Issei-kun without him expecting it and no one would suspect him. That's a great idea, Akeno, although knowing his personality, the crybaby will probably refuse. That's easily fixed, Rias, we just need to give her a small incentive, Akeno said, emitting small flashes of lightning in her right hand. I like the way you think, Akeno, Rias said with a sinister smile. The two of them were planning something. The question was what and who was he? It was already the end of classes, Issei stayed a little longer because of his friend Saji Genshiro. Hey Saji, Issei called. Haidu, you've finally arrived, said Saji. What's happening? Here, a report from Kaicho about the patrols, I already gave one to Kaneko-san. Let's see. Issei opened the folder and glanced through the papers. The shifts would be rotating. Issei would be doing rounds tonight with Zenobia and the next day it would be one of his group with one of Sona's, Kiba's and Tsubaki's. The day we're patrolling the sector, Saji informed us. In addition to the documents, there was a small map of the city with several points marked. I see, said Issei, analyzing the surroundings using the map. You've changed, Haidu. Now you think a little before you do things, Saji said. Do you think so? But look how things change so fast, not long ago we were both pawns, and now you're a king, and you're from an ancient clan. Haha, I wouldn't have believed it either if someone had told me weeks ago. Well, I have to go. Tomorrow, the student council members will have to clean the pool. Ah, that's a tedious job. Do you need help? Issei asked. I think a few extra hands wouldn't hurt, Saji said. Will the three of you help? It's the least we can do, Kaicho, and you all helped us a lot with the whole Kakebeel thing, Issei said. That's true, besides maybe we can convince Kaicho to let us use the pool after we clean it, haha, Saji laughed. Are you hoping to see Kaicho in a swimsuit? Issei asked, trying to guess his friend's thoughts. I won't lie, I'd like to see that, but I'm more interested in how Momo and Haruko will look. Nomura and Hanasaki-san. Saji, do you have something going on with them? Issei asked. Yes, actually I'm dating both of them. It was a bit difficult at first, but we managed to work it out somehow, Saji admitted, which surprised Issei. But I thought you liked Kaicho. Exclaimed Issei, extremely confused. Huh? I never felt that kind of feeling for Kaicho, I admire her, well I'm leaving, see you tomorrow Haidu. Issei was stunned for a few moments. He would have bet his right arm that Saji was crazy about Sona, but it seemed he lost. It's a good thing I didn't end up betting my arm, Issei said, leaving through the main entrance of the academy. Bet your arm? A voice asked from behind Issei. Wah. Zenobia, don't appear like that. You almost gave me a heart attack. Issei said, touching his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly. I'm sorry, what was that about betting an arm? Forget it. By the way, what are you still doing here? I was waiting for you. Ah, I see. Shall we go? And? On the way, Issei told Zenobia that today they would both be patrolling the city and tomorrow they would have to help the student council clean the pool. Why do we have to help clean the pool? Zenobia asked. The student council helped us a lot with the Kakebeel issue, so at least we can help them with that, right? I think it's okay, said Zenobia. On the way, Zenobia noticed a store that sold swimsuits. What's going on? Issei asked, noticing that Zenobia had stood still for a few moments. Huh? Nothing, I have to buy some things, would you go ahead? Zenobia asked. I'll help you carry what you're going to buy. I insist you return home, these are private matters. Ah well, see you at home, don't be late, said Issei, leaving. Okay, now Zenobia entered the store where they bought swimsuits, looking for one that Issei would like. Guo forests. It was already night, near the city, in the quiet woods something was taking place. Heir Tekken, Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Banning. A loud bang followed by a torrent of flames echoed through the forest. So that's the ability of a dragon slayer, huh? Said Zenobia. Yep, though I didn't expect this place to be infested with straggling demons, Issei said. Issei and Zenobia found themselves in a somewhat precarious situation, with their backs to each other, surrounded by a large number of exiled demons. I didn't expect we'd have to fight so many just a few minutes ago, Zenobia said. Me neither, Issei confirmed. At the beginning of the round everything seemed calm, after the first hour and only half an hour left, straggling demons began to emerge like cockroaches. They're not very strong in themselves, it's just that there are so many of them, said Zenobia. Well, we just have to take out as many as possible, Issei said, since Zenobia had her back to him and couldn't notice how Issei's teeth sharpened like fangs and his pupils slit like those of a reptile or a dragon. Heir Hoko, roar of the fire dragon, a large mass of reddish-orange fire came out of Issei's mouth, burning many demons to ashes. Don't take all the fun. Exclaimed Zenobia, wielding Durandal and slashing through demons that got in her way. Zaz. 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 I. Full. After a few moments of chaos and lack of control. I think we finished them all off, Issei said, watching a pile of burned bodies slowly disintegrating into ashes. It seems so, said Zenobia, who had cut down a large number of them. A demon hid among the pile of those that Zenobia defeated and was about to attack her when. Zaz. A trail of silver light cut the demon in half before it could attack Zenobia. Issei moved quickly and pulled Zenobia out of the way, sticking her to his body as a form of protection, before finishing it off with his Excalibur in flames. Zenobia? Are you alright? Yes, thank you, I was a little distracted, so I didn't notice it in time, said Zenobia. They were still joined by the embrace. It's good that nothing happened to you, Issei said, relieved, and at that moment he released Zenobia from the hug. Ah. What's happening? Nothing. Zenobia wanted to stay like that for a while longer. She was still wondering what was happening to her. She had never experienced these sensations and feelings before. It's best if we leave, we're finished with the work. And? They both left in the direction of the Haidu residence. Cool. Oh come on, how long has it been since they cleaned this place? Issei asked. Issei, Kiba and Zenovia would help the student council as a favor for Kakabiel. What Issei didn't mention was that the pool hadn't been cleaned for a very long time. The pool was closed for a year due to renovations and other things, Sona explained. 1 year? Are you telling me all this is the dirt from 1 year? Issei exclaimed. Now that you've decided to help us, you can't back out, Issei-kun, Sona said. For some reason, her glasses lit up and she gained a threatening aura. Okay, help Issei resigned himself. And since some of my servants, said Sona, looking at all her members, including Tsubaki, asked me if I could allow the use of the pool after cleaning it, I will allow it for this occasion, but only until noon. Yahoo! Sona's servants exclaimed happily, including Tsubaki, although she did so more discreetly. Satan, I'll have to be more discreet with them, Sona said with a slight twitch in her eyebrow. Come on, Kaicho, it's not that big of a deal. With the Excalibur and Kakabiel, and now this meeting, I think you deserve a moment of relaxation, don't you think? Said Issei, who was next to Sona. I suppose you're right, Issei-kun, Sona said, resigned to the brunette's words. After they finished cleaning, the group went straight to the changing rooms to put on their swimsuits. I wonder what kind of swimsuits the girls will wear. I'd like to see what kind of swimsuit Shinra-senpai brought. Also I want to see what kind of swimsuits Zenovia brought, Issei thought. Issei-kun, Lamo Kiba. Ah. I promise if someone comes for you, I promise I'll do everything I can to protect you, Kiba said. Why are you telling me this now? Issei asked, finding the situation very strange. Kiba with his shirt open saying these things in his head, the phrase danger danger kept repeating. It's difficult to talk about this when Zenovia-san is around. Why yes, thank you, Issei said, but what he was thinking was something else. I'm sure that's something he should say to a heroine, not a boy like me. I am indebted to you for saving me and giving me a place in your group. If I do not return the favor, I cannot call myself your knight. You chose a very bad place to say these things. Is this a gay argument? Asked Saji, who had just entered and managed to overhear a large part of the conversation. Wah. Saji. Don't say those words. Not in a billion years would I bat for the other side. Issei exclaimed. See you outside. Issei exclaimed, leaving that tense atmosphere. Issei-kun. I'm sorry about this, Kiba, but I'd prefer you keep your distance, Saji exclaimed, feeling threatened as well. Eh? Kiba didn't understand. Not even fighting Kakabiel sent me so many danger signals. Kiba chose a bad moment to say those things. Is something wrong, Issei-kun? You look pale, Sona asked, wearing a pretty one-piece swimsuit. I'm fine Kaicho, it's just that I experienced a strange situation in the bathrooms, Issei said. Strange situation? Sona asked. Issei began to observe Sona closely. What's happening? No, I just thought the swimsuit looked really good on you, Issei said, being completely sincere. Thank you. For some reason that Sona didn't know she felt her cheeks burning. It seems like everyone is having fun, said Issei. The rest of the group, Citri and Kiba, were swimming and having fun in the pool. Yes, Sona replied. What's happening? Where is Zenovia? Zenovia-san said she was having some trouble with her swimsuit, so she'd be taking some time, Sona replied. I see. By the way, you're not coming in. After that, I don't plan to get involved yet. Kaicho, is it that you don't know how to swim? What? Of course I can swim. Besides, what kind of serious person would I be if I didn't know how to swim, knowing that my demonic powers are water-based? Oh? I didn't know you could use water as your power. How do you think the pool filled up so quickly? Good point. Hey Haidu. Saji called. We'll talk later, Kaicho. Issei went where Saji was calling him. What's happening? Listen, I know this is outrageous, but I'm asking you teach me to swim. Huh? You can't swim. Issei exclaimed. At that moment, Saji covered Issei's mouth so fast it would put even a knight to shame. Idiot, don't shout it. But why me? Hanasaki-san and Nomura-san could teach you, after all, they're your girlfriends, aren't they? Do you know how pathetic I'd feel if I asked my girlfriends to teach me how to swim? I think I understand, but what about Kaicho and the others? I'd feel even more pathetic. Come on, Haidu, you're the only one I can count on. Aren't we friends? Well, I'll help you, that's what friends are for. Issei took off his shirt to enter the water and help Saji. Hey Haidu. What happened there? Saji exclaimed, referring to the scar. The rest of the group, Citri and Kiba, also saw the X-shaped scar on Issei's chest for the first time. Oh, this. When I removed the demonic pieces, this is what I was left with. Even with the tears of the phoenix, the scar didn't disappear. That's what I'd like to talk to you about, Issei-kun, Sona said. I know it might sound harsh, but how did you survive? Excuse me? Issei didn't understand. You're not the only one who tried to remove the pieces. Many others tried it too, and they all died. Maybe it's because I used the phoenix tears after extracting them. No, that was tried before too, the results were the same, the death of the demon, Sona revealed. Hey! Issei exclaimed in surprise. The evil pieces are bound to the body and soul of the reincarnated demon. Their forced removal is certain death. Well, I don't know from what you're saying, he should be dead. When you created your pieces, Ajuka Beelzebub-sama didn't say anything to you. Nothing, it's just that he found my pieces somewhat intriguing and asked me to let him have my 8 pawn pieces. Could it be that Ajuka-sama discovered something? Sona thought. In any case, I don't think there's a problem, Issei said dismissively. I'm alive, right? What else matters? I think you're taking this too lightly, Issei-kun. You think so? I think I'm just not too worried, Issei said. In any case, Zenobia is taking a while. I'll go look for her. Where could Zenobia have gone? She wasn't in the locker rooms, said Issei, searching for his knight. Issei was in the storage areas where sports equipment is kept. What are you doing here? Zenobia, where have you been? I've never worn a swimsuit before, it took me ages to put this on. Do I look weird? Said Zenobia, who was wearing a green bikini, the same one from the original canon. Not at all, you look beautiful. The comment cheered Zenobia. Wait. You've never worn one before. Is that because you belong to the church? I was never interested in recreational activities like these. Even so, you took too long. While I was changing, I thought about a few things. Like what? Issei, I want to ask you a favor. Which? Would you have a baby with me? Those words were strong enough to fry Issei's brain. Huh? Zenobia literally threw Issei into the gym locker. Why so much violence? Didn't you hear me, Issei? Let's procreate. That. My purpose in life was to serve God, but now all that is lost, so I tried to find a new purpose in life. I don't see where all this is going. So I decided to have a more feminine goal, a dream. To have a child. Hey, wait. After seeing the fight with Kakabiel and witnessing your abilities, I realized that you possess remarkable strength as well as a great future ahead of you. You even have the aura of a dragon and the powers of a dragon slayer. Hey? Such strong and special genes make you an ideal partner. Why you're not convincing me? We are alone. This is our chance, I'm sure that with God's guidance headache. Foolish, Issei thought. Anyway, let's try it. Zenobia proceeded to remove the top of her bikini, revealing her large apace. Unfortunately, I have no experience with men. I'll let you, the hex expert, guide me. Hey. Sleep with me. Zenobia hugged Issei, both of them ending up on the ground. As long as you give me a child, I won't question anything you do. Zenobia, don't you think it's time to stop? Eh? If that's what you really think, then why are you crying? Huh? Without Zenobia even realizing it, she began to shed tears. Why? Zenobia, you may not know what to do with your future from now on, but don't try to force yourself into something you don't want to do. Issei gently moved Zenobia aside so he could stand up. I don't think it's right that you're using me just for that. That's not how it is. Exclaimed Zenobia. Issei turned around and saw Zenobia hugging herself, shedding more tears. Zenobia. I don't know what's happening to me when I'm with you. I feel happy when someone insults you. I get angry. I worry when you're not with me. I've never experienced anything like this before. I'm scared of not knowing what's wrong with me, said Zenobia. Zenobia. But now you must hate me, right? I used my desires to be by your side, asking you for something like that. Zenobia burst into tears. Aibu. The Horino dragon. Aibu, this girl qualifies as your partner. I've seen this behavior before in warriors who fell in love with my former wielders. Living a life of battles, they never knew what that feeling called love was. He insisted that the power that attracts people to us is great, as are the emotional changes we cause. What should I do then? She doesn't know what's wrong with her. Only you can help her by teaching her what those feelings are. She won't be able to live without you anymore. I understand, Drake, thank you. You're welcome, Aibu. I've never liked seeing a girl cry. Zenobia. Issei approached her. Zenobia tried to get away, but Issei hugged her tightly. Zenobia, I can understand that all of this is new to you. You've never lived the life of a normal girl, so you don't know what it's like to be attracted to someone or to be in love with someone. In love? Remember when I told you I would win your heart? And? Well, it seems I already did it. At that moment Issei gave Zenobia a tender kiss on the lips. That simple kiss banished all of Zenobia's worries and sorrows. I see, so this is what being in love is. After a few moments they both separated. Better? Yes, I love you, Issei. Me too. I think it's best if we go back, otherwise the others will start to suspect something. Issei, now that I know how I feel about you, I still want to have a child with you. At that moment Issei saw something that made his heart beat strongly, Zenobia slightly blushing, yes the top of her bikini and those red lips asking for more, that was killing Issei's self-control. Damn, how am I supposed to control myself with this? Issei Zenobia purred erotically. Stupid. The hell with it, we're a couple now, there's nothing wrong with that, Issei thought, ready for action, but fate had other plans. Issei-kun, what are you doing? Kaicho. Well done. Without Issei or Zenobia noticing, most of the Citri group was gathered at the closet door. What were you planning to do on school grounds? Sona asked. Oh well What's wrong, Issei? Let's make babies. Aka, how can you say that in front of the others here? Ew. Sona said. Babies? The rest of the Citri repeated. Why. Meanwhile, the other Citri and Kiba. What happened? Kiba asked. I think something happened with Haidu-senpai, Ruruko said. Let's go, Saji-chan. Gen-chan, let's go. 1, 2, 1, 2. Said Momo, helping Saji learn to swim. Damn Haidu, I feel pathetic, Saji thought. After the Citri group literally killed Issei by berating him, Sona and her group left. Hey, why is Kaicho upset? Momo asked. I don't know, replied another Citri servant, but Yura-san is the same. Sona and her tower Yura were in a foul mood. Why do I feel so irritated? Sona thought. Damn Haidu, Yura thought. New feelings surfaced with the Citri group. What happened, Issei-kun? Kiba asked. Issei had a handprint on his face courtesy of Sona. Many things, don't ask. Okay. Kiba, did you bring him? Issei asked. Yes, it's in my suitcase. What? Zenobia asked. Something Kiba and I have to take care of has to do with Rias Gremory, Issei revealed. And I? Zenobia tried to say, but Issei stopped her. No, this is something that concerns only the two of us, since we were once his servants. That's why I ask you to return home. I promise I'll be back soon, Issei said, gently caressing the blue-haired girl's cheek. Do you promise me? Do. Okay, Kiba, take care of him, okay? I promise you, Zenobia-san. We'll see each other at home. Ice. With that, the blue-haired girl left, leaving them both behind. It seems things are going well between you and Zenobia-san, Kiba said. Yes, well we're a couple now, said Issei, slightly blushing. Congratulations. And? In any case, it's time to go talk to Butchu. He'll be Gremory from now on, right? And? The cult club room. Rias and the rest of her entourage were in the club room. Issei and Kiba were there to finish something they had left unfinished. Can you tell me what this unwanted surprise is about? Rias asked. We won't be long, Gremory, we just came to deliver this to you, Issei said, handing over 2 sheets of paper. Rias glanced at both leaves. I see, they're leaving the club, huh? Yes, there is nothing that binds us here anymore, we are no longer your servants, said Kiba. Issei-san. Udo-senpai. Both Asia and Kaneko were against the two of them leaving the club. They knew there were big differences between them and Rias, but they hoped that with time they would work things out and everyone would be happy together again. Alright, I don't need you anymore, Rias said. From now on, you are no longer members of the club, so I ask that you leave. That's what we planned, said Issei, ready to leave with Kiba, but… It seems I came at a bad time, said a voice that came from a magic circle. Oni-sama. Rias said. The people who appeared from the magic circle were Surziches and Gryphia. Surziches-sama. Issei, Kiba, and the rest of the club bowed to the Mao. You don't need to be so tense, I came here for personal reasons, said the red-haired Mao. Personal matters? Rias said, confused. See, Issei-kun. Do? I heard you added the Wielder of Durandal to your ranks, I suppose you've gotten used to your position as a high-class demon. Ah yes, there are still some things to take care of, but I'm doing well. Leaving that aside, Ani-sama, why did you come? Don't tell me you don't know, Father's Day is coming. Why you can't, Rias said, suspecting her brother's true intentions. I would love to see my sister busy with her studies. Gryphia told you, right? Don't worry, Dad will come too. You're a Mayu, you shouldn't quit your job for things like this. That's not the case, I also came for work. Eh? I would like to hold a 3 factions conference here, at this academy. Everyone was surprised by the news. The La Academia Kuo? Yes, that's why I want you, Sona Citri and Issei-kun to participate as well, since you all have information about the fight with Kakabiel. Me too? Issei asked. Yes, as a high-class demon of this city and someone who might one day aspire to the title of Mayu, I would like you to be present, Issei-kun. Hi. I'll do my best not to fail, Surziches-sama. After a few minutes, Issei and Kiba left for their homes. Rias had a request for her brother. Ani-sama, I need your help. Oh? What do you need from me, my sweet sister? I plan to release him. Upon hearing those words, Surziches changed his smile to a serious expression. Is Rias sure she can control it? Yes, you have my word as the future leader of House Gremory. Okay, I'll trust you. Thank you, Ani-sama, Rias said. Hi to residents. It was already night at Issei's house, he along with Zenobia and his parents were having a delicious dinner. This is delicious. How did you make it, Mom? Issei asked. Ask her, said Issei's mother. Zenobia. Well, I've never cooked before so I asked your mom to teach me. Is it really not bad? Zenobia asked. It's delicious, you're welcome, Issei affirmed. That's a relief. After eating, Issei and Zenobia were washing the dishes, while from the living room Issei's parents watched the pair attentively. Don't you think they get along very well? Issei's dad asked. Yes, Zenobia-chan asked me to teach her how to sing consonantly, especially so she could prepare something for Issei. Wouldn't it be great if Zenobia-chan became our legal daughter? It would be a relief, with how perverted our son is, I'm worried he won't find someone, said his father. What both parents didn't count on was that they could both hear everything perfectly because of their demonic ears. Idiot parents, Issei whispered, blushing deeply. Zenobia, for her part, was just as red-faced, but she felt happy. She and Issei were a couple and in the future they would have a strong baby, so the idea of a wedding wasn't so far-fetched. Late at night, Issei found himself thinking about some things. Dragon. What's wrong, Ibu? You said that what Zenobia showed before were the feelings she had for me because she was attracted by my power, but does she really feel that way about me? I couldn't bear it if something like what happened in Asia happened again. I already told you, Ibu, she does have feelings for you, and if your biggest worry is that something like before will happen again, there's only one solution for that. Which? Become even stronger and protect your mate with everything you can, so no one will dare to take her away from you. Your way of giving advice is strange but correct. One last thing, Ibu. Be attentive, delicate. Issei didn't understand anything. At that moment the door to her room opened, letting Zenobia in. She was only wearing her underwear. Zenobia. I'm going to sleep, remember what I told you, be careful, be gentle, said the dragon before going to sleep. Hey dragon. Can I sleep with you tonight? Zenobia said, blushing deeply. Issei froze, he didn't know what to say, and without even realizing it, he accepted Zenobia's proposal. When Issei reacted, Zenobia was already by his side, hugging him. Zenobia. Please let me stay like this a little longer. Lemon skipped. They were sharing a sweet moment, but fate would deal Issei a cruel blow. Issei, have you seen Zenobia-chan? She's not in her room. Issei's mother opened his bedroom door to see if her son knew where Zenobia was, but instead found them kissing, covering their nakedness with the brunette sheets. Excuse me for interrupting. Platform. Issei's mother slammed the door shut, leaving the brunette in shock and the blue-haired girl confused. Odo-san, Issei and Zenobia-chan. Issei's mother shouted. What's wrong with them? They are. What? Well, the chestnut-haired man felt a sense of deja vu, even though he didn't want to have it, after all, it was the second time his mother had found him in a similar situation, the only differences being that this time it was with his girlfriend and not with a red-haired tyrant, and that this time she wouldn't be able to erase his parents' memories. What's wrong? Zenobia asked. Which I think we'll have a lot of things to explain. Damn, my parents really had to make such a fuss, although well it seems they accepted Zenobia very well, said Issei, remembering the strange scene his parents had put on. I think I should have waited for Zenobia, but she told me to go ahead. Ah, darn it, what is this strange feeling of discomfort when she's not around me? Did she go through the same thing? Issei asked no one in particular. Issei's left hand reacted to something, or rather the boosted gear recognized its nemesis. What the hell? Issei observed a boy with silver hair. He wasn't wearing the Kuo Academy uniform, but Issei had a feeling he had seen him before. This is the second time we've met, said the platinum-haired man. That? Welsh dragon, Sekiryuutei, hi to Issei. Issei realized that this boy must know about the supernatural world. Not many people know the name of the Sekiryuutei. Soy Vali, Hakuryaku vanishing dragon. The Issei said, enduring the pain in his left arm, so he didn't notice when Vali got so close. You're defenseless, for example, I could use magic now and… Busted. Two swords were placed very close to the neck of the white dragon. Your joke is going too far, Kiba said. I won't let you start a fight with the Sekiryuutei here, Hakuryaku, Zenobia stated angrily. Issei-san at that moment Asia and the rest of the occult club as well as the student council arrived. Don't even try. They couldn't defeat Kakabiel, so they're no match for me. If you don't mind others watching, then go ahead. Zenobia and Kibble lowered their swords and made them disappear, standing on the side of the chestnut-haired man. Hi to Issei, where do you think you stand on a global scale? Vali asked. That. Your incomplete balance breaker and your newly acquired power put you in the top 3 digits, somewhere in the 700s, not considering your strength, maybe less or maybe more. What are you trying to say? You're a rare gem, your powers can improve so much more, it's a shame you lost it, Rias Gremory. The Kuryaku. Rias, along with Akeno and Kaneko, approached the white dragon. What are you looking for? If you're allied with the fallen angels, we'll prevent. In times past, the Welsh dragon and the vanishing dragon, the red and the white, have caused all their acquaintances to live miserable lives. Is that why you banished it from your side? Rias looked at the dragon with a neutral expression. I didn't come here today to argue, I have a lot of things to do. Wait, Issei called Vali. Vali noticed the change in Issei's pupils. The once brown ones were now bright gold. The two dragons looked at each other and without realizing it, they began to release a great pressure with their powers that cracked the ground where they were both standing. They both have great power, Issei-kun is much stronger than Rias or me, Sona thought, trying to withstand the enormous pressure that both of them emanated. I stand corrected, your power could be among the top 100, now I'm leaving, Vali said before disappearing from everyone's sight. After a while, Issei went to the infirmary to rest due to the slight exhaustion caused by the appearance of the white-clad figure and a momentary display of his power. Now he was heading back to his classroom, but his dear friends were waiting for him. When Issei opened the door. Issei, you bastard. They both threw a punch at Issei, but he caught both blows. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Issei asked, annoyed. We heard the rumors, Issei. Motohama said. We heard you're getting along really well with the new student, Zenobia-chan. You damned lucky bastard. And does that give them the right to try and hit me? Issei said, already seated in his seat. Oh, sorry, it's just that you already have so many girls around. We need to get revenge somehow. In case you didn't know, I'm no longer part of Gremory-senpai's club, so I have nothing to do with her. Oh, we didn't know that one. Anyway, you haven't done anything with Zenobia-chan, have you? At that moment the images from yesterday returned to his mind. Oh, of course not, said Issei, trying to hide his joyful face. Whereas. Oh, what's wrong, Zenobia? What happened to Zen? I think it's best to keep it to ourselves. Issei approached and whispered, in front of others, just call me Issei. I'll call you Zenobia too. When we're alone, we'll call each other by our nicknames. Damn Issei. What does that mean? Then it's nothing. I see, I thought we should use these for practice. Zenobia pulled several condoms from her skirt pocket. Idiot. Exclaimed Issei. What? Issei's friends. Asia, who was nearby, wanted to know what was happening. What are those, Zenobia-san? These are them. Before continuing, Issei silenced her by covering her mouth. Idiot, don't say that in public. What's going on? Is Haidu attracting attention again? You don't target yourself, Kiryu. What is Zenobia-san carrying in her hands? Oh? Asia, those are. Kiryu told her what they were and what they were used for. Asia turned redder than a tomato. Hey Kiryu. What on earth are you teaching Asia? Haidu, so you and Zenobia-san have already reached that stage. Issei, you damn traitor. Exclaimed his two friends, trying in vain to hit the brunette again. Go to hell, Zenobia is my girlfriend, so there's no problem. Issei exclaimed, strangling his two friends with a wrestling hold. Oh, so you finally stopped being in the group of useless people, said Kiryu. Congratulations, Zenobia-san. Thank you. The open house had already begun and the students' parents gathered at the back of the classrooms to watch their children. Okay, now I'm going to ask you to make a figure with the mold I'm giving you. You can make whatever you want. A person, an animal, or an object, whatever you want, said the teacher. Exactly what's on my mind. Huh. Do it, Zenobia-chan. Asia-chan in the background, Issei's parents were encouraging the blonde girl and their future legal daughter. What are you doing? There are people watching. Issei said, feeling ashamed of his parents' behavior. Issei noticed that his classmates had begun to mold the shapes to make the figures. What do I do? Issei thought, without having a clear idea of what to do. Something I like. At that moment the image of Zenobia came to his mind, her standing in a firm pose, with a garter cloth covering her body holding Durandal. Without Issei noticing, his hands shaped the clay, the same shape he had in mind. Haidu-kun. The teacher called. Huh? Issei snapped out of his trance to notice that he had managed to mold the figure to the smallest detail and perfection. Is that Zenobia-san? A classmate asked. The murmurs of his classmates could be heard. Yes. She looks just like her. Wonderful, I didn't know you were so talented, Haidu-kun. No, I just let my hands move on their own. Your hands know every detail of his body, huh? Kiryu said, gaining a slight glint in his glasses. Hey Kiryu. Will you shut up? Damn you, Issei. In truth, he already. The students crowded around Issei's seat to admire the artwork. Hey Issei, don't you want to change? No way, I'll give you £5,000. I'll give you 8,000. No, I'll give you 10,000, it'll be very useful for tonight. Hey. Issei exclaimed, giving a look full of fury and murderous instinct to the idiot who said those words. And nothing. No way, it's not for sale, Issei declared. Meanwhile, his parents were. Honey, look at our son. Exclaimed his excited mother. I thought he was just a pervert, but he could become an artist someday. Said his father. Meanwhile, Zenobia was arguing with Asia. I didn't know that, Asia. Eh? Father's Day is a day for us to do things that entertain fathers. I think you're wrong. During the break, Issei, Kiba and Zenobia met near the gym. It's very well done, Issei-kun. Yes, I don't know exactly how I did it, Issei confessed. Although it was a relief that no one asked about Durandal, even though it's very well made, you only saw it a couple of times, but you were able to mold it in detail. Well, like I said, I don't know how I did it, here, I'll give it to you. You're sure? It's not much, but it's the first gift I've given my girlfriend. Zenobia gladly accepted. A photo shoot with a magical girl. A shout was heard in the distance. As a former member of the photography club, I have to record all of this with my camera. Unamahu Shoujo. Pregunto Issei. He and his group headed to the gym to see that supposed Mahu Shoujo. Flash. One more, please. Flash. Could you look this way, please? Flash. When Issei entered, he saw that there was indeed a Mahu Shoujo. It's a cosplay from Mahu Shoujo Milky Spiral 7 Alternative. Exclaimed Issei, looking at that beautiful brunette with double pigtails. Do you know about that, Ice? Yes, one of my regular contractors has one just like it, Issei said, feeling a chill as he remembered Miltan. A regular customer? Zenobia asked. Hey. A voice called out. It was Saji. What do you think you're doing? You're at school. Go away. The party's over. Saji said, shooing away the mob of fans. Damn student council. Why can't we have a photo shoot? And? It's Father's Day. Stop making a scene. Go away. The crowd dispersed, annoyed at the loss of their entertainment. Are you related to a student? Saji asked the cosplayer. And? We can't let you be in this school wearing those clothes. At the cosplayer struck a pose. Seriously, we can't. Hey, Saji, it's good to see you working hard, Issei called. Shut up, Haidu. Saji, what's going on here? Said Sona, entering the gym. Oh, Kaicho yo solo. Sona-chan, I found you, said the cosplayer. Sona tensed up when she recognized her. Could it be Issei said? An acquaintance of yours. Saji finished. Sona-chan, what's wrong? The cosplayer asked, getting a little too close to the brunette. You're blushing. You've finally reunited with your older sister. I think you should be even happier to see me. I wouldn't mind hugging you and having a little yuri-yuri action where you say one-sama and I say so-tan, you know. Despite always being serious, it was noticeable that Sona was starting to get nervous. One-sama. Pregunto Issei. Seraphil Leviathan-sama, one of the 4 Yandere Mayu and the president's older sister, Saji said, although this is the first time I've seen her. That. You're actually super ultra happy to see your older sister again, right? Ugh. Seraphil-sama came for Father's Day, right? Saji said respectfully. Yes. Sona-chan is so mean. She didn't tell me anything about Parents' Day. Sona looked away. I was devastated. I was so angry I was going to attack the sky. I don't know if he's joking or not, Issei said. Excuse me, he's the guy who has drag, the one from Clan 73. Why yes, said Issei, it's a pleasure to meet you, I'm Haidu Issei. It's a pleasure to meet you. When I found out what happened here with Kakabiel, I came as fast as I could, but by the time I arrived, it was all over, and I couldn't be there when Surzich's-chan spoke with you, Seraphil apologized. I'm Seraphil Leviathan, Amau. Then she struck a cutesy pose, winking. Call me Levi-tan, okay? Why yes, she might have seemed cute, but Issei confirmed a small thing he thought after meeting the mass, is it just me or are all mass weirdos? One-sama, I'm in charge of the school's student council, even if you are part of my family. That behavior and those clothes are unacceptable. Don't say that, Sona-chan. If that's what you think, your sister will be very sad. You know I like magical girl stories, right? I've heard that before, Issei said, remembering Miltan again. I will use my shining staff and slay the angels and fallen angels. One-sama, please behave yourself, Sona said. Your powers could wipe out this small country in seconds. Hey Saji, when Kakabiel came, Kaicho didn't call his sister, but it wasn't because they didn't get along, right? Apparently not. I think she would have yelled my little sister is being attacked by fallen angels and started a war, Saji said. Heavens, I can't take it anymore. Exclaimed Sona, running away from the place, mortified with embarrassment. Wait, Sona-chan. Seraphil started chasing Sona. Stay away from me. No, Sona-chan. Well, I should go support Kaicho, said Saji. Why yes, good luck. I must say that the masks are not what I expected, said Zenobia. Tell me about it. Issei and the rest decided to return to the main building. Hey Issei. Dad. Issei saw that next to his parents, there was a young man with long crimson-red hair. You're Haidu Issei-kun, right? See. I am Rias Gremory's father. Hey. Gremory-sen's father. Issei exclaimed in amazement. Oh, he's so young. Dad, what's going on here? Issei asked. We bumped into each other in the hallway. He said his daughter was babysitting Asia-chan, so we started chatting. Tell me, we don't have much space, but would you like to talk at our house? That would be excellent. What? Issei exclaimed in surprise. Then we'll go home, Mr. Gremory. Are you strong with your drink? Well. Dad, you know who you're talking to, right? As they say, ignorance is bliss, Kiba said. What a sight. Coming down the stairs it was Surzich's, accompanied by a blonde woman dressed elegantly. For some reason Issei felt that this woman was familiar to him. We'll eat at your house today, Issei-kun, if you don't mind. No problem, my parents already agreed. I'd also like to check if your parents possess any indication of the power you manifested. I see. By the way, who is the woman next to you? Her. Allow me to introduce myself, I'm Lady Phoenix, a pleasure, Haidu Issei-kun. Phoenix? Issei exclaimed in amazement. What fate had in store for Issei? Hunter x Hunter Ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. The Sanitetamu no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute mo Kakonai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The silhouette of 3 people in black, but they are not yet illuminated, leaving us intrigued as to who they are. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the 4 mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo Dezu Naim Yukanju. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Barenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Hiba and Zenobia join the chase. Tsutanai Katoba. Amamama Knights in Agaryo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Wasurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Chapter 6 Dragon vs Phoenix. Chapter 6 Dragon vs Phoenix. Academia Kuo. Phoenix. Issei exclaimed. Standing before him was none other than the current matriarch of the Phoenix clan. Nice to meet you, there's something I'd like to tell you, said the blonde. Ugh, what does she want? It's not like I know her. Maybe it's about that idiot Razor. Issei thought. I would like to thank you. Huh? Issei said, not understanding anything at all. My daughter, Ravel, was involved in the events that occurred here recently. Yes, now I remember. When the Kakabial incident occurred, Issei saved Razor's younger sister and the tower from being devoured by a group of Cerberus that attacked them both. If it weren't for you, my daughter would be dead now. I owe you so much, Haidu Issei, said the Phoenix matriarch with a bow. It's nothing, said Issei, being someone who had lived his entire life as a normal human, this type of cordiality threw him off. No, I owe you and your clan a lot. Okasama. Came a shout. When they all turned to where the scream was coming from, they saw the youngest of the Phoenix, next to her was Razor's tower, Isabella. Oh Ravel, it's so good you're here, I was just talking to Haidu-kun. When Ravel saw the brunette, her cheeks turned red. Hello, the Phoenix spoke timidly. Something that did not go unnoticed by her mother. Hello, what brings you here Ravel? Said Issei. She remembered my name. Thought the blonde with delight. I came to see this school she said, trying to maintain the atmosphere of an Oju-sama. I was planning to enroll in this school so I could learn a little more about humans, said the Phoenix. Although most of it is to see you, thought the Phoenix. I see, you're a first year, right? And? I see you two get along very well, said Lady Phoenix, causing her daughter to blush deeply. Okasama. Lady Phoenix laughed. For his part, Issei didn't understand why Lady Phoenix was laughing and why Ravel was completely red, although he had some slight suspicions. He's finally starting to use his head, said the Welsh dragon to himself without Issei hearing him. While Razor's Tower stared intently at the brunette, for some strange reason his cheeks took on a reddish hue. Issei-kun, since Odo-sama will be at your house, would it be alright if we went too? Said Mao Lucifer. Yeah, I don't think there's a problem. Okay, I'll call Rias. Gremory-san will come too. Issei didn't seem happy about that. Hosuke Noto Lady Phoenix, Ravel and Isabella. Yes, things may be tense between you, but I ask that you try to get along, at least for a while. I'll do what I can, but I'm not promising anything. Thus, the Gremory and Phoenix present would also go to Issei's house. World trigger opening Jirajiri sonar pocket. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. A black background can be seen in the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sono with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. And Jinagara Itsuda Tatakateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wa Mot. Sono Hibi Nai Soras or no Ira Mot. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Jirajiri Nai stay shite Sakab. Sugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Jirajiri Nai fly again. Aikuzo Tsukam smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kurenai wa Mamorumano Georgia Arukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sona's, and Issei's. Sono Tame Nai wa Nani wo Sudatimo Aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. Bagashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The wide background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. Haidu residence. Back at Issei Surzich's house, Momo, Lord Gremory and Lady Phoenix were eating the food prepared by Issei's mother. It looks delicious. I used all my cooking skills today, said Issei's mother. Therefore, let's begin with a toast. Corners. The parents laughed and talked, Asia and Zenobia helped Issei's mother, well he. Nice house, Haidu, Ria said, clearly annoying Issei. It's not like I'm happy you're here, Gremory, but Surzich's Sama insisted. The atmosphere between Issei and Rias was tense. Neither of them wanted to be even a kilometer away from each other, and with good reason. Asia-chan, you look very pretty. Exclaimed Issei's mother. That's embarrassing, Asia said sadly. The parents were watching the recordings from the open house. Oh no, Rias seemed to remember something. Oh? Is there something you don't want them to see, Gremory? Issei said, his voice full of malice. Rias, for her part, glared at the brunette. Issei is more restless than I thought, said his father. Now we'll see Rias, said Lord Gremory. Oh, you recorded it too? Exclaimed Issei's father. The recording switched to Rias in the middle of the class. Just as I thought, a father's duty is to record his daughter's shamed face. Exclaimed Lord Gremory. That's definitely worse than hell, I wish the earth would swallow me up, Rias said, trying to cover her face in embarrassment. Issei wasn't exactly a bad person, but he was thoroughly enjoying watching Gremory humiliate her like that. Look, please, said Surzich's, my amazing Ria-tan, she's answering the professor correctly. That was the last straw. Rias couldn't take this anymore. I can't take it anymore, Oni-sama and Papa Rias exclaimed, getting up from the table and leaving the house, slamming the door. Phew, ha 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 ha, it's been a while since I laughed like that, said Issei, wiping his eyes. It seems Ria-tan took it badly, said Surzich's. It'll pass, let's continue, said Lord Gremory. The parents carried on as if nothing had happened, enjoying the moment. Your parents seem to be in good spirits, said Zenobia, standing next to Issei. Yes, even I find Gremory's embarrassing performance amusing, said Issei. Issei-san, don't be mean to Butchu-san, Asia said, trying to defend the redeed. Okay Asia, I won't bother you anymore I think. Issei-san. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. I hope so, Issei-san. Asia, are you okay? Gremory hasn't asked you to do anything strange, has he? Issei asked, worried. Zenobia also wanted to know, since she arrived and even though Asia was Gremory's servant, the two of them were friends. "No, is something wrong?" Asia asked. "No, it's nothing, it seems they'll stay like this for a while," Issei said, referring to his parents. "Their parents are very lively, Issei-san." "You think?" "I think the same, Ice." By the way, Issei-san, could you stop by the clubroom tomorrow?" "Why? I'm no longer a member of Asia." "Vera, but you-san says she'll release the other bishop she had tomorrow." "Did he have another one?" he exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, apparently it was sealed away because his powers could get out of control." "Why do they want me there?" "But you-san won't say, but if something happens, you could help us." "Are you sure you want to tell me this? If Gremory finds out, you could be punished, and let me tell you, those punishments aren't pretty." "Even so, I would like you to come, Issei-san," Asia said. "Okay, I'll go, but only because you asked me to, Asia." "If you go, I'll go too, Ice." "Thank you, Asia. Do you know what that person is like? The other bishop?" "I don't know, but you-san hasn't told me anything about him, I don't know if it's a girl or a boy." "I hope it's a girl," Issei said. "Issei-san, now you're with Zenobia-san, you won't cheat on her, will you?" "Not at all, besides, Zenobia said she's not against my harem plan." "Is that true, Zenobia-san?" "Yes, as long as Ice is with me and we have a strong and healthy child, I wouldn't mind sharing him besides, I know someone who might be interested," she whispered the last part, remembering a certain brunette with pigtails. "I see," Asia said. Even in the room, some people heard what the chestnut-haired man said. "So she's not against having multiple partners, huh? Interesting," Lady Phoenix thought, planning something for the future. "I still have a chance." Thought Ravel, she was discouraged when she heard that Issei and Zenobia were together, but now a new flame of hope shone in her eyes. In addition, someone else present celebrated the chestnut tree's plans. After a few more drinks, Serziches, along with his father and Lady Phoenix with her daughter and her guardian, left, but not before speaking with the chestnut-haired man. "Issei-kun, could you come here for a moment?" Serziches called. "What is it, Serziches-sama?" "During the time I spent with your parents, I tried to detect if they had a power like yours." "Does either of my parents have the same power as me?" the brunette asked. "I'm sorry to tell you no, it seems only you have those powers, Issei-kun." "I see, in some ways I think it's better this way, I wouldn't want my parents getting involved in this world, not yet." "This makes it clear that you are the current leader of your clan, and with that, many responsibilities within the demonic aristocracy will be given to you." "I understand a little." "Then I'm leaving. The meeting will be soon, so please be ready." "We will be," replied the chestnut tree. "That sounds perfect, see you later." The Mayu got into a taxi that was waiting for him at the gates of the residence. "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you'll be receiving marriage proposals soon." "Eh? See you later, Issei-kun," the Mayu said in farewell. "Wait. What did he mean by that?" Issei exclaimed, but it was too late, Serziches had already left. "What happened, Ice?" "That I think things will happen in the future." Zenobia tilted her head, confused. "Don't worry, let's go inside. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'm going to sleep right away." "No hex tonight?" Zenobia asked, disappointed. "You know, I suddenly feel full of energy, let's go." Issei carried Zenobia bridal style and locked himself in his room. Their parents, who witnessed everything, began to imagine their grandchildren. "Do you think it will be a Western ceremony?" Zenobia-chan is a foreigner, but she'd look beautiful in a kimono too. Issei's parents were thinking about the future. "What are you doing here?" Rias said rudely. "Asia asked us to come, it's not like I had any other reason to come, Gremory," Issei replied. "Asia? I am sorry, but you-san. But I thought that if something happened, Issei-san's powers would be very helpful." Arya sighed in defeat, the nun had a good point, and his being there could give a boost to the plan she had in mind. "Here?" Issei asked, standing in front of a door in the old building. It had several seals and was locked with chains and large padlocks. Initially, no seal was required, but due to his ability, he might reluctantly escape the room. Even so, he harbors a certain fear of contact with the outside world. "So, in short, is he a hikikomori?" Issei asked. "But the one inside has a very peculiar power," Akeno said. "Oh really?" "As if he were executing the contract sequentially, like a computer," Kiba said. "Do you know him?" "And? But what kind of power does it have that requires it to be sealed?" Zenobia asked. Rias placed her hand on the door, and a large cello bearing the Gremory emblem appeared, removing the seals and breaking the chains. "The seal has been removed," Kaneko said in her typical neutral voice. "I'm going to open the door," Rias said, taking hold of the door handles. "No." A scream was heard coming from the room. "What was that?" Issei asked. He and the others entered the room. It was completely dark, illuminated only by the light coming through the door. Good afternoon. It's good to see you're okay, Rias asked a coffin. What are you doing? A voice was heard from inside the coffin. We've removed the seal. So come with us, Akeno said, lifting the coffin lid. I don't want to. I like being here. It's terrifying out there, said a girl, blonde with strangely pointed ears. Oh? A foreign blonde like Asia, Issei said excitedly, but wait. It's rude of me to ask this, but are you a boy? Issei asked. Everyone was astonished and perplexed by the chestnut tree's question. Yes, replied the other bishop. Issei-kun, how did you know? Kiba asked. With Kakabiel, I faced someone similar. It seems I developed a sensor that alerts me not to fall into these traps, Issei said, sighing heavily. Yufufufu, her hobby is cross-dressing, said Akeno. This boy is Gaspar Vladi, my other bishop, Rias said. He's a first-year student and before he was reincarnated, he was a half-vampire. The vampire? Asia said, since she was from the church and had heard about that race. Is that a vampire? Issei asked, pointing at Gaspar. Oh, Gaspar whimpered, for a moment his fangs glowed. Are you serious? What's wrong with this world? A boy should look like a boy, not the other way around. Issei exclaimed. Although it really does suit her, Asia said. That's precisely why it's shocking. Issei complained. By the way, why are you doing this? Issei asked, approaching the transvestite. But, these clothes are cute, Gaspar said in a very feminine way. Don't say it like that. Ah, I thought I might see two beautiful blonde foreigners. Don't speak your disgusting dreams openly, Kaneko rebuked. I don't know why, but I was surprised that they answered me like that. Who are you? Gaspar asked. Ah, sorry if I'm late introducing myself. I'm Haidu Issei, I used to be Rias Gremory's pawn, I'm a high-class devil. It's been a while, Gaspar-kun, Kiba said, approaching. Kiba-san. I'm sorry to say this, Gaspar-kun, but I'm no longer Rias Gremory's knight, now I'm Haidu Issei's knight. Huh? Gaspar exclaimed in astonishment. Why? Let's just say a lot of things happened, Issei replied instead of Kiba. Gaspar, let's go out, okay. Rias said in a friendly manner. I don't want to. The transvestite refused. Come on, it's okay, Issei said, making the mistake of grabbing Gaspar's arm. AHHH. Flash. With a flash, Gaspar disappeared and found himself in a different place. Don't be angry, please don't hit me, Gaspar begged. Ah, how? Issei asked, confused. How strange, he was here just a few moments ago. I'm sure this was nothing more than some alterations in my memories, said Zenobia, equally confused. The rest, who knew what Gaspar's power was, laughed a little. Forbidden Baylor View, Akeno said, a tool called the Eye of the World, it's that child's sacred gear. In short, it alters the relationship between time, making it seem as if one is teleporting. Gaspar-kun cannot control that power, so he was sealed here by Surzich's Sama, Akeno explained. Apparently his ability is at an even less analyzable level than Balance Breaker himself. The Balance Breaker? Issei asked. Rias was starting to get a headache when Issei and the rest lost sight of Gaspar for a moment. I don't like it when people talk about me. I don't want to stay here. Exclaimed a box in the corner. When was it that Asia asked? Ah, Gaspar-san, could you come out of the box? Issei asked, approaching the box. It's kind of weird having a conversation like this. I want to stay in this box, that's enough, let me stay here. What on earth was that? But you, it's time, Akeno informed. I see, Haidu, we have to go to the meeting. Bring Yudo with you. My Oni-sama says he wants to know more about his balance breaker. Is it time for the meeting already? Issei asked, checking the time on his phone. Oh well, what can you do? Let's go, Kiba. Hi Issei-kun. Behind Issei and Rias appeared two magical transport circles. Rias was crimson with the Gremory emblem, and Issei's was gold with the mark of the Haidu clan, although to the demon world, he was called Archerus after his ancestor. So you're able to create a magic transportation circle, huh? Rias said. Yes, Ajuka-sama and Surzich's-sama helped me with that. Kaneko, Asia, take care of Gaspar, Rias said before leaving. Zen, help them, don't do anything crazy, Issei said. After those words, the four disappeared. After an hour, Issei returned with Zenobia and the rest. The meeting was to discuss exactly where the meeting would be held and how security would be handled. Kiba stayed a while longer. I hope Gremory doesn't bother me, said Issei as he walked towards the old building when. No. Gaspar's scream was heard. What? Issei looked to where the scream came from, what he saw. Come on, run. If you slow down you'll be sliced to bits by this Durandal. Issei froze. The reason? Zenobia was chasing Gaspar with Durandal in hand as he ran for his life, shedding tears in torrents. Zen, what are you doing? Issei exclaimed, hitting the blue-haired girl on the head. That hurt, Zenobia complained. Are you trying to vaporize Gasper or what? Why are you doing something like this? The damper exclaimed tearfully. A healthy soul dwells in a healthy mind and body. First, we'll improve your stamina, Zenobia said, flashing a smile. Zen, you're having fun, aren't you? Why yes, Asia said, standing next to Issei. It seems she has an intuitive side too. I can't take it anymore. I can't take another step, exclaimed Gasper. Diakon, here, said Kaneko, holding a bunch of garlic. If you eat this, you'll feel better immediately. Ooh. I hate garlic. Gasper started running for his life again. Whether you like it or not, it's important to eat, said Kaneko, chasing after poor Gasper. Kaneko-chan seems to be having fun, Asia said. And to think that Kaneko-chan would bother someone. So the scandal is because of you, Haidu, Saji said. Ah, Saji. I've come to see who the Hikikomori and Rias Senpai's club is. Saji noticed Gasper and got excited. Oh. A beautiful blonde. Saji, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but he's just a kid, and besides, Hanasaki and Nomura will kill you if you do something like that, Issei said. Seriously? Do such cruel words exist in this world? Saji exclaimed, devastated by the news. I understand. I understand your feelings, Saji. Wow, so the little demons are having a party here, huh? Said a voice. When everyone saw, only Issei recognized who it was. An acquaintance of yours, Issei-san. Hello Demon-kun, or should I say Sekiryuutei. You look good. Azazel. Exclaimed Issei, materializing the boosted gear. But those words everyone tensed up, Zenobia gripped Durandal tightly, Kaneko prepared to fight, and Saji took out his absorption line. Haidu, by Azazel you mean. The same one. In fact, I've already run into him several times. Haha, you can't even see someone, and you already think it's a battle. Even with all of you, you won't be able to do anything to me. What are you plotting? I just went out for a walk, is the Senmaken user around here? Kiba isn't here, is your goal to go after Kiba? Issei began to emit a great amount of power as his pupils changed to gold. Bast. I won't let you go after me Knight. Damn, you're such a good guy, as always. I understand, the wielder of the Senmaken isn't here, excuse me, the fallen one apologized. The vampire behind the tree. Asper was startled when the fallen one called him. Forbidden Baylor view, that genderless sacred gear, will increase its risk according to the user's limit, you, the boy of the absorption line. That. Connect your line to the vampire. With it, he will be able to control his sacred gear. Can my power do that? Didn't you know? These kids nowadays don't try to understand their sacred gear. Yours is one of the 4 sacred gears that make up the Vitra Prison Dragon. That can serve as an activation lever for combining the parts. Does my sacred gear have that kind of power? There is also another, simpler method. Drinking the blood of the Sekiryuutei. Gasper was frightened by that idea. So you're saying Gasper has to drink my blood? After all, drinking blood is a prerequisite for being a vampire, well try the rest for yourselves, goodbye. Wait. Why did you pretend to be my contractor and tell us all this? That's my hobby, Azazel said, and with that he left. So, that's the leader of the fallen angels. What an unpredictable man. Said Zenobia, relaxing a little. Issei didn't take his eyes off the fallen man, thinking that this guy held many mysteries. That night in the Kuo Academy gym, Issei and the rest improvised a new training session for Gasper, based on what Kakebiel said. Here we go. Exclaimed Issei, holding a volleyball. Why yes, replied Gasper, he was wearing the female gym uniform and with Saji's line connected to his head. Here it goes, Gasper. Issei threw the ball at Gasper. When the ball was just centimeters from Gasper's face. Hiya. Flash. Using his sacred gear, Gasper escaped again. Oh, it vanished, Saji said in amazement. It's supposed to stop the ball, that ability is useless if it stops us too, Issei complained. He was trying to escape again. Kaneko caught and dragged Gasper away to train again. I'm sorry. Is it very difficult for him? Zenobia asked. It must be complicated with his skill, Asia said. Perhaps he has a lot of stored power. Saji, could you absorb more of his power? No problem. The line began to glow with a purple color. Hiya. And Gasper, in a very unmanly way again. Sorry for asking you to help with this. Don't worry, this way I can use my new ability a little. That's right, Azazel said something strange. What was it? Sucking my blood. I don't hate blood. Gasper complained. You're a vampire, aren't you? Don't you guys live by sucking blood? Issei said. I do, that sounded strange. I know, sorry about that. I hate blood. I can't stand its taste. The useless vampire said Kaneko. Wah, Kaneko-chan is bothering me. The newcomer caused nothing but trouble. This will be complicated, said Zenobia. Things didn't end well in the end. It's your fault that crybaby locked himself in again. Rias exclaimed angrily. Don't blame me, Gremory. I was just trying to help the poor boy control his power. And it worked really well for you. Asper, could you come out? Issei said, ignoring the redeed. The outside is terrifying. Gasper shouted from the other side of the door. Boy Gremory. That. Why is Gasper so afraid of the outside world? Issei asked. There's a reason. A reason? His father is a pureblood vampire, but his mother was human, Rias began to explain. Vampires value their lineage more than demons do. Gasper was discriminated against by members of his own family. Issei listened attentively to what the redeed was saying. He could understand that this boy had a hard life. He came to the human world only to be treated like a monster. Moreover, with the ability to stop time and unable to control it, people hated him. Nobody wanted to get close to him, right? Issei asked. Yes, in a way he's like Asia, we know he wouldn't use his ability for evil, Rias said. I don't want this ability. Everyone freezes up, that's why they're afraid of it and hate it. I don't want it either. I don't want to see the demons' paralyzed faces, my friends, again. Gasper exclaimed tearfully from his room. Gremory, I know you hate me, but let me help you with Gasper. Why should I? I feel bad for him, I'll try to help him somehow. Do whatever you want, just find a way to get him out of there, Rias said, walking away in a magic circle. Asper? I won't move from here until you come out, do you hear me? Issei exclaimed, sitting down in front of the door. Several hours later, Issei was leaning against the door, still waiting for Gasper to come out. Hey, Issei called. Asper did not respond. Are you afraid of the sacred gear and us? Issei asked. I have what is supposed to be the strongest dragon, Issei said, looking at his left arm. To be honest, every time I use that power, I feel like a part of my body transforms into something else. Issei paused for a moment before speaking. But I want to continue without anyone stopping me. Why, you could lose something precious to you because of that power, Gasper said, joining the conversation. How can you be so sure about continuing? I'm an idiot, I don't understand complicated things but I don't want to lose something important to me because I'm weak. My weakness caused Gremory to change, she can't change anymore, I know, that's why I don't want to lose anything else. I also heard about that battle, Gasper said, peeking a little through the door. Maybe if I had been there we could have prevented Butchu-san from changing. I'm not trying to blame you, it was our own weakness that caused it. There are things in this life that we can't fix even if we wanted to, we just have to move on without regretting anything, things will be different from now on, right? But I'll only cause problems for all of you. I don't consider you a problem. Asper was surprised by those words. You're my cowhide, a demon, and even though we're not on the same team, my friend. Senpai. You don't need to worry, Issei said, ruffling the little boy's hair. I'll get rid of your fears. Asper stared at him intently. But. Hey, do you want to have some of my blood? Ah. That way you'll be able to control your ability a little better and. It scares me. Gasper exclaimed, clutching the plush toy he was holding. I'm afraid of sucking the blood of something that's alive. It's hard enough just limiting myself to drinking bags of blood sometimes. My powers are already terrifying. If I get stronger, Your power is not something you should fear. Stopping time may have its drawbacks, but it also has its advantages. Like what? Issei tried to think of some uses. You could help someone in serious trouble, you could cheat on a test you didn't study for at all. I could even get you to grow boobs. Issei exclaimed. Ah. Sorry, my imagination got out of control. You're very kind, senpai. Nobody had ever told me anything like that, you even gave me examples. Well, they're not exactly great examples either. I used to think my ability could only be hated. We received sacred gear. If it's our inevitable destiny, then we must think of it positively. Do you plan to spend your entire life cursing your fate? If you're afraid of your power, then become strong and control it so you never have to go through that again. Thanks, senpai, it gives me a little courage. If I was able to help you, that's enough for me, although I think we should discuss the idea of stopping time to rub our pace more. Ahaha, you're funny, senpai. Do you think so? It seems you were finally able to break the ice with Gasper-kun, Kiba said, returning. Oh Kiba, have you finished what Surzich's-sama wanted? Yes, everything is ready. I see, before, the three of us were the men of the Gremory group. Senpai, why did you decide to abandon Butchu? Gasper asked. Asper, after Gremory returned, she changed, she wasn't the same Butchu we knew anymore, Issei said. Issei-kun went through a lot of suffering before we left her, Kiba said. Issei unconsciously touched the scar. Being with Rias Gremory wasn't right for us anymore. Kiba and I both had different ideals, and it was worth leaving the team. Well, although shortly after, I became a high-class ninja and all that. Now that I think about it, we would have been in a bad way if we'd ended up as rogue ninja, right Kiba? And? At that moment the doors to the room opened and Zenobia, Asia, and Kaneko also came to help. What's going on here? I see you're talking very amicably, said Zenobia. Huh? What brings you here? We feel bad for leaving you alone to take care of Gasper-kun, Asia said. We tried to think of something we could do. For me? Dia-kun, he's also our classmate. Hey Kaneko-chan. Gasper exclaimed excitedly. Take some gifts. Kaneko threw more garlic at him. Ajuo knew. Gasper jumped in fear and at that moment Zenobia put a paper bag over his head. How are you? Huh? This is relaxing. Huh? This feels really good. What? Kiba said, confused. It was Asia-senpai's idea. Asia? Issei asked. And no, I'm not very good at talking to people directly either, but I don't have any problems on the phone, so in a way it might be a good idea to hide your face. That's when I remembered these things, Zenobia said, taking out the condoms again. Are you still carrying that? Issei exclaimed, immediately taking them off. We can cover his head with something, I thought. How are you? Do I look okay? Gasper asked, approaching. A reddish glow emanated from his eye sockets and his zombie-like gait didn't help matters. That horrified Asia. If this were Resident Evil, I would have shot you with a bazooka the moment I saw you, Issei said. Well, you definitely look different, Kiba said. Yes, it instills fear in the pervert inside me, Zenobia said. Anyway, it's impressive I think. This is great. I love it. Exclaimed Gasper walking like a zombie again. Now that I think about it, for the first time, I think you're impressive, Issei said. Really? Exclaimed Gasper excitedly. Wearing this on could increase my prestige as a vampire. I'm not sure, Issei thought. Thank you all. The very next day, Issei, Asia and Zenobia were walking through the hallways, chatting. It would be good if Gasper went to school but he needs to take that bag off his head. Gasper-kun probably needs a little more time. By the way, Issei, are you free later? Zenobia asked, remembering something very important. I don't have anything planned for later, would you like to go on a date? I'd like to but there's something important we need to discuss. Something important? You know about the Himejima temple located in the mountains? I think Akeno-san mentioned something about it to me. It's an old temple that belonged to her family. Why? This afternoon, the two of us will meet with someone very important there. Himejima-senpai gave me permission to go. I see. So, we'll go there after class, okay? And? I told her we should both go out after class and she ends up going ahead. Who exactly are we going to see? Issei asked. Issei climbed the steps of that temple, many steps later he was at the entrance of the temple. I don't think I can take another step. No problem, Ice. Zenobia. Why are you dressed like that? Issei asked. By the way, may I come in? Zenobia was wearing a traditional nun's habit very similar to those in Asia, only black. Come in, Himejima-senpai told me this place doesn't harm demons, the fact that I'm standing here is proof of that. I see, Issei said, taking a step inside. You still haven't told me why you're wearing those clothes. It's a ceremonial outfit and it's extremely important that you wear this because the person we're going to meet is someone very special, Zenobia said, very excited. Who will we meet? It's a pleasure to meet you, hi to Issei-kun, a voice was heard in the sky. When Issei looked up, a golden light blinded him. Then he saw a young man with long blonde hair, dressed in some kind of golden armor. But the most striking thing. Golden wings and a ring above his head. Issei exclaimed. My name is Michael, leader of the angels. Once inside the sanctuary, Issei and Zenobia were kneeling in front of Michael. Zenobia, as a devout believer even though she was a demon, was extremely excited to be so close to one of God's seraphim. This person is the leader of the angels. Why is he here? Issei thought, but a strange feeling came over him. What? My body feels weird. No, it's not because of this person. At that moment a golden glow appeared in front of Michael. When the glow faded, there was a sword in front of him. A long white sword, with a thin golden guard with two crosses at both ends, with a thin red handle, ending in a golden tip. Hi do Issei-kun lama Michael. Why yes. This is a dragon slayer, in other words, an Ascalon dragon slaying sword. Dragon Slayer? The Dragon Slayer is a weapon that has an annihilating effect on a certain enemy. So that's what gave me the creeps. The boosted gear materialized. The truth is, I was planning to entrust this sword to you. What? I think the best thing to do would be to align it with your boosted gear. Among the wielders, I believe you have the highest success rate. I understand but why? Issei asked. Because I see a lot of potential in you and you remind me of an old friend, Michael said. Does this refer to my ancestor Archerus? Issei asked. Yes, I don't know if you know this, but in the beginning all demons were angels. The first rebel was Lucifer, and many other angels decided to follow him, becoming demons or fallen angels. Your ancestor Arcturus was one of them. I always regretted not stopping him. He was a very good friend of mine and my sister's. Issei listened attentively to what Michael was telling him. You who carry his blood and power, I am sure you will be able to combine with Ascalon with ease. Why do you think that? Arcturus was the angel who helped God create the 4 sacred swords. Ascalon, Durandal, Caliburn, and Excalibur, Michael revealed. What? Exclaimed Issei in amazement. Zenobia was equally astonished, but she remained calm. The sword approached Issei, turned sideways, allowing Issei to hold it by the hilt. The Sekin and the sacred gear. Is such a thing possible? Just like the sacred gear, it responds to the feelings of its wielder. If you wish, anything can be done. If I want it. Aibu, focus your energy on the boosted gear. Okay. Issei took the sword by the hilt. Let that energy stabilize. The sword and the boosted gear began to emit a glow, both resonating in harmony. Zenobia and Michael were staring intently at this moment. AI, Issei shouted. The red glow completely illuminated the sanctuary. When the glow subsided, it absorbed it. The edge of the sword came out through the gauntlet of the boosted gear. With that, my duty here is finished, said Michael. Then I'm leaving. There's something I want to ask you. Unfortunately, I don't have time right now. I barely made it to the meeting. I promised to take care of the sword. Yes, it's a promise, Haidu Issei. Michael spread his golden wings and disappeared in a flash. Issei looked closely at the sword. Michael finally left. Did you say something, Zenobia? Me? I didn't say anything. Here, idiot. There it is again, I hear a voice. I can't hear anything. Idiot here. Ibula Spada. Issei paid attention to what Drake told him and stared intently at the sword. Hello, so you're my new carrier? Issei blinked in puzzlement. Zenobia, I think I've gone mad. Why do you say that? Zenobia asked, confused. I'm hearing a voice coming from the sword, but that's not possible, is it? What do you mean that's not possible? I'm talking to you right now. It's talking. The sword is talking. Issei exclaimed. This is incredible, they've barely joined and you can already have a conversation with your sword. Exclaimed Zenobia, amazed and jealous at the same time. The sacred swords are alive, they can communicate with their wielders if they believe they are worthy, Zenobia said, sounding somewhat depressed. Zen, what's wrong? I haven't been able to speak to Durandal even once. Hey kid. Issei. Tell your wife not to feel bad, the lazy Durandal hasn't spoken to any of its wielders since it was first wielded. Not even once. What did he say to you? He said that Durandal has not spoken to any of its wielders since it was first wielded. That's true. Without a doubt, even I can't stand that lazy Dura getting up and talking. These swords are rather strange, Issei said. You called me strange? Exclaimed Ascalon. After a while, Issei and Zenobia head back to their home. The meeting is tomorrow, Zenobia said, sounding a little tense. Yes, tomorrow the conflict between the 3 factions will finally end. Peace, it's strange, I never would have imagined before that we would make peace with demons, confessed Zenobia. And the one about becoming a demon? Much less, but I don't regret it, I got to meet you, Zenobia said, grabbing Issei's arm. Well, I've been through a lot too, but I'm glad I met you even though our first meeting wasn't the best. I think the same. Although there are worse, my first girlfriend stabbed me in the chest with a spear of light. Well, you see. Issei told Zenobia what had happened, how he and Asia became demons, and everything that happened before their arrival. You went through a lot in a short time. Bragg said the same thing. I hope everything goes well. Me too. By the way, how did Gasper's training go? Zenobia asked. I wouldn't say it was a success, but it did have slight improvements. Which is it? After many attempts, I managed to stop the balls without freezing time for those nearby. I see, said Zenobia, smiling slightly. Well, from here I have to go on night patrol with Kiba, I'll be a little late. I'll tell Oka-san to save you some of your dinner. You adapted quickly, you even call my mother Oka-san. It was easy, after all, I'll be wearing your ring on my finger someday, won't I? Consider it done. Issei approached and kissed Zenobia before leaving. See you later. The cult club. What Issei didn't know was that a certain evil deed would make her move. Asper, said Rias in front of the damper door. What's wrong, but you? There's something I want you to do for me. The doors closed behind her, a faint glow emanating from beneath them. The night is quiet, said Issei. Yes, it seems there won't be any mishaps. By the way, afterwards I'd like you to train me more in swordsmanship, Kiba. Do you plan to learn how to use Ascalon? Yes, I have a sword, so I must learn how to handle it properly. A good start. But that peaceful night was ruined when a sphere of fire was directed at them both. Banning. In the middle of the forest, a large part of it exploded. What's going on? Issei asked. We're under attack. Who is it? Kiba asked, trying to locate the attacker, but he couldn't detect anyone. Kiba, get down. An electric attack passed very close to both of them. Who is attacking us? I don't know, the attacks are coming from different directions, I can't see who's shooting at her. Ranged attack. It doesn't seem like it, it's more as if many entities are attacking from different angles, Issei exclaimed, standing back to back with Kiba. Zaz. This time, multiple ice spears were launched against them. Heir Hoko, fire dragon's roar, Issei exhaled a large fireball against the ice spears, vaporizing them. But from other different directions attacks were launched against them. Lightning, water, air, earth. Where are they attacking us from? Issei exclaimed, already losing patience. Issei-kun, before each attack I notice small red eyes, like those of a small animal. What? Are you saying an animal is doing all this? I don't know, Kiba had a slight suspicion, but he wanted to believe he was wrong. Hey, use me along with your other power, the one that cuts down all the nearby trees. Oh, good idea. Issei took out the blade of Ascalon and gathered silver flames on the edge. Kiba, squat down. Zasss. Kiba obeyed, Issei spun around, and a circular cutting wave sliced through a large part of the forest. Issei opened his eyes in surprise when he saw who was responsible for the attack. Asper-kun. Asper, why? Issei shouted. Asper did not respond. His eyes had no light. Issei-kun, his eyes. Yes, I noticed, he's being controlled, but by whom? Asper created several magic circles to attack Issei and Kiba. Asper knows how to use magic. Issei said, dodging the attacks. Asper-kun is a bishop, his affinities with magic are enhanced. Damn it, more trouble for us. Exclaimed Issei. Issei and Kiba had to find a way to stop Gasper without hurting him. He was just being controlled. Aibu, I have a method to return Vladi to normal. Which? If you manage to play it with a busted gear, I'll do the rest. Understood. Kiba, we have to hold Gasper off long enough for him to touch him. Roger. Both of them launched themselves at Gasper, who created several different magic circles all around. SAS. An ice spear headed towards Kiba's blind spot. Plank. I owe you one, Issei-kun. Issei appeared at the right moment to stop the spear with his gauntlet. Asper won't let us get close, even with your speed, Kiba, we can't get close enough. At that moment things got worse for Issei and Kiba. Flash. What I can't move, Issei tried to move in vain. Gasper-kun is using his sacred gear. Kiba and Issei were paralyzed, Gasper walked towards the chestnut-haired man and took a knife out of his clothes. Damn it. Move it. Issei thought, using his strength to move. Blop. Issei and Kiba watched as tears streamed from Gasper's eyes. Asper. He's conscious, they're manipulating his body even while he's awake. Issei-senpai, Gasper managed to say, tears streaming down his face as he moved dangerously close to the brunette. MIT, move already. Issei tensed every muscle in his body, emanating a great amount of energy. At that moment, two boots materialized on Issei's legs and he obtained a blue glow. Flash. Stab. The cult club room. At this moment, Rias, Akeno, Sona, Tsubaki, Surziches and Seraphil were in the occult research club room. Hey Sona-chan, I'm so bored. Seraphil complained. One Sama, behave like a demon king. Ooh, Sona-chan is bad. Is something wrong, Rias? Surziches asked his sister. You seem happy. It's nothing, Oni-sama, it's nothing. In the forest, three people were together. I'm sorry Sob, I'm sorry, Gasper cried, holding the bloody knife in his hands. Asper-kun, everything's alright now, Kiba tried to comfort his cowhide, but a great anger was still evident in his eyes. Issei-kun, what will you do now? Kiba Issei had a cut above his eyebrow. He sacrificed himself to stop Gasper. Call Zenovia, we'll go fight. Are you sure, Issei-kun? Kiba didn't ask because he feared the answer. Rather, he expected the brunette to give the order. Yes, I'm going to burn those bitches, Rias, Gremory and Akeno Himejima. Issei exclaimed, bursting into a sea of flames. In the club room, the last matters before the meeting were being finalized. Everything was ready, but there was something that those present hadn't counted on. Bang. The doors of the hall were ripped off and thrown against the wall by a loud bang. What? Exclaimed Seraphil. Gremory, Issei roared. Issei-kun? Said Surziches, Sona and Tsubaki, confused. DCH Rias could only curse under her breath, that useless one, Rias thought. You damned girls. Issei exclaimed, filled with fury, turning towards the retreat and brunette. Issei-kun, what's going on? Sona asked, trying to stop the brunette. What's going on? What's happening is that those two manipulated Gasper into trying to kill me. Issei shouted at the top of his lungs. Those present were surprised and turned their gaze towards the deed. That's a lie. Do you have any proof of that? Yes. Gasper himself said so. Entering the clubroom with Kiba and Zenobia, a frightened Gasper. Forgive me, Gasper cried. Kiba and Zenobia glared at the deed and brunette with hatred. That doesn't prove anything, just like I don't know that you guys plotted all this, or that Gasper lost the battle and attacked you, Rias said, trying to free herself from the blame. Damn it. You think you can wash your hands after what you did? I have nothing to do with it, and if my servant did something as serious as attempting to take your life, I will have to teach him a suitable lesson. Issei burst into flames. This was no longer funny. Using Gasper to kill him, and now he was hurting and damaging him just for failing. There had to be a way to help Gasper, but what? Rias Gremory, I challenge you to a rating game. Issei exclaimed, surprising everyone. If I win, I'll take Gasper with me. What do I get out of all this? You get to take Gasper, but what do I gain? If I lose, Kiba and I will return to being your servants, and you can do whatever you want with us. Whereas? Stay back, Zenobia. I'm with Issei-kun. If I lose, I'll return to your side, Gremory, but if we win, we'll take Gasper-kun with us. Everyone present froze. Things were starting to get out of control, and all this before the faction meeting. It seems I've stumbled upon something interesting, a voice said. That voice Issei recognized it. The magic circle with the phoenix emblem appeared on the club floor. Razor. From the magic circle appeared Razor and her servants. What are you doing here? Issei asked. He hated Razor because Rias had changed because of him, but at this moment this problem was none of his business. I only came to visit my fiancé, a commoner, but I see I arrived at just the right moment to hear something extremely interesting. Rias clung to Razor's arm. I heard you want to duel with Rias over that cross-dressing guy over there, he said, pointing at Gasper, but I don't want to let my lovely Rias face a commoner like you, so I'll fight in her place. What? This is none of your business, you damn Yakitori. Issei exclaimed. Yakitori? Razor became angry at the insult. Some of Razor's servants laughed at the nickname, even Ravel, who could have fallen into that same insult. If you want Gasper, you'll have to fight Razor, hide you, Rias said, taking advantage of the situation. You'll be cursed. I understand, I accept the term, said Issei, calming down a little. Since you have almost no one in your group, let's settle this in a one-on-one fight, Razor said. And since I'm joining this little problem I'll get something out of it. That. If you win, which won't happen, besides that kid Razor glared at two specific people in his group, you take those two, Razor said, pointing at his tower and sister. They were both surprised by what was said, but a quick thought crossed both their minds. You're a bastard. You're betting on your sister and partner. Issei exclaimed, getting angry again. Come on, kid, that's just how demons are, get it through your thick skull, and you know what? I'll add the cherry on top. If you win I'll break off my engagement with Rias. Everyone was surprised by that, the most astonished being Rias, to which Serziches found a method to separate his sister from that jerk. What are you saying, Razor? Don't worry Rias, a commoner like him won't be able to do anything to me, it'll be the same as the last fight. What happens to Gremory matters very little to me, Issei said. And since I set those conditions, I'll also gain something by winning this fight. Rias will stay with you, and the knight in me. Razor walked past Issei, standing in front of Zenobia and holding her chin. I'll keep her. Once you've tasted a real man, you won't want to be with this kid. Issei was blinded by fury for a moment. Something well known by many is that you should never, ever touch the partner of a dragon or a dragon slayer. At that moment Issei was about to kill Razor, he no longer cared about the fight, he would just kill that bastard for daring to touch Zenobia but. The one who screamed like a girl was Razor, that's why. Pathetic, compared to Issei the kid Zenobia had grabbed Razor by the balls and squashed them. Boo, that must hurt, was the thought of the men present. Damn it, how dare you? Razor said in a high-pitched voice, clutching the affected area. When I was an exorcist, I heard that the seminal fluid of a phoenix demon is parasitic. The more it's administered, the more dependent it becomes, Zenobia said. You're just a pathetic little boy who traps women. Compared to Ice, you only need to do it with him once to be his forever. Some of the girls present wondered, is it that good? Ice will never lose against a pathetic excuse for a man like you. Damn it, Razor was about to hit Zenobia when a kick sent him flying against the wall. Don't you dare lay a finger on him again. Razor. Issei exclaimed. Enough, save that hatred for the fight, Serziches said to prevent them from destroying the place further. Gryphia. Yes, master, I will prepare a pocket dimension for both combatants to fight. They glared at each other with clear murderous intent and hatred. The battle between a dragon and a phoenix was about to begin. Pocket size. The pocket dimension was an exact copy of Kuo Academy and for personal reasons, they would face each other there. I, Gryphia, will be the referee for this fight between Haidu Issei-sama and Razor Phoenix-sama. Elsewhere, the rest of the groups already gathered would watch attentively the battle between those two. Haicho, is what Haidu said true? Saji asked. I don't know, Saji, but I'm starting to think Rias is hiding something. The rest of Citri's entourage glared at the redeed. She, for her part, was confident of Razor's victory. As for Gasper, he was with Kiba and Zenobia. Don't worry Gasper, Issei will win, said Zenobia. Poor Gasper still felt bad about everything he was forced to do. He almost killed the person who treated him like a friend without fearing his power. The two combatants were facing each other, a few meters apart. The place was the new academy building. Come on, commoner, I'll crush you. Many rumors that your flames are the most powerful are heard throughout the underworld. I'll show you that your pathetic flames are nothing. It's a shame for you, Razor. Issei materialized both the boosted gear and its boots. I'll only use the boosted gear and the magic I was just learning when I faced you before. Issei's fists erupted in fire, Dragon Slayer magic. You think you can beat me with that? Don't make me laugh. Razor was the first to attack, launching himself at Issei with his fists engulfed in flames. Bang. The impact produced by both fists of fire erupted in a large explosion that burned a large part of the surroundings of the new building. Tekken, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon, the first to emerge from the smoke of the explosion, was Issei. Bang. Crack. Issei's impact was a direct hit to Razor's chest, breaking some ribs. Ah. Razor coughed up a large amount of blood, but Issei wouldn't end his attack yet. Hoko, Fire Dragon's roar, Issei fired a roar at point-blank range. On. Much of the school building was destroyed, and Razor was sent flying by the impact. You damn brat bastard, Razor said, standing up. He had been damaged by the attacks, but his regeneration gave him a slight advantage. What's up, Razor? Is that all? Unhappy. The two began exchanging blows. Issei threw a flaming kick that Razor dodged, he threw a fire fist, but Issei jumped using Razor's arm as momentum to get behind him and give him a fire kick. You're nothing but a nuisance. Razor took advantage of the fact that Issei only took a few seconds to grab him by the right arm and connect several blows to Issei's face. What's wrong? Did you lose that confidence you had? Razor said, continuing to punch. He grabbed Issei by the arm to throw him, but Issei used the same arm that Razor was holding to grab his arm. Aren't you the one who doesn't have the same confidence as before? Issei said, striking Razor in the face with a fiery fist. Both began throwing several fiery blasts at each other's faces. Issei attempted a fire sweep, but Razor jumped, crushing Issei's head against the ground, cracking it. Issei burst into flames, forcing Razor to retreat. What's wrong, commoner? Tired already? That's what you wish, Issei laughed, but only mentally. Greg, why do his flames affect me? As a fire dragon slayer, shouldn't I be immune to flames? You received basic training as a dragon slayer, but since I didn't have a body I couldn't train properly, and the training to turn a human into a true dragon slayer takes years. So I'm in trouble, aren't I? I wouldn't say that. Why is that? The change you feel has also affected your dragon slayer magic. It's taking some time, but your body is changing into that of a true dragon slayer. So. Just a little more time and you'll be a 100% dragon slayer. Brat. Razor exclaimed, throwing a fireball. Come, brilliant flame of the fire dragon, Issei gathered fire in both hands and joined them, creating a sphere of fire which he launched against Razor's attack. On. Brat. Razor. Another clash of flaming fists impacted, generating more explosions. They were both fighting with all their might. While the spectators watched the match attentively. When did Haidu become so strong? Saji asked. That magic, Seraphil said, intrigued. Do you know that magic, One-sama? Yes, it's ancient magic, Dragon Slayer magic. Dragon Slayer? The Citri repeated. Ancient magic used to fight dragons, Surziches revealed. But that boy is certainly interesting, ancient magic, powers of a lost clan. I'm starting to get a little interested in him, Seraphil thought. After the explosion dissipated, Issei was in perfect condition, somewhat bruised and slightly injured. But Razor was in much worse shape than him. What's wrong, Razor? Can't you take it anymore? Issei mocked, provoking him. Damn low class. Razor erupted in a torrent of flames that covered his entire body. Standing there makes you an easy target. Tekken, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon, with his fist engulfed in flames, Issei connected a powerful direct punch to Razor's face. What? Exclaimed Issei in surprise. The blow did not affect Razor. Razor unleashed a torrent of flames that sent Issei flying into the ceiling. Issei, engulfed in flames, launched himself at Razor again. Razor, engulfed in flames, also launched himself at Issei. They collided like two comets. Bang bang bang. Razor connected with a right hook, a knee strike, and a kick that sent Issei crashing to the ground. Damn it, Issei stood up hurt and saw a large fireball heading towards him. Ibu esquiva. Issei managed to get out of the way in time. The fireball passed very close to him, burning his vest in the process. Ahaha, what's wrong, commoner? Did your battery run out? Razor mocked. Issei attacked again, this time with quick punches and kicks. Issei's blows either hit Razor or were blocked by him. Annoying. Razor created a whip of fire that forced Issei to retreat. Issei took a step back and prepared his next attack. Heir no Kinkaku, Fire Dragon Horn Sword, engulfed in flames, Issei launched himself at Razor, headbutting him in the chest and knocking him off the ground. I'm not finished yet. Issei leaped forward, propelling himself with fire to deliver the next attack. Heir no Kmen, Brilliant Flame of the Fire Dragon. Buong. The fireball hit Razor squarely, sending him plummeting, but Issei had one more attack up his sleeve. Propelling himself using the ceiling as a base to get to ground level, right where Razor would fall. Issei began to absorb a large amount of air, his face inflated as well as his chest. Heir no Hoko, Roar of the Fire Dragon, launching an even larger flame than the previous one against Razor. Aeon. The old building was left in ruins. Issei-kun is much stronger than before, he's no longer at a level comparable to mine or Rias, Sona thought, staring intently at the brunette fighting, with a slight blush on her cheeks, which did not go unnoticed by her sister. Sona-chan likes the little dragon, this could be very interesting. Bang. Don't mess with me. Can't you just die already? Issei exclaimed. Razor emerged from the rubble badly damaged, but still eager to fight. I won't lose to a low class like Yaooo. Razor burst into yellowish flames. That's it. Exclaimed Ravel. On the other hand, Lady Phoenix watched the fight intently and she didn't like what her son was doing at all. Using those flames forbidden by our clan, how low will you fall, Razor? Raya. Razor launched a large yellow flame from his mouth. It had a lot of power and speed. I can't dodge it. Aeon. The impact hit Issei directly, leaving him in bad shape. He was charred on the ground, injured, trying to stand up. Now you will die, Razor exclaimed, approaching dangerously close. Come on, move it, I can't lose. Razor already has victory assured, you will soon receive the punishment for treason, Rias said, pointing at Gasper and Kiba, and you will be Razor's toy, pointing at Zenobia. Senpai. Issei-kun. Kiba and Gasper hadn't given up hope that the chestnut-haired boy would win. Issei won't lose because, Zenobia said, completely certain of Issei, he's a dragon, and dragons never lose. You know, once I eliminate you, I'll take my time to play with that girl, Razor mocked. It'll be like with Rias and her queen. At first, they resisted, they even cried for you until they learned their place. You bastard. Issei burst into flames, his fury intensifying them. I don't care about those bitches. But I won't let you touch Zenobia. The flames took the form of a dragon. Die. Razor shouted, engulfed in flames. Both flaming fists collided, both began to crash through the air covered in fire, like two meteorites colliding. Bang. Bang. The blows came and went, Razor with one kick sent Issei flying into the gym. Die. Razor landed on top of Issei, burying him in the gym and kicking his body like a soccer ball. I won't lose. Issei dug Bosted Gear's claws into the ground. Die already. Moriari, Fire Trident, a spear with 3 prongs shot out at Issei. The spear was seconds away from hitting Issei, from striking it would be the end. Ibu está listo. Ah. Issei stretched out his arms and caught the trident, what happened next left everyone impressed. These exclaimed the Citri in surprise. Rias was the same, everyone was amazed by what they saw. Eating the flames, said Ravel. Issei was devouring the flames. The transformation into a 100% dragon slayer was complete. Now show that Phoenix what a dragon slayer trained by my Ibu can do, not Haidu Issei. Issei burst into flames and looked at Razor like prey. Damn it. Razor lunged at Issei. Heir no Tekken. The fiery blast. Fujitsum. The fiery kick. Bakugeki. Whips of fire. Research. The fiery tackle. Benchk. The fiery elbow. The spectators watched in amazement at this display of power. Magic to destroy their scales, cut open their bellies, and sever their souls, Seraphil said, impressed. Through dragon killing magic, Surzich is finished. Gurinbaku engine. The whirlwind of fire swallowed Razor, exploding and burning him inside, damaging him to the extreme. Grrgaya. Razor fell unconscious. The spectators were in shock. Nadia could barely speak. Dreyfu managed to recover from her astonishment and deliver the verdict. Razor-sama, I cannot continue. The winner is Haidu Issei-sama. Issei let out a very loud roar. Issei had achieved victory, the Citri and Haidu were celebrating, while Rias could only clench her teeth in frustration. Issei approached Razor, his right fist containing all the rage and anger he had kept inside for so long. He was about to land a blow that would end Razor's life. Ravel thought what her brother did was wrong and wouldn't go to his aid. Even her mother, who saw the fight, thought that would be the punishment for violating her clan's law and causing so much harm. The crack. The sound of a blow and the sound of something breaking echoed throughout the entire pocket. Everyone thought it was the end of Razor, but why? Razor managed to say, the blow passing very close to his head, hitting the gym ceiling and cracking it. As much as I hate you, I will not bear the sin of taking your pathetic soul. Your mother and sister would be saddened if I ended your life, that's why I will let you live, but I warn you of one thing. Razor fearfully saw the silhouette of a large red dragon, which regarded him like an insect it could crush at will. Never dare touch the people important to me. Those simple words filled Razor with terror, so much so that he fainted. Now out of the pocket dimension. Senpai. Gasper was the first to rush towards the chestnut-haired boy, crying on his chest. Ouch, Gasper, I'm hurt. Senpai, said Gasper, still crying. It's over. Issei placed his hand on the little boy's head and stroked it. It's all over now. Congratulations, Issei-kun, said Surziches. As we agreed in the bet, Gasper-kun becomes your bishop, and as for Razor-kun's girls. It won't be necessary, Issei said. Don't disappoint those two. Razor's stupidity got them into this. Isabella-san doesn't want this, and Ravel, she was just dragged into it. But Ravel tried to say something, but someone got there first. That's not true, Isabella said. We want to serve you, Issei-sama. Ever since the Kakabiel incident we've wanted to be by your side. Isabella, what are you saying? Exclaimed Ravel, completely red-faced. That's true. Well, it's not like I'm against this, said Ravel. The collective thought at that time was. Son dear. Are you sure about this? Issei asked one last time. Yes, they both replied. Very well, Ravel Phoenix, Isabella are now my rook and bishop. Both of them felt extremely happy that the chestnut-haired man had uttered those words. After the ceremony for the pieces ended and Rias Gremory stormed out of the place in a rage, Issei said a few words to Surziches. Surziches-sama, I know this will sound bad and probably upset you, but if Rias Gremory tries to harm anyone in my group again at that moment, Issei's gaze turned completely icy, I will kill her. Surziches could see that Issei was telling the truth. His sister's behavior could not be tolerated. Damn it. In the woods behind the old school, Rias unleashed her fury. Ibuchu-san, calm down. Get away, Asia. Rias exclaimed. That damned bastard. Because of him, my brother looked at me like that, despising me. But did you really try to kill Issei-senpai? Kaneko asked, frightened. Yes. That wretched bastard doesn't deserve to live. Asia and Kaneko backed away in fear. Issei was right and Rias had gone mad. To make matters worse, that wretched Gasper told her everything. Akeno, didn't you say the control spell was flawless? I don't know how I failed either, Rias. Akeno-san, you too. How I killed that wretch? Rias exclaimed. I'm sorry to tell you that I can't let you continue, said a mysterious voice. They all tried to locate the owner of that voice. There, said Kaneko. Sitting on the branches of a tree, covered by a hood that concealed his identity, only revealing his face from the nose down. Who are you? Rias asked. Who I am is none of your business. I came here to fix a problem, said the mysterious hooded figure. A mistake. Rias Gremory, as well as those around you at this moment, you are infected. The destiny that space and time had decreed for you has been damaged and contaminated. You are merely defective files. What the hell are you saying? You're useless, I'll delete you and make a backup. That. I agreed, Asia. When Rias turned to look at Asia, she watched in horror as she and Kaneko began to disintegrate into small particles, like when a Digimon dies. Asia conquer. Damn it. Akeno launched a beam at the headed figure, but a barrier stopped the attack. Akeno Himejima, you and Rias Gremory had a great destiny to fulfill, now you are nothing more than erroneous data. Akeno. Rias saw how she and Akeno also began to disappear. This is goodbye, said the hooded figure. Damn it. With a final scream, Rias, along with her group, disappeared from the face of the earth. Now it's time to bring the replacement. Gathering a large amount of energy into a crystal orb, 4 figures began to form. With this, I can change destiny, said the hooded figure. The 4 figures were Rias, Akeno, Asia, and Kaneko. They fell to the ground unconscious. The hooded figure hid to see what they would do. Where are we? Butchu-san, isn't it the forest behind the old building? Asia asked. Why are we here? Kaneko asked. I don't know, I don't remember how we got here, Akeno said, having a slight headache. What happened here? Rias asked. Asia gave a soft squeal. What's happening in Asia? Butchu-san, it's late, we have to go prepare food at Issei-san's house, Asia said. Is it that late? How much time did we waste in the meeting with Sona and my brother? Ifufu, I'm jealous of how well you and Issei-kun get along. Maybe I should go and spend some quality time with Issei-kun. Akeno said lasciviously. Don't even think about it, Akeno. Issei is mine. Butchu-san Asia Lariquio. Far from there, the hooded figure couldn't help but smile when he saw those four. That's it, I corrected the mistake. The hooded figure collapsed to the ground, exhausted. A large amount of blood trickled from beneath his hood. I hope that with this destiny will change for the better, Dad, Mom. The wind lifted the hood from the mysterious young man's face. He had brown hair with a red streak. Please Shichigami, let fate change, were the last words he could say. The life in his eyes disappeared, indicating that he had died. His body began to decompose into tiny particles, but the orb he held showed a vision of a possible future. A sea of flames was all that remained of the city of Kuo. In the distance, a mountain could be seen, a mountain of corpses, and on the top, sitting and gloating over his victims, with his claws stained with blood, wearing a white mask with large horns and long golden hair. Hi to Issei, the person who brought about the destruction of the entire world. Hunter x Hunter Ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. The Sandatetemu no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute mo Kakonai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The black silhouettes of Gasper, Ravel and Isabella that were later illuminated. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the foremass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo Dezunaim Yukanju. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Sutanai Katoba. Amamama Knights in Aguyo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had have fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. End of ending. Chapter 7 The Meeting. Chapter 7 The meeting begins. Streets of Kuo City. Late at night, 4 girls were walking through the streets of Kuo. Butchu-san, isn't it very dark? Asia asked. Yes, this is strange. Rias looked at her wristwatch and it didn't show anything past 7 o'clock, even though it was actually almost midnight. Butchu, is it okay that you invited us to dinner? Asked a loli from the Kaneko group. No problem, Kaneko. Issei must be waiting for dinner too. Ifufu, maybe I should play with Issei-kun a little before dinner. Don't even dream about it, Akeno. Rias exclaimed. No. Asia shouted. The 4 of them were already in front of the house. Rias and Asia found it strange that the lights were off. Are they here? Aren't they? Rias was looking for something in the pockets of her skirt. What's wrong, Butchu-san? Asia, you go after your keys, I think I've lost mine. Ah, I think I have them in my bag. Asia rummaged in her bag looking for the keys, but nothing. I think I lost them too, said Asia dejectedly. Well, just this once I'll have to use magic to force the door open. A small magic circle appeared on Ria's finger and with a click the front door opened. Come in. Sorry for intruding, said Kaneko and Akeno. Why is everything turned off? Rias asked, turning on the lights in the house. The sudden noise alerted someone. Where are Issei and his parents? Rias asked. Oka-san, another san is coming. Zenobia came downstairs and was shocked to see Rias and her group inside her house. Zenobia? What are you doing here? Rias exclaimed, confused, when Zenobia arrived at the house and also because she was only dressed in her underwear. Before saying anything, Zenobia materialized Durandal and lashed out at the group. Wait, what? Banning. World trigger opening Jirajiri sonar pocket. Change the new world. Change the new world. Change the new world. The black background can be seen. In the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sona are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sona with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. And Junagara Itsuda to Takateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wo mod. Sono hibi nai sores or no ira mod. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Gurigiri nai stay shite Sakab. Tsugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Gurigiri nai fly again. Aikuzo Tsukam smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kuranai wa Mamorumano Georgia Arukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sonas, and Issei's. Sono tame nai wa nani wo sudatimo aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. Nagashi Karanishi Inaboru Taya Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. The great crash shook the house, the main entrance exploded into pieces. Cough what's wrong with you, Zenobia? Rias shouted, she and the others managed to dodge a fatal blow. How dare you attack us in our own home? Gremory. Zenobia exclaimed, pointing Durandal at Rias. What are you talking about? Zenobia, stop this instant. Rias exclaimed. Zenobia san alto. Stay out of this, Asia. Even though you're part of the Gremory group, I still consider you my friend. Don't force me to attack you too. Zenobia lunged at Rias again. Plank. Durandal crashed head-on into a magic circle of protection from Rias. Zenobia-chan, stop. Akeno exclaimed, trying to stop the angry blue-haired girl. Back off, Himejima. Zenobia swung Durandal against the brunette. It spread its wings, rising into the sky to avoid the attack. But something strange is going on with Zenobia-senpai. Kaneko said defensively. Yes, someone must be controlling her, Rias deduced. I don't like having to resort to this, but I'll have to use the control of the pieces within her. Rias raised her hand and tried to immobilize Zenobia, using the piece of horse that she thought she had, the result. Hey. Why isn't it working? Rias exclaimed, confused. I don't know what you're trying to do, but I won't let you. Zenobia lunged at Rias in that brief moment of carelessness. Flash. A powerful flash of lightning blocked Zenovia's path, forcing her to retreat. Zenobia-chan, please stop. Akeno shouted. She didn't want to fight with the blue-haired girl. I will not forgive you. You caused I suffering. Exclaimed Zenobia. What? Rias and Akeno didn't understand what the blue-haired girl was talking about. Zenobia-senpai, please stop. Kaneko, like Asia, I asked that you not get involved in this. Rias, something strange is happening, there's no other option, we have to subdue Zenobia-chan. No. We can't do that. Rias exclaimed, refusing. But Rias. Akeno tried to say something, but. Periwu no Kaon, brilliant flame of the fire dragon. The fireball went straight towards Akeno, she managed to block it with a shield, but she received damage from the attack. Akeno? Who? Rias looked in the direction from which the attack came. The clouds covered the moonlight, momentarily obscuring that person with darkness. Rias could see a black figure with two red eyes. When the cloud moved away, letting the moonlight through, Rias was shocked. I see. She, like the rest, noticed that it was the chestnut-haired boy. His gaze showed great hatred and resentment, which was directed at the redhead and brunette, frightening them. So now you come to attack me while I sleep, huh, Gremory? Issei shouted. Ice, what's wrong? I'm not understanding anything. I told your brother. If you and Himejima attack anyone in my group again, Rias and Akeno were terrified when they saw the icy glare Issei gave them. I'll kill you. Rias, like the rest, didn't understand anything anymore. What was happening? Were they under hypnosis? I don't understand anything. What's going on? Why are you and Zenobia attacking us? Why are you looking at us like that? Are you feigning dementia? Don't you remember how you tortured me? How you tried to kill me? And the worst part, that you used Gasper to kill me by controlling his mind. Issei erupted in a torrent of flames filled with fury and hatred. Rias and the rest went into shock. What did she say? What did she do? Issei-kun, listen to us. We didn't do this. I don't give a damn what you say, Himejima. The girls watched as Issei gathered air in his mouth, his cheeks and chest puffing out. Periwu no Haku, roar of the fire dragon, Issei exhaled a torrent of fire against Rias and Akeno. But you san. Asia and Kaneko shouted. The flames almost hit when. Banning. The torrent of flames changed direction, disappearing into the sky. Issei-sama, I kindly ask you to control yourself, said Gryphia, Surzich's queen and Ria's sister-in-law. She released some of her power to counter Issei's power. Gryphia-san, I told Surzich's-sama that if she tried anything, I wouldn't be responsible for my actions, Issei said, looking at the two of them with fury and contempt. I know, I apologize for all the inconvenience caused on behalf of the young lady. We're leaving. A magic circle appeared beneath Gryphia and the rest of the girls. Wait, Issei. Rias shouted, tears streaming down her face. Stay out of my sight, Gremory. Those simple words shattered Rias. She fell to her knees crying before being teleported away. They're gone, look at the nerve of attacking us in our own home, said Zenobia, putting away her durandal. Yes, by the way, Zenobia. And? Ouch, that hurt, said Zenobia, rubbing the bump on her head from the chestnut-haired man's blow. I understand you attacked, but you had to blow up the entrance. Issei exclaimed. Zenobia looked at the house, noticing a large hole in the entrance. I'm sorry, I can't control myself. Now how do I explain this? My parents will kill me. Or rather, how do I say what happened? A car crashed into the house. A meteorite. What on earth do I say? You could ask Sona Citri for help, maybe she knows someone or a spell to repair the house. That's the best idea you've ever had. Exclaimed Issei, giving Zenobia a kiss on the forehead and running off to his room to find his phone. It's a good thing I asked Kaicho for her number. At the apartment complex where most of the Citri group lived, Sona was finishing the last documents needed for the meeting. Okay, it's ready now. With this, there won't be any incidents at the meeting. Ring ring. Sona reached for her phone, and when she saw who was calling, her cheeks burst into red and she struggled to keep her phone from slipping out of her hands. Why are you calling me at this hour? Sona was torn between answering or not. After a few moments, Sona managed to maintain her composure and answered the call. What's wrong, Issei-kun? Sona tried to sound as calm as possible. Kaicho, I need your help with a few things. Which is it? Well, you see, let's just say that for certain reasons the entrance to my house was left in pieces. Do you know of any spell that repairs things, or of someone who can repair it quickly and cheaply? I know someone who can fix it, but it won't be cheap. Sona could swear she heard the chestnut-haired man's laments on the other end of the line. Okay, can you give me the number to call? Sona gave Issei the repairman's number. I owe you one, Kaicho. Thank you. It's nothing, see you tomorrow. Yes, good night. With that I ended the call. Sona stared at her phone for a few moments. What's wrong with me? Why do I feel like this when I talk to Issei-kun? Sona still didn't quite understand her feelings for the brunette. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, more specifically at the hotel where Surzich's and Gryphia were staying. Oni-sama, what's happening? Why did Issei attack us? I don't understand anything that's going on. Rias asked, her head a complete mess at this moment. That's what I wanted to ask you, Rias. Why did you go to Issei-kun's house? After what you've done, Issei-kun would have more than enough reason to attack you and turn the entire Gremory clan against his clan. His clan? Rias asked, confused. What do you mean by his clan? I haven't done anything to Issei. Don't try to deceive us, Rias, Lucifer said firmly. Your recent actions against Issei-kun are a disgrace to the clan. That's why I want to know what's going on. Rias shouted. The confusion, what they were saying, and that look Issei gave her had her on the verge of hysteria. You don't seem to be lying, maybe he lost his memory. Surzich's asked Gryphia. It's possible, I don't detect any spell that alters the young lady's memory. Very well, I don't know what's happened to you, Rias, but I'll tell you everything I know about what's going on within your group, Surzich's said, looking specifically at Akeno and Rias, and Issei-kun. Surzich's proceeded to tell everything he knew. Rias' change, the abuse against Issei, forcing him to remove the pieces, his rise to high-class devil, the recent assassination attempt on his part, and even though he did not want Rias' engagement to Razor to be broken off. No, that can't be true. I didn't do that. This has to be a horrible nightmare. Rias exclaimed, grabbing her head and trying to deny everything she had been told. No, Akeno collapsed and began to cry uncontrollably. Issei-san Asia could do nothing but cover her mouth. Senpai's Kaneko wasn't feeling well either. That can't be true, Issei, Kiba, Zenobia, Gasper. In a desperate attempt to deny everything, Rias tried to summon her pieces. Unused demonic parts are stored in an artificial subspace until the high-class demon decides to add a new entity to his retinue. Upon invoking them, the leftover parts manifest before the demon. New. Rias watched in horror as the 8 pawn pieces, the 2 knight pieces, and the mutant bishop piece that she possessed, appeared in front of her. Akeno and the rest of the girls were in the same situation, so Surzich's told her that Rias and Akeno had the worst time of it. But the fear and anguish didn't last long. Rias and Akeno began to emanate an incredible amount of murderous instinct and fury. "This is all Razor's fault," Rias said, covering her entire body with the power of destruction. It should be said that at that moment Serziches did the most advisable thing possible, hiding behind his wife. "We have to kill it, we can't leave even the smallest part of it so it can't regenerate." Rias was no longer thinking clearly. All her anger was directed at the Phoenix. "If Yufu, we have to torture him in the slowest and cruelest way possible." Akeno emanated discharges from her hands, all the brightness in her eyes disappeared. "He must have done something. Because of him, everyone thinks we did it. I won't forgive him." Rias shouted, ready to attack the Phoenix clan, but she was stopped by her sister-in-law. "Rias Oju-sama, stop this moment," the silver-haired maid said firmly. "Don't stop me, Grifu-1-sama. I'm going to kill him. Because of him, my sweet Issei sees me as the worst thing that's ever happened to him. I can't allow a being like him to continue existing." Slap. In front of everyone, Grifu slapped Rias. Everyone was shocked, and Serziches, well, slowly but surely, he escaped from the room to save his life. Young Issei could have killed Razor Phoenix in their encounter today, but he didn't, not out of forgiveness, but to avoid carrying the sin on his soul. Killing him would not only turn the Phoenix clan against you as the murderer of the second son of the Phoenix clan, but also the Haidu clan, since Issei-sama's new bishop is Razor's younger sister, Ravel Phoenix. "Ravel Phoenix is Issei's bishop?" Rias exclaimed. "Yes, a conflict at this time would put the three clans at war. Even though Issei-sama only has 5 pieces on his side, he has more power than you at this moment, and the Phoenix clan will not stand idly by." Rias and Akeno could only clench their fists in frustration. They didn't know what was happening. From one moment to the next, everything went to hell, and they lost everything they wanted. Why did this happen? Rias couldn't help but cry. Academia Kuo. It was finally the big day, the meeting of the 3 factions where peace would be declared between them. For the rest of the student body it was just another ordinary day, but for the members of the Citri, Haidu and Gremory clans, it was a tense situation. The success of the meeting depended on them. Once classes were over, Issei and his group headed to the student council room. "Damn, the clan's income is lower than ever," the chestnut-haired man complained. "I still think those guys scammed us. The walls at the entrance seemed very fragile to me," said Zenobia. "If that's the case, I'll be very upset. The clan's bank fund isn't rising by more than 2 digits. We're in a very bad situation. But I can't believe Gremory attacked them and in their own house," Kiba said. He appeared calm, but he was upset. "I was sleeping peacefully when suddenly boom, an explosion woke me up. A few seconds later I detected Gremory's scent." "Smell?" Kiba asked. "Yes, in the battle against Razor, I even managed to transform into a full dragon slayer." "Weren't you whole before?" Zenobia asked. "Greg explained to me that I could only use dragon magic. My body and senses had not yet reached those of a true dragon slayer." "What's the difference now, senpai?" Gasper asked. "Now I possess a heightened sense of hatred, sight, smell, and other senses than when I was a human or a demon. I can recognize if someone I know is nearby by their scent." "Like you're a dog," Zenobia said. "You just called your boyfriend a dog, you know." Anyway, Issei's expression shifted to an annoyed one. "It also helps to know when trouble is near. Get out of there, Gremory." Rias emerged from her hiding place, her expression distressed. This worsened when she saw Kiba glare at her angrily and Gasper hide behind Zenobia out of fear. Issei, Rias tried to say something. "I don't care what you do, but stay away from us." Issei walked past, ignoring Rias. The rest imitated the brunette, continuing on their way and ignoring the redeed. Issei Rias lowered her gaze and shed a few tears. Her heart ached, and the look of contempt that Issei gave her was like rubbing salt in the wound. Inside the student council room, they were reviewing the latest data. The meeting will take place in one of the rooms of the new building. Rias and her group will be Serziches-sama's escorts, just as my group and I will be One-E-sama's escorts, Sona explained. "Meanwhile, Issei-kun. My group and I will stay at one end next to Serafil-sama and Serziches-sama," Issei finished. "That's right, who will be present?" Sona asked. "Kiba and Zenobia by my side, Isabella and Rabel by their side. Gasper will stay in the occult club room as a precaution." Although Issei didn't want Gasper there, he would have to keep Gasper aside, because if his power got out of control, it could wreak havoc on the meeting. "Rias. Akeno and Asia by my side, Kaneko will also stay in the club room," Rias replied. She was not in the mood. "For your own good, I hope you didn't force Kaneko-chan to do anything against Gasper," Issei said, glaring at Rias. "I wouldn't do something like that," Rias exclaimed tearfully. His distrust of him hurt her even more. "Oh? Just like you weren't able to manipulate Gasper to kill me." "Issei, listen to me, I didn't." "I don't care what you say," Issei said. "I beg you, Issei, let me explain," Rias pleaded. I don't want to hear from you, Gremory, Issei said coldly. Rias couldn't take it anymore and left the place crying, her heart in pieces. I won't say give him a chance, but don't you find it strange that he's like this? Sona said. As if it mattered, maybe it's some trick to make me lower my guard and attack me, Issei replied. By the way, where are Ravel Phoenix and Isabella-san? Ravel and Isabella are in the underworld now. Ravel said she had things to discuss with her mother and Isabella is collecting her belongings from Razor's castle. They will both return before the meeting begins. I see, where will they live? Sona asked. Since my financial situation is worse than that of a beggar, both of you will have to move into my house. Issei banged his head against the table. How can I be a high-class demon and have no money? The brunette wondered. It must be hard, Sona said, trying to sympathize with the chestnut-haired man. At the occult club, Rias could only become depressed. Overnight she lost everything, absolutely everything she wanted. Rias said Akeno, entering the room. Not now, Akeno, I'm not in the mood for anything. Rias curled up in a fetal position on the sofa, hiding her face between her legs. This situation is horrible, Akeno said, expressing her true feelings. Issei-kun, like everyone else, sees us as the worst. What do you mean? Rias asked without changing her position. I gathered some information, Akeno said, sitting down next to the redeed. Apparently, it's been 2 months since, as far as we remember, Issei-kun interrupted the engagement ceremony. Of the months. Yes, our classmate said we were absent for those 2 months, so Sona's servant said. Akeno paused. What did they say? We changed after we returned, we became colder, and the worst part was that we heard Issei-kun. Saying those words pained Akeno. We physically heard Issei-kun. When Issei-kun went to help Udo-kun, we forced Kaneko to tell us where they were so we could punish them. Rias couldn't bear to hear any more, but she wanted to know what she had done. When Issei-kun tried to help Udo-kun, Akeno didn't want to say those words. She refused to believe she had done something like that. I attacked him with my lightning. Rias stared at her queen, as another girl who loved Issei knew how much pain she felt when saying those words. Can you believe it? Akeno began to cry. Me? Doing that to Issei-kun? Akeno, Rias and she shared the same pain, knowing that they did nothing of what they said, but still not being blamed for it. It hurts, Rias, my heart hurts so much. Mine too, my heart breaks every time Issei looks at me like that. Both would have to travel that long and steep road in search of the Red Dragon's forgiveness so that they could smile by his side again. The cult club room hours later. The meeting was about to begin. The groups of demons were already ready and prepared. Asper, take care of the place, okay? Issei said to the cardboard box on the floor. Yes, Gasper had even more reason not to go out since Rias was there. Don't worry, this will be over soon and you won't have to be here anymore, Issei said. Rias put on a sad expression, but it wasn't the time to lament. She had to focus on the meeting and then try her hardest to seek the chestnut-haired man's forgiveness. Kaneko, take care of Gasper, Rias said. Hi, but you. Gasper, behave yourself, okay? Here, I'll lend you this. Issei handed Gasper a handheld video game console. Well, thank you, Issei-senpai. Gasper accepted cheerfully, emerging from the box. I brought a lot of snacks, said Kaneko, placing a large box full of all kinds of snacks on the table. Thank you, Kaneko-chan. Gasper wasn't scared of being with Kaneko. The only ones who scared him were Rias and Akeno. She brought all that for herself, didn't she? Issei thought. I brought your bag, take it if you feel lonely. And? Very good. Said Issei. I'm really worried about leaving Gasper alone here, we don't know what Gremory might be plotting, but I want to protect him in any way I can, Issei thought. Talk. Excuse me, Rias said, opening the doors. Inside were the 3 faction leaders, 2 of the mass of the underworld, Surzich's Lucifer, Seraphil Leviathan, the leader of the angels in heaven, the Archangel Michael, and the leader of Grigori Azazel. Beside Seraphil were Sona Sitri and her queen Tsubaki, along with Michael Irina. Zenobia was astonished that she was there. Irina looked away. But for Issei, his eyes were only focused on Azazel's companion, the one whom destiny chose as his rival, the Sekiryuutei Valley. Allow me to introduce them. This is my younger sister and her servants. With her is Haidu Issei-kun, a high-class demon, along with his servants, said Surzich's. Beside him stood his queen, Gryphia. They played an important role in thwarting Kakabiel's attack a few days ago. Good job, you have my thanks, Michael said gratefully. It was my fault, Azazel said. One of my boys caused a lot of trouble. His attitude annoys me, said Issei. Surzich's continued speaking. With that, all 3 factions are gathered, so let's begin. Outside the building, a large army of angels, fallen angels and demons was deployed, ready for any eventuality. I'll go on to tell you what happened, Sona said. Wait, Azazel interrupted. What's wrong, Azazel? Surziches asked. We can listen to everything that happened, or better yet, we can see it, Azazel said. What do you mean? Michael asked. You see, I brought this sacred gear with me, Azazel said, pulling out something resembling a motorcycle helmet. The person who puts it on will be able to project their memories onto any specific event. These will be shown from a third-person perspective, so we can all see what happened, Azazel explained. I suppose a picture is worth 1,000 words, isn't it? Said Surziches. Then someone involved will have to wear that helmet. Indeed, who will do it? Is that certain? Issei asked. From past experiences, I can say with certainty that you fallen ones are experts at stabbing in the back, Issei said. Akeno didn't need to dig any deeper to know they were talking about her. I give you my word that it's 100% safe, Azazel swore. I didn't trust him, Issei said. DCH, you're very distrustful, kid, Azazel protested. I'm just saying what I think. Issei-kun, my name is Surziches. And? I understand from the reports that you faced 3 Frolen who possessed seals of a spell that would destroy this city, correct? Yes. Replied the chestnut-haired man. Rias, as well as her group and Issei's, knew nothing about that battle. Azazel, that helmet is safe, right? I already said it is. Alright, Issei-kun, you'll try on that helmet and show us what happened. Fine, Issei accepted what Surziches said. What do I have to do? Just put on your helmet, sit down, and refresh your memory of what happened. By doing so, you will enter a dream stage where you will remember everything that happened in the smallest detail. Issei obeyed, sat in one of the free seats and put on his helmet. It activates. When Azazel pressed a switch on the helmet, Issei felt sleepy. As he fell asleep, a screen displayed his memories. It works, Seraphil said. Rias and the rest watched attentively what appeared on the screen. They saw Issei in the forest in front of the 3 Fallen. Oh, them, huh? Said Azazel. Is something wrong? Surziches asked. Those 3 they were mid-ranking Fallen, especially the one in the middle, referring to Realm. If this kid was able to defeat all 3 of them. The image shifted to Issei's confrontation with the Fall, and on the screen they saw how in the fight the Fall activated a strange sacred gear. Sweet Dream, a sacred gear with the ability to project the opponent's dreams, leaving their body immobile and unprotected for an attack, said Azazel. During the fight, they saw how from the small dream sphere that he extracted from Issei's body, a silver line cut the angel in half, splitting his body and revealing that he was actually a man. Oh right, I forgot to mention that he was a man, Azazel said. I think that's where Issei-kun developed that alertness towards girls who are actually boys, Kiba said, understanding how quickly Gasper recognized his true gender. During the battle, they could see how Issei blocked the cross-dresser's attacks with his arms, and the first time Issei used the silver flames. Impossible! Exclaimed Michael. Azazel recognized those same flames and was equally surprised. What's wrong? Surziches asked. Those silver flames are no ordinary flames, Surziches, said Azazel. Those flames are the same ones Arcturus used to create the Forsaken. Those flames are sacred flames, Michael said. Those present were surprised. Issei, even though he was a demon, managed to use sacred flames. The first battle ended with Issei being the victor. Issei never had any of those powers, Rias thought. Things were strange ever since he learned what had happened, starting with a clan that was never known before, a 5th Mau, and the fact that Issei was a direct descendant of that Mau. None of that had happened before. After that battle, Issei went downstairs to face his second opponent. Slash was always volatile, he got angry easily and didn't think before he fought, Azazel said. The fight began, Issei using the silver flames launched himself at the fallen one, only for his attacks to be absorbed and thrown back at him. Room of the Beast, that sacred gear creates a parallel dimension the size of a room. The possessor can move around that space at will and redirect any attack towards himself, Azazel explained. Rias, along with the rest, watched as Issei had to fight against that opponent, pushing his body to the limit. The damage was great and the blood loss was a very decisive factor. The move, even with all that damage and losing so much blood, this kid has guts, Azazel congratulated him. The fight ended when Issei, using his ingenuity, managed to determine where Slash would appear and, with a final attack, decapitated him. Even with all that damage and blood loss, Issei did not give up and went to fight against the last of the fallen. I wonder how this kid managed to defeat Realm, Azazel said. Is that fallen one strong? Seraphil asked. Yes, he had great skills. Few fallen soldiers were like him. The battle began, and Issei, despite his injuries, started fighting against the fallen warrior, pushing his life to the limit. Punches, kicks and more, Issei was facing a powerful opponent while he was not in the best condition. Issei-kun Kiba watched as the blows his king threw at the chestnut-haired boy failed to connect with the fallen one. What are those movements? Surziches asked. That guy knew some strange techniques. I don't have all the details, but I think he trained with a strange group called CP9. CP9? I'm investigating, Azazel confessed. Shigen, finger gun. In the battle, Rielam attacked Issei with his finger, which was so fast that it caused internal damage to the brown-haired boy. That attack is comparable to a gunshot. Even with a demon's body, that attack would be fatal. Rias couldn't believe what was happening. Issei was fighting, risking his life in a fight she didn't remember at all. Dead pistol Issei struck the fallen man, throwing him against the wall. Issei's body became red hot and began to emanate steam. Rias, as well as the rest, except Kiba and Zenobia, were surprised by Issei's change. What is it? Isabella asked. The ear-drying Kiba said an ability where Issei-kun heats and pumps blood towards his heart, consuming the nutrients from his body in return, giving him an increase in strength and speed. Ice told us that this technique was very tiring and could not be used more than twice a day. From the rubble of the wall Rielam emerged transformed into a hybrid of lion and man. The soul lion version, a sacred gear that transforms a person into an animal, this is the lion version. The continuous combat, Issei's increased strength and speed, managed to keep the fallen one at bay. But the change didn't last long. Issei was breathing with difficulty and his body showed the fatigue of using that technique. Even so, he did not give up and continued fighting. Blows were exchanged on both sides. This kid has great stamina. Fighting in his condition for so long is admirable, Michael congratulated him. In the fight, Issei created a giant fist of solid flames. At that moment, Issei-kun appeared in front of us while fighting with the fallen one, Sona reported. Did Sona call Issei Issei-kun? Was Ria's first thought. At that moment, to the fear of Rias and the girls, Issei used Gear Sequendo for the third time. Didn't you say I could only use it twice a day? Azazel asked. Ice risked his life by using it more often, Zenobia replied. Issei-kun told us that using it more than twice could cause the blood pumped to his heart to accumulate and make his heart explode, Kiba said. The Kugane blast of air hit the chestnut-haired man's chest. He writhed in pain, but continued fighting. It's amazing that he survived that. That attack damages internal organs. Dead Gatling Issei and Rielam's fists moved so fast it looked like a storm of blows, neither of them yielding an inch in that fight, until Rielam used his most powerful technique. Side-Iron. Rakugan. The impact of that blow was not comparable to the previous one. Issei Rias watched in horror as the brunette vomited a large amount of blood. He was about to fall backward. The rest, especially Sona who had to see it twice, couldn't help but feel useless for not having helped in such a situation. I can't lose yet. Drawing strength from who knows where, Issei used one last attack, defeating the fallen one in the process. Whew, this kid has guts and balls of steel, a feat like his isn't achieved every day, said Azazel, praising the brunette. Bali, for his part, smiled upon seeing that his rival was strong. Seraphil was becoming increasingly interested in the chestnut tree. Rias and the rest sighed in relief when Issei didn't fall silent and defeated the fallen one. After that, 20 minutes later, Issei-kun got up and asked us to let him enter the barrier, Son reported. The image on the monitor changed. This time it was the beginning of the fight against Kakabiel. Incredible, Rias and her group watched in amazement. Issei had managed to move at a speed superior to that of a knight and landed 2 powerful blows against Kakabiel. He's fast, his speed is superior in several aspects, but he can still improve, Vali said, offering his opinion. Coming from you, it's a compliment, said Azazel. X-Burner on the monitor saw Issei using his newest attack. Interesting, it uses a lot of energy in that shot. The flames in the other hand serve as an anchor to keep it in place without losing energy in the process, Azazel analyzed. The images continued, everyone present watched the battle intently. At a certain point Seraphil started to encourage the chestnut-haired man's fight. Issei far surpasses my power, he's nothing like he used to be, Rias thought. Everyone watched the fight intently, but then Issei's ancestor appeared. Impossible. Azazel and Michael stood up from their seats in amazement. How is it possible that he's there? Exclaimed Azazel. Despite being amazed, Michael seemed happy to see his friend's face. Rias, Akeno, and Asia were surprised to see that person. He was identical to Issei, only with a more mature air and blonde hair. But their surprise was even greater when Issei transformed. Issei-kun, he transformed. Akeno exclaimed in amazement. Sona and Tsubaki wondered why they were so surprised. They must have seen it before since they had been there. Issei's power rose to an incredible level. He was easily dominating Kakabiel. At that moment, the Hikuryuku appeared to take Kakabiel away, Sona reported. I must say that Archeress's appearance was unexpected, Azazel confessed. I think the same, Michael. Furthermore, I am surprised that you only recently learned of Archeress's existence and his position, Azazel said. As you know, we haven't yet explored the entire underworld outside of Grigori's boundaries, Serziches replied. Having finished, Azazel removed Issei's helmet and Issei woke up with a slight headache after remembering all of that. "You've been through a lot, Issei-sama," Ravel said. "Yes, did anyone bring any aspirin?" "Ah, I forgot to mention that this causes headaches," Azazel said. "It would have been good if you had mentioned it earlier. I must admit you're incredible, kid. You have sacred flames and almost bestial stamina." "Sacred flames?" "Issei, I didn't understand that, the resistance thing after going through all that, anyone would think so." "I do, Issei-kun, those silver flames you used are sacred flames, flames with which Arcturus and our god forged the holy swords," said Michael. "Pretty. I suppose they will be proud, Seraphil, as well as you, the queen of Surziches," said Azazel. Seraphil and Gryphu were confused. The rest was the same because of the comment. "What? Don't they know?" Azazel said incredulously. "What do you mean, Azazel?" Surziches asked. "Ah, what I'm trying to say has a story behind it," Azazel began. "Arcturus wasn't alone. He had two brothers." Everyone was surprised by that revelation. Arcturus's brothers, great warriors and demons, did not possess abilities like their brothers. They believed that by being at his side they would sooner or later be overshadowed by him, so they decided to leave him and form their own demonic clans. "Surziches, I understood where you were going. The clans that Arcturus's brothers formed were." Azazel pointed to Seraphil Citri and he pointed to Gryphu Lucifuge. "Ah. That means your queen and your Seraphil are distant relatives of this boy, cousins you could say." "Cousins?" Issei asked, confused. "Cousin?" She sounds just as confused. Gryphu remained silent. "Cousin?" Seraphil was the one who accepted it the fastest and stood up from her seat to hug the brunette, burying him between her breasts. "This is the best," Issei thought as he had his face buried between those breasts. Rias and Akeno were annoyed, Isabella and Ravel wanted to be the ones to hug him, and Zenobia didn't seem bothered. They had a somewhat strange but functional relationship. "Oni-sama. Behave like a Mao," Sona scolded. "Ooh, Sona-chan, you're mean. Don't you want to hug our little cousin?" "Oni-sama." Sona blushed at the comment, which amused the Mao Leviathan. We were in a Seraphil meeting," Azazel recalled. "After seeing the facts, I would like to know what the leader of the fallen angels has to say," Surziches said seriously. "Who cares about my opinion? Kakebiel acted on his own, leading his subordinates and stealing some of my sacred gear." "Are you saying you had nothing to do with this?" Michael said. "I just let him wander freely to find out what his objective was. I'm sure he never imagined he would arrive in the city." Azazel looked at Issei. "It's a good city." Issei didn't trust him. "Don't change the subject," Surziches said. "As I said, I asked a Sekiryuutei to take care of everything and then condemned Kakebiel to be frozen in the depths of hell. He will not return. The question is why Kakebiel went so far. It was obvious he wasn't happy with you," Michael said. "Yes, it seems he was upset by the ridiculous conclusion of the last Great War. Personally, I have no interest in war." "I see, so there was unrest among your men?" Seraphil said, incredibly, very seriously. I heard you guys are having a hard time too," Azazel said. "That has nothing to do with this. The purpose of this summit is..." "Enough with the boring conversations, let's sign the peace treaty," Azazel said, interrupting what Surziches was about to say. After all, everyone present was aware of the following words: "It's also what you want, isn't it?" At the occult club, Kaneko and Gasper were waiting for the others. "I wonder if Issei Senpai and the others will be alright," Gasper said. "What if there are problems in the negotiations and a war breaks out now?" Gasper locked himself back in his box. "It's scary just to think about it." Kaneko remained calm as she ate her snacks. Outside the old building, many people wearing hoods gathered. "We are ready to begin the mission," said one of the hooded figures. "Alright, begin the operation." "This conflict we're embroiled in," Azazel said, "is nothing but bad news for the world, don't you think? The original Yandere Mass and God, who were at the center of the last Great War, are no longer here," Michael said. "Asia si desanimo al escuchar esas palabras, Issei lo noto." Irina, Zenobia was worried about her friend, who also looked sad and distressed. "After all, they told you. Therefore, I would like to hear from those two who are not directly related to the three factions, but can affect the world with their power, the Sekiryuutei and the Sekiryuutei. I would like to know what they think about this." "That's fine by me, as long as I can stand up to powerful people," Volley replied. Even without being at war, there are plenty of powerful guys out there. Imagine you would say that. "So, what about you, Sekiryuutei? What are your thoughts?" "It's a difficult question to answer if you ask me like that," Issei confessed. "I'll put it another way, if there's a war you won't be able to make love with your girls looking at those accompanying Issei." Issei's mind was racing a million miles an hour. Rias noticed Issei and his group. Perhaps he already. If we declare peace, the only thing you'll have to think about is surviving and repopulating your clan. I like that, Issei replied foolishly. That's right, with peace you can enjoy your life in the most pleasant way possible. Where do I sign? Issei exclaimed, pulling a pen out of who knows where. Sekiryuutei dono, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to ask me about something, right? Michael said. Did you really remember our promise? Of course. Why did they exile themselves to Asia? Asia stared at the chestnut-haired man, astonished by that question. Asia was a devout believer in God. Why was she exiled? Issei asked. Asia lowered her head in sadness. After God's death, all that remained was the system, in other words, his divine protection, his benevolence and miracles, Michael said. Currently, through me, it's somehow able to function in a limited way, so I had to eliminate anyone who could cause a malfunction. So that's why Asia had the power to heal demons and fallen angels. The faith of our followers is our source of power. Anything that could corrupt it must be eliminated, or it would endanger the system. That's why they had to eliminate those who accidentally discovered the truth about God's death, Zenobia said, taking a step forward. You're right, I have caused great pain, both to you and to Asia Argento. I am very sorry, Michael apologized. Hadn't he betrayed us? Irina thought. Please don't apologize, Michael-sama. As someone who was raised by the church, I had regrets about my decision, but I'm very happy with my new life as a demon, Zenobia said, looking at Issei and his new companions. I apologize to the people of God who are present, said Zenobia, referring to Irina. Asia also stepped forward. I'm happy now too, I've found many important people in my life. I am very grateful for your big heart, Michael replied. By the way, Azazel interjected, I heard that one of my girls tricked and killed the girl over there. Asia was frightened when she remembered the past with Renal. Don't talk like it's your business. Issei exclaimed, his eyes turning from brown to gold. She was a fallen angel who admired you, I killed Asia out of respect for you. The reckless actions of my subordinates are also my responsibility. Even so, there is nothing I can do to remedy that, Azazel said. What did you say? Issei Rias tried to calm the brunette, she put her hand on his shoulder when. Flush. The magic circle appeared above the school building. Bali, Kiba, and Zenobia noticed the activation. Don't touch me, Gremory. Issei exclaimed, pushing the Redeed's hand away. The parts of the boosted gear materialized. Rias was frightened by the mistreatment from Issei. What's going on? Issei asked, noticing that everyone was frozen. So did someone stop time? Issei said. Kiba and Zenobia held in their hands the sacred demon sword and durandal. It seems so, Azazel replied. We were not affected due to our enormous power. We are protected by the power of the dragons, Vali said, and it seems they are being protected by the power of the sacred swords. What's going on? Irina asked. It seems I'm fine because I touched Issei before the spell activated, Ria said. TCH, it would have been better if you hadn't interfered, Issei said, moving away from the Redeed. She looked sad at the chestnut tree's words. Buong. Explosions began outside the building, and when Issei and the others looked out the window, they saw a large number of hooded figures emerging from a magic circle in the sky. Who are they? Issei asked. They are magicians, Seraphil said. Magicians. A defensive spell appeared above the building. Good heavens, what a lack of manners, attacking a Mahu Shaojo like me. Seraphil said indignantly. But what kind of power is this? Michael asked. It's probably the ability of the half-vampire boy in his balance breaker state, Azazel said. Asper? He's the only one with this ability. It's probably in the enemy's hands, Surziches said. Issei Kundai Ho Kiba. Yes, I will not forgive those bastards for using Gasper. Issei exclaimed furiously. The guards and escorts, Michael said, looking outside as his troops scattered into tiny particles. Transportation magic. It seems there is someone capable of connecting a portal inside the barrier, Azazel said. On the other hand, it seems we're incapable of using our own teleportation spells, Ria said. They have us, Azazel said. Yes, not only have they considered it appropriate, but their strategy also includes the manipulation of one of Haidu Issei-kun's servants. Is there a traitor? Irina asked. We can't continue like this, said Surziches. If Gasper-kun's power keeps intensifying like this, we will eventually fall. Even you. In any case, if we don't do something about the half-vampire boy, we won't be able to mount a counter-attack. I'll take care of it, he's my bishop, Issei said ready. Oni-sama, there is still a tower in the old building that I haven't used yet, Ria said. A rook. I see, a castling. Switch. Issei said. Replacing the king with a rook is a special move in chess, Kiba said. I'm going to have to start reading a manual for that game, said Issei, as a high-class demon he had to catch up. But sending Rias alone is. I'll go, Issei said. Gasper is a member of my entourage, I must take responsibility for saving him, even if I have to work with Gremory to do it. If we use Sama's power, we could teleport the two of them, Gryphia said. I'm entrusting them to you. Do. It's easier to destroy the terrorists or the half-vampire, isn't it? Volley said. If that's the case, I can do it if you want. Damn you, you won't give Gasper anything. Issei shouted. Volley, learn to understand the situation, Azazel said. We're trying to make a peace pact, you know. I can't stand being idle. Then why don't you distract the enemy for the time being? Azazel said. When the Sekiryuutei emerges, they'll be disoriented for a while. Well then the wings of the divide diving appeared and Volley went out the window to face the wizards. Balance breaker. Vanishing dragon, balance breaker, exclaimed the voice of divide diving. He transformed that easily. I'm still not even close to his level, huh? Issei said. He hadn't even reached the minimum level to activate the balance breaker. Everywhere. The wizards were shooting at Volley, but he just stood motionless, absorbing all the damage. HMPH sphere appeared in Volley's hand and several lightning bolts of energy disintegrated the wizards. Wow, he's very strong, Issei admitted. But its strength carries the scent of danger, said Zenobia. Asper must be rescued, Rias said. Wait a moment, Azazel called. After a few words, Issei and Rias were ready to leave. I'm entrusting Rias to you, Issei-kun, said Surziches. I'll try to make sure they don't kill her, I guess. Issei didn't care what happened to her, he was only going to rescue Gasper. With that, both disappeared and in their place fell Rias' tower piece. Hunter x Hunter ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Descendant immune no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute Mocha Konai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The black silhouettes of Gasper, Ravel and Isabella that were later illuminated. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the four-mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo dezu naim yukanju. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Tsutanai Katoba. Amamama Knights in Aguyo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had have fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Chapter 8 Red, White and Gold. Chapter 8 Red, White and Gold. Old Academy building. The teleportation was a success. Issei and Rias managed to reach the old Kuo Academy building. Asper, Kaneko-chan. Greedo Issei. There were no responses. Let's look in other rooms, Rias said. Yes. Issei took 2 bracelets out of his pocket. Azazel gave them those bracelets. Flashback. Take these with you. These bracelets will allow you to momentarily activate the balance breaker of the boosted gear. Seriously? I'll be able to activate balance breaker. Exclaimed Issei, this would be the first time he entered balance breaker. Use it as a last resort. It cannot replace your physical strength. If you waste it, you will not be able to reactivate the balance breaker again. I understand. The other one must be used by the half-vampire. It will suppress their powers. Listen carefully. It seems you've been winning by pure luck so far. Even with your powers, you're not at a very high level. If you don't use your powers properly you will die. End of flashback. Azazel's last words echoed in Issei's mind. You are the weak point of your power and sacred gear. You don't need to say it, Issei placed the bracelet on his arm. It emitted a faint purple glow. As soon as those 2 get Gasper back, we'll launch the counter-attack, said Surziches. Surziches saw Gryphia called. An unknown magic circle appeared in the meeting room. This magic circle, you're not telling me that Surziches recognized a magic circle. Good evening, current mass, Surziches Sama, Serafil Dono, said a woman with slightly tanned skin, hair tied in a bun, and glasses. What are you doing here? Serafil exclaimed. A descendant of the Leviathan clan, Surziches said. Kateria Leviathan. I have come to bring chaos and destruction to this world. Kataria drew a spear and it produced a glow. Boom. Opening of the Jirigiri sonar pocket global trigger. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. The black background can be seen. In the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. Bakuranai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. Bakari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. Bakoro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sono with a sphere of water. Gidodorika no Tame Dat. Anjinagara Itsada Tatakateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Dake Sayokunarario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wo mod. Sono hibi nai soras or no ira mod. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Burajiri nai stay shite sakab. Sugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Burajiri nai fly again. Aikuzo Tsukam smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kuranai wa Mamorimano Georgia Arukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sonas, and Issei's. Sono tame nai wa nani wo sudatimo Aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. Bagashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Hayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. In the old building, Issei and Rias felt the explosion. It came from the new building, Issei said, looking out the window. Oni-sama Rias was worried. The conference hall shattered into pieces, burnt wood fragments fell from the sky, and a large amount of smoke filled the place. The protective barrier created by the combined skills of the leaders of the three factions, Kataria said. Before everything blew up, Surziches, Michael and Azazel created a barrier to protect themselves and those who were frozen. How pitiful. Kataria mocked. What the hell are you doing, Kataria? Surziches asked. I simply hold an opposing view to the one being discussed at this meeting. If God and the mass are not here, then this world will need to be reformed. Kataria-chan, stop. Seraphil pleaded. Why are you doing this? Seraphil, how dare you usurp my position as head of the Leviathan clan and live a carefree life? Kataria exclaimed with hatred in her voice. Don't worry. I'll kill you here right now and reclaim the title of Mau Leviathan from you. Well, and I thought you were a central part of the demon's coup, Azazel said, dusting himself off. So your goal is the whole world? Michael asked. That's right, Michael, a world that thrives on the absence of God and the mass. Kataria extended her arms. Let's rebuild this lawless world and reform it with our own hands. Hahaha. Azazel, what's so funny? Kataria said. Lawless? Reform it? Are you kidding me? Azazel said. Those are the words villains usually say when they're about to die. You're making fun of me. Kataria emanated a great amount of demonic power, which covered her body with an orange energy. Are you alright, Surziches, Michael? Azazel asked, his body covered in yellow energy, he unfurled his fallen wings and began to slowly rise. Kataria, do you have no intention of retiring? Surziches asked one last time. That's right, Surziches. I understand that you're a great Mau, but unfortunately, you're not the best. I see that's a shame. With those words, the defensive barrier covered them. You, descendant of Leviathan, the ancient Mau, descendant of the monster of the apocalypse. You are worthy enough to be my opponent, Azazel said. Are you going to bring about Armageddon? You damned leader of the fallen angels. Both unleashed their energies. The clash of both powers obliterated the wizards who were nearby. Issei and Rias felt that clash of powers. Azazel and someone else. Rias looked through the window. What is she doing here? Rias exclaimed, recognizing the woman. Who is that woman with such overwhelming powers? Issei asked. Kataria Leviathan, Rias said. Out there, the battle between those two forces began. You know that when the old mass died in the Great War, other new members took their place, right? Yes, it was Surziches Sama and Seraphil Sama. After the long and difficult war, the demons finally succumbed and their numbers dwindled. Had that continued, we would have become extinct. Issei and Rias watched from their place the battle of Azazel against Kataria. But even as the blood of the previous mass was spilled, there were those who remained steadfast in continuing the battle. Because of this, that demon was banished to the deepest corners of the underworld. So? Kataria is a direct descendant of that demon, the Mau Leviathan, Rias said. At one point Issei and Kataria were equal, both were the last descendants of the original mass. Let's go, Issei. But the others? There's no need to worry, we have a mission to accomplish, aren't we here to save Gasper and Kaneko? Issei remembered his mission. The others would be safe. His job was to save his bishop from any danger. He had promised it. DCH, only this once will I agree with you, Gremory. Issei continued on. In the occult club room, the magicians had imprisoned Kaneko and Gasper, forcing the latter to enter balance breaker mode. Banning. A huge explosion covered the place in dust. Cough, what's going on? Asked a mage, but she received a punch in the face in response. Damn it, said another magician. Impossible. Their magic circles cannot be activated. Crucified in some kind of spell, Gasper writhed in pain. Kaneko was the same, only she did not suffer pain comparable to Gasper's. Gasper, Kaneko. Rias tried to approach but. No. Don't come any closer. Gasper panicked when Rias approached him. On the other side, the wizards were firing various spells at the barrier. We are outnumbered, Michael said. We have to prevent this from becoming a battle of attrition. At this moment Gryphia is analyzing the doors, Serziches said. Do you mean we should stall until it's over? Seraphil said. We will stop the enemy's attacks, said Kiba, next to whom Zenobia and Irina were already ready for combat. You? Of course. After all, I came as Michael Sama's bodyguard, Irina said. Let's hope Azazel can perform his role well, Michael said. Don't worry, Michael Sama, our friends are with us, said Zenobia. Yes, Issei-kun will succeed and return soon, Kiba affirmed. The three of them left the barrier and began the counter-attack against the wizards. But I'm sorry, Kaneko apologized. He did not have enough strength to prevent the sorceresses from using Gasper. Don't worry, I'm glad you're both okay, Rias said, though it still hurt to see Gasper looking at her with fear. Don't worry Gasper, I'll get you out of there right now, Issei said. Issei-senpai. I don't know what kind of trick they used, but if they move 1 centimeter, the magician threatened. Issei-senpai, kill me please. What on earth are you saying? Gasper. It's better if I die. I'm a coward, useless, and with this power I've caused problems for everyone again. Stop talking nonsense. Issei shouted, his pupils turning gold and his fangs becoming visible. I already told you. I won't let them hurt you again. I will save you and get rid of all your fears. Issei yelled at the top of his lungs, making the air vibrate. Issei-senpai. Gasper shed tears, he felt happy. Rias couldn't help but smile at Issei's strong conviction, even though he was different from how she remembered him, he was still the same person who would give everything to save his comrades. Are you prepared to die, Azazel? Kataria asked. A magic circle appeared in his hand, from which emerged what looked like black snakes that enveloped his body. A snake? Azazel thought, intrigued. Several magic circles appeared in Kataria's hand, and she fired a powerful attack against Azazel. Before that, would you mind if we cleared a few things up? Azazel said from behind Kataria. Ha! Kataria threw a punch with demonic energy, but Azazel caught the blow with his palm. This intense aura can't simply come from a descendant of Amayu, Azazel said. Who is behind you? I don't have to answer, because you will be destroyed here. A large amount of demonic aura erupted between them. Ayang. Flick. The sorceresses placed the edge of their swords very close to Gasper and Kaneko's necks. Idiot, you should have brainwashed this monster and turned him into your tool. I'm not the kind of vermin that would do something like that, I can't say the same about this girl here, Issei said, pointing his thumb at Rias. Rias just bit her lip. You and your insolent mouth, I hate it when you demons try to look like good people. From a magic circle that formed in front of the eye of the mage's hood, a torrent of orange energy shot out towards Issei. Ayang. Issei only had to move his glove in front of the energy to block it, not even a scratch on the boosted gear. Asper, Issei began, I don't care how much nonsense or trouble you cause me. If you make a mess, I'll make an even bigger one. If anyone hurts you, I'll find them and take them down. So, don't fear your power. As long as I'm here, I'll always protect you and help you when you need it most. I will never abandon a friend. Not just me. Kiba, Zenobia, Ravel, Isabella, Asia, and Kaneko-chan, we're all your friends. And we will never abandon you. Issei-senpai sobbed yo. Ascalon. Bast. From the left glove of the bossed gear emerged the edge of the Dragonslayer sword. So little time together and we're already throwing a party. I hope we have fun in this Ascalon. Do you intend to resist? Said one of the magicians. What are you trying to do? Issei dematerialized his right glove and brought the blade of Ascalon to his hand. Issei, what are you? Rias said, confused about what the brunette would do. But you remember, Gasper. Blood flowed from the wound on Issei's hand, this blood ran along the edge of Ascalon. Nothing will begin if you don't take the first step. As he moved the sword forward, a few drops of Issei's blood entered Gasper's mouth. "You're a member of my clan, aren't you? Show me what a man you can be." Gasper. Gasper's sacred gear powers increased. He now had complete control over his power. In a few moments Kaneko was next to Rias. "Did she disappear?" said one of the magicians. "No, it stopped time. But we were controlling his sacred gear." At that moment a large number of bats surrounded the sorceresses. Did it transform into bats? Damn it. Hands of black energy immobilized the sorceresses. "Don't be afraid," shouted a mage trying to maintain control. With magic, she tried to cut off the arms, but as she cut them, many more appeared in their place. "Is it trying to suck our blood?" "Not only our blood, but also our magic." One of the mages tried to escape, but Kaneko stopped her with a kick. This is part of the hidden power within her," Rias said. "Is this just a part?" Issei wondered how strong his bishop was. "He was freed after drinking your blood, Issei, but where did you get that idea?" Azazel, Issei replied, given the recent events he was willing to work alongside Gremory, but he would not forgive her. Behind Rias appeared a mage firing a beam of magical energy. "But you," said Kaneko, immobilizing other mages with wrestling holds. The energy was about to hit Rias, but she was stopped in midair. "Me magic. It's useless, I can control any move they make." The bats' eyes glowed red, and with their power they froze the sorceresses. "Issei-senpai, it's time for the final blow." "Leave it to me." The bossed gear began to give off a greenish glow. Issei touched all the mages with his hand, and a small magic circle appeared on the parts he touched. "Press break." And with a snap, the robes of all the magicians were destroyed, leaving them naked. Rias froze in shock, even with everything that was happening, and the changes in the brunette apparently his perversion remained the same. "Wow. It's like a nude body showroom. Impressive," exclaimed Issei. The small bowling bat next to the chestnut tree. "Asper, just as I thought, together we are invincible." "Yes, Issei-senpai." Now Issei moved his fingers in a terrifying way. "Let's play for a while." Issei launched himself at the mage's butt. "You're the worst." Kaneko hit him hard on the head. "Just as I thought," said Issei, even though she's not from the same group, Kaneko will still impose order. After defeating the sorceresses and Gasper returning to his normal form, Issei placed a bracelet that Azazel gave him on her to keep her sacred gear under control. That should keep him under control. And? "Okay, let's go," Rias said. Gasper hid behind Issei, even though he had saved her, he still feared the redeed. "Don't worry, Gasper, I won't let him hurt you." "See, Issei-senpai." Gasper Rias tried to say something, but Kaneko stopped her. "But you now isn't the right time," said Kaneko. Gasper had told her what happened, and she knew there was no way Gasper would forgive her for now. "Yes, let's go, we have to go to the meeting room." With those words, the group headed towards where the others were. Without knowing that in that place the confrontation between two beings destined to fight would begin. The wizards continued their attack on the barrier. Azazel continued his fight against Kateria. "Here we go." Azazel created a large number of light spears, these came out at full speed against Kateria. Clap. The magical circle of defense stopped all the spears. As for the others, Kiba, Zenobia and Arena continued to face the magicians. Kiba cut a mage in half, but that left his back open to attack from another. Dragon shoot a red energy impacted against the wizard who was going to attack Kiba. Issei-kun. Issei returned, bringing Gasper and Kaneko with him. Gasper was perched on Kaneko's shoulders for some reason. "Is everyone alright?" Issei asked. Once inside the barrier, Surziches told Issei and Rias everything that had happened so far. "I understand the situation, Surziches-sama, I'll leave Gasper with you," said Issei, stepping out of the barrier to confront the mages. "I understand," Surziches replied. "They're coming again," said Kaneko. "So in short, we just need to protect this place until the door is closed, right?" "Bossed." They all started the counter-attack. Kiba, Zenobia and Arena attacked the mages with their swords, Kaneko threw blow after blow, and Issei fired dragon shots and dragon slayer attacks. Rias created a magic circle to defend against the rest of the magical attacks. Inside the barrier, Gasper could see everything. "Gasper-kun," Surziches called. "Hi. I know that what my sister did to you is waterproof." Surziches began to speak. Gasper tensed up upon hearing this. He didn't want to remember what he had done, being controlled by her to attack Issei. "But something about her seems to have changed," Surziches said. Gasper watched as Rias used all her strength to protect everyone, even if it meant putting herself in danger. The only one who can block that type of attack now is Rias. Kaya, due to the constant attack, the magic circle that defended Rias was destroyed. "Because of me." Gasper understood that because he had been controlled, everyone was in this predicament. The magician was attacking Rias, but Kaneko saved her. If it weren't for me, Issei-senpai. Gasper shouted. Issei turned to look at the little damper. I want to be a man like you. I want to live up to the expectations you placed on me. That's why Gasper grabbed the bracelet and took it off. I will also fight for the good of my comrades. Gasper, stop. Rias shouted. Oni-sama, stop Gasper. Oni-sama. I am a man too. A great amount of energy came out of Gasper, illuminating the place. At that moment, Gasper gained control of his power, deactivating it and returning everyone to normal. Oh, said Azazel, slightly impressed. Everyone else's time returned to normal. Look. What happened? Sona asked. I don't know, Tsubaki replied. Sona-chan, welcome. Exclaimed Seraphil, clinging to his younger sister. Oh one-sama. Everyone saw the magician stop. Does that mean Gasper froze their alternate timeline? The enemy door is also closed, Gryphia said. I suppose that means we can feel relieved, Seraphil said, sounding calmer. They did it. That was incredible, Gasper. Exclaimed Issei. Gasper was exhausted after using his power, he almost fell on his back, but was caught by Asia. That is. We'll talk later. Everyone, help me. Rias took out her wings and soared into the sky. Hibachi Akeno changed her clothes into her priestess clothes. Rias created a magic circle in front of her and threw it. The Kazuchiyo. The lightning struck Ria's magic circle, which then launched multiple beams at the mages. Tsubaki. Sona exclaimed, entering the battle. Hi Kaicho. Sona created a defensive barrier while Tsubaki attacked with her Naginata. I won't be left behind either. Issei exclaimed, his spirits rising. Ascalon, are you ready for our new attack? New attack? Said Rias, Akeno, Asia, and Kaneko. New attack? Sona and Tsubaki. New attack? Kiba, Zenobia, Irina, Ravel and Isabella. What new attack? Ascalon replied. Just follow me. Said Issei. Issei defused the boosted gear in Ascalon, remaining with Ascalon in his right hand. Hi. Issei began to unleash his power, a torrent of silver light shot into the sky. Oh? What will that boy do? Azazel said. So he's the boy, the descendant of the fifth Mau, Kateria said. Don't even try, Azazel said, anticipating Kateria's plans. That boy won't agree to join a group like yours, Kateria. Even with your body, you wouldn't attract his attention. What is Issei going to do? Rias exclaimed, shielding herself from the immense power emanating from Issei. Beat this? Jitsuga Tenshi Moonfang piercing the sky. Issei shook Ascalon, and a large crescent-shaped attack of silver energy was released. This attack wiped out all the wizards in its path, rising into the sky, cutting through the clouds, and leaving a cut in the barrier. Ah damn, I almost broke the barrier, reminder. Don't use so much energy next time. What the hell was that? They all exclaimed at once. Ah, it's my new technique. It consists of combining several Bast, the silver flames, and Ascalon, Issei replied, although I think I overdid it a bit. The thought of several there was. This kid has so much power. Haha, without a doubt the boy looks a lot like Archerus, said Azazel. That boy has great powers, it's a shame he's on the wrong side of the demons, Kateria said. So, are we going to finish the game? Azazel asked, pulling something from his coat, a miniature golden spear with a purple orb at the end of the handle. That's it. Kateria seemed to recognize the object. The great and magnificent weapon of war, kept for my hobby. Azazel raised the spear. It is the Downfall Dragon Spear. The sacred gear artificially created by me. Balance breaker. Azazel was enveloped in a golden light. The Basted gear orb recognized that power. What was that? Issei turned in the direction where he felt that power. Azazel was dressed in golden and purple armor, with his 12 fallen wings on his back through the armor. The Dragon King's armor, the materialization of the Downfall Dragon. The dragon armor. Balance breaker. Issei said. Very well, let's go, said Azazel, urging Kateria to attack him. Meldita C. Kateria launched herself against Azazel. He prepared his spear of light. System. With a single movement, Azazel defeated Kateria. She had a large cut from her abdomen to her left shoulder, but this wouldn't stop her. Birth and sacrifice. Kateria's arms lengthened and separated into several, grasping Azazel's left arm. There's no need for you to be in this place. If the power of the third generation dominates you, you will witness the true power of destruction. Self-destruction. Ha. A desperate measure. Azazel cut off his trapped arm. Ha. But so that you lose, Azazel threw his spear and it pierced Kateria's skull. It dissolved into small particles. I think it was good for an arm, Azazel said, deactivating the armor and creating a magic circle over the wound to prevent blood loss. The orb of the spear fell slowly until Azazel caught it. I think it still needs improvements. Azazel kissed the orb. Stay with me a little longer, Dragon King Fafnir. Issei saw the entire fight. I cut off his arm, how could you? At that moment Rias put her hand on Issei's shoulder. Anyway, we're the only ones who have to defeat them now. You don't even have to say it, Issei said, preparing to eradicate the remaining mages. Everyone started eliminating the wizards, Kiba cutting them down at great speed. Zenobia crushed them with the power of Durandal. Bekendo electrocuted them to death with her lightning. Ravel burned them to ashes. Hineko and Isabella defeated them with powerful blows. Itsuga Tench Moonfang that pierces the sky. Issei launched weaker Jitsugas, cutting through all the mages. AI Rias was casting powerful spells of destruction. Wow, this is what I call extermination, Azazel said, but a powerful attack sent him crashing to the ground, falling next to Issei. What was that? Azazel emerged from the crater he had formed. Teet, so that's how it's going to be, right? Vali. The person who attacked Azazel was none other than Vali, the Sekiryuutei. I'm sorry Azazel. This side seems more interesting. Vali. So you're the traitor. Issei shouted. Hey Vali, I want to ask you a question, said Azazel, extending his wings and standing in front of the white dragon. The reason for that conversation has something to do with your manipulation of the third generation of descendants, doesn't it? Was it the Cows Brigade? Cows Brigade? Surziches repeated. So, he was allied with that troublesome faction. He was nothing more than a simple sacred gear possessor, Seraphil said. So your connection is none other than with Uroboros dragon, Office. Office? It can't be, Rias exclaimed, frightened. Is it a dragon? Issei asked. The dragon of infinity, a dragon god, the strongest of all. In fact, you may refer to me as one of Office's soldiers, but I have no interest in her goal of destroying the world. I only followed her so that she could use her power, Vali said. I understand. I thought you were getting along well with Kateria, but she was just someone who intended to use you to obtain the Mau throne. Mau? Seraphil said, confused. What do you mean? Rias asked. My name is Vali Lucifer, Vali revealed. Everyone was surprised by the revelation. What did he say? Surziches. Lucifer? Issei. It can't be. Rias. I carry the blood of the deceased original Mau, the grandson of the former Mau is my father, and I am a half-demon born from his union with a human. Lies, this is impossible. Rias exclaimed. I see, said Surziches. With a human, we would never suspect anything. They thought he must have the blood of a Mau, but they forgot he was half-human. Was he coincidentally involved with the vanishing dragon? Azazel said. Undoubtedly, he and the boy with the boosted gear. Their existence seems like a joke. I believe the word miracle was created especially for us, said Vali, as 4 pairs of demonic wings emerged from the armor. Her wings, Asia said. God Michael. I think if you compare him to the past or the future, he is undoubtedly the strongest Sekiryuutei in history. The strongest? Issei repeated. I do, Issei. Vali exclaimed. Are you convinced that your fate is cruel? What did you say? Even if you possess the blood of a Mau, your existence combined with the power of the celestial dragon, even with all that your life is boring, the boredom is so great that even my laughter fades. As rivals who possess sacred gear and the blood of mass, the difference between our strengths is the same as between heaven and hell. No, I would say it's even greater. As I said, so what? Issei replied. Exactly, how about this way? I will turn you into an avenger, that's why I will kill your parents. At that moment, the image of his parents' lifeless corpses flashed through Issei's mind. If you were someone who had killed their parents, like me, don't you think you'd have a different fate than you do now? If your parents tie you to a normal life until their death. Fine, I'll do that. How can you say that? Asia said. Issei Rias turned to look at the brunette. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Issei. Why do my mother and father have to be killed because of your selfishness? The bracelet on Issei's arm activated. Welsh dragon over booster. Red energy enveloped Issei. At that moment the balance breaker of the boosted gear made itself present. Do you think I'll stay silent while you try to kill my parents? Balance breaker. Look, Albion, it seems that Haidu Issei's power has been consumed by hatred. Sacred gears draw their strength from memories and strong feelings. They are affected by the anger they caused, which is why the dragon's power is so enviable, it's a reliable interconnection. So you're saying he considers his dragon a partner, above me? Don't complain about what you don't understand. Ascalon, from the glove came the blade of Ascalon. Vali avoided the sword's cut. Dragon Slayer, once I hit, the damage received will be incalculable. So we just have to dodge it, right? The 2 dragons collided like 2 comets, one white and the other red. Issei. Rias tried to go help but was stopped by Surziches. Let me go, Oni-sama. Their aura is beyond limits. If you approach, you will die. But. In the air, the two comets collided with each other. I can't just stand by and watch. Weak, you're too weak. Volley exclaimed, kicking Issei to the ground. A large amount of blood came out of Issei's balance breaker helmet. Divide. Issei's energies were drained, the impact hitting his back on the ground. By strength I forgot that it can divide the strength of enemies and make it your own. Issei. Rias exclaimed. Stay out of this. Issei shouted. I don't need your help. Issei-senpai, don't lose, said Gasper. Yes, the orb on Issei's chest began to glow. I can't afford to lose here, I can't lose. A large amount of green light came from the orb on his left arm. Bast. I see, said Volley, small red particles were coming out of the wings of the divide diving. What is that? Issei asked. He is using his wings to release the excess energy he can handle. In this way, he can remain in his strongest state. Are you saying that no matter how amazing the host is, there's still a maximum limit? Volley created two large spheres of power in his hands. Now I remember, during your fight with Kakabiel you used a transformation, right? Use it now. TCH, it's not as easy as it seems. Exclaimed Issei. At this moment he did not meet the conditions to activate the golden transformation. I see, then I'll have to give you one more incentive. That. Besides your family, I should also kill your friends. Volley launched one of the spheres at Asia and Gasper. Asia? Issei stood in front of them both to take the damage. Ai. This way. Volley launched the other sphere at Rias and Akeno. Oh no. Surziches tried to move to defend them, with what had just happened Issei would save them both. But to everyone's surprise, including his own, Issei also received the damage that was meant for Rias and Akeno. Issei-kun. Shut up. I don't even understand why I saved them. Issei exclaimed. Pathetic. Volley launched himself this time at Kiba and Zenobia. Don't even try it, you bastard. Issei crashed into Volley to protect Kiba and Zenobia. Very well, hate me more. Turn it into power and entertain me. Hi to Issei. Several magic circles appeared between the two of them, damaging Issei. Aya. Issei. Dragon, Transfer El Poder Ascalon. Transfer. Issei's left fist collided directly with Volley, breaking one side of his helmet. Now. Issei grabbed Volley by the shoulders. Transfer. Issei's power passed to Volley. Is he transferring his power to Volley? Rias asked. The wings of the dividing divide began to glow green. I'm going to combine this power with the energy you expel and force him to maintain it until those wings can no longer withstand it. We're going to enter a power overload, you should opt for a temporary withdrawal, said Albion. Receive the power of the Dragon Slayer. Issei's left glove contained the increased power of Ascalon, but also. Peryu no Tekken, Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. The blow struck Volley squarely in the chest, shattering the white dragon's armor into pieces. Incredible. Volley wiped away a faint trail of blood from his mouth. You broke my sacred gear, so you can do it if you try. That's why you're my rival. The armor easily rebuilt itself. What does this mean? Rias asked. They all gathered in one place to watch the match. Come on, are you serious? Issei said. This won't end unless you incapacitate the host. That's how our battles are resolved. The gem on the left hand flickered. What's happening? The effect of the bracelet is beginning to wear off. Do you mean I'm still too weak? If the effect disappears, we will lose all hope of victory. We will die here if we do not retreat. We can't run away and abandon the others. Issei noticed the blue orb of the divide diving that was at his feet. Sacred gears function and evolve according to the will of their users, right? Issei held the orb. Interesting, but are you willing to bet your life, Ibu? I don't intend to die, I haven't yet given Zenobia the child we desire, but I will endure any pain I receive. Issei exclaimed. Inside the helmet the color of his eyes changed to gold and his fangs became more pronounced. What great determination. Then I have to prepare myself to. Issei lifted the gem. By the power of the legendary red dragon's arm, we will survive and overcome this, Ibu. Are you ready? Hi to Issei. Of course. What are you planning? Volley asked. Vanishing dragon, Volley, I'm going to use your power. Issei embedded the blue gem in his right arm. Whereas. Issei screamed in pain. What's happening? Gasper asked. It hurts. But it's nothing compared to a spear of light. Are you trying to seize my power? Kiba was able to create a sword by combining the sacred and the demonic. So I'm going to take your reduction and absorption power into my sacred gear. How reckless, we are both opposite beings by nature, what you're doing is suicide. Albion, I learned something important when he became my host, even an idiot can achieve the impossible if he never gives up. Being an idiot is fine by me. If I can't win even with my natural talent, then I'll have to do it through my idiocy. Respond to my feelings. Vanishing dragon power is taken. The right glove became a target. So this is the divine gear. Impossible, this should be impossible, said Albion. Your life expectancy has been considerably reduced, even for a demon, who usually lives for eternity. I don't intend to live that long, although there are still many things I want to do. Volley, now I have your power. So. Ha Volley laughed. Interesting, I think it's time to take this seriously too. Volley rose into the sky. Half dimension. Volley pointed to the academy and it began to contract and shrink. What are you doing? It's distorting the dimension, we're in grave danger, Michael said. This is absurd, said Rias. Of course it is. Azazel landed next to Rias in Asia. Just like all the dragon hosts, well, you only live once, so why don't we try something else that's equally absurd? Azazel said with a malicious smile. Boy, Sekiryuutei, hi to Issei. Lamo Azazel. What do you want? I'll explain it to you in a way you can understand. That power reduces everything around it by half. Halfway? Issei repeated. In other words, your girlfriend's breasts. What's your name again? Azazel asked. Zenobia, she replied. Girlfriend? Exclaimed Rias, Asia, Akeno, and Arena. Yes, Zenobia-chan's breasts will be reduced by half. Those words affected the chestnut tree. Will her breasts be reduced by half? Will Zenovia's breasts be reduced by half? Those beautiful breasts, the breasts I love. No mijade iiiiis. Bast. Are you going to reduce Zenovia's breasts by half? What? Volley said, confused. I won't forgive you. Bast. That will never. Bast. I will never forgive you, Valley. Bast. Hour was pouring out in abundance. This is bad. Surzich has created a barrier. Haha, you must be joking, his powers went out of control just because I told him his girlfriend's breasts would be reduced. The power came out in large quantities, so many that beams of energy passed through the barrier. You're truly full of surprises, you're really interesting. Just try laying a finger on Zenobia, you bastard. And I'll beat you so badly you'll never be able to reincarnate again. Volley. Issei lunged at Volley, but Volley easily dodged him. At a higher speed, Issei delivered a powerful blow to Volley's chest. What is that speed? Volley tried to create some distance, but Issei was getting closer. If I let you continue, everyone's breasts will shrink by half. Issei grabbed Volley by the shoulder. This is for Zenovia's breasts. Divide. A strong blow to the chest that absorbed some of his energy. Blood was pouring out of Volley's helmet, Issei holding Volley by the helmet. This is because of Isabella's breasts. A strong headbutt broke both of their helmets. This is for Ravel's developing breasts. A hard kick to the side. Asia's breasts. A right hook. And this is because of the breasts that could totally disappear. Kaneko-chan's lowly breasts. The left hook that sent Volley crashing to the canvas. Both fighters were still not finished. Interesting, said Volley, standing up. This is very interesting. How can she still be standing after that? Zenobia asked. Boo, I have bad news, the armor's time is up. Don't mess around. But I think we can do something. If we sacrifice the armor and the gathered boosts, we can activate the golden transformation. It's all or nothing. Issei jumped and landed on the roof of the academy. What are you planning? Volley asked. Volley. You wanted my transformation so badly, well now you get it. The boosted gear armor and all the power from a few moments ago disappeared. Issei. Rias exclaimed. Issei's hair stood on end, his brown hair began to flash gold. He said Azazel. Transforming, Kiba and Zenobia finished. With a great radiance, Issei was already in the golden transformation, his hair spiky and golden, as well as a golden flame on his forehead, the red and white gloves shone with a golden aura, which in seconds covered Issei's entire body. The power emanating from the now golden object was overwhelming. That's Issei's power, Rias said, looking at the brunette with adoration. Interesting. Now the fun really begins. Volley lunged at Issei, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye and with one blow sending Issei flying far away. This spin in the air until they were stable, both of them launched themselves at their opponent. Bang. A huge sphere of energy, the product of the impact of both blows, exploded. In the sky, they exchanged powerful blows. Bang. Issei punched Volley in the chest with his left fist. Bang. Then he kneed him in the jaw and finished with a kick to the stomach. Volley recovered quickly and grabbed the chestnut-haired man by the head and gave him several headbutts. Blood ran down both of their foreheads. With one kick, volley sent Issei flying upwards and went for more. Dragon flash, a large amount of energy impact against volley. Divide, divide, divide. Volley absorbed some of the power, but not all of it. He was damaged but still continued fighting. The two continued exchanging blows, kicks, and bursts of energy. Without a doubt those two are the strongest in history, said Azazel. The rest watched as the encounter unfolded, surprised by the overwhelming power of both. Issei threw a punch, but volley dodged it and elbowed Issei in the face, then another to his ribs, just as he was about to throw another one. Issei kicked him in the face. Issei was going to give another kick, but volley dodged it by giving a kick to Issei's chest. Bang. Another punch from Issei hit volley in the chest. Bang. The kick to Issei's jaw. Bang. A headbutt against volley. Bang. The leftist from volley. Apapapapap. The blows continued with greater speed and power. Volley flew to deliver another blow, which Issei dodged by rising up. The darkness of the sky prevented volley from locating Issei. Here I am. Issei, igniting with his golden aura, delivered a powerful blow with both arms against volley. Volley managed to dodge the blow, and with a kick sent Issei crashing to the ground. He went through the academy. Issei. Rias exclaimed. At ready. Volley flew against the academy. At ready. Exclaimed Issei. A large amount of energy gathered in both of Issei's hands, forming a small golden sphere. Omega Dragon shoot, a torrent of golden energy struck volley. Same as the Kamehameha, same pose and type of attack. Issei was breathing with difficulty, he used a lot of energy. You are undoubtedly a worthy rival, said volley, who was wounded and whose armor was slowly regenerating. Damn it, you don't fall for it. No, Issei couldn't take it anymore, he fell to his knees, losing his transformation. This, Rias said. Zenobia and the rest came out of the barrier to help Issei. Zenobia, Kiba, Ravel, and Isabella positioned themselves to protect Issei. Damn it, I don't have any strength left, Issei managed to say. What's wrong, Haidu, Issei? Is that all? Boo, there's still a chance, but you'll have to be willing to sacrifice something. I'll do whatever it takes. Tell your colleagues to get us a few moments. Everyone, Issei called. I'm sorry to ask this, but please buy me some time. Understood. They all exclaimed. Kiba and Zenobia were the first to attack. We won't let you kill Issei-kun. Kiba launched himself at the white dragon with his sacred demonic sword. Plank. What a flimsy edge. Volley easily caught the sword, with a slight movement he broke the sword in half and grabbed Kiba by the collar of his shirt. Hey. Zenobia ready to attack with Durandal. Heikai threw Kiba, Zenobia caught Kiba, but both took a powerful attack. Damn it. Isabella and Ravel exclaimed. Ravel shot a large fireball at volley. Divide. The sphere was reduced to a simple ball. Isabella was ready to deliver a crushing blow, but volley dodged and hit her in the pit of her stomach, leaving her almost unconscious. Isabella. Ravel shouted. Never leave any room for an attack. Volley appeared behind Ravel and launched a magical attack. Ravel was embedded in the walls of what was left of the academy. This is the end for you. Volley had a huge amount of energy ready to erase the phoenix, but the headbutt to the jaw, Issei stopped volley. So you're ready to continue? Volley asked. Yes, and I will make you pay for the damage to my companions. Issei transformed back into gold, but this time the balance breaker also manifested, only without the helmet. Quickly Issei flew towards volley and impacted a knee strike to his face. He turned and kicked him in the stomach. When volley doubled over from the blow, he gave an elbow strike behind the head. Volley threw a kick to push Issei away, then he lunged at Issei to attack. Issei unleashed a burst of power. Volley dodges it. Luong. This time it wasn't energy. The shots were air pressure, something volley couldn't absorb. Volley fell to the ground. Issei flew at full speed towards him. Take this. Volley buried his hand in the ground and a beam of energy shot out in front of Issei. What was? Ibu dodges. Several beams of light emerged from the ground. Issei jumped back several times to dodge them. You're mine. Volley fired a powerful energy blast. It was going at great speed towards Issei. Damn it, Issei moved at incredible speed and ended up behind volley. It almost seemed like he teleported. How? Volley didn't see when he moved so fast. Issei delivered a spinning kick that sent volley flying. Hi-ya. They both lunged at each other. Banning. A hard blow to the face for both of them. Their knees colliding. Banning. Their fists collided. His elbows. Volley connected with a kick to Issei's ribs. Banning. Issei kicked someone in the face. Volley buried his left fist in Issei's stomach. Banning. Issei elbowed volley behind the neck. They both bumped heads. The two fell backwards, but Issei managed to kick Volley in the side, so hard that it broke his armor. Volley spat blood and for a few moments his eyes turned white, he lost consciousness for a few milliseconds. Volley grabbed Issei's leg and threw him against the remains of the academy. Crab. Issei walked through the rubble of the building. Heir. Volley launched himself at Issei again. Heir. Issei fired several golden energy spheres at Volley. Volley stopped 2 spheres of energy with his hands, but 2 more would hit his back. Divide. Using his wings, Volley struggled to stop the attacks. Omega Dragon Shoot, Issei wasted no time and launched another attack. Heir. Volley launched the energies back, impacting against the dragon shot, causing both to explode. Then he launched his own energy against Issei. This dodged energy flying to the right. Volley used his wings to stabilize himself and land, but Issei fell on top of him. Take this. Issei fired a large amount of energy point blank, forming a large crater in the ground, and several trails of light emerged from all over the academy floor. Off, I can't take it anymore. Once again the armor and the transformation disappeared. Zenovia and the rest recovered enough to go to her aid. It's been so long since I've had fun like this, said Volley, as he emerged from the crater badly injured, but still eager to fight. Just die already, Issei said. You may be worthy of witnessing my juggernaut drive. Assesses the situation, Volley, you're half dead, using it isn't a good option. Volley began to recite a chant. Volley, do you wish to surrender to my power? Crack. At that moment, the barrier shattered into pieces and a person fell next to Volley. He had short brown hair, wore an old Chinese battle suit and carried a staff in his hand. Come on, what now? Said Issei. Iku, what are you doing here? Volley asked. The battle against some deities in the north is about to begin, so you must return quickly, although with the beating you've taken, I doubt you'll be able to fight. This is nothing, Volley said. As you wish. Who are you? Appearing out of nowhere like that. It's Biku, Azazel said, approaching, a descendant of Sun Wukong. That. In short, he is the descendant of the famous monkey from Journey to the East, Son Goku. Son Goku? I never thought they'd join the Cows Brigade. The world is so unpredictable. No, I guess a white dragon and Son Goku make a good pair. Bakaka, unlike my predecessor, I live as I please. It's a pleasure to meet you, Sekiryuutei. Biku twirled his staff and struck the ground. A teleportation circle formed beneath them. We will fight again next time, and my rival will be much more powerful, Volley said before leaving. Issei tried to move, but it was all in vain. It was for a short time, but you demonstrated great power, kid, Azazel congratulated him. Issei moved Azazel aside and went to check on the brunette. I'm fine, don't get too close, Gremory, Issei said. Asia heals Issei. Hi, but you. Asia began the healing of the chestnut tree and all the wounded. After a few moments everything was peaceful. Demons, fallen angels and angels all worked together, Rias said. They really did a good job working for peace, huh? Akeno said. The Kateria matter is our responsibility, Surziches said. Well, Volley also caused a lot of problems, I'm sorry I couldn't prevent it, Azazel apologized. It all starts now, Michael said. With Isabella's help, Issei approached Michael. His wounds were healed, but exhaustion was another matter. Michael-san, could I ask you a favor? I will do everything within my power. Can you allow Zenovia and Asia to pray? Both were surprised by the request. Michael was also surprised. Asia, Zenovia, Michael called. And? Let me ask you, do you want to continue offering prayers, even knowing that God is no longer with us? Yes, Asia replied, I still want to continue offering my prayers, even though the Lord is no longer here. Me too, said Zenovia. I want to offer my gratitude to Lord Michael-sama. I ask you for that favor too, Michael-sama, said Irina. Irina. I had come to the conclusion that you were a traitor without even considering what happened, I'm sorry. You shouldn't apologize. Asia-san, I also said terrible things to you. No. It doesn't really matter. I'm really sorry. Don't worry. Asia replied nervously. I had already forgotten. A demon who remains loyal to God, huh? Seraphil said. Michael, don't know, should you consider it a symbol of our peace? Yes, I suppose it wouldn't be a problem for two demons to be able to pray without harming each other. How generous! Exclaimed Irina. Thank you, my lord. Said the three praying. Ouch. Pain attack. I have to get back to headquarters first and update the system. As for me, I'm going to stay here for a while, Azazel said. Daiho Issei. I told you, no, there are things only I can do. What do you mean by that? Well, I'm tired, so I'll go back home, said Azazel, leaving. His troops disappeared as well. I don't understand this guy, Issei said. Issei-sama, Isabella said. Solo Issei. Issei. What's happening? Why do you still keep the boosted gear active? That Issei looked away. Rias noticed that behavior. She had seen this pattern before. In order to use the balance breaker and my golden flames, I had to give my left arm to drag. What? They all exclaimed. How could Issei-sama do something like that? Ravel scolded. Don't be angry, I had no other choice. Rias felt bad. Before, Issei gave his arm to save her from Razor's engagement. It might sound unfair and egotistical, but she liked the idea that Issei gave something of his own to save her, but that's the past, a past that didn't happen for the rest of them. If there's nothing more to say, I think I'll sleep for a few weeks, Issei said before falling asleep. It seems he overexerted himself, Kiba said. We have to take him home, Zenobia said. Why did you call me Surziches? Azazel said. My sister said she had something to discuss with you. Your sister? What do you want from me, Rias Gremory? I want you to use that helmet on me. Why? Azazel asked. Issei won't believe anything I say, I even know he'll refuse to talk to me, but at least I want Oni-sama to know what I know. Okay, Azazel said, taking out the helmet and putting it on Rias. Rias, what are you trying to do? Surziches asked. Oni-sama, I want you to see what I remember. Azazel activated the helmet and Rias' memories from those 2 months with Issei appeared. Surziches was undoubtedly surprised. Everything, even the battle with Kakabiel, was different. Azazel, can this sacred gear reveal altered memories or imaginings? No, it only shows true memories. Dreams, imaginings, and memories altered by magic cannot be shown. What the hell is wrong with your sister Surziches? Everything about Rias has been strange since the day before. Academia Kuo. You know what? I'm really liking this place, this atmosphere, Seraphil said, watching his troops repair the damage. I think I'll come more often, turning around, making his usual and famous idle gesture. Sona looked away. Don't you love me? What do you mean? No, Sona murmured. What do you mean you don't love me? Well. Hey Tsubaki-chan, can I go back to school again? Of course, you can come whenever you want. Tsubaki, Sona said dangerously. I mean. That depends on the student council president's decision, Tsubaki said, adjusting her glasses. Come on, Sona-chan, Seraphil continued, if you let me come, I'll help you with the boy you like. Sona's face turned redder than a tomato. I don't. Is there someone Kaicho loves? Tsubaki asked, confused and surprised. Why, you're wrong. I don't like Issei-kun or anything like that. Sona exclaimed, embarrassed, unaware that she was digging her own grave. Or I never said who Sona-chan was, Seraphil said. Sona realized what she said and her face turned even redder, if that was possible. Kaicho, she likes Haidu-kun, Tsubaki said. She thought this could be beneficial for her as well, since if Kaicho liked Issei, she might get some help in getting the attention of a certain blonde swordsman. Oni-sama. Don't worry, Sona-chan, I'll help you. Seraphil approached and whispered something in Sona's ear. After all, I was interested in that boy too. What? The next day, Issei and his group were gathered in the occult club room. So, from today onwards, I will be the official advisor of the occult club, said Azazel. What does this mean? Rias asked. Oh, nothing, I asked Surziches and he told me to talk to Seraphil's younger sister. Kaicho? Issei turned to look at Citri. She threatened me, saying my sister would come in her place if I didn't agree. No. She made a very sincere request, Sona said, looking away. So basically, you sold us out. Rias said. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you, Sona said, walking away quickly. Tsubaki followed her. Wait, Sona. This. What about the arm? Issei asked. It's something I made while researching sacred gear. It's a multi-purpose arm. The hand changed shape, stretching the fingers, and so on. I always wanted to use it before the arm shot out like a rocket. Everyone covered themselves from the crazy arm. However, in order to remain at this academy, I had to accept Surzich's conditions. One condition? Said Gaspar, emerging from his box. I have to help them properly develop the abilities of their sacred gear. In short, the boosted gear, the Senmakin, and the forbidden Baylor view. I'll use all the data from my research and take them all down a different growth path. Did you hear that? From now on, call me Azazel-sensei. Azazel-sensei? Calling you that is really awkward, Issei said. Besides, Kiba and I aren't part of the club anymore. Oh, that too. By order of Surziches, they will have to return to the club. The wielder of Durandal and the third daughter of the Phoenix clan will also be joining them. Do we have to go back? Issei exclaimed, not very happy. Orders are orders. It's fine, Issei resigned himself. That's all, it was a pleasure. Wait, I haven't agreed to this yet, Rias exclaimed. Oh right, I almost forgot some important details. Surziches has something to tell you and a mission for you and Issei. From Oni-sama. Mission? Issei said. From this moment on, and to resolve old conflicts, Rias Gremory's group will go to live in Haidu Issei's house. Rias said. I absolutely refuse. Said Issei and Zenobia. Like I said, kid, orders are orders, you can't refuse. TCH, this sucks, said Issei. What is that mission? Akeno asked. Oh, since the three factions have made peace, we must inform the deities of other religions. That's why Rias Gremory and Haidu Issei will depart for North America, Mexico to be exact, as diplomats to speak with the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl. Mexico? Issei exclaimed. Yes, you may take only one person from your entourage. You will depart this weekend. If you'll excuse me, I'll go and give Sona Citri something from her sister. With that, Azazel left. A new adventure awaited Issei, and hopefully, perhaps reconciliation or forgiveness from Rias and Akeno. What does Azazel want from me? Sona said, she was alone in the student council room. Azazel-sensei, from now on, I've come to give you this, from your sister. Azazel handed him a package, a wrapped book, and a letter. I've done my part, so I'm leaving. After Azazel left, Sona opened the letter and read it. Dear Sona-chan, I found a very interesting book that will be helpful to you. I bought one for myself. I'm sure you'll find it useful. This is in love from your beloved Wani-chan. Sona removed the book's wrapping paper. When she saw the cover, her face turned as red as a tomato. How could he send me something like that? Sona exclaimed, throwing the book in the trash. The title of the book, How to Conquer Your Dragon Slayer. Sona planned to leave the room, but she stood at the door, watched to make sure no one approached, and carefully took the book out of the trash and cleaned it. Well, reading something new can't hurt. At that moment a small note fell out of the book. P.S. I forgot to mention that I spoke with Surzich's-chan, so that you and your tower Yura-chan can move into Issei-chan's house. I'll also talk to mom and dad about a future engagement and look after our little dragon, Sona-chan. Sona couldn't believe what she read. Wani-sama. Sona shouted to the four winds. Hunter x Hunter ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Descendant immune no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute mo Kakonai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The black silhouettes of Gasper, Ravel and Isabella that were later illuminated. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the four mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo Dezu Naim Yukanju. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Sudanai Katoba. Amamama Knights in Aguryo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had have fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one, and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Chapter 9 Chaos in Mexico. Chapter 9 Chaos in Mexico. Streets of a small town in Mexico. Wandering through the streets of Mexico, there were 4 foreigners. The locals showed interest in the foreigners. Judging by their features, one could tell that 2 were Asian, 1 was European. Perhaps, and the last one they couldn't say for sure. Ugh, it's so hot, complained a certain Redeed, pulling a wheeled suitcase. Stop complaining, Gremory, and walk, said a certain chestnut-haired man. The group of 4 were none other than Issei Haidu, his rook Isabella, Rias Gremory and his queen Akeno Himejima. How come the heat doesn't affect them, Issei-kun? Akeno asked. She and Rias were wearing cooler clothes, with hats to protect themselves from the heat, which attracted people's attention because of their provocative figures. I'm a fire dragon slayer, things like heat don't affect me anymore, Issei replied. He was wearing a black shirt, jeans, ankle boots, and a black cap. On his back, he carried a sack-style backpack. This is for the veterans. For those who saw the Street Fighter and I'm movie, a sack like the one Ryu always wore. For my part, I lived a large part of my childhood in Cairo. This heat is less compared to that there, replied Isabella. She was wearing her usual clothes, only instead of wearing the mask on the right side of her face, she wore a medical patch and a backpack on her back. Let's rest a bit, said Rias. She couldn't stand the heat anymore and needed water. Stop complaining, it's barely midday and I expect to arrive in Teotihuacan before nightfall. But even with all the walking we've done, it will take us at least a full day to get there, Akeno said. Ha! The chestnut-haired boy sighed wearily. Why did Surzich's-sama entrust me with a mission like this, especially with you guys? Issei exclaimed. What the chestnut-haired man didn't know was that in the next 2 days, his trip to Mexico would turn into a crazy adventure full of dangers, adventures, and new companions. Opening of the Jirigiri Sonar Pocket Global Trigger. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. A black background can be seen, in the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. Bakari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. Bakoro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sono with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. Anjinagara Itsuda Tatakateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yadoi Kaidami wo Mot. Sono Hibi Nai Soras or no Ira Mot. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The 3 of them look ready to fight. Jirigiri Nai Stay Shite Sakab. Tsugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia, and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Jirigiri Nai fly again. Daikuzo Tsukam smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kurenai wa Mamorumano Georgia Erukara. An image of the 3 teams is shown. Rias, Sona's, and Issei's. Sono Tame Nai wa Nani wo Sudatimo Aisa. The 4 mass are seen at a round table, with 1 seat left empty. Bagashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. To explain how this curious group was formed, we have to go back about 2 days, all with the arrival of Rias Gremory, her group and Sona, along with her tower at Issei's house. Flashback. I understand Gremory and the rest moving out, it was Surzich's-sama's order after all, but why are you moving into my house too? Kaicho. Issei exclaimed. Things got strange when Issei received both teams. It was my One-sama's orders, Sona said, looking away. At that moment, she had mixed feelings about all this change. It should be said that for Rias, Sona moving out was both shocking and strange, that and adding to the strange behavior that the Citri showed towards the brunette. Well, since it doesn't matter, come in, said Issei, helping everyone carry their belongings inside the house. After a few minutes and introductions with Issei's parents, they arrived at the room assignment part. At the moment we have 4 rooms available. Many things were thrown away or put in the attic to make space, so we have to adjust the original plans for the rooms. Adjustments? Sona asked. Yes, because Ravel and Isabella moved here, 2 rooms were prepared, 1 for each of them. But now with you here. We'll have to modify the plan. Rias and Akeno managed to gather some information. They found the recent joining of Razor's younger sister and her tower to Issei's group both strange and suspicious. According to their investigation, both joined Issei's group the day before the 3-faction meeting, the same day that Rias and the rest arrived here. Things will be like this, tell me if you agree. Ravel and Isabella will sleep together in this room, does that bother you? Not at all, Isabella replied. I would have liked to sleep with you, Ravel whispered. Did you say something, Ravel? And nothing. That's fine, Issei-sama. Exclaimed the blushing blonde. I see, the next room would be Asia and Kaneko-chan's, any problems or complaints? Issei asked. No, not at all, Issei-san, Asia replied. As long as he doesn't come in and do anything perverted, Kaneko said. I wouldn't do that, Kaneko-chan. Issei exclaimed. Okay, next, Gremory and Himejima in the same room. Issei didn't ask if there was a problem. That sounds good to me, Rias replied. Same here, Akeno said listlessly. And lastly, Kaicho and you're in one room, is that a problem? No, you're already doing a lot by giving us a place to sleep, I won't complain, said Sona, adjusting her glasses. I hope I'm not causing you any trouble, Kaicho-sama, Yura said, then went to look at the brunette. If you do anything indecent to Kaicho or me, I won't forgive you, you hear me? Yura exclaimed. Like glass. Issei exclaimed in fear. Yura's blows were no joke, and besides, she and Kaneko together, ouch, a lot of pain would appear in the brunette's future if he didn't control himself. "Excuse me, Issei-san," Asia said, raising her hand. "What's happening in Asia? You already told us where we'll sleep, but where does Zenobia-san sleep?" "Ah, Zenobia sleeps with me." That simple word unleashed chaos, so to speak. "What?" exclaimed Rias, Akeno, Asia, Sona, and Yura. "They sleep together?" Sona exclaimed. "You damned Haidu." Yura grabbed the brunette by the shirt and shook him. "Are you forcing Zenobia-san to sleep with you?" "No. Zenobia sleeps with me of her own free will, I didn't force her to do anything." "Lie." "That's right," said Zenobia. She had gone out for a contract and upon returning she saw this curious scene. "What?" Rias exclaimed. "Yes, I sleep with Ice. After all, isn't it normal for couples to sleep together?" Other words that unleashed even more chaos. "Boyfriends?" Akeno exclaimed. "Explain what you mean by boyfriends," Sona demanded. "Didn't you know? Zenobia and I have been in a relationship for a few days now, more or less since the pool incident." "From that day on?" exclaimed Sona and the rest. "Yes, I thought you'd already know, after all some not so good rumors started to spread," Issei said, looking away. "What rumors?" Asia asked. "Things like Ice forcing me to be with him and things like that," Zenobia said. "Well, at least some of the rumors weren't bad," Issei said. "We're getting off topic. There are no objections regarding the rooms?" "No," they all replied, although Rias, Akeno, and Asia were bothered by the fact that the blue-haired girl slept with the brown-haired boy, especially Rias and Asia, since they used to sleep with him. "Now we will have to discuss the mission that Surzich's-sama entrusted to you," Sona said more seriously. "According to the documents Oni-sama gave me, Issei, and I will go as mediators to speak with the deity Quetzalcoatl. The goal is to strengthen the ties between the three factions and other deities in the world. For that we have to travel to Mexico, from there go to the temple of Quetzalcoatl located in Teotihuacan," Issei said. "Oni-sama told us that besides Issei and me, 2 other people could accompany us. In my case, I'll bring Akeno." "Who would you be taking with you, Issei-kun?" Sona asked. I hadn't thought about it. I guess Zenobia or Kiba." "I don't think it's possible," said Zenobia. "Because? Remember, Kiba and I have a 4-day contract at a women's retreat in the mountains." "Ah, that's right," exclaimed Issei, remembering. Zenobia and Kiba would be going for 4 days with a group of 10 women to a retreat in the mountains. They would help with hunting, camping, fishing, and cooking. "For those reasons we won't be able to help you unless we cancel the contract." "No," Issei said. "With how badly we're doing financially, we can't afford to cancel contracts." "Go," Issei said. As always, the Haidu clan's income was very, very low. After the reunion incident, where Issei learned that he and Gryphia were related, Gryphia asked Surzich's for some time to help her cousin in any way she could. Now she was in charge of the clan's banking. "So who will you take?" Gasper won't be coming, that's obvious, which leaves us with Ravel and Isabella, who wants to come?" Issei asked. "I say that Isabella should accompany Issei-sama," said Ravel. "Wait, Ravel-sama," Isabella said. "Wait a moment." Ravel grabbed Isabella and took her away for a few moments. "What happened?" "I don't know, I still need to socialize with them more. By the way, thanks for the help with Rave and Isabella's paperwork at Kaicho Academy." "It doesn't matter." With Sona's help, Ravel and Isabella would start going to the academy for the next semester. Ravel is a first-year student, being in the same classroom as Kaneko and Gasper, and Isabella, because she is 20 years old, would work as the new physical education teacher. With Ravel and Isabella. "Ravel-sama, why did you say that I should accompany Issei-sama?" "Because I'll help you," Ravel said. "Right now we know that Issei-sama doesn't object to having more than one partner, but even though we're part of his entourage, we're the ones who are furthest behind, since we haven't known him for very long." "So, you want me to spend more time with Issei-sama?" "That's right, our situation is as follows." From who knows where, Ravel pulled out a white curtain on which a graphic was projected. Zenobia-san is at the top, since she is Issei-sama's girlfriend. Below that we can assume that Sona Citri is. "Why would Sona Citri be on that chart?" Isabella asked. "Don't you notice how Sona Citri looks at Issei-sama, and I can say the same about her tower?" "Ira-san." "That same one. I noticed that the blonde in Rias Gremory's group seems to have feelings for Issei-sama, and for some strange reason, Rias herself and her queen do too. But with everything those two have done, isn't it very likely that Issei-sama will let them get close?" "Isabella, that's no longer our problem," Ravel said, pointing at Isabella. "In this mission you will advance a little further in your relationship with Issei-sama." "And what about you?" "That's what I'm getting at. With you and Issei-sama, you can talk about me too. We'll help each other." "I understand, I will do my best, Ravel-sama," said Isabella. Okay, now let's go back. Ravel put away the curtain and projector somewhere else and they met up again with Issei and the rest. How long were you two talking? Issei asked. Women's stuff, Issei-sama, Ravel replied, then winked at Isabella. So, will you come with me, Isabella? Yes, Issei-sama. I thought I told you to remove the sama, I don't like that kind of honorific. I understand, too Issei, Isabella said with a tremendous blush. That's better, then. When will we leave? Issei asked Rias. Tomorrow morning, a transport will pick us up at the entrance and from there we will travel to the airport where we will take a plane that will leave us in Mexico City, Rias said. I see. Then all that's left is to wait. But that said, the mini-meeting ended. The rest of the day was more or less quiet. Issei spent some time with Zenobia and the others, ignoring Rias and Akeno. As for them, they tried with all their might to get the chestnut-haired man's attention so they could apologize. The next day Issei and the rest were ready, the transport had also arrived. The limousine? Issei asked. Who goes to the airport in a limousine? Well, I guess it's Oni-sama's doing, Rias said. She, too, had expected a normal vehicle, not a limousine. Rias and Akeno were the first to get on, then Issei and Isabella. Wow, this limousine has a lot of things, said Issei. It appears to be equipped with everything necessary. When the car started moving, it happened. Issei fell dizzy into Isabella's lap. Issei-sama. Exclamo Isabella. What's going on? Rias exclaimed, sounding both worried and jealous. No, I don't know, suddenly dizziness, Issei managed to say, his face completely blue. Issei-sama, are you suffering from dizziness? No. This is the first time this has happened to me. I feel bad. It should be noted that the car trip was hell for the brunette, a dream for Isabella, and a nightmare for the jealous Rias and Akeno. When they arrived at the airport and the car stopped, the chestnut tree came back to life. Huh? Issei stood up normally. I don't feel bad anymore. Could it be because the car stopped? Rias asked. I don't know, but what does it matter? Issei got out of the car. Now it's time to leave. End of flashback. Issei-kun, don't you think it would be better to take a car? Akeno said. No. Issei replied instantly. With my current situation, I'll never be able to get on any transport again, Issei said. When Issei boarded the plane, the dizziness returned, as Drake explained to him, for some unknown reason, all dragon slayers suffered from motion sickness in transportation. I still wonder, how is it possible that with how powerful dragon slayers are, they are so weak against something like transports? Rias said. But those words, Issei glared at Rias. Don't bother Gremory and stop lagging behind. Issei exclaimed, annoyed. Having those two here wasn't helping much. How much longer until we reach the city of Teotihuacan? Isabella asked. I can't quite understand this map, Issei said, then he felt a drop fall on his nose. Huh? Suddenly, a large number of black clouds covered the sky and a torrential downpour trapped the four of them. Great, simply great, said Issei. After a few moments, Issei and the rest managed to take refuge from the rain by entering an old two-story tavern. Apparently, the place was quite busy with the locals. With the weather like this, I don't think we can get there tonight. We'll have to ask if there's a hotel nearby, Rias said, wringing the water out of her clothes. I guess we have to do that, Issei said before entering the tavern, raising his body temperature to warm his and Isabella's clothes. Issei-kun, could you help us too? Akeno asked. Because I should, Issei replied. Please, just help us with the clothes. Rias was starting to notice how the eyes were focusing on them, a bad time to wear white clothes. Issei, I think I should help them. Just this once. Okay, this will be the last time I help you, said Issei. Issei, Rias and Akeno headed to the baths, with Isabella on guard. Issei entered the women's bath and his body temperature rose. I must say, such a skill is useful, Akeno said. In a matter of seconds, her clothes were dry. It would have been nice if we took off our underwear too, wouldn't it? Issei-kun tried to seduce Akeno. Yeah, whatever you say. Issei completely ignored it and left the bathroom so that he wouldn't be labeled a pervert. It's incredible that even that isn't working, said Rias. Their attempts to get Issei to forgive them weren't going well. Isn't there any way Issei-kun can forgive us? Akeno said sadly. We mustn't give up yet, Akeno. We have to get Issei to forgive us, Rias said resolutely. I wish I had the same confidence you have, Rias. After a few moments, Issei and the rest asked for a table to eat something, then they would wait for the storm to pass a bit before looking for a hotel. What will you order? Asked the waitress. For some reason she was a girl of about 14 or 15 years old, with short dark blue hair and dressed in maid clothes. Issei and the rest each asked for something. This rain won't stop, Issei said, looking out the window. Even so, I don't think we'll reach Teotihuacan before nightfall, Akeno said. Was it that far away? Issei asked. According to the map, it would take us at least a whole day to get there from where we are now. It would be less if we took some form of transport, Rias said. CRKK. Hiya. Excuse me. You damn brat. Look what you did to my clothes. When Issei and the others turned around, they saw that the same girl who had served them had carelessly thrown away another group of customers' order. You'll be damned. The man whose drinks had been spilled was about to hit the girl. Issei wouldn't allow that and stood up to stop the subject, but someone got there first. Crack. Dear customer, I inform you that it is against the rules to touch the waitresses, said a woman. She was wearing the typical barman's attire, although somewhat tight in the chest area. She had long, almost scarlet red hair tied in a ponytail. The girl had a very tight grip on the man's arm. Issei could swear he heard something breaking, a bone perhaps. Now I ask you, the Redeed took a judo stance, to get out of here. The Redeed threw the man out the window. MIT. The man's companions were about to hit the girl. HMPH, pathetic, 3 against 1, the girl said, flaunting almost monster strength as she threw the men one after another. They're pathetic, the Redeed said, wiping her hands and adjusting her uniform, but she didn't notice the guy behind her who was about to hit her with a chair. You bitch. The man shouted, trying to hit the girl, but for some reason she couldn't move. When she looked back, she saw a brown-haired boy holding the chair. Are you going to stop or am I going to have to hit you? Issei said. Damn Asian brat. The man pulled a knife from his pants and attacked Issei. Watch out, said the scarlet-haired girl. Slowly Issei dodged a thrust and then connected with a strong blow to the man's face. Banning. Issei's fist sank into the man's face and the force of the impact threw him out of the tavern. The worst kind of trash is that which hits a woman, Issei said. Thank you for the help, the girl said. No problem, after all, it wasn't the girl's fault. I'm very clumsy, it's not the first time this has happened to me, said the blue-haired girl. This wasn't your fault, Wendy. The people in town know how absent-minded and somewhat clumsy I can be, she said to the Redeed. Although this did not comfort the girl named Wendy. Does this happen often? Rias asked, approaching with the others. More than you can imagine. Excuse me for not introducing myself, my name is Urza Scarlet. Rias Gremory. Bakeno Himajima. Hi do Issei. Isabella. The Easterners, huh? Urza said. Yes, Issei replied, although I notice some Oriental features in you as well. Oh? You're observant, it's true, my mother was Japanese and my father Mexican, they tell me I have a touch of the Orient sometimes. Are you okay? Issei asked Wendy. Yes, but I caused Urza problems again, Wendy said, letting out a few tears. Stop crying, Wendy. At that moment another person approached them. It was a girl of about 20 years old, with long dark brown hair, wearing the top of a bikini and tight brown pants. Hana, Wendy and Urza said. Thank you for helping my friends and beverage suppliers, said the brunette, holding a bottle of beer. No problem, we just did the right thing, Issei said dismissively. I know it's a bad time, but how much longer until our order is ready? Ah. Excuse me, I'll bring them to you. Exclaimed Wendy, running at full speed to the kitchen. She's a rather strange girl, Ria said, her personality reminded her a lot of Asia. Yes, but she's fun, Issei said. He wouldn't deny that the little blue-haired girl was cute, but right now they weren't in this place for fun. As night fell, Issei and the rest stayed at the tavern until closing time. The rest of the waitresses and other workers went home. Only Wendy, Urza, and Connor remained. Apparently Urza was the owner of the tavern when he was an orphan, and Urza took care of her from a young age. Kana acted like an older sister, well, something like that. Clearly she wasn't a role model, but she was good. What brought you foreigners to Mexico? Kana asked. For some reason she was still there next to a row of empty bottles of different types of liquor. We traveled to Teotihuacan for tourism, Issei replied. Upon hearing that, the three of them tensed up and appeared nervous. Are you planning to go to that place? Wendy asked, sounding a little scared. Is something wrong? Rias asked. The three of them were debating whether they should tell the story or not. Since they're being careful not to tell us, I have to assume something's going on, Issei said. The thing is, in recent days, tourists, locals, and anyone who tries to approach the city of Teotihuacan mysteriously disappears, Urza said. The police and government officials began searching for the missing people, but there was nothing, Kana said. How many people have disappeared? Akeno asked. Government officials haven't given an exact number, but it's believed that the number of people who disappeared exceeds 80, Urza said. 80? Exclaimed Issei and the rest. That's why, as friends, I'm telling you it's better to go back. If you go you might not come back, Kana said. This was strange. According to the documents Urza's provided, they had to reach Teotihuacan to speak with the deity Quetzalcoatl, but this mystery of disappearances, did something happen? Well, we'll think about that in the morning, Issei said. Do you know of any nearby hotels? There's no hotel in this town, Wendy said, as she cleaned the place. Where will we sleep? Issei exclaimed. Well, Wendy said. What Wendy is trying to say is that we have 2 empty rooms up here, Urza said. Seriously? Exclaimed Issei and the rest. Yes, we can rent them to you for tonight. Thank you very much. Issei said, shaking Urza's hand, but as he did so, he felt something Urza didn't notice, but he did. Is something wrong? Urza asked, noticing Issei's serious expression. No, it's nothing, Issei said, letting go of Urza's hand. How much for one night? That for some reason, Urza gave a somewhat macabre smile. We can fix it. I feel like we were ripped off, said Issei. The rent for the 2 rooms wasn't cheap. Do you think so? Isabella said. Since there were 2 rooms, Issei and Isabella would sleep in one and Rias and Akeno in the one next door. For one night, I think, Issei replied. What's wrong? Issei asked, noticing that Isabella was very quiet. Well, it's about the bed. The room only had one large bed, so that 2 people could sleep in the same bed. If you have any problem I could sleep on the floor, I just need the pillow. No. That's not it. Exclaimed Isabella. It's just that Isabella was blushing furiously. I hadn't asked you before but. Why did you want to be with me? If you don't want to answer, you don't have to. When the Kakabial incident happened, Isabella began, it might sound a little silly, but at that moment when you saved me, Ravel-sama Isabella took a breath before saying the next words, I fell head over heels for you. Issei was confused as well as surprised. I know it sounds silly, but after that I couldn't get you out of my mind. Being with Razor-sama I never felt anything like this. I followed Razor-sama because I thought I loved him, but my feelings for him weren't love. What I feel for you is love. Isabella at that moment Isabella hugged the chestnut-haired man tightly. I know it might sound selfish knowing you're in a relationship with Zenobia-san, but Isabella looked at Issei, her eyes showing that her feelings for the brunette were genuine, love me too. Issei couldn't believe it. Someone with his luck with women would think he wouldn't be able to get a girlfriend or someone who loved him, but right there was another cute girl saying she loved him. Issei did the most logical thing, he kissed Isabella. Isabella was surprised by the sudden kiss, but she closed her eyes and began to enjoy the moment. The kiss started out sweet and tender, but for both of them that wasn't enough. Little by little the kiss became more passionate. Their tongues began a battle for dominance, and since Isabella was more experienced, she knew how to gain the upper hand. Issei let out a groaning snore. The reason, in the middle of the kiss, Isabella slid her hand inside Issei's boxers and began to massage his member. You like it? Isabella said, massaging the chestnut-haired man's member, her hand moving up and down in a slow, tortuous rhythm. Issei could only moan, he had already experienced hex. Is this what it's like to be with an experienced woman? Issei thought. Being more assertive, Isabella sealed the chestnut-haired man's mouth with another kiss. In the heat of the moment, they both decided they were wearing too many clothes. Almost desperately, they both began to undress. Well, it's like Zenobia-san said, Isabella said, looking at the brunette's already fully erect member. Razor was a child compared to you, and with that said this one will make me scream with pleasure. Isabella lowered herself until Issei's erect member was in front of her. What are you going to do? Issei asked, feeling a little dizzy, but his answers came instantly. Issei groaned loudly, Isabella began to lick and suck the brunette's member. Issei burned into his mind the image before him, his tower, a beautiful woman who had just confessed her feelings to him, was giving him a blowjob. He watched as his member appeared and disappeared in Isabella's mouth. How about this? Isabella increased the intensity, enveloping the chestnut-haired man's member in her large pace. Isabella. Issei had to maintain all his concentration to avoid finishing. The torture for the chestnut-haired man did not end. Isabella massaged and licked the tip slowly, quickly, and in between, doing everything possible to push the chestnut-haired man to his limit. Issei grabbed Isabella by the head, forcing his member to ejaculate deep into her throat. Issei couldn't stop trembling as he fired the first charge of the night. Cough. Cough, Isabella coughed, spilling the excess onto the bed. I'm sorry, it felt like I did too. No, it's not about that, it's that you should have warned me, it's a waste if I can't drink it all, it tastes so delicious. Those simple words threw away all the self-control the brunette had left. Isabella. Issei lunged at Isabella and began sucking on both nipples at the same time. Gee. Isabella could only let out a squeal of pleasure. Issei began rubbing his erect member against Isabella's entrance. Please. Begged Isabella, completely blinded by her libido. Put it in Luu. Isabella threw her head back as strong electric currents passed through her spine as a result of the penetration. Issei moved at a rapid pace, holding Isabella's arms to increase penetration. Delicious. This feels. So good. Issei ran his hand down Isabella's belly to reach her breasts and squeezed them tightly. Issei sealed Isabella's lips with another passionate kiss. Oh no. This feels so good. My mind is going blank. Issei continued penetrating the brunette, holding her leg and passing it behind his shoulder so he could go even deeper. Isabella had a glassy look in her eyes. The constant thrusts didn't allow her to think clearly, but what did it matter to think, she just had to let herself be carried away by this pleasurable experience. They changed positions, this time Isabella was on top of Issei, she would be the one to move now but… Is something wrong? Issei asked. Wait, am I nude okay? Issei noticed Isabella's legs were trembling, so that gave him an idea. It seems you have no strength left to move. Let's see what happens. Issei directed his hand towards the place where they were both connected. If I press here, Issei pressed that pink button. No. Isabella would learn that dragon slayers are very passionate with their partners. I'm not begging you. Don't touch there. Why not? You started moving your hips like crazy when I pressed your clitoris, Issei said with a hint of sadism in his voice. No more. This feels so good I think I'm going to go crazy. Issei pushed Isabella so that they were in the missionary position. Then Issei pulled his member out of Isabella's intimacy. No. Please don't take it out. Isabella begged. Then, let's go crazy together. With a single thrust, Issei entered Isabella's intimacy. I can't. I'm going to finish. Issei increased the pace of penetration. Together. And with a final thrust, Issei released his burden deep within his tower. Ha! Isabella was exhausted, Hex had never felt so good before, she almost lost consciousness a few moments ago. I hope you're not tired, Issei said. What? Isabella raised her gaze slightly and saw that the chestnut-haired man's member was still in the mood to celebrate a little longer. Because this is going to be a long night, Issei said before going back inside Isabella. Pity, Isabella said. That night Isabella learned that to be the partner of a dragon slayer, great endurance was necessary, and not only in combat. What Issei and Isabella didn't know was that the walls weren't very thick. They're doing it right now. Rias exclaimed, sounding both annoyed and jealous. This isn't fair. Akeno exclaimed. And? I should be the one to steal Issei-kun's chastity. Akeno. The next morning, Issei and the rest were ready to leave. I slept so well, said Issei, his appearance showing no tiredness whatsoever. In fact, he looked better than ever. Yes, it feels great. Isabella was literally radiant, there wasn't a trace of tiredness in them. That's good to know, and what about you guys? Urza asked. Nothing, Rias and Akeno replied. Unlike Issei and Isabella, those two had dark circles under their eyes, a sign that they hadn't slept at all last night. How can they be doing so well if they were having Hex all night? Rias wondered mentally. Are you still thinking about going to Teotihuacan? Wendy asked. Yes, we accept your warnings, but there's something very important we have to do there, Issei said seriously. But… Wendy tried to say something else, but Urza stopped her. No, Wendy, they're determined, Urza said. I wish them luck and hope nothing bad happens to them. Thank you, well, see you another time, said Issei and the others before leaving. Issei and the rest had already left the city. Several hours had passed since they left Urza's tavern. How much longer until we get to Teotihuacan? Rias asked. According to the map, a few more hours, Issei replied. They continued walking, but Rias and Akeno were bothered by how close Isabella was to the chestnut-haired man. Is something wrong? Isabella asked, somewhat tense because Rias and Akeno were literally giving her death stares. Nothing, they both replied. Well. Meanwhile, Issei was fighting to verify if they were going the right way on the map. Meanwhile, 6 shadows were moving towards the city where Issei and the others had been. Everyone ready? Said a hooded figure. Yes, one replied. We have to end this quickly, said another. Wait for us, priestess of Quetzalcoatl, said the first hooded figure, removing his hood to reveal his blue hair with a strange tattoo under his right eye. At Urza's tavern, she and Wendy were cleaning the place before opening. At that moment the tavern doors opened. Sorry, we're closed right now, come back in an hour, Urza told the hooded figures as she cleaned the glasses. We didn't come here for a drink, Urza. Crack. Urza dropped the glass she was cleaning when she heard that voice. She recognized the owner of that voice. No, it can't be, Urza said. It's been a long time, Urza. Gel. Urza exclaimed. What's wrong, Urza-san? Wendy said. When she saw the blue-haired boy, she couldn't help but shed a few tears and run to hug him. Gel-san. You still cry a lot, Wendy, Gel said in the tone of an older brother. What? We thought you disappeared 5 years ago, Urza asked. Yes, he disappeared in the city of Teotihuacan, said Jell. At that moment his expression changed. I was able to meet our deity Tezcatlipoca. He spoke to me, said Jell. Wendy felt somewhat frightened by the sudden change and tried to walk away, but Jell wouldn't let her. Jell-san, you're hurting me. Our master Tezcatlipoca will grant our wishes. Exclaimed Jell. Hey, Jell-san, it hurts, Wendy said. Jell, let Wendy go. Urza exclaimed. And for our lord to awaken, we need the soul and blood of the priestess of Quetzalcoatl. That's why Jell hit Wendy on the back of the neck. Wendy. You damn Jell. What are you doing? We will take the priestess, Wendy, and sacrifice her to our god. I was surprised too, to think that Wendy, that girl we knew when we were little, would be the priestess of Quetzalcoatl. This must be a mistake. There is no mistake, Urza. Wendy's destiny was always to be a sacrifice to our god. Jell's face changed to that of a psychopath. You think I'll let you do that? Urza exclaimed, a strange glow beginning to envelop her. Re-equip at that moment, Urza's bartender outfit changed. She was now wearing the top part of an armor, along with a blue skirt and black boots, and in her hand, she carried a sword. Ahaha, so you decided to use your magic again, exclaimed Jell. To protect Wendy, I will use my magic as many times as necessary. Urza exclaimed, launching herself at Jell. At that moment another hooded figure stepped in Urza's path. Boom. Far from there, Issei and Akeno managed to sense a group of presences approaching at great speed. Someone's coming. They're not normal people because of their power. Issei exclaimed. Everyone got ready. I didn't know if those approaching would be enemies, but it was better to be prepared for any eventuality. Bring Wendy back. Urza exclaimed, emerging from the trees, wearing armor with black wings. Urza? Rias said. Urza? Akeno. Urza Isabella. I knew it. Exclaimed Issei. What? Rias said. When I shook her hand the other time, I could feel an enormous magical power. I knew she wasn't an ordinary bartender. What are you doing here? Urza asked. Friends of yours, Urza. Jell said. He appeared alongside the other hooded figures. Jell was carrying an unconscious Wendy. What's going on? Issei asked. Long story, Urza replied, taking a stance and pointing her sword at Jell. Give me back Wendy now. I already told you, Urza, to fulfill my lord's order, Wendy is necessary. I don't know what all this is about, but Issei began to release steam from his body gear drying. What? Urza exclaimed. What is that power? I could ask you the same thing, but right now we have to help Wendy. And in the blink of an eye, Issei had disappeared and appeared in front of Jell. Jet pistol Issei's high-speed fist was about to hit Jell, but… One of the hooded figures stopped Issei's attack. What? Gah. Issei received a strong blow to the chest, throwing him backwards. Issei. Rias exclaimed. Damn it. Isabella began her attack. Isabella threw several punches and kicks, but the hooded figure easily dodged them. I can hear you, said the hooded figure, dodging a kick from Isabella, then grabbing her leg and throwing her at Issei, who was getting back to his feet. Bracer, said Jell. Yes, one of the hooded figures rushed out at full speed towards Issei. Damn it, take this. Jet Gatling several high-speed punches were aimed at Racer. Very slow Racer dodged all the blows with ease, moving so fast he got very close to Issei. Moving so fast it seemed like there were many racers, they all attacked Issei at the same time from all directions. Issei took the full force of all the attacks. Issei. You bastards. Rias prepared a sphere with destructive power and threw it at Jell. Another hooded figure stood in front of Jell, and the attack passed by, without affecting anyone. What? Rias exclaimed. At that moment the ground beneath Rias' feet began to turn liquid. But you. Akeno changed her outfit into that of a priestess and extended her demon wings to pull Rias out. Oh? So they're demons, huh? Said Jell. Heir you know Hoko, roar of the fire dragon, Issei unleashed a powerful roar against Jell. Pathetic, is this all your power? With just a flick of his hand forward, Issei's attack was destroyed by a surge of power. Urza? Issei called. What? She was fighting Racer, her armor changed to a lighter one with leopard tails. Who the hell are these people? Why do they want to take Wendy away? I don't know. They said stupid things about sacrificing the priestess of Quetzalcoatl, and they took Wendy. Gah. Racer kicked Urza, sending her flying into Issei and the others. I've got you. Issei caught her before she hit the ground. Thank you, now it's my turn to ask. Who are you? Those wings and their power, it's not magic, what are you? To make a long story short, we are demons. Demons? Not the bad ones. We came to Mexico because the biblical factions formed an alliance. They sent us as ambassadors to speak with Quetzalcoatl. You say Wendy is his priestess. I don't know, Wendy was an orphan when she was left at my house, I don't know much about her past. So the biblical factions come to speak with the feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl. Well, that would be a major setback for our plans, said Jell. The sacrifice of their priestess will allow our lord to be freed from his seal. With that, not only the three factions, but the rest of the world will be ruled by our lord. Hahaha. That guy's crazy, Issei said. She wasn't like this before, something must have happened to her, Urza said. In any case, help me rescue Wendy, Urza said. Why do you have to say it? I won't let them do anything like hurt her. Issei materialized the parts of the boosted gear. Urza felt intrigued by those fragments of armor. Oh, so you're the Sekiryuutei, that complicates things even more, Cobra. I'm listening, he'll be perfect for this. Cobra pulled what looked like a black fang from his trench coat. We'll help too. Rias and the rest also launched into the attack. The Kazuchio Akeno launched several lightning bolts against them. Midnight, said Jell. One of them stood in front of them. All the lightning bolts that were aimed at them missed their target. What was that? My attacks didn't hit them. Akeno exclaimed. Angel. Hi, the girl from the group stepped forward. I hope you enjoy it. She pulled out what looked like a golden key. What is that? Issei asked, then he was struck by a lightning bolt. Gai. Issei. Rias exclaimed. She saw where the attack came from, and there, flying, was another Akeno. Himajima. Issei shouted angrily, damn it, you think you can attack me again. Then Issei's chest filled with air. Karyu no Hoko, fire dragon's roar. Issei didn't care and launched a burst of fire at the Akeno who attacked him. Oops, Angel cancelled her magic and forced the fake Akeno to disappear. Wow, to think you'd attack and kill your own partner, Angel said, surprised. Rias and Akeno were equally surprised. Issei didn't hesitate for a moment to attack. They are not my classmates. Issei charged at the group. Hadai, said Jell. The last member of the group used his magic, turning the entire terrain into mud and preventing them from moving. This won't stop me. Issei took out his wings and headed towards Jell. I can hear you, Cobra appeared behind Issei. And I must say, you let yourself be carried away by fury easily. Cobra grabbed Issei's right arm and embedded his fang where the boosted gear couldn't reach. Ai. Issei fell to the ground and began to writhe. Issei. They all ran to help him. Issei. It's useless, the obsidian fang is embedded in his being, in a few hours that same fang will pierce his heart, Cobra said. What? Damn it. Isabella lunged at Cobra, but Racer, moving at great speed, attacked her from all sides. Isabella-san. Jell. Urza lunged at Jell, who easily stopped her sword blade. Urza, why are you opposed to this? I won't let them hurt Wendy. How can you, someone who's always looked after her like an older brother, allow this? You don't know, Urza, this world is rotten, corrupt, people kill each other for no reason, they steal, grape, and do other evil things. That's why I don't need this rotten world. Jell broke the blade of Urza's sword. That's why. A golden magical energy appeared in Jell's hand. I will free our god and destroy this rotten world. The magic struck Urza directly, continuing its course and impacting Rias, Akeno, and the injured and unconscious Issei and Isabella. When the dust settled, they were all unconscious. The attack had knocked them out. We've already lost a lot of time, we have to get back to Teotihuacan before nightfall, said Jell. But that Cobra. The ritual racer. That would free Angel. Door Lord Hadai. It will begin midnight finished. After a while, Issei and the rest regained consciousness. Cough cough. Issei coughed up some blood, noticing how the pain in his body was increasing. Are you okay? Urza asked. Yes, Issei, how are you? Rias asked worriedly. I'm coughing fine, don't worry about my Gremory. It's getting dark, Akeno said. Wendy. Urza tried to stand up, using her sword for support, but the damage she had sustained prevented her from moving properly. Urza-san. Rias tried to help her. We have to help Wendy. That's what we'll do, I won't let this end like this, Issei said, even with the damage to his body, he wouldn't let it end like this. The Haidu and Gremory group, along with Urza, would depart for Teotihuacan. They would prevent Tezcatlipoca's resurrection at all costs and save Wendy at all costs. Hunter x Hunter Ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Descendant immune no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute Mocha Konai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The black silhouettes of Gasper, Ravel and Isabella that were later illuminated. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the four mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo Dezu Naim Yukanju. Issei, Kiba, and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Sutanai Katoba. Amamama Knights and Agaryo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had of fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Chapter 10 Dragon Force. Chapter 10 Dragon Force. Mental landscape. This happened shortly after Rias and the others left with Razor when Issei came out of his depression and began his training as a dragon slayer. "Come on Ibu, we've barely started training, didn't you want to be stronger?" exclaimed a great red dragon. At this moment Issei was in a mountainous wasteland within his spirit, there with him was Drag in his original dragon body, giving him training that would make the Spartans look like kindergarteners in comparison. "Ah ha ha," the chestnut-haired man breathed with difficulty. "Come on Drag, we've been training for days." According to what Drake told him, in this mental landscape time passed differently, Issei's real body was sleeping in his usual hunting gear. Yeah, it might feel like hours to you, but for your normal body, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. The So how long will we be training? Since we generally have your sleep hours, which vary between 8 and 7 hours, I'd say we'll have at most about 7 to 8 months. No. What you want is to kill me. Issei exclaimed. Stop being such a crybaby. If you continue to be so cowardly and weak, you'll never be able to save anyone. Or do you want something like what happened to that demon girl to happen again? Issei remembered that Rias and the others left him because of his weakness. No, Issei said softly, but Drake could hear him perfectly. I will become stronger and prevent something like this from happening again. Issei exclaimed, creating flames that covered his fists. That's the spirit, partner. We still have plenty of time for you to develop into a dragon slayer. Drake exclaimed, getting into position. Let's continue. Issei exclaimed, regaining some of his energy. Karyu no Tekken, Fire Dragon's Fire Fist, Issei exclaimed, launching himself at Drake. Issei's fist collided with Drake's claw. Good start Ibu, but you need to harden and sharpen your fists more. Drake exclaimed, sending Issei flying with the movement of his claw. Bang crack. Issei passed through some rock formations, thanks to the fact that they were his mental wasteland, his original body would not receive damage, otherwise, at this moment you would have several broken bones. This does hurt, Issei exclaimed, struggling to his feet. You can say that, partner, but compared to before, if you'd received that blow earlier, you'd already be unconscious. Congratulations to the dragon. That doesn't relieve me at all. Issei exclaimed. You are the most promising of my guests, Ibu. You are among that minority who do not see me as a weapon or a simple power to demand. You came to me asking for power, but not demanding it, but through learning. You are undoubtedly unique, Ibu. The dragon thought. Is something wrong, Drake? You've been quiet for a while. It's nothing Ibu, well let's continue. Drake launched a gigantic burst of fire from his jaws. Come on, calm down a little, will you? Issei exclaimed, trying to dodge the torrent of fire. With your level and development, perhaps you are capable of becoming a full-fledged dragon slayer, and perhaps you are capable of activating the dragon force, thought the dragon. Those were the beginnings of Issei's training with Drake. World trigger opening Jirigiri sonar pocket. Change the new world, change the new world, change the new world. The black background can be seen, in the center, a small golden light flickers until it becomes a golden flame. The Kurenai Sono Mirai Georgia. Issei, Rias and Sono are seen standing facing each other with an energy in their hand. The Kari wo Atsumi Tarashi. Issei is seen with the golden flame in his hand. The Koro no Gate wo Hirateku. Rias is seen with a sphere of power of destruction and Sona with a sphere of water. Hidodorika no Tame Dat. Anjinagara Itsuda Tatakateru. Issei is seen firing an X-burner and then a big battle axle. Izu no Kazu Date Sayoku Narario. Issei, Rias and Sona can be seen entering Kuo Academy together. Yado Ikaidami wo Mot. Sono Hibi Nai Sores or no Iro Mot. Rias is seen launching spheres of destructive power and Sona creating spears made of water. Madaniji wo Igaku. The three of them look ready to fight. Girigiri Nai Stay Shite Sakub. Sugi no Mirai Kitai Shitai. We then see Kiba, Zenobia, and the rest of the Gremory group using their attacks. Girigiri Nai fly again. Ikuzo Tsukum smile smile smile. Now Saji and the rest of the Citri group are seen making their own attacks. The Kurenai wa Mamorimano Georgia Erukara. An image of the three teams is shown. Rias, Sonas, and Issei's. Sono tame nai wa nani wo sudatimo aisa. The four mass are seen at a round table, with one seat left empty. The Gashi Karanishi Inaboru Tayu Georgia. Ayamo Kimi wo Tarasu Kara. Everyone is seen gathered in front of Kuo Academy, ready for anything. Change the new world, change the new world. The white background can be seen illuminated by the golden flame, with Issei holding it in his palm. Near Teotihuacan. The sun was beginning to set, and what Jelal said was that the ritual where Wendy would be sacrificed would begin at nightfall, so they had to hurry if they wanted to save her. Aha damn cough. Issei walked with difficulty, he had a fever, and when he coughed he spat blood. Issei, you need to rest, Rias said worriedly. If you overexert yourself, that fang will pierce your heart, Akeno said, equally worried. Now you're worried about my health. Issei said. He wasn't going to resign himself to this alone, even though the pain was indescribable. Issei-sama, it's best if you take a break. I know we're in a tight spot, but if you don't stop. No. Exclaimed Issei. This is nothing, I've suffered worse and I've moved on, you know that well, don't you, Gremory? Issei said, referring to when he was tortured by the other Rias. Rias just looked away, hurt. She knew what her former self had done. Urza-san, how much longer until we get to Teotihuacan? Issei asked. It's an hour's walk, Urza said. She was worried about Wendy, but that didn't mean she wasn't aware of the brunette's condition. It's better to walk, they've probably set traps that prevent us from flying, Issei said. Ibu managed to hold back the advance of the fang. You should be fine for a few hours, spoke the Welsh dragon, materializing the jewel on Issei's wrist. Thanks Drag, I'm starting to feel a little better. Rias, Akeno, Isabella, and Urza breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the chestnut-haired boy's appearance had improved slightly. What was that voice and those pieces of armor? Urza asked. Ah, it was Drag. Do you know anything about the Red Heavenly Dragon Emperor, Sekiryuutei? Yes. Urza exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. It is said that he is one of the two heavenly dragons, sealed long ago in sacred gears. Urza exclaimed, standing very close to Issei. Why you seem to be very knowledgeable, Issei exclaimed, feeling somewhat uncomfortable because of how close the redeed was, although he had to say that having Urza's breasts pressed against his was a pleasure. Ahem, Rias said with a noticeable twitch in her eyebrow, they're not very close. The Keno was the same, only she displayed a somewhat frightening smile. Isabella felt jealous, but she remembered that if she wanted to be with Issei, she had to learn to share. When Urza realized the situation, her face turned as red as her hair and she stepped back. I'm sorry. I get excited when it involves swords or armor. Urza exclaimed. No problem, besides, Issei gave a thumbs up, your breasts felt fantastic. Op ace. Issei said it in Japanese, so Urza didn't understand what he meant. Issei. Rias exclaimed jealously. In any case, we need to hurry, Issei said. They all started running towards Teotihuacan. Teotihuacan. In Teotihuacan, at the temple of Tezcatlipoca, Jelal and the rest of his companions were finishing the preparations for the ritual. Jelal, it seems that girl and the demons are approaching, Angel said. What should we do? Isn't it obvious? Kill the demons and bring me Urza alive, Jelal said. Oh, so you're already thinking of making your move, Jelal, said Simbra, who was on one of the temple pillars eating an apple. Didn't I tell you to stop listening to my thoughts, Cobra? Jelal said with a terrifying expression. Oh, how scary, I already understand I can't read your mind, said Cobra. So? Who's going? Angel asked. I'm leaving you in charge, Angel. Take Racer and Hot Eye with you, said Jelal. Understood. After those words, Angel left. Soon everything will end and a new world will begin, Jelal exclaimed, looking upwards. In the center of the temple, inside a gigantic lacrima, was Wendy, still unconscious. Exactly what will they do? Issei and the rest were approaching Teotihuacan, just a little further, and they would arrive to help Wendy. Heirs, Issei said. That. It seems you knew the one who took Wendy. Who was he? If you don't want to say, no problem, Issei said. He was a childhood friend of mine and Wendy's. As I told you, Wendy was an orphan. My parents brought her to our house when she was very young. I never knew who her real parents were or where they came from. Issei and the others listened attentively to Urza's story while continuing to run towards Teotihuacan. When she arrived she always kept to herself, she was afraid of everyone around her. I tried to help her and make her socialize more, but it didn't work. Then Jelal appeared. He was my neighbor since we were kids. He and his sister helped Wendy open up to the world. He always played the role of an older brother to Wendy, but everything changed when his sister was kidnapped. When we were 10 years old, Jelal's younger sister was kidnapped by drug traffickers. His parents went to the police, but it was no use. Gel tried to find his sister on his own, but it was in vain. It was discovered that the drug traffickers who kidnapped Gel's sister were slave traffickers. His sister was sold to someone. So. After that, Gel lost faith in the world, withdrew, and wanted nothing to do with it. Wendy and I tried many times to help him, but we couldn't do anything. That's very sad, Rias said. Some years ago, Gel visited Teotihuacan. We didn't see the pattern, but he was the first person to disappear, Urza said. So. Yes, it's most likely that Gel is responsible for all the disappearances so far. We have to hurry. Exclaimed Issei. I'm afraid I can't let them continue, a voice said. That voice, you're the girl from before. Issei exclaimed. Oh, you have good ears, kid. Recognizing me after hearing me only once. I can recognize your scent, I have a good sense of smell, and I can't be wrong, next you are the fast guy and the statue-faced one, Issei said. It seems they've discovered us, said Angel, emerging from behind a broken pillar. The kid is good, Racer said, appearing out of nowhere. Let's hurry, time is money, said Hadai, leaving the apartment. This time it will be different, I'll kick everyone's ass. Issei exclaimed, igniting his fists covered with the boosted gear with fire. That caused Issei to feel pain in his chest, most likely the obsidian fang. Oh? I'm surprised you can use magic and move around. I thought by now the fang cobra put in you would have killed you. I'm sorry to tell you, but I'm a stubborn bastard, I won't die easily, Issei said, releasing a lot of fire. I can tell fighting all of you here would be annoying, Hadai. You'll have to pay me more for this, Hadai said, activating his magic. The ground beneath Issei's feet and the rest turned to mud. What the hell? Issei exclaimed. I can't move. Rias exclaimed. To avoid problems, it's best if we separate them, said Angel. What? Exclaimed Issei. That sea of mud began to engulf them all. See you later, said Angel, waving goodbye with a mocking smile. Curse. The sea of mud swallowed Issei and the others, separating them and sending them to different places. Hey ah! Issei exclaimed, emerging from the ground. I thought I'd drown in the dirt. I have dirt in my mouth. Wait. There's no one here. Issei exclaimed. There was no trace of Isabella, Urza and company. This is bad, Issei began to sniff. I can't find their scents. They separated us too far away. Issei had ended up far from the others, but at the same time he was the one who got closest to Teotihuacan. Wait, this smell, I found the scent of the bastard who stuck that fang in me. Issei exclaimed. He stopped and started running in the direction of the scent. I'm worried about Isabella and Urza, but they're both strong. I'm sure they can handle it on their own. I'll go find that guy. Since he inserted that fang into your body, he might know how to remove it. Alright. I'll beat the information out of him. Issei exclaimed, running at full speed. Rias. Issei-kun. Akeno shouted. She, like the rest, was separated from the others. She was the one who remained furthest from Teotihuacan. Urza-san. Isabella-san. There's no one here, I can't sense their energy signatures either, I must be very far away. Akeno noticed that in the surrounding sky there were strange magic circles, traps to prevent them from flying. I have to hurry, Issei-kun is in a delicate situation, Akeno began running towards Teotihuacan. The direction must be this way, it's very low, but I notice Ria's magical signature, Akeno said. Faish. Just then a gust of wind passed near Akeno, she felt her cheek get wet when she brought her fingers to her face. Blood. Akeno received a slight cut on her cheek. The present, said a voice from among the trees. Akeno tensed up and prepared for battle, changing her clothes into her priestess attire. Who's there? Akeno exclaimed. Faish. Another gust of wind passed, this time a cut appeared on Akeno's right side, slashing her clothes and leaving a slight wound. I'll take care of ending your life, demon, Racer said, standing on a tree branch. You're one of the people who took Wendy-chan. Akeno exclaimed. What do you plan to do with Wendy-chan? We plan to sacrifice her. With the death of the priestess of Quetzalcoatl, our god Tezcatlipoca, his awakening will end this rotten world, Racer exclaimed. I won't let them hurt Wendy-chan. Ikazuchiyo Akeno shot a lightning bolt at Racer. Very slowly Racer dodged Akeno's lightning and approached at full speed. Racer started running, trapping Akeno in a circle. It's very fast. Akeno fired more beams, but none hit their target. Now it's my turn. 5 saws. Racer moved at incredible speeds, so much so that it created afterimages. Akeno couldn't tell which was the real one, so she took all the damage. Belong. Several cuts appeared on Akeno's body. She was trapped in a whirlpool that slowly began to cut her. You're so slow, demon, Racer said. Akeno was lifted up by the gusts of the whirlpool, when it ceased, she fell hard to the ground. Her clothes were badly cut, as was her body. This is the end, you will soon die from lack of blood, Racer began to leave but. No, compared to everything Issei-kun has suffered. Akeno began to get up, moving her body, causing much more blood to flow. This is nothing. You have guts, demon, but that won't do you any good, Racer exclaimed, launching himself at Akeno again. Amanari Shmiki, lightning barrier. A dome of lightning formed around Akeno. That won't work for you. Racer slipped through the openings in the barrier and with a powerful kick sent Akeno flying backwards. Ah! Akeno went through some trees before crashing very hard into one. Knowing there was no way he could lose, Racer began to slowly approach Akeno to deliver the final blow. Akeno was about to lose consciousness. The blow, combined with the cuts, had left her in bad shape. This is pathetic. Is this all I can do? Issei-kun went through worse and won. I'm pathetic. What kind of queen am I if I'm defeated so easily? Akeno thought. Akeno looked up at the sky, a wound on her forehead began to bleed, causing her vision to be drenched with blood. I'm sorry Rias, in the end I couldn't do anything. Wendy-chan, forgive me, I couldn't help you. Issei-kun. Akeno began to remember moments from her childhood, her mother, how she met Rias, how she helped her overcome the pain of losing a mother, Yudo, Kaneko. But I like you. Akeno began to remember those words that Issei told her when Issei received Ascalon, when she revealed her origin as half-fallen angel. That doesn't matter, Akeno-sen isn't that kind of person, Issei said. No, I am a despicable woman. That's not true. For me, Akeno-sen was always a kind senpai. I don't care what descendant you are, to me, Akeno-san will always be Akeno-san, no matter how drastic the change. Even after hearing your story, I still like you. If you say things like that I'm going to take it seriously, Akeno said, shedding a few tears. As I thought, I said some strange things, I should have been a little more sensitive, I'm really useless. Those words made me so happy. Issei-kun, you may hate us now, but I still love you. Akeno began to stand up. That's why I can't allow myself to die here. Akeno exclaimed, standing up and emitting a very powerful yellow aura. I don't intend to die until we manage to apologize and earn your forgiveness. Not until I can be by your side as a woman who loves you. What nonsense are you babbling? Racer said. Bikazuchio Akeno lands o atra relampago. It's useless, your beams are too slow. Racer couldn't finish the sentence. The last beam passed very close to him. What's happening? The speed of his beams is increasing. Lightning began to rain down in great quantities, each flash faster than the last. What the hell is going on? Racer exclaimed, going on the defensive, dodging the lightning as best he could. No matter how fast you are, you can't match the speed of a lightning bolt that reaches 200,000 kilometers per hour. Akeno exclaimed, using all her power to increase the power and speed of her lightning. Damn it. Racer approached Akeno, running at top speed and zigzagging, managing to get in front of her. Your end has come. Racer was about to attack Akeno, but then he noticed Akeno showing a smile. What are you laughing at? You fell into the trap. Akeno exclaimed. What? Racer managed to move his head to look up. Thunder roars. With those words, a powerful lightning bolt struck them both. Aye. Racer screamed, the pain in his body was indescribable. When the beam stopped, Racer's body was charred, his eyes were blank, the cold attack completely destroyed his internal organs, killing him instantly, his lifeless body fell to the floor. I can win, Akeno said, since she used thunder, her body could withstand high electrical currents. Even so, she also received damage from the last attack. I have to go with Rias. Plaft. Akeno fell to the ground. How strange, I can't move, I have to stand up, I have to help Rias and Issei-kun, I have to apologize to him. Akeno fell unconscious. Was that Akeno? In the distance, Rias saw a loud clap of thunder. I have to go check on her. I'm worried about Issei, but I have to make sure Akeno is alright. Rias started running in the direction of where the thunder had struck, with each step she took the worry about what had happened to her best friend gnawing at her. When Rias arrived at the place where the lightning originated, she could see the charred corpse of one of the subjects who kidnapped Wendy. This is Rias examined the corpse. It emanated the smell of charred flesh. Where is Akeno? Rias began searching for Akeno in the surrounding area. Rias. Rias heard a faint moan, and when she ran in the direction of the noise, she found Akeno. She had multiple cuts on her body, as well as serious injuries. Akeno. What happened? He was very fast, Akeno said, referring to Racer. I had to expend a lot of energy to defeat him. I had to take risks and take my own blows. Wait, I'll heal your wounds. Rias began to use healing magic. At this moment, she wished Asia were here. After a few moments, Akeno was well enough for Rias to help her move. Can you move? Yes, we need to hurry to help Issei-kun. Yes, Rias put Akeno's arm behind her neck and started walking. What Rias didn't notice was that Akeno gave a sinister smile. I have to hurry. Isabella exclaimed, running at full speed. A powerful thunderclap just struck. It was most likely Rias Gremory's queen. Isabella was the second to get closest to Teotihuacan. I'm worried about Issei-sama. Even if Drake-sama managed to slow the Fang's advance, it still doesn't change the fact that Issei-sama is in mortal danger. Isabella continued running, then the ground beneath her feet began to turn to mud. Oh no, not again. Isabella was ready this time and jumped onto a tree branch. That won't stop me, Hot Eye's voice was heard saying. The ground under the tree where Isabella was began to turn muddy, and the tree began to fall over because its roots were not firmly anchored to the ground. Fighting you will be a nuisance," exclaimed Isabella, jumping from one tree branch to another, landing on the branch of another. "I'll hurry and kill you, time is money." The whole area began to turn muddy, the trees began to fall down, leaving Isabella with nowhere to jump. "Damn it. Stop bothering me." Isabella spread her demon wings, with them she was able to float at a low level above the ground. "The fact that you can fly complicates things, I'll break those wings." Hot Eye sent a wave of mud at Isabella. "Don't even think I'll let you do it." Isabella maneuvered at a rapid speed to avoid the sea of mud, dodging more waves and falling trees. "Stop moving," Hot Eye exclaimed. One of the waves formed a pillar in front of Isabella and solidified. "So you can solidify mud too. Even so, don't underestimate the strength of a tower." Isabella began to concentrate her strength in her right fist. Bang. With a single blow, the stone pillar was broken into several pieces. "Don't underestimate me," exclaimed Isabella. "You're the one who shouldn't underestimate the reach of my magic." "What?" Isabella realized. The pieces that flew out turned back into mud and began to fall all over his body, hardening. "What the hell? It's really heavy. Is this normal soil? With my magic I can change the molecular state of the earth, increasing its weight and hardness." Hot Eye began to attack. Stone spears emerged from the sea of mud and were aimed at Isabella. Damn it. Isabella dodged the attacks with difficulty. The extra weight slowed her down. Mother Earth. As she said those words, more spears, pillars and different rock formations appeared. "Come on, this has to be a joke." Isabella punched and kicked the spears and pillars that were coming at her. The entire forest was transformed into a rocky crater. Ha ha ha. Isabella was breathing with difficulty, she managed to escape certain death, but she was injured in the process. A spear pierced her left shoulder, and the accumulation of the logo completely covered her right leg. A lump of mud began to emerge from a rock formation. From the lump emerged Hot Eye. "I can see you're resilient, demon, but in your condition it's only a matter of time before you die." Ha ha ha. "Something like that isn't enough to kill me. I don't plan on dying now that I've discovered true love. Love, things like that feeling are useless. The only thing humans need is money." Hot Eye exclaimed. "It's typical of humans to fall into greed," said Isabella, who in her life had met many people who changed because of money. "Money can buy everything, happiness, love. Things like that are unnecessary." "Run," Isabella said. "I'm not going to waste any more of my time. I'll end this once and for all." Try. Mother Earth. All the rock formations turned back into mud. "Not that again." Isabella was in a bind, with a wound on her shoulder, and with the extra weight that was now her leg, how would she avoid the attacks? Think, I have to find a way to get out of this alive." "Die." Hot Eye exclaimed, launching all his attacks against Isabella. The attacks were about to hit Isabella. There was no way she could escape so many at the same time. Flush. At that moment, in that fraction of a second, something awoke inside Isabella. "It's the stab. What's going on over there?" Rias exclaimed. In the distance he could see great pillars of earth rising into the sky, right along the same path they had to take. Rias Akeno said. "Wait, I'll leave you here and go investigate." Rias left Akeno next to a tree. Rias was about to head in the direction from which those pillars of earth were coming, when a voice stopped her. "If I were you, I wouldn't go," said a female voice. "You?" Rias recognized the owner of that voice. It was Angel. She was on Rias' path, sitting on a tree branch. Damn it. Rias created a sphere of destructive power in her hand and threw it at Angel. Angel jumped and dodged the shot. The sphere with the power of destruction completely erased the tree branches near where Angel was standing. "I see, crimson hair, that strange power, you must be the younger sister of Mao Lucifer, right?" "You seem to be aware, Maga," Rias said, ready to start fighting. "I've been keeping an eye on the demon situation. After all, my goal has always been to become an angel and exterminate them all," Angel revealed. "Oh, since you're so knowledgeable, you should know that." The three factions signed a truce. "Yes, I know, but even so, I'll kill every demon I see," Angel said, pulling out a golden key. "I don't know what your magic is, but I won't give you time to use it." System. The lightning bolt struck Rias directly. Rias began to fall backwards and saw that Akeno was the one who attacked her. "Akeno? I'm sorry, if you're looking for your friend, I have her here." Angel had Akeno trapped inside a lacrima. "So who?" Rias asked, hurt. You know about star magic? Angel, with a slight movement of his hand, showed the golden key. The Akeno that attacked Rias split into two small blue fairies. The key of Gemini, Rias said. She studied some magic and she knew about star magic, a magic that connects to the world of star spirits. Indeed, Gemini has the ability to copy the person they touch and also gains their same skills and memories, said Angel. Rias began to stand, even though it was difficult. Release Akeno. If you want her, come and get her, Gemini. Gemini changed form again, taking on Akenos. The Kazuchiyo the fake Akeno fired several beams at Rias. Rias was forced to dodge the attacks of the fake Akeno. What's wrong, aren't you going to attack? Angel mocked. As if I could do it, even if it's fake I can't attack Akeno, Rias thought. Rias could only dodge the attacks of the fake Akeno, although it was difficult for her to dodge the attacks. Come on, come on, come on. Shouted Angel, commanding the fake Akeno. Fry that demon once and for all. The fake Akeno obeyed the Angel's orders, yet her expression showed sorrow. Angel noticed the change in the fake Akeno. DCH, Gemini returns. Angel closed Gemini's door, the fake Akeno disappeared. Why did she close the door? Rias thought. Even so, the fact that the fake Akeno disappeared gave Rias an opportunity to counterattack. Angel took out another key, this one was silver in color. Sky. A metallic sphere appeared. It had a halo on top. What is that? Rias asked. Fire. Ayush. An energy blast was aimed at Rias, but she managed to create a defensive barrier in time. The beam of energy veered to the left, piercing all the trees in its path. That's definitely dangerous, Rias said. One shot from that thing and it'll be the end of him. I must admit you have good reflexes. You can still move well after being attacked by your friend. I don't intend to die here. I have to save Akeno, Wendy and resolve many pending matters, Rias stated with determination, covering her body with demonic energy. It seems you're more motivated now, Gemini. Angel took out Gemini's golden key. Both blue fairies appeared and took Akeno's form again. The Kazuchiyo. The Gemini Akeno began to attack. But this time, Rias would defend herself. Rias created a magic circle of protection that stopped the lightning. So you're in the mood to fight, said Angel, but his mocking expression changed when he noticed Rias was plotting. Take this. The magic circle absorbed the lightning and redirected it against Angel. Heaven! I exclaimed Angel. The metal sphere revealed its cannon and fired against Rias' attack. Buong. Both attacks collided, forming a large explosion. Smoke covered the area. Cough where Angel tried to find Rias with his eyes, but he couldn't locate her. Among the shadows, Angel saw a black silhouette move. Fire! Angel exclaimed, pointing. The sphere shot again, hitting the target. Ahaha, I got you. When Angel approached to check his opponent, he saw that his shot hit but the wrong target. Geminis. Kalem's shot hit Geminis where? Bang. Angel fell backwards. Angel felt a sharp pain in his face. The reason was a blow, a hard blow to his right cheek. I'm not good at physical combat, but I can still throw a good punch. Rias rubbed her fist. She was never the hand-to-hand combat type. My face, my face. You bitch, how dare you hit me in the face. Angel screamed furiously. Kalem. The sphere prepared its cannon to fire. I won't let you. Exclaimed a voice. Akeno. Rias exclaimed happily. When the explosion occurred, Akeno woke up and managed to escape the lacrima. Try real attack Kazuchiyo. Saz. The thunder struck the sphere directly, causing it to throw off sparks before disappearing. Damn it. Angel exclaimed, he was in trouble, he couldn't bring Kalem, and Gemini was injured. This is over, you lost, Rias said. They were right, this was Rias and Akeno's victory. Haha, I don't know how but I won, said Isabella tiredly. I was found unconscious in the middle of a crater. He had fractures and bruises in various parts of his body. But about now, Isabella said, looking at her fist, more importantly, I have to hurry and get there. Isabella started running, just a few more minutes, and she would reach Teotihuacan. It looks like Angel, Hot Eye, and Racer lost, said Jell. They're pathetic, losing against weaklings, Cobra mocked. Furthermore I sense that the presence of the Sekiryuutei is drawing near. Leave it to me. I'll kill the Sekiryuutei myself. That's an achievement to boast about, said Cobria, jumping down from the pillar. Come on, Cubelios. A large purple snake appeared, Cobra climbed onto its back, and they both left the temple. Prepare to fight, Midnight, said Jell. Midnight was asleep, but woke up when he heard Jell's voice. Yes, brother, anything to fulfill Dad's goal, said Midnight. Let the nightmare begin. Issei had already arrived at the ancient city of Teotihuacan. Throughout the journey, he could feel the powers of Isabella and the others. That damn fang is starting to bother me, Issei exclaimed, the pain returned, as well as the fever. Ibu, I'm holding back the fang as much as I can, but the way things are going, we have at most about 2 hours left. 2 hours? That's more than enough. Issei exclaimed, then stood up abruptly. What's wrong, Ibu? Issei spread his 2 pairs of demon wings and rose into the sky. I could smell your scent as soon as I entered the city, you wretch, said Issei. In front of Issei was Cobra, riding on a giant snake that also had wings. I heard you before you even arrived in the city, Cobra said. I take it back, I smelled you a lot before I arrived in the city. Well, I heard you from when you were in the forest, Cobra said. They both started arguing to see who would have the last word. Ibu, the 2 hours, the girl Drake remembered. That's right, Issei remembered the important thing. Where's Wendy, and how the hell do I get that stupid fang out of me? If you want that information, you'll have to beat me first. Cobra exclaimed. That's what I wanted to hear. Exclaimed Issei, igniting his fists with dragon fire. An aerial battle was about to begin. It's lucky I found them, Urza said. Urza had ended up separated from everyone. On her way to Asia Teotihuacan she ran into Rias and Akeno, then the 3 of them ran into Isabella. It was lucky you brought a bottle of Phoenix tears with you, Isabella-san, Rias said. Thank Ravel Sama for that, she was the one who gave me a vial of Phoenix tears before we left, Isabella said. I owe you one, said Akeno. She was the one who received the most punishment, so those tears from the Phoenix were a lifesaver. Even if you take Issei-kun from us, Akeno said, showing a somewhat terrifying smile. Huh? Isabella could feel that the brunette was sending her a clear signal of, you're a damn lucky girl. We're here. Exclaimed Urza. After passing some trees, they had finally arrived at Teotihuacan. Where is the temple? Rias asked. This way, Urza said. They all started running. Bang. A large explosion in the sky caught his attention. What was that? Urza asked. Bang. Bang. In the sky above Teotihuacan, 2 people were exchanging blows. Tekken, Fire Dragon Iron Fist. Issei attacked Cobra with his fist reinforced with Dragon Slayer magic. I can hear you, Cobra said, dodging Issei's attack. You've been babbling like you've been hearing me for a while now. What the hell is that? Issei exclaimed, annoyed. Easy, I can hear your thoughts. What? Exclaimed Issei in surprise. Cubelios. Cobra gave an order and the giant snake lunged at Issei. Chop chop. Ooh, that's dangerous, said Issei, dodging the snake's attempts to bite him. Kaon, shining flame of the fire dragon, Issei gathered fire in both palms, brought them together, and created a huge fireball which he launched at Cobra. You won't get us with that. Cobra exclaimed. The snake moved, easily dodging Issei's attack. Again. Issei continued creating more fireballs and throwing them at Cobra. Bang. Bang. There were several explosions in the city. Haha, I should have at least given her one. You used up so much magic on that. Shut up. I fight my way. Talking to your dragon. Cobra said. He was flying above Issei, unharmed. Damn it. Issei lunged at Cobra with his fist covered in fire. Slap slap. The snake used its tail and slapped Issei. Ah, you damn garden snake. Issei exclaimed. Slap. The snake gave Issei a hard blow, sending him crashing to the ground. Woo. Issei was falling at great speed towards the ground. Fold your wings. Ah, that's right. Issei maneuvered his wings, changing direction and skimming the ground. Damn, this guy is annoying, Issei said. Fighting an opponent who can read your mind will undoubtedly be difficult for you. What? Don't you trust me? He trusted a little. What? Issei began to argue with Drake. These guys are fools, aren't they, Cubelios? PSSS. Who are you calling a fool? Who are you calling a fool? Issei launched himself at Cobra again. Don't you ever get tired of trying? Just give up already, Cobra said, dodging one of Issei's blows. Not yet. Another blow. Right hook. Just like Cobra said, Issei used a right hook, a spinning kick with the right leg. The same thing happened, but the real hit is a kick with the left leg. Cobra was perfectly reading all of Issei's attacks. Another right hook. Cobra dodged it, but had a slight scratch on his cheek. What? Cobra thought. Hi. Issei's fist collided head-on with Cobra, knocking him off balance. Cubelios used his tail to prevent Cobra from falling to the ground. This kid, thought Cobra as he received another blow, a kick and a headbutt. He's not thinking about anything, he's just going with the flow. Rias. Issei threw a powerful fire-covered punch, which Cobra caught with his hand. You impress me, to think you would let your instincts guide you. I suppose it's time for me to get serious. Cobra's hand began to fill with scales, his nails turned into claws. Ibu retreats quickly. What the hell? Issei noticed that the fist Cobra was holding had a strange color. Drake, what's wrong? This is bad, Ibu, that boy is like you, he is. The Dragon Slayer? Issei finished saying. That was Issei, Rias said, the signature of power undoubtedly being Issei's. Issei-sama seems to be facing someone, Isabella said. In the distance, explosions and the impacts of colliding blows could be heard. We have to hurry, I'm sure that boy Issei can count on whoever he's fighting with, we have to rescue Wendy, said Urza. Night had already fallen, and the ritual where Wendy would be sacrificed was about to begin. You're right, Issei is strong, we have to save Wendy-san, Rias said. She trusted Issei. She knew he would get through this. So the four of them ran to the temple to stop the ritual, but they didn't count on someone getting in their way. Urza said. I won't let them take another step, Midnight said, appearing in front of them and halting their advance. He's the boy against whom our attacks didn't work, Akeno said. Leave it to me, you all go ahead, Urza said, drawing two swords. It will be a pleasure to face you, Descendant of Titania, the first Urza Scarlet, said Midnight. Titania? Rias said. She had heard that word before, though she couldn't remember where. Go ahead, I'll take care of it, Urza said, as many magic swords appeared behind her. We'll leave it in your hands, Urza-san, Akeno said. Don't lose Isabella. Alcanzanos pronto, así rescataremos a Wendy-san dijo Rias. They walked right past them. Midnight didn't even try to stop them. Aren't you going to stop them? Urza asked. It's not necessary, Midnight replied. Even if they reach the temple, they won't be able to do anything against brother and father. Bang. Bang. In the sky of Teotihuacan, shock waves resulting from colliding blows emerged. Issei was thrown backwards. Cobra began its attack. Akurik no Tekken, Iron Fist of the Poison Dragon, Cobra's attack struck Issei, who dodged it by rising high. This is bad news, this kid possesses the skills of a poison dragon slayer. I know, just the touch made me feel bad, Issei said. This isn't over. Cobra was propelled by Cubilio's tail and approached Issei, kicking him in the face. Issei began to fly to create distance, this was bad for him, he received the damage from the blow and was also poisoned. Damn, this poison is strong. This worsens our situation, Ibu. The poison is causing the fang to grow faster. I have to defeat him, and fast. Issei exclaimed, his fist engulfed in flames. Kiryu no Tekken, Fire Dragon's Fire Fist, Issei launched himself at Cobra. Akurik Tetsuga, Poison Dragon Fang, a magic circle appeared in front of the Cobra, from which a large amount of poison shot out, taking the form of a snake. Bang. The venomous snake caught Issei's blow in its jaws. Ah. Issei wasn't going to lose, so he covered his entire body in fire. Uong. Ah. Issei lost that encounter, he was thrown backwards, hitting the ground and forming a small crater. Crack. That's all, Sekiryuutei. Cobra exclaimed mockingly. On the ground, the comment only served to annoy Issei more. Damn it. I'm going to beat the crap out of you. Issei exclaimed, rising at great speed, reaching the same level as Cobra and beginning to punch him. It's useless, I can read all your movements. Drrrrrrrr. Kiryu no Kijitsum, Fire Dragon Claws, Issei covered his legs with fire, attacking Cobra. Akira Krasengaku, Spinning Jaw of the Poison Dragon, Cobra leaps into the air with its legs raised, accumulating poison and releasing it with a spin. The attack hit Issei directly, throwing him to the ground and taking down several structures in its path. Damn it, I can't move properly, Issei said, but his salvation arrived. In front of him was an old oil lamp with a still burning flame. I did Akamasu. Issei ate the flames. Phew, it's not much, but something is something, Issei said, feeling a bit better. He spread his wings and returned to the fight. You never get tired, do you? Cobra said, already irritated by Issei's tenacity. Ah, you're not the tired one, are you? Said Issei. Damn annoying pest. Dakurakringa, Dragon's Poison Scales, multiple crescent-shaped scales flew towards Issei. Issei began to fly, dodging the attacks, then he passed through an old tower. The scales destroyed the tower and raised dust. Where? Cobra said. Issei appeared above Cobra, ready to attack. Kiryu no Tekken, Fire Dragon Iron Fist, Issei threw his strike. You thought I wouldn't listen to you? Cobra caught Issei's fist with his hand. Not yet. Issei took a breath, ready to unleash a roar at point-blank range, but Cobra got there first and with his free hand squeezed Issei's face, releasing his venom. Issei Salio Disparado Asia Atrás. You're taking a big risk. I know, but I had to try. You're taking a big risk. I heard you the first time. Cobra approached with Cubilios. Wait, now it's my turn. Poisonous gas began to come out of Cubilio's mouth, Cobra began to eat him. That doesn't seem healthy, Issei said. Thank you for the food. Cobra wiped his mouth with his arm, then began to inhale deeply. Kiryu no. An attack, Issei said. From a place of breath I finished drag. Oko, roar of the poison dragon, the roar attack engulfed Issei. Issei was poisoned. Damn, I feel terrible. The poison is strong, we're in trouble. The situation was bad for Issei, but Issei showed a fierce smile. "What's so funny?" Cobra said. "It's just that I'm always in these kinds of situations," Issei said. "Ever since he discovered the supernatural world, his life has been nothing but fights. That's why I know I can't give up until my last breath." Bost. Amo's dragon. Bost. Heir no Gakujeki, wings of the fire dragon, Issei launched fire blades from his arms. The attack destroyed a large part of the buildings, but did not hit the Cobra. It was no use. Cobra jumped and kicked Issei. "You've annoyed me enough," Issei exclaimed, throwing a fiery punch, which Cobra dodged. Akirik Soga, double venom dragon fang, Cobra crossed his arms in the shape of an X, and a burst of poison hit Issei. Damn it, Issei's vision was starting to blur, his strength was leaving him, the poison was gaining ground. "I'm from Sekiryuutei." Issei has almost no strength left. "What are you going to do, partner?" "I'll end this with a single attack," said Issei. The poor Tota's Ibu. Issei dropped onto Cobra, beginning to fall at great speed. Cobra listened to Issei's thoughts. "Do you plan to end this with a powerful roar?" Cobra jumped onto Cubilio's tail and with one impulse launched himself at Issei, ending up behind him and holding him by the head. "Good plan, but it won't do you any good if you can't hit me," Cobra said, about to pierce Issei's head with his claws. "Damn it!" Issei began to shout. As they warmed up, the scream began to get louder. Hi. Cobra's hatreds could not withstand it. Issei's scream became something more. Brah. His scream turned into the roar of a dragon. Brah. Meanwhile, Rias, Akeno and Isabella heard Issei's roar. "What is that?" Akeno asked. "A roar," Rias said. "Issei-sama." Issei stopped roaring. "My ears." Cobra began to fall to the ground trying to cover his destroyed eardrums. Crack. Issei had won. It was a stroke of luck, but that roar managed to defeat Cobra. "You just as I had planned." "Yeah right, not even you believe that, Ibu." In the temple, Jello could sense that Cobra had lost. "They're all incompetent, it's time I personally took charge of them all. Jello will join the fight, who will be his opponent?" Issei was breathing heavily. "Ibu, not to be a bother, but don't you remember we were supposed to ask him about the fang?" That's right. Where did it fall?" said Issei. The dragon could only sigh heavily. His current companion was no genius. Issei didn't have the strength to continue flying, so he landed and began searching for where Cobra had fallen. That damn fang. Issei's vision was blurry. "The poison is affecting my senses." Issei couldn't move his legs properly. He staggered after every step. "Damn, everything's getting blurry." Issei was about to fall to the ground, but someone caught him. "Boo." Issei felt himself being laid on the ground, then he felt his strength slowly returning, the fatigue and discomfort caused by the poison disappearing. "Who is it?" Issei asked, yet he felt sleepy. This recovery was making him drowsy, to the point where he fell completely asleep. "Your Drake recognized the person." "I was never here," Drake-san said. The person who healed Issei. She wore a white robe, she got up and left the place, the only thing that could be recognized about her was her blonde hair. "What is she doing here? She's supposed to be in." "No, she was different, more mature. What the hell is going on?" Issei. Rias and the others found Issei lying on the ground and they feared the worst when they saw him like that. "Issei. Come on, wake up, Issei," Rias said, shaking the brunette. "Come on Issei-kun, don't do this to us," Akeno exclaimed tearfully. "Wait," Isabella noticed. "Issei-sama is sleeping." "Sleeping?" Rias and Akeno exclaimed. When the two of them noticed it was true, Issei was fast asleep. "How dare you scare us like that?" Rias exclaimed tearfully, hitting the sleeping Issei on the head. "Ouch. Who was that?" Issei exclaimed in pain. Then he saw Rias, Akeno and Isabella. Rias and Akeno had teary eyes. "Why did you hit me? And why are you crying?" "Because you scared us, you idiot. We thought you were dead," Rias exclaimed. "I won't kill her that easily, besides, that wouldn't be a bad thing for you, Gremory," Issei said, standing up. The pain and poison were no longer felt in his body. "After all, you tried to kill me many times." "That's not true," exclaimed Issei. "You still deny it anyway, we have to hurry, It seems you managed to defeat Cobra Sekiryuutei." Ascending the temple stairs, Jello made his appearance. "Arriving, I suppose you won't hand Wendy over willingly, will you?" Issei said. Issei resigned himself to the fact that he would have to fight again. "If you know the answer, why are you asking? I won't hand over our god sacrifice so easily." "Issei-sama, we will help you too." "No," Issei said, not letting Isabella finish. "He's too much for you. I think I'm the only one who can stand against him. You go ahead and save Wendy," Issei said, igniting his fists with Dragon Slayer fire. "I understand." Isabella, Rias and Akeno were ready to move on and save Wendy. You think I'll let you? Gel was ready to launch an attack against them when. Heir you know Hoko, roar of the fire dragon. Issei fired his attack at Gel, the flames engulfed Gel, giving Rias and the rest time to get through. They escaped. Gel removed his white coat, which had been burned. I suppose I'll amuse myself with you before starting the ritual. Ahead Issei bumped his fists together. If you mess with a dragon, prepare to be burned to ashes. Elsewhere, Urza's fight against Midnight was taking place. Urza began her attack. She launched a diagonal sword strike at Midnight, who smiled, the reason being that Urza's attack did not affect him in the slightest. But Urza launched another attack with the sword in her other hand. The same thing happened, the sword did not hit Midnight. It's useless. Midnight moved his hand slightly in front of Urza and she was thrown backward. What's happening? Urza's armor began to twist, squeezing her. This is the end for you, Urza Scarlet. Ah. The armor began to tighten around Urza's neck. Urza deactivated her armor, remaining only in her blue skirt, black boots, and white blouse. You got rid of your armor, wise decision, Midnight said. Re-equip Urza's body was covered in the light. When it passed, Urza was wearing a new armor Tenrin no Yoroi. The famous Heaven's Wheel armor, Midnight said. I can't wait to destroy it. Just try it. Several magic swords appeared behind Urza. We'll see if you survive this attack. Urza pointed her sword at Midnight and all the others turned against him. Midnight didn't move from his place with a confident expression. What? Urza was speechless with astonishment. None of the swords were hitting Midnight. It was as if a barrier around them was stopping the swords. These are good swords, I'll give them back to you. The swords changed direction, targeting Urza. Plank. 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 Urza was forced to block the attacks, moving the swords in her hands at great speed to stop the blades that were coming towards her. The swords began to fall, becoming embedded in the ground. How about this? Midnight activated her magic. The chest part of Urza's armor began to tighten around her. Damn it, Urza threw the sword she had in her left hand. Midnight only moved his head slightly, dodging the attack. Clap. Urza's sword was stuck in the wall behind Midnight. This is the end. The whirlpool swallowed Urza. AI. Inside the whirlpool, Urza was receiving a lot of damage. When it disappeared, Urza was lying on the ground with several cuts on her body. I suppose you're nothing compared to the original Titania, Midnight said, starting to walk away. Damn it, how can I defeat someone my attacks don't affect? Urza thought. Urza was beginning to lose consciousness. Her injuries were serious. As Urza, even in poor condition, formulated a strategy to achieve victory. Her power is capable of repelling any attack. Wait, repel. Urza realized she discovered the weak point of Midnight's magic. Midnight was leaving. His victory against Urza was more than certain, but he should never have doubted Urza's tenacity. Wait, Urza began to stand up. You're persistent, aren't you? Just give up already, there's no way you can beat me. That Urza changed her armor again. That remains to be seen, Yuan's mantle. What is that armor? Midnight asked, not recognizing it at all. Urza's armor was a Japanese kimono with an naginata as a weapon. Now your defeat is final, Urza said. You don't scare me, Scarlet. Midnight was ready. I hope so. Urza moved quickly and went straight for Midnight. Useless, your attacks don't affect me, said Midnight. A grave error on his part. Gah. Urza struck Midnight across the chest with her palm. The impact sent Midnight flying, crashing him into a wall. Your magic has two terrible weaknesses. The first is that it doesn't protect you from physical attacks. Damn it, die. Midnight activated her magic. Urza's kimono began to wrap around her, but Urza showed no expression of discomfort. What? Why don't you die? Midnight said. The second is that by manipulating your opponent's magic, you cannot protect yourself. The magic circle appeared above Midnight, from which many swords fell. Ha! Midnight jumped to dodge the swords. And this armor, that would be the third flaw in your magic. Urza didn't have to exert any pressure for the kimono to return to normal. This armor is made of an elastic material. Damn it. Midnight stood up, having sustained several injuries from Urza's attack. I'll show you true terror. You're going to live a nightmare. But Urza didn't give him time to do anything. Before Midnight realized it, he was cut in the chest by Urza. I don't have time to waste with you, Urza said. It was Urza's victory. All that was left was to defeat Jel, and it would all be over. Fool. Several explosions were occurring. Issei's final fight against Jel was at its peak. Ha! Issei launched himself at Jel with his fist covered in fire. Jel blocked the blow with his arm, moving it slightly and throwing Issei off balance. Not yet. Issei used his hands to steady himself, turning his head and kicking Jel in the face. Bang. The blow landed squarely. Jel was thrown back a few meters, but the attack did not end there. Issei moved quickly, getting very close to Gel, giving him several fire blows to his chest and face. Heir no Gakijeki, wings of the fire dragon, the fire whips hit Gel, Issei spun around, ending up on his head. Heir no Kijitsu, claws of the fire dragon. Bang. Gel was thrown against the wall as a result of the impact of the blow, and he became embedded in the wall. Issei, still upside down, gathered his breath to launch another attack. Heir no Hoko, roar of the fire dragon, the sea of flames rolled over Gel. Boom. The glow of the explosion illuminated the night in Teotihuacan for a few moments. I'm impressed, Sekiryuutei, Gel's voice could be heard from within the sea of flames. You're a tough bastard, you know that. Issei said. Gel suffered only minor damage. Some parts of his clothing were burned, as well as some scrapes on his body. Now it's my turn to attack. Gel's body was enveloped in a strange golden aura, an aura that exuded evil. Celestial body magic. Magic what? Issei said. Meteor Gel disappeared. Where did he go? Issei didn't finish the sentence, as a blow knocked him off balance. Aibu is moving at great speed. As? Bang. Indeed, Gel was reinforcing his body with magic, allowing him to move at astonishing speeds. Bang. Gel appeared and disappeared through Issei's blind spots, delivering powerful blows. Damn it, stop moving so much. Issei tried to hit him, without success since Gel moved before Issei could guess where he would attack. Ahaha, what's wrong Sekiryuutei, am I too fast for you? Gel appeared in front of Issei, hitting him with a flurry of quick punches. Damn it, Issei put his arms in a cross shape in front of his face, an improvised defense. Take this. Gel rose into the air, several golden magic circles appeared in the sky, taking a formation grand chariot from the magic circles emerged pillars of golden light targeting Issei. Bong bang. Ah. Issei received the full force of the attacks, being thrown into the air and hitting the ground hard. Ah, I suppose what they say about the Red Emperor Celestial Dragon is just stories. Damn it, Issei stood up again. Bang. Issei punched the ground with his fire-covered fist, large cracks appearing on the ground as a result of the blow. Damn it. For some reason, Gel showed an angry face. What's wrong? Are you surprised he's still alive or is there something you don't want me to know? Issei thought quickly and deduced that Gel was hiding something. Celestial beam in front of Gel, a magic circle was created, from which several whips of light shot out. Issei dodged the whips of light, passing some by going towards Gel. Palm of Heaven, a sphere of power was directed against Issei. Hi-ya. Issei caught the power sphere, battling to avoid being thrown backward. I can't lose. Bost. Barrios boosts were charged, giving Issei enough strength to destroy Gel's sphere of power. Damn you, die. Gel exclaimed, charging a great amount of power into his right hand. I won't do it. Issei lunged at Gel, covering his right fist with fire. Bang. Both energies collided, causing destruction to the surrounding area. Is there a reason you're protecting the temple? Issei asked. Ever since the fight began, Gel had kept the temple at his back, preventing any attacks from hitting it. There's something you don't want to get damaged, isn't there? Issei gathered a large amount of fire and threw it against the foundations of the temple. The temple began to crack. Damn you. Gel showed an angry expression. It seems I was right. I'm going to kill you. Sekiryuutei. Gel crossed his arms above his head, the spell began to charge, all the shadows in the surroundings seemed to be absorbed, finally a large black sphere settled over Gel. Die. Alteris. That black sphere had Issei as its target, although it was moving at a relatively slow speed. I can't move. Does that thing have its own gravity? Issei said. For some reason, that energy was absorbing him, making it impossible for him to escape. Aibu, I don't know how, but dodge it. If that hits us, it'll be the end of us. It's easy to talk. There's no other option. Issei extended his arms, a large amount of dragon fire erupted from his left hand, while his right hand began to charge more fire. It's useless. There's no way you can overcome this attack. Gel exclaimed. I won't give up. I'll use all my power to get out of this alive. The flames in his right hand intensified, turning orange. X-burner. Ayush. Full. Both attacks landed, fighting for superiority. Just die. A demon like you doesn't understand the suffering of humans. That's why our god must rise again, he will eliminate all evil from this world. Exclaimed Gel. You're wrong. Issei said. I was born human too, I know what happened to your sister. But that doesn't change anything. Issei declared. Both energies fought to emerge victorious. Gel increased the power of his magic, Issei increased the intensity of his flames. The deity won't bring your sister back to you. If you want to do something with your life, do it with your own hands. Issei exclaimed, increasing his power. Ibu, your magic reserves are running out. It doesn't matter, we have to win and show this idiot his mistake. Don't talk like you know me, Sekiryuutei. You're right, I don't know you and I don't want to, but as someone who was once human, I don't intend to let you fall down this absurd path of destruction. Issei began to approach, Jel's energy was receding. Stay away. Jel began to panic. Don't come near me. I know what it's like to feel that hatred. To want to see the world destroyed just because you're not strong enough to protect something. Issei's words echoed in Jel's mind and his own. I know that if I hadn't had friends nearby I would have fallen into that same darkness too. Issei continued onward. If they hadn't been there for me, the image of Kiba, Zenobia, Gasper, Asia, Kaneko-chan, Saji, Yura, Sona Kaicho, and those who were always by Issei's side, I would have ended up doing something I would regret for the rest of my life. Issei's flame completely erased Jel's attack, both exploding, generating an explosion that engulfed all of Teotihuacan. Fool. What? Urza ran towards the temple, with each step she heard explosions, but she never expected a gigantic explosion to erupt, devastating all of Teotihuacan and threatening to engulf her as well. Re-equip Urza changes armor adamantium armor. Urza put the shields in front of her to withstand the explosion. Hiya. Inside the temple, things were shaking like crazy. What's going on? Rias asked. It's the sound of an explosion, said Isabella. And a very powerful one at that. Due to the ritual spell, the temple had more protection, shielding it from the explosion. After the explosion, all of Teotihuacan was reduced to rubble. The only thing that remained standing was the temple. There, still standing in front of the temple, were Issei and Jel. Both used a lot of energy, so when they exploded, they suffered damage and, combined with fatigue, they could barely move. Damn it, said Jel, he no longer had any strength left to continue fighting. React once and for all, Jel. Issei had no energy left, he only depended on his strength. Bang. A hard blow to Jel's face. Do you even know what I suffered? Jel returned the blow, as did Issei, who had no magic left to strengthen his fists. The helplessness of not being able to save my sister, of never seeing her face again. Issei was receiving blows from Jel, both were in an exchange of blows, fists that carried their determinations. That's why I will bring our god back. With his help I can bring my sister back. Stop being so foolish. Issei landed a powerful right hook. If you have power, don't rely on a deity to solve your problems, use your own hands. Issei gathered all his remaining strength into his fist. Use your own strength and bring your sister back to your side, Jel. Issei's punch hit Jel squarely in the face, it had enough force to send him flying backwards, falling among the rubble. Haha, you still don't know if she's dead, do you? So dedicate your life to finding her, use your own hands to create your own future. Those words drove the final nails in. Jel had lost the will to fight, he no longer had the strength to go on. I want to see her again. Jel, lying on the ground, began to cry. I want to see my sister Kagura. Then look for her, another voice was heard saying. Urza? Issei, still hurt, saw Urza appear without him noticing. What happened to Kagura was a great tragedy for me too, but she wouldn't have wanted you to do this, Urza said, helping Jel to his feet. There's still hope of finding Kagura. This world is so big and I'm sure that wherever she is she's alright. Jel couldn't hold back his tears. This is over, Issei said. Everything was over, or so he thought. Bong. An explosion occurred inside the temple. What's going on? Urza asked. No, the spell shouldn't be ready yet, so how? Jel said, acknowledging that power. Ibu, this is bad. Yes, Issei had cold sweat running down his face, this aura so black and stained with the color of death. Loss. Footsteps were heard. Someone's coming. Urza prepared to fight. In Issei and Jel's current state, neither was in any condition to fight. It seems you were able to be of use to me, Jel. Appearing through the central entrance of the temple was a tall man with pale white skin, wavy white hair, and blood-red eyes. His clothes resembled some kind of military uniform. Who are you? Jel asked, confused. Why do you emit the same power as Tezcatlipoca? Haha, that's right, I forgot that detail. The man gave a sinister smile. It was me who spoke to you that day, it was never Tezcatlipoca. But you know, it was lucky. For some time now I'd been looking for some unsuspecting person with great aptitude for magic who could help me break free from my prison. Damn you, who are you? Said Issei. Oh, my manners. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Zero. Zero? I'll continue, when I felt that latent power in you, those very negative auras, I knew you would be the perfect guinea pig. I just had to bring you to that space that was my prison, play with you a little, and then trick you into bringing people with a long life expectancy so I could strengthen myself and escape from prison. All this time was I deceived? Damn it. Urza was furious. Now that I'm recovered, and with the blood of the priestess of Quetzalcoatl running through my veins, there will be no one who can stop me. What did you do to Wendy, you bastard? Urza exclaimed. Nothing, I just took some of their magic and blood, enough to free myself from my prison. That reminds me, these girls are acquaintances of yours. 3 spheres appeared in front of Zero. Inside them were some badly wounded, Rias, Akeno and Isabella. Isabella? Issei exclaimed. Rias-san, Akeno-san. Urza. Take them, I don't need them anymore, not her either. Another sphere appeared. Inside it was Wendy, she was very pale. Zero threw the badly injured girls, Issei caught Isabella and Rias, Urza caught Akeno and Wendy. Hey, react. What happened? Issei said, managing to detect that they still had vital signs. I see, Rias said weakly. What happened? He appeared, we have to stop him. Ahaha, Zero started laughing. What's so funny, you bastard? Issei exclaimed. No, I was just wondering, what were demons doing here in Teotihuacan? But that doesn't matter anymore. Now that I'm free, I can activate my masterpiece and end it all. Masterpiece? Yes, sealed deep within this city lies a weapon I created myself, a cannon that absorbs all life in the surrounding area. Long ago, I was on the verge of conquering everything, but that girl's ancestor Zero pointed at Wendy, yes, a priestess of Quetzalcoatl, thwarted my plans, sealing me in a void to rot for all eternity. How old are you? Issei asked. I've lived long enough to see the rise and fall of this culture, that's why I will destroy them all. Zero exclaimed. The whole city began to shake. What's happening? It's time to act, it's time for everyone to disappear into oblivion. Pillars began to appear from among the rubble. These pillars began to glow with a sinister purple light. The temple began to crumble. From its foundations, an ancient stone cannon began to rise. At the top of the cannon was a giant lacrima which began to glow, while the surrounding trees began to wither. Behold. The Zero cannon, whose power will be capable of eliminating even the gods themselves. We won't let you. Exclaimed Issei and Urza. Issei was short on magic, he had taken damage in his battle with Gel, but he still wore a fierce smile. Are you ready to fight? Urza asked, changing her armor into the black-winged armor. Don't underestimate me, I still have enough gas to keep going for a long time. Hey, you're an interesting guy, I like you. Attack. Issei was the first to launch himself against Zero. Zero was not intimidated by either of them. They're nothing more than annoying flies. Issei was going to attack with his fire-covered fist, Urza would attack from above with her sword. They're so slow it's boring to watch. Zero grabbed Issei's arm, kneed him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him, grabbed him by the head, and threw him at Urza. Urza stopped her attack in time to avoid harming Issei. She caught him, but lowered her guard for a few moments, giving Zero plenty of time to get behind her. Never leave your back exposed. Curse. Capriccio from Zero's hand, a beam of darkness shot out, it pierced Urza's wings, giving great damage to her back and sending them both crashing to the ground. The ANG. Both fell hard, creating a small crater. Urza was the one who received the most damage from that attack. The Urza? Jelal exclaimed. Issei, Rias, Akeno, and Isabella. Disappear, everyone. Zero fired a very powerful spell, this one went straight towards Issei and Urza. The attack was about to hit, but someone positioned themselves in the middle of the attack. Boom. One person sacrificed themselves to receive all the damage from the attack. Oh, to think I would do something like that. Jell. Urza screamed. Jell took all the damage. Blood was pouring out of various parts of his body and he began to fall backward. Jell. Urza, still wounded, moved quickly to support the injured man. Urza, I'm sorry, all this is my fault. Don't speak, save your strength, Urza said. Jell's condition was critical. If he didn't receive immediate medical attention. Ahaha, Zero started laughing like a maniac. You're a fool, Jell, sacrificing your life to protect them, knowing that all this is your fault, you're nothing but a. The powerful blow struck Zero head on, throwing him far away. Shut up, you damn bastard. Issei shouted, completely furious. He felt useless. Because of his carelessness, Jell suffered all the damage. He clenched his fists to the point that they began to bleed. Sekiryuutei called Jell. Issei approached Jell, no one would have guessed it, but he didn't have much time left to live. Take this. A golden flame appeared in Jell's palm. I have concentrated all my magic into this flame. These are the flames of my sin. Issei knew where Jell was going with this. Itilazalas, dorada 0y regla el malka cosum. Stop talking, Jell. Don't you dare die here. You haven't found your sister yet. Urza exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Throughout my life I regretted many things, but in the end I was able to do something for others. Sekiryuutei no hide you, Issei, I beg you, save everyone, protect Urza. Issei shook Jell's hand, golden flames began to cover his body, Issei then began to eat the flames. I have accepted your will, Issei said after consuming all the flames. I promise I will put an end to this. Thank you, I hope Kagura will forgive me. Wendy Jell looked at the unconscious Wendy. Forgive me, I wasn't a good older brother. No Jell. Urza shouted. Forgive me, Urza. Jell closed his eyes forever. Ooh. Urza began to cry on Jell's chest. Crack. Zero emerged from the rubble, the blow from Issei was evident on his face. DCH, until the wretch died, the very unfortunate man dared to oppose me, even though I gave him that life. What are you saying? Rias said. That boy has been dead for quite some time, Zero revealed. With my magic, I managed to keep his body alive until he's useful to me. His soul left that body long ago. He was nothing more than a puppet that rebelled against its master. Zero. Issei launched himself at Zero, but this time his speed was much greater, appearing in front of him in a nanosecond. Issei delivered a hard blow to Zero's chest, grabbed him by his belt and shirt, and threw him away. Bang. Zero crashed into the rubble, but it didn't take long for him to get up. Damn brat. Zero was furious. Dark Capriccio. The dark energy blast was aimed at Issei. Hiya. Issei destroyed the dark energy with one blow. What? Zero couldn't believe his attack was destroyed so easily. Issei lunged at Zero, and they began exchanging blows. Bang. Issei's fist hit Zero squarely in the face. Bang. Zero kicked Issei in the chest. Bang. A double kick to Zero's chest. Bang. Zero strikes Issei on the head with his outstretched hand. Issei ducked and fired a roar of golden flames, which hit Zero head-on, causing him to crash into the cannon. Meanwhile, Rias, Akeno, Isabella, and Urza were watching the fight. What's going on? Rias asked, confused. Those are Issei's golden flames, but he hasn't transformed yet. Indeed, Issei's body was covered by his golden flames, but neither the boosted gear, nor his hair and the flame on his forehead manifested. Instead, the fire took the form of a dragon, and scales began to appear on Issei's face and arms. What is this? Issei wondered too. I don't know how you did it, Ibu, but somehow you activated the dragon force. Force dragon. Ahaha. Zero recovered quickly from the blow. It's been a long time since someone was able to hurt me. Ben Dragon, let's dance. Issei launches himself against Zero. Thanks Crissh. A magical barrier appeared in front of Zero, and when Issei's punch hit the barrier, a shockwave and electrical currents appeared. Issei took a step back and threw another punch, this one went through the barrier, but Zero jumped on top of Issei. Dark gravity. Issei felt his body grow heavier, no everything around him grew heavier. The ground broke, and Issei began to fall down a great abyss. You won't stop me with that. Issei stood on the fragments of the ground and shot upwards using fire on his feet as propulsion. Whips of dark energy appeared in Zero's hand. These whips were aimed at Issei. Issei dodged the whippings by jumping from here to there. Heir Hoko, roar of the fire dragon, Issei unleashed a roar more powerful than the previous ones. The roar erased Zero's whips. He received Issei's flames head-on, being pushed back, but he still managed to destroy Issei's flames. Zero leaped into the air and unleashed a barrage of dark energy blasts. Full. The shots hit Issei, a cloud of dust rose, from which Issei emerged, he had some damage, and his shirt was completely torn, leaving his chest exposed. Issei didn't stop there and fired his own continuous bursts of fire. Buong. The impact of the colliding attacks created a huge number of mini-explosions. Dark Capriccio. Zero fired his attack, it hit Issei directly, but it didn't do much damage. Hiya. Hiya. They both bumped fists in the air, creating a large shockwave. It's impressive, Urza could only say those words. The power of those two bordered on the monstrous. Issei fell to the ground, and Zero began to kick him repeatedly. Ahaha, what's wrong dragon, is that all you can do? Zero said arrogantly. No, I won't lose, I have to avenge Jell. Issei began to stand, a great amount of golden fire surrounding him. I can't allow his will to be wasted. Ahaha, then come on. Zero began to gather energy in both hands. Durin Baku engine, Crimson Lotus. Explosive flame blades, Issei launched his attack. Both attacks were about to hit, but Zero showed a smile full of evil. Open, Gate of Lamentations, Genesis Zero. Zero's most powerful magic was unleashed, and thousands upon thousands of black specters swarmed around Issei. Die before the souls of the damned. They will erase your existence. AI. Issei was overwhelmed, the black souls began to envelop him until they swallowed him, disappearing from the map. Ahaha. Zero started laughing like crazy. Issei. Rias shouted. Is this the end? Issei lost. Issei found himself floating in a grey void, his strength had vanished, his consciousness was beginning to disappear. What's wrong? Shit, I can't see anything, I can't feel my strength, damn it. Issei couldn't even sense Drake's presence. For some reason, Issei began to remember when he trained with Drake. Flashback. Come on Ibu, is that all you can do? Drake exclaimed. Several years have passed, mentally, since Issei's training as a dragon slayer began, and Issei had already mastered most of Drake's teachings. How do you expect me to break a mountain with my head? Issei exclaimed, wincing. Ibu, you're a dragon slayer, don't forget that pride, we are both one, we both fight the same fight, Drake, I'm always here with you. I didn't understand anything you said. End of flashback. In that grey void, a smile appeared on Issei's face. Rias was crying, Issei had died. The time has come to plunge the world into this chaos. Zero exclaimed. The cannon continued to gather the life energy from the surrounding area. Is there nothing we can do? Rias exclaimed. At that moment, a small golden glow formed where Issei had once stood. N.A. Listen to Dragon Force tossed by fairy tale. The golden light began to appear with great intensity. What's going on? Zero exclaimed. Golden flames began to emerge from where Issei once stood. Those flames began to grow and grow. From among the flames, a silhouette could be recognized. To Issei, exclaimed Rias. Brai. Issei roared loudly. Zero watched as his magic was consumed by the golden flames. The golden flames, are they burning my magic? Zero exclaimed, panicking. Brai. Issei roared. Zero could see the spectral image of a gigantic red dragon. Brai. Magicians who mastered the same power as a dragon in order to defeat them. Issei leaped and his left fist slammed into Zero's face. That's a real dragon slayer. Zero thought. The shockwave from the impact swept away the debris in the surrounding area. Zanmarioku Kaihu, magical power, fully released, the flames around Issei intensified. Mitsuru Aogi Saranui Gata, Dragon Slayer secret art. Hidden fire form, Gurren Haken, Phoenix crimson flaming sword, Issei shot out at full speed, headbutting Zero in the chest. The flames took the shape of a golden spear. Brai. Zero's body, propelled by Issei's attack, crashed into the cannon, piercing through it, continuing on until it hit the lacrima that was stealing the life from everything, shattering it into thousands of pieces. The cannon also began to break into pieces, the power that the lacrima was stealing returning to the surroundings, bringing life back to the nearby plants, trees, and animals. Issei's flames consumed Zero's body, these golden flames that eradicate evil. This is impossible, my cannon, my being, everything is being burned by these golden flames, was the last thing Zero thought before ceasing to exist. I did it! Exclaimed Rias, Akeno, Isabella, and Urza. Issei stood up with difficulty. He was already exhausted, he didn't have a single gram of magical energy left. Damn, that cannon and that lacrima were tough. This is good for you, Drake. I certainly wasn't wrong about you, Ibu, you'll be a great dragon slayer and the strongest Sekiryuutei in history. Issei turned around and saw Rias, Akeno, and Isabella launching themselves at him. Issei. Rias clung to the chestnut-haired boy's chest, squeezing it tightly and letting out a few tears of happiness. Don't scare us like that. Akeno exclaimed, equally tearful, clinging to the chestnut-haired man's arm. Issei-sama, you idiot. We thought you were dead. Isabella exclaimed. Issei understood Isabella, but why did Rias and Akeno understand too? Issei was about to scold them, but he would let it go just this once. Ibu? Drake completely forgot. What's up, Draw? Issei didn't finish. The fang, since Issei ran out of energy, began to move very fast. Issei fell to the ground writhing in pain and vomiting blood. Issei. Rias exclaimed. The fang, we have to take it out. Akeno exclaimed. But how? Said Isabella. We need to do something quickly. The veins on Issei's body began to stand out. In the center of his chest, very close to his heart, a black stone was visible. There, we have to take it from him. Rias tried to hold the stone, but it grew and began to burn her hand. Rias. Akeno exclaimed. It doesn't matter. Rias exclaimed, still holding the stone. I won't let Issei die. Even with indescribable pain in her hands, Rias did not let go of the stone, using all her strength to extract the fang. Then, other hands joined in. I won't let you take all the credit, Rias. Akeno said. I won't let Issei-sama die. Isabella. I can't let her die either. Urza said. She had lost a loved one herself. She wouldn't let anyone else die if she could prevent it. The four of them started pulling at the fang. Issei continued vomiting blood. Please. Don't let Issei die. Rias exclaimed. They were pulling with all their might, but the tusk wouldn't budge. It seems I woke up at the right moment, a voice said from behind them. When everyone turned around, they saw Wendy. Wendy? Urza said. No, she replied. Wendy. My being, as a priestess, has awakened. Wendy's body was enveloped in a divine light. When it passed, Wendy was wearing the attire of a Sahut Lamazak priestess. What's going on? Rias asked. The priestess of Quetzalcoatl, reincarnated time and time again since time immemorial. The girl you know as Wendy was my personality before I awakened. So Wendy's here? Urza asked. She is here, with me, we are one, and we will be until the day we die. I have been aware of the difficult situation you have been through. Wendy knelt in front of Issei. Sekiryuutei know this young man has demonstrated great feats, he has a great future ahead of him, that's why Wendy bent down and kissed Issei on the lips. What? Rias, Akeno, Isabella, and Urza were in shock. I can't let him die here, Wendy said, her fang resting on her lips. How? Rias checked Issei's chest. The black stone that was the fang had disappeared. This sacred land suffered much damage, but that's the least of it. Monuments can be rebuilt, but lives. Wendy looked at Jel's corpse cannot be brought back. The threshold of death is something no being should trifle with. Urza could understand why Wendy showed a melancholic face. If her memories as Wendy were with her, then she saw Jel as an older brother as well. Issei is okay, Rias checked the chestnut-haired boy's vital signs. He was badly injured, with very little magic left, but he will survive. I understand that you demons wish to speak with my lord, Quetzalcoatl-sama. How do you know that? Rias exclaimed. We can say that intuition. The battle was over, and the main mission for which they went to Mexico was about to end. What the hell is going on here? Issei exclaimed. After the battle, he had been unconscious. When he woke up, he realized they were in Urza's tavern. You shouldn't move around so much, Issei-sama, said Isabella. She was wearing some bandages, but she couldn't beat Issei. That's right. Because the hell I look like a damn mummy. Your injuries were serious, so bandage them well, Urza said, entering the room. Urza? Were you the one who bandaged me? Yes, Urza said, puffing out her chest with pride, showing off her skills. What happened after I fainted? We spoke with Quetzalcoatl, Rias said, entering, or rather, it was with his priestess. It's true. What happened to Wendy? Urza put on a sad but understanding face. She left with Quetzalcoatl, Akeno said. Now that Wendy has awakened as a priestess, her duty is to care for the temple of Quetzalcoatl and keep Teotihuacan free from all evil, Urza said. The feathered serpent Quetzalcoatl was already informed of the union of the factions, and he did not deny it, but rather affirmed a union as well, said Rias. I see, so our mission is complete, Issei said, more relaxed. Yes, now we'll return to Japan, Akeno said. I'm dying to see what Japan is like, Urza said. Huh? Issei didn't understand. Why are you saying that, Urza? Let's do this. Demon wings emerged from Urza's back. Who? What? From now on, I am Rias Gremory's knight. Huh? What the hell did I miss? Issei exclaimed. I asked Rias-san to let me join, after Jel's death. Everyone wore a sad expression. Jel couldn't find his sister, but now that I'm a demon, I'll do everything I can to find her, Urza said. Wait, what about the tavern? So, that's it. Get to work. Hey, I told you to leave that wine for me. Exclaimed a brunette, addressing everyone. Oh, you're a little crazy, kid. Hana? Issei said, confused. Yes, I know the situation, Urza will be going with you, so she left me in charge of the tavern. Hey. I started working in my parents' tavern after they died to support Wendy and me. I'm 18 years old, by the way. What? Urza, I thought you were older, Issei exclaimed. That's what I look like, Urza said. Yes, wait, Kana-san will keep the place, won't she run out of all the alcoholic drinks? That's rude, I'll just have a few. He's not denying it. In any case, Issei, Rias called to the chestnut-haired boy, there's something I want you to see. Okay, I owe you one for the fang after all. Ria's face lit up. She smiled upon hearing those words. The five of them went back upstairs, entering the room where Issei was. What is it you want to show me? Issei asked. The truth. Rias brought out Azazel's helmet. Azazel's helmet? Why did you bring it? I want to show you something, and with that I hope you'll understand. Rias put on her helmet, then the truth was revealed before Issei's astonished eyes. Hunter x Hunter Ending 1. Just awake fear and loathing in Las Vegas. Descendant Immune no Odo. Issei's silhouette appears in black, then it is illuminated. Usabute Moka Konai. The silhouettes of Kiba and Zenobia in black, then both of them were illuminated. Kobariachita Piasu. The black silhouettes of Gasper, Ravel and Isabella that were later illuminated. Instrumental. Rias and Sona are seen with their respective servants, then the image of the four-mass appears. This is the first time I've ever met a man named Sei. Himiki mo Dezu Naim Yukanju. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen on the roof of Kuo Academy looking at the horizon. Nabakura. For a few moments we see Kiba's sad past, an orphanage in flames with Zenobia and Issei next to 3 gravestones. Life filled with vanity. Colors have faded. Things you desire exist here. Flee from this colorless world. The white dragon is seen with his balance breaker active, then Azazel, leader of the fallen angels. Tsugahagi no Kokoro wa Fuente. Issei is seen chasing a strange winged creature. Arenagasareta Shoki Shaudu. Kiba and Zenobia join the chase. Sutanai Katoba. Amamamanites in Agaryo. Issei, Kiba and Zenobia are seen hunting a large lizard-like creature. Anohai no Koduo. The image appears to split into 3 frames showing Issei, Kiba and Zenobia. Basurinade. The image of Rias and a tear sliding down her cheek. Oh my lord, it's gone. What shall I do? Pieces I had have fell apart. Where do you belong? Where should I aim for? Once you've lost sight it's left to fall apart. The groups of Issei, Rias and Sona appear one by one and at the end, the old castle of Issei's clan appears. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.